I inherited a rundown factory and decided to sell tablets for $15 each, which initially drew mockery from everyone who called them electronic trash. However, positive reviews from impoverished mountain regions started pouring in. People were grateful, with comments like "This tablet allowed my child to attend online classes for the first time in 3 years." The reviews highlighted the existence of many low-income families and the significance of affordable technology. Despite the success, I was troubled by the factory's massive debt of $700,000 left by my father. Just when I felt hopeless, I heard a voice in my mind: Super Factory System activated. The system had various advanced technology designs, from the iPhone 20 to nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, but I had 0 points to use them. Points were earned through customer satisfaction, which meant I needed good reviews. The system also set rules against fake reviews and price manipulation. The system gave me a beginner's package with a Samsung tablet design that I could modify. I realized it was a high-end product worth thousands of dollars, but I had limited funds, only $70,000, including wages and other expenses. I had to create a cost-effective version by downgrading components like replacing the Snapdragon 8 chip with a cheaper MediaTek chip and using outdated screens and leftover inventory parts. After optimizing the design, the modified tablet's cost was $13, but I needed to lower it further to make a profit at a $15 selling price. Negotiating with suppliers, I reduced the cost to $12 including taxes and labor, allowing a small profit margin. I named the tablet by DZ1, meaning the cheapest option. Our small factory had the advantage of flexibility, even if production was slow. We managed to go from project initiation to production in just 1 day. The tablet performed well, maintaining smooth operation despite the stripped-down features. To sell, I turned to online platforms, but faced rejection due to the tablet specs. I then opened a Taobao and Pinduoduo store, promoting the low price via live streams. Although many thought it was a scam, a villager named Jing Qiao, living in a remote area with a monthly income under $150, saw my stream. His daughter needed a tablet for online classes but couldn't afford the usual high prices. He decided to buy one. The sale of the first unit marked the beginning of a significant change. The next day, I discovered we had sold over 300 units. The factory buzzed with activity to fulfill orders. Meanwhile, a popular game streamer named Gee stumbled upon the tablet, found it hard to believe it was only $15, and ordered one for a live unboxing. The delivery was quick, and the unboxing revealed a surprisingly decent product for the price. Despite its low specs and various limitations, the tablet's functionality for basic tasks impressed viewers. In another part of China, the postal service delivered a tablet to Jing Qiao's village, bringing joy to his daughter who finally had her own device for online learning. This small, affordable tablet had begun to make a big impact, fulfilling its purpose of bridging the digital divide for low-income families. The Super Factory System's drawing editing interface was like an industrial software, on which one could modify and view the various data and values of the drawings. The densely packed circuits were more complex than a spider's web. It was good that Zhou Yang had taken a course in electronic information engineering and could read it. So complicated: multi-touch, high-brush screen, 4-channel stereo speakers, ultra-high-capacity battery. Zhou Yang saw this top configuration. There was not a single ripple in his heart. Something good is good, but he currently has no money to build it. It's all for nothing. No money to build a high-end, so will a low-end tablet work? There it is. Zhou Yang saw the deletion icon in the system interface, and thought of a good way to delete the configuration. Said to do it, he first moved on the most important processor. The original processor is Snapdragon 8 Gen 1, which is too high-end to afford, so he directly replaced it with a cheap one. He checked the supplier catalog, Snapdragon low-end 660 in stock. This is 4 years ago, the mid-range model, but a piece of $100, or too expensive, replaced with a lower-end MediaTek chip, and can be cheaper by more than half. MediaTek chips are not great performance, but they are cheap and suitable for the current Zhou Yang. However, the replacement of the processor, the flat panel performance pulled crotch. I guess it is difficult to boot into the desktop, so you have to give the other accessories to reduce the allocation as well. Screen resolution is 2961,848, 120 Hz high brush. This piece of screen cost almost $2,000, must be replaced. Zhou Yang viewed the supplier's price list, arranged in accordance with the price of flashbacks. At a glance, hit a piece of outdated 720p low brush large screen. This is it. The key price of 40 yuan is inventory clearance goods. For others it is a garbage panel that hurts the eyes. But the point is that it is cheaper, so choose this one. Stylus? A low-end capacitive screen would be redundant to have this. Delete. 4-channel stereo speakers. What's the point of having them? It's not like the big speakers on cheap knockoffs don't work, replace them. 16 GB memory, 512 GB storage, too much, directly cut, and then cut in half, 3 GB 32 GB combination, the cost is only $20. Other things such as 12 million HD wide-angle camera, 5G communication module, alloy shell, these, all to cut, so the cost of a few hundred down. Finally added an extremely advanced 3.5mm headphone jack and mini USB charging port, this a new style of tablet computer, not molded. As for the shell, cannot afford to use magnesium aluminum alloy, can only purchase shells of similar size, because cannot afford to pay the mold fee. Then we can only look for other people's inventory backlog. Do not say, through the screening, but also found a 5 years ago, a large factory tablet PC backlog shell, with brushed metal process, the supplier price of 20 yuan a shell, belonging to the scrap price. After these materials are selected, the superfactory system is automatically improved, optimized lines so that after its reduction, it can still become a normal use of the tablet computer. After calculation, the tablet computer cost price of this magic modified Samsung S8 is an epic 96. A tablet that costs 96 is unimaginable, but that's not the limit. Once it sells for more than triple digits, it's nowhere near as good as 99. 99 yuan belongs to is $10 level, and 100 this is a $100 level tablet, so the selling price must not exceed 99 yuan, otherwise it will greatly affect the sales. Together with the postage and seller's rebate, the cost of 96 yuan is still too high, no profit, does not meet the requirements of the system, but also to delete. But Zhou Yang looked around, functionality has been deleted. This is now the lowest offer, components can be procured, cannot use some second-hand dismantled parts of his products, although cheaper, but against the purpose of the White Emperor processing factory only brand new goods, but Zhou Yang not do this self-reputation. Then he could only go and cut the price with the supplier. Hey Mr. Lee, you still have that batch of 720p screens, right? Limited quantity, then I'll take all of them, packaged price for me cheaper. Manager Zhao. I'm ordering a batch of small specification memory cards, cheaper, I want at least 5,000 sets. Uncle Wang, your batch of special shells have been backlogged for 5 years, no one wants them anyway, just give them to me at a discount, $5 a set, I'll take care of them all. Zhou Yang then made a phone call, and successfully pressed the cost price of this magic modified flatbed to 83 yuan, which also includes the tax rate and labor and packaging, and if the retail price is 99 yuan, after subtracting the loss, each unit can earn more than $10. Now 500,000 yuan of payment, directly purchased a variety of raw materials, a total of 6,000 sets of magic reform tablet computer can be produced, as long as it can be sold quickly, the system in exchange for points, but also quickly back to the capital, it forms a positive cycle. So after the supplier delivered on the same day, Zhou Yang also gave the drawings to the workshop, allowing the workers to start assembling this new tablet. A new problem came, this tablet was going to be printed and packaged, it had to have a loud name and logo. Then let's call it the Bai DZ1 tablet. The Z means the cheapest. Zhou Yang thought of the name. As for the packaging pattern, the system automatically generated a randomized one. Zhou Yang thought it was quite good looking, so he adopted it. Then he sent the packaging pattern to the printing house and asked them to print the packaging. Anyway, this White Emperor Z1 flat panel, from the project to production, it only took 1 day, which is a miracle in history. When the first batch of boxes were in place in the afternoon, it was the assembly session. To say that the production line of their small factory is very backward, but backwardness also has the advantage of backwardness. The automated production line of large companies are highly specialized, generally can only produce fixed appliances and models, and their backward production line produced in 2000 or so, basically the whole assembly of electrical production. The disadvantage is that the speed is slower. The degree of automation is low, to test the staff's production skills and sense of responsibility. Many steps need employees to weld, screws, but where the workers neglect a little, this cheap flat rate of defective products will rise sharply. But the staff of the White Emperor Electrical Appliance Factory, all grateful old man, the least is the experience and responsibility, so this batch of Z1 tablet, from the parts in place, one after another to produce out, a day can produce more than 1,000 units, and the pass rate is super high. Zhou Yang finally got the finished Z1 tablet, heavy, very weighty. Because this shell is stock, metal technology is a bit backward, so the weight of a piece cannot be slim. Normal flat panel features are available, can watch 720p video, listen to songs, play a little game, such as a game, are easy to play. Because the original version of this drawing is worth 8,999 high-end tablet, so although the configuration of the magic change is greatly reduced, but there is a system of optimization and enhancement, this Z1 tablet out, but also inherited the Samsung S8 high-end tablet workmanship and quality. Normal operation is very smooth on this point. It is far better than a variety of low-end miscellaneous tablets. This performance, this workmanship, fully in line with the positioning of low-end tablet. The product is made, then the key selling stage. Can you quickly earn the first bucket of money before payday? This is crucial. Zhou Yang contacted the previous sales channel by phone, but the channel manager took a look at the configuration of this flat panel and sneered and refused. This is your inventory from a few years ago? It's long outdated, try hanging it on the second-hand market, we only sell new goods here. Zhou Yang was very unconvinced after hearing this. This product accessories model old, but are new goods. Not everyone is sitting in Starbucks with Apple computers. There are also many people who need this low-end tablet people. Begging for help is not as good as begging for help, but the channel does not give sales, then only open up the retail side. He immediately opened Taobao and Zixixi store, because there is no money to buy traffic, resulting in the product no one asked for, drowning in a sea of similar products. Wait until noon. One single or not even no visits. There is no way, then you can only open your own shake store to do live selling, which is also the most innovative way of marketing. That afternoon, Zhou Yang was in his factory, live with goods. 99 yuan flat plate, packaged to home, regular manufacturers, warranty 1 year, limited number, want to buy quickly. Zhou Yang with goods do not need to set, directly to the biggest selling point of cheap to highlight out. He live broadcast of the camera. There is a video being played on the White Emperor Z1 flat panel, but also can listen to the song, a simple selfie, daily operation can be done. However, the newly opened live room basically no one came, and heard is 99 yuan flat, are scoffed at. Think it is a scam thing, after all. Now a lot of this kind of set, what 9.9 yuan a box of instant noodles, the results of the receipt of the goods, but found to be a mini version of instant noodles. A box of noodles is not as big as a thumbnail. Consumers are unscrupulous merchants pit scared, so see this kind of cheaper than cognitive flat, are when the scammer to deal with. But there are always exceptions. At the moment, far away in the northwest of a large mountain, located in a 10-mile village, meaning that down the mountain to walk 10 miles of mountain road. The village has a female villager Jin Qiao, just happened to see Zhou Yang's live broadcast. 10 miles of the village location is remote and closed, in and out of the rugged mountain roads. In 3 years ago, the electricity grid. The residents said goodbye to the history of kerosene lamps at night. The residents here do not have high incomes, and most of them are poor, with a per capita monthly income of less than 1,000 yuan, living in poverty. Jin Qiao, a native of Shili village, married her husband from the same village when she was growing up. Now her parents have lost their ability to work, and her husband, the backbone of the family, died in an accident the year before last, leaving her to support a 9-year-old daughter and 2 elderly people, and only rely on farming, raising chickens and ducks to earn a meager income, making life very difficult. At this time in the middle of the day, Jin Qiao from the field to finish the farm work, carrying a hoe back to go. She is only in her early 30s, but the long-term agricultural work makes her weathered, face tanned, skin wind and rain appears very rough, looks like a woman in her 40s. She looked at the blazing sun above her head, sweating, her mouth was dry and wanted to drink water, but when she touched her waist, she realized that the water bottle that had worn off the paint was already empty. Thirst was unbearable, so she could only go to the village chief's house at the head of the village to ask for a bowl of water to drink. The village headman was the best-conditioned family in the village of 10 miles, built a 2-story small house, surrounded by paved concrete road. The village children all liked to come here to play nearby. I've come for a drink of water. When Jin Qiao arrived, he knocked on the door and entered the courtyard. The folk of 10 Mile shop were simple, basically every household would not lock their doors. Jin Qiao is here. The water tank is over there, feel free to drink. At this time the village chief's wife came out, Because of her big feet and her surname G, she was known as G Bigfoot. G Bigfoot was very kind to the village people, and knowing that Jin Qiao's family was not easy, she often picked her up and gave her some old clothes that she didn't wear for free, which was a relief. "Thank you, Sister Ji," Jin Qiao thanked as she drank water. "Hey, we are all from the same village, what's the point of being polite?" G Bigfoot laughed. Hearing movement coming from the room, Jin Qiao climbed in and said, "Are you watching TV?" "No, I'm watching the cell phone live broadcast, now it's popular. You also come in to take a look." G Bigfoot greeted Jin Qiao into the house to see. In the living room, there was a Red My cell phone. G Bigfoot picked it up and just watched it with Jin Qiao. "Look, these people are live streaming PKs and getting others to reward them. A carnival is a lot of money." Listening to G Bigfoot's introduction, Jin Qiao's mouth turned into an O shape. She, who had never been out of the mountains, didn't understand why she had worked hard for a year, but not as much as these female anchors scratching their heads for a few minutes over here to earn more. She could only sigh that the world was too complicated and could no longer keep up with the times. G Bigfoot then scratched on the screen and switched to another live stream. This was a live stream with goods, selling all sorts of digital products. The cell phones and computers that could easily cost thousands of dollars, or even tens of thousands of dollars, once again refreshed Jin Qiao's perception. "Why are these cell phones and computers so expensive?" Jin Qiao shook her head and sighed. She couldn't even buy a folding cell phone if she earned a year's worth of money. G Bigfoot said, "Hey, there are a lot of rich people nowadays. In the big cities outside, a house costs tens of millions of dollars, and a car costs millions." This heard Jin Qiao shook her head. She handled the highest amount of money as thousand. Do not know that 100,000 million, or even $10 million, in the end, what does it look like? So much money, for Jin Qiao, a village woman, just a vague concept. Suddenly, this live broadcast began to market Apple's iPad 10 tablet PC for only 3,599 yuan. I heard the anchor with the goods shouted 3,599 price, as if it is how low the selling price. Do not buy the kind of loss, but this is worth half a year's income of Jin Qiao. She can only dry watch. By the way, my daughter's teacher is to use the tablet computer to the internet class. So expensive, ah, Jin Qiao exclaimed. Jin Qiao's daughter, Xiaoya, is in the 3rd grade. Because of the mask, now often have to be at home online class. However, Jin Qiao simply cannot afford to buy expensive tablet computers, often more than 1,000, more than 3,000, plus internet access fees, which all of a sudden up to her family's income for half a year. The money also have to stay to eat, wear and use, but do not dare to spend. Because they cannot afford to buy a flat panel, her daughter Xiaoya can only walk miles every day to rub the classmates' tablet computer to listen to the class. Her daughter many times are envious of her, wanting to have a tablet computer. Xiaoya does not want to classmates in the flat panel in front of the teacher to answer the question. She can only sit on the pony to look at. Jin Qiao knows that learning can change destiny. Do not want to let her daughter in their own like the last snail living in the mountains. Learning is the only way out. Therefore, she very much wants to meet her daughter's wishes, but the family is really shy, cannot get the money. If the tablet computer dozens of dollars, she can still bite the bullet and buy one, and then spend money on the cheapest broadband. Her daughter will be able to take classes at home. Unfortunately, these live $1,000 tablets are very few, often $2,000 or $3,000. Really cannot afford to buy. Just as Jin Qiao was lamenting, G Bigfoot brushed another new anchor with goods. White Emperor Z1 tablet, package 99 yuan to bring home. This was Zhou Yang's live broadcast, and he was hard at work selling his tablet. "You can buy a tablet for $99, Jin Qiao asked incredulously. Just now she had seen that the iPad 10 cost more than $3,000. "I don't know, domestic ones are cheaper." G Bigfoot also did not have much experience in online shopping, so he agreed. Jin Qiao said excitedly, "Then can you help me buy this tablet? I'll turn around and give you the money. I sold eggs yesterday and finally got enough money for $100. It's enough, okay, I'll help you buy it." G Bigfoot then clicked on the little yellow car and placed an order. Ding dong, Zhou Yang, who was in the live broadcast, received an inspiring message. His White Emperor Z1 tablet had finally sold an order, which was a breakthrough from 0 to 1. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. With a good beginning, the back will be easy. It can be shipped today, supporting 7 days without reason. Zhou Yang chatted to the consumer, but the other party did not reply. It is estimated that they do not take the 99 yuan tablet seriously and casually buy it for fun. In fact, what he didn't know was that G Bigfoot wasn't very good at typing yet, so he didn't communicate with him. Then Zhou Yang packaged a brand new flat panel and notified the courier to pick up just when he left work in the evening. This afternoon he sold a dozen orders, which was okay. So Zhou Yang live broadcast more vigorously, but in the evening, a little shouting cannot move, he edited a video of selling goods, released to the account, while setting up a small yellow car. If someone swiped to his video, may also be attracted to order. Zhou Yang arrived at night and rested on time, and the sales situation waited until tomorrow morning. Waiting for the next day, early in the morning, Zhou Yang opened the backstage of the shake shop, and suddenly realized that his Z1 tablet sold more than 300 units. This sales can definitely be. All of a sudden more than 300 tablets to be packed. He was too busy to do it alone. He looked for the janitor uncle, sweeping ants to help, and the workshop is still in full swing in the production of Z1 tablet. The whole White Emperor electrical factory are busy. At the same time, in a high-grade neighborhood in the city of Deep Town, the famous Anchor G is live broadcasting. Fark, if it wasn't for my teammates dragging their feet just now, I would have flipped the game with 5 kills. Brother G is a game anchor. His main business is to live broadcast the game. Because he talks with humor and gameplay is flirty, so he has many fans. He had just played a handful of games but lost, because he didn't handle a detail well, so he would be spitting with his water friends. Brother G, start another game, a netizen said with a pop-up screen. Do not open, today lost no temper. Let's live some other content. Open box for a long time did not engage in. Today we randomly choose an electronic product to open the box. G has a whole live program, is to open the box on the market a variety of strange electronic products. The last time to open a folding screen cell phone sold 998, the results into the hands of the folding a few times, the screen directly cracked, the folding screen into 2 halves of the cell phone, no wonder with the box with the 502 glue, the original is used here. Live audience on the spot laughing urine, and even this thing also on the news, resulting in that folding screen phone was platform off the shelves. The last unboxing was very good, and this time G wanted to open the box again, so he took out his cell phone, and on the shopping software, he looked for products that had the effect of the show. Open the page, directly click on the search. The products that appear are all hot on the market. These products have been told by other digital anchors. There is no freshness. G wanted to live a whole life. Just want to find something a little bit strange. He used the sales volume reverse order ranking, trying to find from some hard to sell items. As a result, he was surprised by a link to an item, and couldn't help but yell at the time. Family, I found a tablet at a price you'll never guess. It's actually 99 shipped, haha. Subsequently, G gave the screen to the phone. The netizens saw this ultra low price of the tablet, one by one dumbfounded. The tablet that G saw was the Bai DZ1 produced by Zhou Yang, and as soon as this tablet was unveiled in the live broadcast, it triggered a discussion frenzy. Fuck me. 99 tablet. This cheat also made up like a little now buy a cell phone case or several tens. This tablet only sell, double 999 tablet. I think it can't be turned on. I think this cannot be called a flat panel, should be called IQ testing machine, can buy people our IQ fee. Netizens one by one are criticizing, we are all the old oil in the netizens. The internet for so many years, I have never seen such a cheap flat panel. Unless it is the second-hand market 10 years ago, the first generation of flat panels. But this White Emperor Z1. But there is a guarantee of authenticity, the fake one to compensate for 10, if there is a second-hand parts to fill the new situation, then direct compensation of 990 yuan, but instead, also make money. Hurry up G brother, just buy this tablet, actually has the label of genuine guarantee. You can make money this time by counterfeiting. Soon there were netizens to give him an idea, got the approval of the other netizens in the live broadcast room, one after another said agree, I second the motion, let brother G quickly buy. It's too late to place an order today. Hey wait, isn't this a local manufacturer in our deep town? Then I can just place an order, and have the same town runner send it to me. G immediately clicked on the order, but through the courier is too slow, still need to wait a day. He contacted the store and asked for door-to-door pickup. At the same time, G placed another order for the same city errand boy to pick up the goods. Ding dong, inside the Baidi electrical processing factory, Zhou Yang received a beep from his cell phone to place an order. Hey! How come Concubine Duo's store also sold out an order? How rare. Zhou Yang found that one order was sold in Concubine Duo's new store, and the other party asked for a door-to-door pickup. Can Zhou Yang agreed and reported the address of their factory. Not long after, an errand boy from same city delivery found the factory address. Zhou Yang then handed over a packed Z1 tablet to the little brother. The errand boy then hoofed it and delivered the tablet to the upscale neighborhood where brother G was located. It took just under an hour. G was trying out a small game and hadn't even played a few games when the errand boy delivered the tablet. Families, the 99 tablet has arrived, let's unbox it together. G put the box of the tablet in the living room, set up his cell phone for live streaming, and then started filming the unboxing process. Brother G, I suggest you get a personal accident insurance. If this tablet blows up, you can still get some money pull back. 99 yuan tablet. Can turn on has burned high incense. Maybe it is a plastic model. Online stores often play this kind of deception set. Maybe it is 7 or 8 years ago. The inventory of the tablet, boot should be able to, is what the software does not support. Everyone is talking about it. This side of G has already taken a knife to cut open the outermost layer of the box. This packaging is quite good looking. A bit of fashion, that flavor. To say that this is a 9009 tablet I believe, but this is also said. This is called flashy. G brother took out the box of the tablet, tore open the plastic sealing film. After that is exciting to open the box, specifically this 99 yuan tablet is not a model, look at it to know. When G opened the box we saw the real body of the Z1 tablet, bright silver brushed metal shell. The camera position is also very delicate, the texture is unexpectedly good. But it was the weight that was really amazing, it felt like holding a normal 2 tablets. Goo! There's something about this tablet. G continued to look through the packaging, and actually found the big head charger, which is very environmentally unfriendly. See, a $99 tablet also comes with a charger. Cooksy don't know a face blush. G was still spitting on Apple's Cook, but at this time he stared in disbelief at what he was seeing. Holy shit, family. Look at what kind of connector this is. He put the charger connector in front of the camera for everyone to see. Never seen that before. What kind of connector is this? It's ugly, some new netizens were saying. Isn't this a mini USB charging port? 10 or so years ago or this kind of interface, what MP3, MP4, digital camera, PSP game console, are using this kind of interface. This is too antique, haven't seen it for years. Haha he now the real hammer. This is a decade ago the tablet computer. The netizens laughed and sprayed, all said that G stepped on the pit, actually spent $99 to buy back a super antique. Alright, let's take a look at what this old antique is really like. If it doesn't turn on, I'm going to complain about the merchant. G pressed the boot. Then the screen lit up, the white Emperor Z1, a few big words, actually can boot, which shocked a lot of people. Yoho can turn on. A little interesting, just for this boot screen, 99 worth it, that is. $99 can experience the appearance of antique flat panel, absolutely super value. Everyone is a joke to see this Z1 tablet. Said words are all flirting meaning. Tablet took half a minute, finally turned on, and then showed a solid blue desktop, even the built-in wallpaper are not. There is no built-in software, all the system comes with some cameras, calculators, clocks and other basic functions, simple as a match. Wow, not to mention, this is the first time I've seen a pure tablet without built-in software. G sliding this screen, suddenly a sound, because this tablet touch sliding, unexpectedly smooth. This tablet is the Android system, actually Android 13, this is only released this year, the new system. No way, a 99 yuan antique tablet, how can it carry the latest Android 13 operating system? This configuration can keep up. G suddenly a little curious about this tablet. The price of the tablet, he thought it was already 10 years ago configuration, but running the latest operating system is very silky smooth, out of his expectation. He then tapped the system settings to check the configuration of this tablet. MediaTek 5 years ago processor, 332 GB storage. The battery is also relatively small, only 2000 mAh battery, only 1/3 of the capacity of a normal flat panel. Other configurations are also more than normal flat panel shrinkage serious. Although the configuration is very crotch, but the use of basic functions smoothly, which is very unscientific. Because now a lot of $1,000 tablets, the use of the card cannot be. If this old antique configuration Z1 tablet is smoother than some new machines, it must be that the optimization is particularly great. It's a bit strange. G was unable to understand, he decided to continue to test the functions of this tablet. First on the score software, the score is miserable, is the level of configuration several years ago. On this configuration why can run smoothly, became the question of all. Take a picture. The photo is very fuzzy, can only say that the camera works, and the old man machine that kind of lens quality is almost the same. Then there is scanning QR code, can scan code, download and install applications are also smooth. Let's listen to his sound quality. G downloaded the Nitty's Cloud to play music. Suddenly a broken sound almost gave him eardrums dry broken. This sound quality is also too harsh. The sound distortion is serious, but the victory in the volume, to the cottage machine to the same. This is not bullshit. This sound quality can listen to? The decoration next door is better than this sound quality, yes. I'd rather listen to reverse please pay attention than listen to Z1 play songs. Netizens have been spouting off, but they missed the point that this tablet is only $99, not as expensive as some wireless headphones. G has found Z1 tablet is not ordinary. He then downloaded the national software WeChat and Jitter, brush video chat, and there is no overly obvious lag, but after opening more applications, switching software will be stuck a few times, which is really to the limit of the function. In addition, he also found the shortcomings of the Z1, that is, the screen refresh rate is only 30 frames, which makes the use of high brush screen G used to a little uncomfortable. Now as the test went on, those who wanted to see the Z1 tablet joke before were a bit dumbfounded. This is not scientific. 99 yuan tablet can do everything. Those who sell thousands of dollars of tablet, do not sweat? G. Try the original God. Some netizens asked Brother G to come up with a performance test and run the original God. Yeah, that makes sense. G then downloaded original God from the App Store and tried to run it. Everyone was also looking forward to whether or not this Z1 tablet could run the original God perfectly. If it could, they wouldn't have to spend thousands of dollars to go for a high-priced tablet. The netizens were all staring at the live feed with rapt attention, expecting a miracle. When running the original God game, the Z1 tablet finally met its Waterloo. It took several minutes to get into the game. It was hard to get into the game. The tablet was a bit hot. The screen was still frame by frame. It was stuck as a PPT, completely unable to play. Garbage tablet, cannot play the original God. When a barbarian audience said the above words, they froze. He remembered. This tablet is only 99 yuan. Let a 99 yuan tablet to run the original God smoothly. This is not a sci-fi blockbuster. If you can really run the original God, those iPads can and often sell $2,000 or $3,000 of flat panel manufacturers are to collectively withdraw from the market. G turned off the original God and then fiddled with some small games. These small games can run smoothly. The results of the test for an hour. Every aspect of this flat panel are tested all over. The advantages and disadvantages are very obvious. The advantages are cheap, light demand for users to use, no pressure. The disadvantages are more. The screen does not work, cannot open and run large software and games, sound quality garbage, battery life is to pull crotch. He just used more than an hour. The power has been in the end, 2000 mAh battery, too unusable, coupled with the weight of this race bricks, basically say goodbye to portability, can never be separated from the charger, and the charging interface is also very retro, cannot be common with other cables, so that people are speechless. The charging interface is also very retro and cannot be used with other cables, which makes people speechless. G made a pertinent evaluation. I think this tablet is only suitable for very special people and garbage man, light use. This tablet is super value, even if it is placed on the desktop when the clock is good. If there are more needs, even if, this tablet will let you use to doubt life. This tablet is a little something. I also buy a play next to a netizen said so many shortcomings. This is proper electronic garbage, bought on the fool, $99 for what is not good. Go to KFC can also come to a whole family bucket it anyway. Most of the people in the live broadcast despise this tablet computer. They are not short of home appliances. With the phone are thousands of dollars of Huawei, Apple, Millet, etc. Simply do not see the Z1 tablet pull crotch performance. However, on the other side of the Chinese land, 2 days later, the postal courier boy walked 10 miles of mountain road, delivered the courier to the GI Bigfoot home in the village of 10 Mile. There is a saying that China Post, the mission will be delivered. As long as there is China's territory, the post will be delivered. As soon as G Bigfoot saw the name of the Z1 tablet, she knew that it was the tablet computer Jin Qiao bought that had arrived, and she happened to be fine, so she sent it to Jin Qiao's house. Jin Qiao. Jin Qiao. Your tablet has arrived. G Bigfoot was shouting when she arrived at Jin Qiao's house. I'm coming. Jin Qiao was combing the vegetable patch in the backyard and hurried over. Look, the package has arrived, should I open it now? G Bigfoot asked. Open it. Of course I want to open it, Jin Qiao said happily. She went to wash her face and led G Bigfoot into the house. At this time the house ran out a plainly dressed little girl. The little girl was in the 3rd grade of elementary school this year, and was a little thin because her nutrition was not keeping up. The little girl was Jin Qiao's daughter, Xiao Ya. Mom, is it the tablet you bought me that arrived? Xiao Ya asked hopefully. Yes, it's arrived. Let's take a look together. Jin Qiao first poured G Bigfoot a glass of water, then she brought scissors to open the express. When unpacking the courier, she was careful, afraid of breaking such a valuable tablet. And Xiaoya watched with unblinking eyes, her eyes revealing extreme longing. Soon unwrapped the outer anti-collision foam. Inside appeared White Emperor Z1 tablet. Xiao Ya recited the name, deeply memorized in her mind. This is the first tablet in her life. Jin Qiao carefully unwrapped the plastic packaging. Because of the tight packaging, she would not quite dare to lay hands on it, for fear of breaking it. Although this tablet was only $99, but in her family it was already considered a big item. It's okay, this won't break. I'll unwrap it for you. Or G Bigfoot stepped in, quickly removed the packaging, and then saw the brand new Z1 tablet. Xiao Ya's eyes went straight at once, wanting to take it over and look at it. Jin Qiao hurriedly stopped. Don't move first. What if it moves and breaks? Let your Aunt Ji teach us how to use it first. Don't worry. Now electrical appliances are not that valuable. They all have warranties. G Bigfoot had used a tablet computer at home, and did not need an instruction manual, found the side-on button, and started the Z1 tablet. Soon, the screen showed the White Emperor Z1 logo, and the boot-up sound was super loud. This kind of distorted sound, once by the anchor brother G slagged off, but in the home of Jin Qiao, but the 3 people unanimously agreed the sound is really bright. The main reason is that rural people do not have much contact with electronic products, there is no such high-quality pursuit, the sound is loud enough to be their top pursuit, and some old people with back of the ear can use it. The screen turned on and entered the system, but found that there was no Douyin and Racer, which G Bigfoot often brushes, and there was no shopping software. But it doesn't matter, shopping software is not used, that can't get it wrong will be cheated of money. G Bigfoot also don't give the installation, she found the Android application market, she is going to download Douyin and Racer. But now found a problem, that is, the house has no network, cannot be downloaded. It's too late to get broadband, but it's not hard for Jai Bigfoot. She remembers that her husband taught her to open a cell phone hotspot, so she opened a hotspot with her own cell phone, and then let the tablet connect. This is thanks to the infrastructure of the motherland. In the big mountain ditch, there are also China mobile signal towers can be used. Alright, it's downloaded. G Bigfoot then swiped a few Douyin, and sure enough they were all earthy segments, and Jin Qiao was all smiles as she watched. Her family finally had a big power that could make noise. Mom, this how to online class? Xiao Ya asked curiously. Jin Qiao then responded. This tablet computer is not for adults to play, the child learning oriented. G Bigfoot also downloaded the nail, but Jin Qiao family do not have a cell phone number, cannot register an account, and Jai Bigfoot's cell phone is not convenient for her to register, otherwise I am afraid that it will be too troublesome to log in later to modify. G Bigfoot said, why don't you just let my husband give you a fusion broadband today? Now there are rural subsidies, free of fees and deposits, the lowest rate to do it is only 20 yuan a month, 20 M is enough for you guys to use. Good. Then do this in order to use it for her daughter's lessons. Jin Qiao gritted her teeth, and prepared to run a broadband. G Bigfoot then taught Jin Qiao and her mother and daughter the skills of using the tablet, and if they didn't know how, they could read the manual. Jin Qiao a little confused, but Xiaoya learns quickly, she has seen how classmates use the tablet. After a while she was able to teach her mother how to use it in turn. Still Xiaoya is smart. That's fine, once the broadband is done, you'll be able to attend classes, I'm leaving first. G Bigfoot finished his business and was about to leave. Stay for dinner, G's sister Jin Qiao retained. G Bigfoot knew that it wasn't easy for her family, and there were still old people at home, so she excused herself from eating here on the pretext that there were things to do at home. By the time the afternoon rolled around, G Bigfoot's husband, Zhang Fugui, the village chief of 10 Mile Village, came to Jin Qiao's house. He now doubled as China Mobile's agent for the village, and whether it was charging phone bills or installing broadband, he was the one who got it. Zhang Fugui, the mayor of the village, pulled a wire from the wire into the home, and then connected to the modem, commonly known as the cat, but also comes with a phone card, making phone calls quite cheap. Now the cat comes with a wireless router function. Open the internet can be, without having to buy another. So far, Jin Qiao family has the necessary conditions for internet access. The next step is to verify the Z1 tablet internet class function. Look at it. Can you go online? Village Chief Zhang Fugui asked. Xiaoya opened Douyin and swiped a few videos, which could be refreshed normally, and could go online. She was about to apply for a PIN number so that she could go online for classes. However, at this time another problem occurred. Applying for an account required a cell phone, although they gave away a phone card, but he didn't have a cell phone at home, and now the cell phones are too expensive. Even the cheapest ones cost $700 to $800. Beyond Jin Qiao's purchasing power, let me use the phone to activate it for you. Zhang Fugui then inserted the phone card into his own cell phone and applied the number for them, which finally allowed him to use Nail. Remember, the password is 1234567889. Don't change it, or you'll have to re-verify your phone again. The village chief returned the phone card to Jin Qiao and instructed her to buy a cell phone earlier. Now the cell phone is the most commonly used item in daily life. Without it nothing can be done. It's too expensive. Let's buy a cheaper cell phone when it's available, Jin Qiao said with embarrassment. The village head has a broken cell phone at home, but the screen is broken. It's not good to give it away, and he can only wait for his cell phone to be replaced and give the old one to Jin Qiao. I have to say, the village head Zhang Fugui family, the heart is good. Xiao Ya then logged into the Nail, in the above according to the teacher taught. Join the class group, this time in the future we'll be able to online class at home. Realized her goal. Thanks Mom, Xiao Ya said thankfully. It was her mom who bought her the tablet of her choice. No need to thank you. It's still this tablet sold cheap, Jin Qiao laughed. Zhang Fugui saw that this tablet was quite good, and when he heard that it was only $99, he deliberately repeated the question, is it $990? Jin Qiao then said, it's $99, and it's mailed to your home now. Zhang Fugui are surprised. Now the price of electronic products is really cheap. Initially the tablet computer are several thousand, now all dry to the price of cabbage, really good. Zhang Fugui also envy, he thought of home more than 1,000 to buy a tablet computer. It seems to look at the video, chatting, play small games, gradually eat dust. Not as good as when I bought this 99 yuan, even if the bottom of the box is not heartbreaking. You this tablet good eh? White Emperor Z1, line I remember. Turn around I buy a batch, open the village gala, give it to others. Two-Face Zhang Fugui picked up the White Emperor tablet PC and flipped through it. Lovingly, this computer has a bunch of shortcomings in the eyes of the anchor. But it is a perfect match in the countryside. First of all, the shape is not vulgar, the sound is big, can be used normally. The most critical is cheap. A big bill can buy, send people as a gift is not too shabby. It is really a must-have gift for the farmers to make friends. So when Zhang Fugui left, he sent the information of the White Emperor Z1 flatbed in his circle of friends. Village head Zhang Fugui is enthusiastic and well liked, so basically the residents of nearby villages and towns with cell phones have added his WeChat. And now at least a few hundred people have seen his circle of friends. 99 yuan tablet computer. You didn't make a typo right, old Zhang definitely typed one less zero soon. There were quite a few people leaving messages under his friend's circle. Zhang Fugui then said, it is 99 yuan, less than $100, absolutely real, White Emperor Z1 tablet. I have searched their stores in all major platforms, do not believe you can go to see. Zhang Fugui also attached a link to the online store. Everyone went to see, good guy, it is really 99 yuan tablet, then moved. Rural residents at home basically do not have a tablet computer, mainly because it is too expensive, and now see the 99 yuan tablet, and Zhang Fugui village chief recommended. That is certainly all to rush. In the nearby villages and towns, the village chief is the most bullish person, this reputation bar, so all do not need to ask customer service, direct purchase. They bought it, but also did not forget to notify their relatives and neighbors. So 1 by 1, 10 by 10, soon spread throughout the nearby townships. This made the sales of the White Emperor Z1, huffing and puffing. When Zhou Yang, who was far away in the deep town, was busy packing, he suddenly saw the backstage prompt of the online shopping platform, which actually said that his goods had been sold out, so please replenish the supply in time. All sold out. Zhou Yang felt unbelievable. He had set an inventory of 1,000 units in each online platform. As a result, The 1,000 units in the Concubine Duo platform had already been sold out. There were still hundreds of units left in the Taobao platform. And hundreds of units had been sold out in the Shake Shop, and now added together, more than 3,000 units had already been sold. This does not count Do Not Know, account shocked. Inventory of more than 5,000 units of tablet PCs, actually sold most of the time, which is only 5 days. And look at this sales momentum. It is estimated that today and tomorrow may be sold out. Zhou Yang saw too much business in the online store, a lot of consulting guests. So the workshop urgently let the few employees who can use the computer to act as customer service back to him to recruit a few customer service, as well as artwork, to help him take care of the online store. Now this job can only he himself part-time. Zhou Yang adjusted the remaining inventory, focusing on sales platforms Concubinage and Jitterbug platforms, to give more shelves, and strive to sell out as soon as possible. At this time, the workshop director Uncle Song Delaware came to find Zhou Yang, said the workshop tablet computer has no raw materials, is not another batch of goods, after all. Now a day can sell out at least 1,000 units, which is since the establishment of the factory, has never been a hot phenomenon. Good. Zhou Yang felt that Uncle Song Delaware was right. According to the current sales trend, it will soon be completely sold out, and then need to mass produce a batch. A conservative estimate is that at least a few tens of thousands of units of Z1 tablet can still be made, in order to initially meet the market demand. So he began to call those suppliers. Don't say, he needs those inventory parts. How many years of backlog, people are eager to sell him, and even a sold out, but the hands of counterparts still have, transfer of goods on the line. However, the shell is not good to get. Last time as a big brand left some inventory goods, only more than 5,000 were bought by Zhou Yang, now there is no shell of the same type. But it does not matter, a few years ago, high-end technology, now has been rare. Zhou Yang inquired about the original manufacturer, looking for them to customize a batch. Because they still have molds, and even save the design fee and mold opening fee, save a lot more than custom shells. Although the cost was a bit higher than the previous stock shells, Zhou Yang decided to ask for 50,000 at once, so that the cost was only a few dollars higher than before, which was still acceptable. Even if the shell price increase, but Zhou Yang does not intend to raise the price. Anyway, this Z1 tablet counts as a welfare product, benefit the general civilian population with, earn a little less, hit the word of mouth is important, and then make money later. And reproduction of the shell also has a benefit, that is, the color more up. Now there are pink gold, rustic gold, bright silver gray, plus the traditional black and white, a total of 5 colors, each color each 10,000, so that you can also enrich the appearance of the product. So the raw material is done. Zhou Yang, with the sale of goods back to the funds, paid the material payment, this time, and ordered 50,000 sets of production parts, so that recruiting and expanding production, probably a day to produce a few thousand flat panel, about 10 days to complete all the production needs. It is estimated that you can still catch up with the speed of sales. With the first batch of Z1 tablets sold out, actually appeared briefly the whole network out of stock state, but Zhou Yang already in the store hit the pre-sale. About 3 days later, there will be the first batch of tablets sent out one after another. The pre-sale orders will also be shipped out one after another within half a month. Having thus temporarily solved the customer's needs, he came to check the rating of the superfactory system. Currently the positive feedback rate of the White Emperor Z1 flat panel is 98.9, based on sales and sales currently harvesting 0.5, selling 5,000 units already, actually only harvesting 5 points. This accumulation is a bit slow. Zhou Yang was then checking which new drawings he could now exchange. As a result, he found that 5 points could only be exchanged for drawings of obsolete electronic products from a few years ago. There was no use for them, and if he wanted to exchange for ones that could be used, he would need at least a double-digit amount of points. However, the system also provided a drawing system, which were 3 grades of drawings. 5 points to draw ordinary drawings once, 50 points to draw rare drawings once, and 500 points to draw gold drawings once. These drawings are given randomly. Of course, the higher the grade of the drawings, the lower the chance of winning, but 5 points of low-grade drawings or 100 must win. Zhou Yang asked the system, "These ordinary drawings, what is the probability of good things?" The system replied, "Not much. Generally is the elimination of drawings several years ago, such as Xiaomi 6 cell phone, Sony film camera and so on." Zhou Yang felt a row of black lines on top of his head. This is not elimination drawings, It should be called antique drawings. Film cameras have come out. Did not get a hand-cranked phone drawings is already giving face. Then these points will not spend. Wait until the new Z1 flat panel are sold out, the accumulated points, and then exchange a new drawings can be used. Forget it. Just during the intense production of the new flat panel, the online discussion of the White Emperor Z1 flat panel, gradually hot. After the famous Anchor G opened the box, 99 yuan cottage tablet related flirtation video is filled with the network. After all, even the second-hand market have rarely seen 99 yuan tablet, let alone this is still brand new. Netizens arbitrarily believe that this is a cottage tablet, with a lot of defective accessories. There are many netizens followed the trend to buy Z1 tablet for testing, found more performance shortboard. For example, cannot run some popular Android N game, and some software open more, the tablet began to lag, basically can only do things in a single thread, that is, only open a program at a time to work. Another thing is that the camera is fuzzy, the photos taken are comparable to a mosaic, the effect of a comparison, and some of the first generation of smartphones is almost the same, only that the photos can be seen as a person, a zoom all jagged. The other thing is that there is no memory card expansion slot and 5G module, no expandability. Bluetooth only supports up to 3.0, new devices are not compatible with it, will not work, and the transmission distance is limited, the signal connection is not stable. Charging port is anti-human mini USB. At least 10 years ago, charging transmission interface, not only slow data transmission, charging speed is also slow, and mainstream incompatible, deduced that this is an electronic garbage assembled with old parts. That's right, some netizens inquired about the models of the various accessories of the Z1 tablet, and found that they were all popular products a few years ago, which is enough to prove its correctness. So after this Whitey Z1 tablet, an electronic garbage on a par. This tablet, White gift me R2 occupy space indeed, can only watch a low-definition movie, 4000 video is bad enough upstairs you're dreaming, this screen is only 720p, how to watch 4000. This tablet bought only with the pressure of noodles, don't be embarrassed to be black, press noodles or Kindle is the most flavorful, this tablet is not as good as Kindle. In short, netizens in the comments section of various software cynicism, all kinds of flirting, are not to see the Z1 tablet. Then someone dug out the manufacturer Body Electric. Once they heard the name, many netizens thought they heard wrong. Why a cottage factory will have such a domineering name? Is this, take the most draggy name, build the most trashy products? Some buy DI as an air fighter, some buy D makes garbage. There's really no comparison, the name of the factory alone has become the target of netizens teasing again. Then let's see how many units of products this White Emperor has sold, and see how many big grievances there are. Now netizens affectionately refer to those who have purchased the Baidu Z1 tablet as the wrong seed. There's a Buy DI store on concubinage. Something. Sold 2,000 in a few days. Netizens were shocked, not understanding why a trashy tablet sold so well. There's also a store in Shake Shop, there's almost 1,000 units here too. There's also a store in Taobao Li, 1,000 sales. Soon the netizens realized that something was wrong. Several online shopping platforms had Buy DI Electric's online stores, which were all recently established, and the sales added up to almost 5,000 units or so, which was unbelievable. That is to say, just within a few days of White Emperor building the number, the Z1 tablet was sold out more than 5,000 units, and the multi-platform stores were all sold out. This sales volume already belongs to the ranks of the best-selling tablets, and if you count the sales volume by the day, maybe the iPad can't even do it. It can't be. Are these people who buy Z1 tablet reviews, or figure cheap, should all play bad reviews? However, netizens are once again dumbfounded after checking the comments. Because the positive feedback rate is above 98, and the shaking store is even more exaggerated, 100 positive feedback, which is unscientific. With this garbage configuration, there are still people playing favorable reviews? This is really the people of the earth to buy. However, netizens quickly found the clues. Product reviews, there are 1 or 200 are the default positive feedback, there are type positive feedback, but also good, very good tablet, really cheap and other words, it seems that they are not the same. Words such as, at a glance is not a regular shopper left. Rather, the number of words is also accompanied by a picture is a few bad reviews, very eye-catching. These bad reviews seem to follow the trend of buying netizens, criticizing the sound quality is not good, the picture quality is not good, there are also said that the range is short, or cannot play the original God, Peace Elite, and so on. But they are only a very small part, and the total number of reviews add up to a very small part. Now everyone understood, it must be that the remaining customers had just received the tablet and hadn't had a chance to review it yet, so they could wait a little longer, and when they recognized the crapness of the tablet, it might turn out to be a tidal wave of bad reviews. People quickly dug out the qualifications of the BIDI electrical processing factory again, and found that it was a small electrical factory, and it seemed to be currently millions in debt and on the verge of closure. Now netizens thought they had found the truth. Only such a trashy company that wanted to make a buck before closing down would make such a trashy 99 tablet, which was an insult to the market. Some people in the posting bar, microblogging and other forums scolded the joy, and later proved to be mostly second-hand digital business. Since the White Emperor Tablet Z1 came out, their low-end second-hand tablets below 400 yuan cannot be sold, because those second-hand is not as good as the performance of the Z1 tablet. There is no warranty policy, so naturally cannot be sold. Bad other people's business, these second-hand merchants began to blacken White Emperor flatbed, electronic garbage, industrial shame, and other words endless. In short, what is difficult to hear on what to say? White send I do not want this is the black Z1 tablet, the classic words, not to mention, really fooled a group of people who do not know why. We will Z1 tablet categorized as garbage, a time to the number 99 fried into the network famous terrier. For example, to describe the quality of a certain electronic product is poor or defective, will suggest that it sells $99, is from this. Because of more netizens play terrier, White Electric Factory actually also followed a small fire on the internet, but this fire is a negative fire. However, many people do not understand is that the black and red is also a kind of red, because the next 2 days, the White Emperor Factory is busy with the arrival of parts to catch the production. Zhou Yang simply do not have time to pay attention to the negative news on the internet. Currently, White Emperor Electric's online store is in a state of total out of stock, and many digital enthusiasts who want to experience the Z1 tablet, and digital bloggers who are dabbling with the traffic, have found that they can't buy the goods anywhere. The store is currently only open for pre-orders, and it will be several days before it ships. However, for bloggers, time is money. Waiting for a few days Z1 tablet again on the market, and then review. The yellow flowers and vegetables are cold. So a digital dismantling blogger called Li Lai Shuhang, in order to get a few days earlier Z1 tablet, can only go on the second-hand site to go to the exchange. However, Z1 tablet, because there are crushing other 400 yuan below the brilliant record of second-hand tablet, coupled with the special tasted these days purchasing tide, resulting in a second-hand Z1 tablet a plate is hard to find, and even priced at 99 yuan tablet, actually appeared upside down phenomenon. The second-hand tablet is actually sold to 199 yuan, simply outrageous. Electronic products old more expensive than new. This is also an extremely rare phenomenon. Li Shuhang also helpless. More money than to buy not good, so bite the bullet and spend 199 yuan, bought a second-hand Z1 tablet. The arrival of the shipment, he also mocked himself as a wave of blood loss. He then began to record a disassembly video. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here today to dismantle the recent online hot topic of the White Emperor Z1 tablet. I also spent 199 yuan heavy, only to purchase this board. Li Shuhang began to dismantle the shell, found that this is commonly used screwless design, to use a cardboard shell, alcohol, and hot air gun, slowly dismantle the sealing glue. While dismantling he also introduced, everyone says that this tablet is a decade-old obsolete model, we will soon be able to see its true colors. Li Shuhang originally had a relaxed expression. When he unwrapped it, not surprisingly, the first thing he saw was the battery, which was shrunken by a circle compared to other tablets. 2000 mAh battery, or third-line brand, belongs to the lower end of the product we go to buy. It is a few dozen dollars, very cheap battery. No wonder everyone has feedback that this flat panel life short. This processor is really MediaTek years ago obsolete products. I do not know where to get the inventory goods. As for whether it is a second-hand parts, I see the appearance is not quite like, and there is no need, because on this kind of elimination of goods, brand new inventory parts will not be more than the second-hand parts of the number of expensive the charging interface that was criticized by everyone. Look at this retro line, definitely using stock parts, but the workmanship is solid. After all, it is a product from more than 10 years ago. Li Shuhang was gushing and introducing to the camera, however. Right after removing some wires and adhesive strips, he suddenly stopped, because he saw the extremely complex and precise circuitry of this motherboard. Huh? This flat panel design is very clever. Using the technology, definitely not a few years ago, but with the latest design concepts, I've seen a similar. Strange when I dismantled the Samsung flat panel. This line design program, indicating that this Z1 flat panel is definitely not a few years ago stock goods, but redesigned circuits, but just purchased some stock accessories, and made the ultimate cheap tablet. Li Shuhang then teased. The more he delved into the internal structure of this Z1 tablet, the more he felt that it was not simple. Awesome. The design here is very subtle, and even though it's a cheap tablet, the workmanship is very solid. There's no trace of perfunctory work seen at all, from contempt to a change of opinion. Li Shuhang's impression of the Z1 tablet, in 10 minutes, changed drastically, because of this streamlined and condensed circuitry. This solid workmanship, how to look at it, is not like a cottage tablet. Because the cottage tablet is usually 3 products, there is no warranty. How long it can be used all depends on God's will. However, this Z1 tablet is different, solid and regular workmanship, solder joints, materials, looking at people comfortable. Have a say, this Z1 tablet, although the price is cheap, but this workmanship is absolutely no problem, I dare say, on this tablet, with a 3 or 4 years are no problem. Li Shuhang, as a professional electronic dismantling blogger, dismantled a variety of big brand digital products. He can responsibly say that many well-known brands of tablet computers are not as good as Z1 tablet workmanship. Low performance is a fact, but the work represents the life of the product and user experience. Even if a tablet computer performance is good, but the work is sparse, 3 days out of trouble, often have to repair, the user experience will not be good. So Li Shuhang rare for a 99 yuan low-end tablet PC work a 9.5 points, which is a very high score. Of course the performance score is worse, but the flaws do not cover up. Li Shuhang said, if he has friends and relatives need a light use of the tablet computer, he would recommend the White Emperor Z1 tablet. After all, 99 yuan, eat dust is not painful, then those 1 or 2,000, or even 3 or 4,000 tablets, use a few times on the side of the throw, can be too much to save. This evaluation is close to the end. Li Shuhang suddenly had a whim. He wanted to see how much the cost of this Z1 tablet. He then contacted some suppliers and relations, purchasing the price of the same accessories. The results of his calculations were shocked to find that if he were to make a Z1 tablet with the same configuration, the cost would even be more than 300 yuan, which is 3 times more expensive than the selling price of the White Emperor Z1. Of course, the wholesale price of the manufacturer's take and Li Shuhang retail take price is definitely different, but it will not be so much difference. White Emperor Electrical Factory. It won't be a loss-making endeavor, right? Li Shuhang couldn't help but come to this conclusion. I predict that the White Emperor Z1 flat panel, the cost price might be 99. They don't make any money selling this, just to make a name for themselves. Li Shuhang made his speculation in the video, and after editing, he posted this disassembly video. Relying on Li Shuhang's popularity and the hotness of the Z1 tablet, soon the number of hits on this video went up. Netizens look at this electronic garbage, how there are still people washing, actually said Z1 tablet well made, or lose money, simply laugh, then began a new round of ridicule, even with Li Shuhang have people sprayed. I have to say, nowadays the hostility of the netizens is very high, look at the bad words. However, at this moment in the homes of many rural residents, they are envious when they look at their neighbor's White Emperor Z1 tablet that they bought back, which is playing opera or movies at maximum volume, or video chatting. Even if the family is difficult, $99 can basically afford to shell out, spend the money of a bag of rice, you can get back a fashionable tablet, it is too cost-effective. That's right, by the majority of netizens scoffed at the Z1 tablet, in the countryside market, but the ultimate cost-effective good products, the performance is also completely enough for their use, these mountain village residents, but also very little contact with electronic products, but also will not use the tablet to open the large-scale software, play a high configuration of the game, so the Z1 tablet configuration is absolutely enough, and they have not been exposed to the tablet. For the rural areas do not quite understand the electrical product. For rural people who don't know much about electrical products, the word computer is particularly high-end, so they define it as a fashionable electrical product. It's a good deal to buy a fashionable electronic product at such a low price. The residents who did not buy the Z1 tablet at the moment, especially envious, so they also found neighbors to buy links. But at the moment Z1 flatbed all network are sold out, can only first click on the pre-sale payment. The good thing is that the manufacturer promises to start shipping within 3 days one after another, and so on a few days will be there. So, in the pre-sale link, soon sold out 25,000 units, which is only a few days of work. White Emperor Z1 flat panel, jumped to become the king of flat panel sales of various platforms, fell through everyone's glasses. Must have brushed the sales. Some netizens came to an arbitrary conclusion, and began to go to the major platforms and the industrial and commercial departments of the network mailbox to report. There are also hardcore fans of a certain brand is even more extreme, feel that their favorite brand production of tablet computers is orthodox, other brands are garbage. White Z1 is even more garbage in the fighter, simply insulted the category of tablet computers. So there is a radical powder, got a Z1 tablet, burst smash Z1 tablet, and recorded into the video. In the video he first showed the Z1 tablet, then slammed it on the ground, then stomped on it with his feet, then smashed it with a hammer, and finally smashed the Z1 tablet into a pile of waste slag. See? This is how it should be when dealing with electronic garbage, comrades. Don't buy garbage tablets. White Emperor, this garbage factory, should have closed down earlier. After the man finished filming, he uploaded it to his social account. Such a watchable video, especially capable of triggering other people's emotions, instantly rushed to the hot search. Everyone came over to comment with the mood of watching, eager to see the official White Emperor come out to respond. Whether it was an angry dislike on the spot, or an apology to admit defeat, they were eager to know the follow-up. The internet is so noisy, of course. Some factory workers saw it, and told Zhu Yang. But Zhou Yang has no time to pay attention to those people on the internet. Because his second batch of Z1 flat panel parts have all arrived, he is in the workshop nervous supervision of production, just produced flat panels, tested and qualified, immediately packaged and shipped. A moment cannot be delayed, because the rush to ship the background prompts has been fast to overwhelm him. He opened the pre-sale. The second batch of Z1 tablet computer 5000 units of quantity have all been sold out, so now the pre-sale link has been closed. The only thing to be concerned about is the production and delivery speed. Now the factory has been running at full capacity, and the workshop director sees that there are still so many orders. Even if the daily overtime production of thousands of units, it will take a month to complete the production, and now the production speed has become a drag. Song Di, the workshop director, came to Zhou Yang and said that the factory was too busy to find a group of temporary workers. Temporary workers have the advantage of being on call, cheap wages, and do not have to deal with social security and other additional expenses. Not hired after the production peak, can save labor costs, but there is also a drawback, that is, no production skills, not strong enough responsibility, with people floating. Zhou Yang thought about it, and saw that there were just about 30 people in the small factory, and decided that it was time to expand, so he let the company's office sister publish a job advertisement, recruiting workers, but it is a formal worker, signing a formal labor contract, and there is also 5 insurance and 1 gold. But he had a requirement, that is, only recruit employees over 35 years old. This was also what his old man had focused on when he handed the BYD factory over to him. Nowadays, many factories have employees who are 35 years old, and then find all kinds of reasons to dismiss, called optimization, very unkind. But Zhou Yang went in the opposite direction, specifically recruiting employees over the age of 35, because he also knows the pain of these middle-aged and elderly people. These adults have a family, have home loans, car loans. Middle-aged unemployment is equivalent to the sky has fallen. Basically, it is difficult to find the right job. Some graduate students, undergraduates, are forced to send up the courier takeaway. Middle-aged employees know the hard work, so the general work attitude will be more serious than young people, but also conducive to the quality of the product, and his electronics factory does not have any physical work, but also will not touch the middle-aged and old people's physical strength of the shortboard, can be said to be the best match, win-win. So White Emperor Electrical Factory, specializing in recruiting employees over 35 years old, is also after full consideration. To recruit, we need funds. White Emperor processing plant relies on the first batch of more than 5,000 units of Z1 flat panel sales, earned more than 50,000 yuan of net profit, but also just a few days. This money-making speed, enough for him to pay the wages of his employees. As long as he is given a month or two of time, he can also be paid off all the external debt. For those debtors, Zhou Yang with sales results to give them a peace of mind, and promised, will be in 2 months with interest, to pay all the arrears. Don't trust, he writes a note, then can go to court. See Zhou Yang so sincere. Those suppliers also accepted, they said before paying off the arrears, as long as there is cash, they are still willing to supply, after all, only to let the White Emperor processing plant money to make money, they can more quickly back to the capital. So Zhou Yang relied on the Z1 tablet, successfully stabilized the situation, and he wants to earn more money as soon as possible, before the end of the month, but also to prepare hundreds of thousands of payroll, which is also a daunting task, depending on the next Z1 tablet, and the new product to give or not to give the power of the VA. Zhou Yang is in full swing in the production of the time. The famous anchorman G is also broadcasting live. He last recorded a 99 yuan tablet computer unboxing video, did not think also fire, and now there are netizens said, now Z1 tablet price, used or sold 199. This tablet also increased in price. The manufacturer is a little bit floating, right? G is over there after the broadcast has not paid attention to the Z1 tablet, he feels a little magical. He then opened his cell phone to check, and found that it was still 99 yuan, but it already showed that it was out of stock. You guys net fooled me, this tablet is just fun to buy to play a little bit, it will not really feel good, right? G was still smiling in the live broadcast room, but he quickly changed his face, because he saw the monthly sales of the Z1 tablet, and the sales of the concubine Duo actually had tens of thousands of orders. Fake it? This tablet still brushes traffic. G was incredulous. The netizen then said, iron brushes traffic, if this tablet can sell tens of thousands of units in more than a week, Ali Jiang live. Other netizens were just up in arms, screenshots have been taken. So we can provide fresh ingredients when the time comes. Okay, don't say such flavorful words. G stopped the netizens from continuing to comment. Anyway, he already has 3 high-grade flat panels, he really can't see the Z1 flat panels, giving it away feels shabby, and putting it in the house to take up space, so he came up with an idea, he thought of an idea, that is, to give this Z1 tablet out, but also can mix a topic of outdoor broadcasting. I want to do it. G brother with a selfie stick, holding a Z1 tablet on the way out of the door. Live fans asked him curiously, you are going to smash it? G said smashed waste, but also pollute the environment, we will give it to the people who need it. However, G lives in a high-end neighborhood, he saw 2 children in the neighborhood, asked them if they want a flatbed. As a result, both kids shook their heads, saying that their mom wouldn't let them accept gifts from strangers, and ran away. That little kid is quite guarded. G found another youngster in a trendy dress, and asked him if he wanted a tablet for nothing. What cottage tablet? Don't. I only use Apple products. The youth then showed G his Apple Watch and AirPods, a noble Apple user, of course he couldn't look at the cheap Z1 tablet. The netizens who watched the live broadcast just laughed, Z1 is really trash, can't even give it away. G went out of the neighborhood and was wondering how to deal with the tablet well, but then he heard the sound of recycling appliances. Waste cell phones, old cell phones that don't turn on, can be exchanged for stainless steel wash basin. A big man on a tricycle was shouting. G thought to himself, isn't this a coincidence? He then walked towards the grandpa. Grandpa, I have a flatbed here, do you take it? Take it, of course. Can you turn it on? The grandpa asked. It can be turned on, and can be used normally, then I can give you a medium-sized faceplate. The scrap buyer's Moncler outlet store was still generous, and gave G a medium-sized face basin, which was enough to soak noodles. Well, this tablet has finally been utilized for waste. Other fans just laughed at him. If hanging idle fish can also sell a little more money. After all, the idle fish is now acquiring more people, but selling less people. So it seems to be more confirmed that this tablet is by brushing up the effect. Because if the tablet are in the hands of the user, the second-hand price will not be so high. A website on the sale of tens of thousands of units, randomly thousands of people to hang the tablet salted fish, the second-hand price is definitely not to 199 yuan. The market circulation of the Z1 tablet is not much, only to lead to the odd one out, which means that it is likely to be brushing, and did not sell so many Z1 tablets. G felt that he, as the anchor to drive the positive energy of society, this low-priced tablet dumping by brushing, will interfere with the normal market. If this trend up, manufacturers are going to do low-end, then who still do high-end? Who will also spend hundreds of millions or billions of dollars to research and develop new products. So this buy DZ1 tablet is simply a great sin. G must play an exemplary role in making a program that criticizes Shanghai electronic products. G has a plan, on the spot and the netizens, and made an appointment. He went back today to prepare, in 2 days to officially open the broadcast. This plan, which was endorsed by many netizens, decided to go ahead with it, and couldn't let buy D, a manufacturer that relied on dumping shoddy products, have any possibility of destroying the market. In the minds of the netizens, the White Emperor Z1 tablet had become a product of 10 evils. Just as G was preparing for the program, far away in the northwest, in the home of Jin Qiao in the village of 10 Mile, everyone's face, overflowing with happy smiles. Little Massachusetts was smiling, in love with her new tablet. She had been using the Z1 tablet for several days to take online classes, and the results were fantastic. Little Massachusetts is happy because she can sit in her own home. She's interacting with her teacher to her heart's content. Her enthusiasm for learning is increasing, and she doesn't have to feel inferior because of her family's circumstances. And this tablet can also bring joy to the two bedridden elderly. After Xiaoya study, Jin Qiao will put the tablet support on the bedside, to play the two elderly favorite Beijing opera, and Huang Mei opera. The two old men have been bedridden for several years, and they can only look at the ceiling every day. Now that they have the flat screen, their wrinkled faces are filled with rare smiles. Although the screen is a bit small, and their presbyopia is not very comfortable to look at, but this is already too much better than the previous life. Jin Qiao put these in the eyes. The heart is very grateful, thanks to the White Emperor tablet manufacturer. Let her fulfill her daughter's dream, bring joy to the elderly. In addition to the White Emperor, there is no more on the market she can afford to buy a tablet computer. This tablet is of great significance to their family, and she was thinking of ways to repay them. Rural people are real, other people have kindness, of course, to repay, do not want to owe favors. When Jin Qiao went to find G Bigfoot, she mentioned this. G Bigfoot said, "This is a good idea, just send him a favorable review." Jin Qiao curiously asked, "What's a favorable review?" G Bigfoot said, "It's like when you buy something and this old store owner is good, so you leave a note at the door praising him and later customers can see it fine. Then I'll give him a favorable review," Jin Qiao said. G Bigfoot then opened the purchase link, and then left a buyer's show at the bottom of the White Emperor Electric Shake Shop. With the second batch of Z1 flat panels being shipped one after another, this situation is still playing out. A lot of village people who use Z1 tablet computer for the first time feel that this tablet is really good, can chat, can online class, can play small games, but also can watch movies, read novels. What are not delayed, however, where the price is only 99 yuan money. The people are very pure, purchased good goods. They also want to repay the manufacturer, so in the guidance of others, there are a lot of people left with pictures of positive feedback. Almost in a few days, the online store evaluation of the White Emperor Z1 flat panel, at a rate of thousands per day, many of which are quality reviews with pictures. 3 days later, the anchor G, who was far away from the deep town, officially opened a series of programs called Shanghai Electrical Appliance Inventory, in which he wanted to reveal the Shanghai electrical appliances that were hotly sold on the internet, so as to save consumers from being pitfalls. Cottage appliances, don't look at him cheap, but don't buy, poor quality, easy to break. Just many will also have safety hazards. You see, I have a few cases here, are poor quality appliances charging fire, triggering fires, and cell phones explode and burn, will be blown up by the disaster of the injury, so the cottage appliances are quite harmful. We will take stock of today's on sale of Shanghai electrical appliances, so that everyone can avoid the pit, and prevent. G made his opening remarks in the live broadcast, and netizens enthusiastically posted pop-ups to express their approval. Relying on his strong anchor aura, the popularity of the live broadcast room quickly climbed, with more than 100,000 people watching online. Encouraged, G began the first cottage electronics broadcast. The first to bear the brunt was the electronic junk that had recently been on fire all over the internet, the White Emperor Z1 tablet. Speaking of this buy DZ1 tablet, It still has a bit of a connection with me. It seems that when I purchased it, it wasn't on fire yet. A lot of people went to follow the trend to buy it after seeing my live broadcast on that day. It's my pot. I shouldn't have publicized the cottage product. But now that I've made up for my mistake, let's take a look at the shortcomings and hazards of this tablet G. In order to do publicity, clicked on the Z1 tablet's shaking store page. We see 99 yuan free shipping, or off-shelf status, sold volume are on more than 10,000 units. This tablet appearance is very exquisite, but the kernel function is quite weak. The execution of a large-scale software or game is now the original form. People do not be deceived by his cheap price. Buyback will be like me, can only be used to change the stainless steel wash basin. As a result, the live broadcast room netizens suddenly issued a haha words, full of happy air. He then clicked on the product reviews to let the netizens see how everyone commented on this product. Those bad reviews are the most intuitive user experience. Look at you guys, these reviews illustrate G's fluent utterances suddenly jammed, because the first buyer's show made him speechless. My family lives in the northwestern mountainous area. My daughter wants to go to the internet class, before they have to walk for miles to go to the classmate's house, borrowing other people's tablets. It's not convenient. My daughter very much wants to have a tablet computer of her own. But other tablet computers, readily $1,000 or $2,000, is too expensive. Well, in my chance to see the White Emperor Z1 tablet computer, good looking, loud, clear image, the price is also cheap. A money can buy down, and now my daughter at home will be able to internet class, and the elderly at home, but also have something to spend their time. Thank you. Bitey Factory. Thanks to Z1 tablet computer, I am a mountainous area people, not too good at the internet, or let someone else to help me type this paragraph. If the manufacturer can see, please give me an address. I would like to mail a little bit of earth eggs to you guys. To talk about the intention, this article is the buyer's show sent by Jin Qiao, with a few pictures below. In the photos you can see that Jin Qiao's family is considered to be a family of 4. Her family has only a few pieces of old wooden furniture. There are a lot of holes in the cement wall. The lights are a wire connected to the incandescent lamp. And sitting on a cot made of wooden planks, holding a flatbed smile is Gioia very happy. Another photo of 2 elderly people who are bedridden, looking at the drama on the flatbed, smiling with their only 2 teeth showing. Then there is the dark and rough-skinned Jin Qiao, who is standing outside the house. Beside her is a basket with earth eggs, which she wants to give to the Bitey manufacturers, and she is also smiling happily. However, from this photo you can see the dilapidated house, peeling wallpaper, and the straw roof, all make people look sideways. Such a simple and dilapidated house even has the feeling of watching a period drama. At this moment, not only G cannot speak out words, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, also sparse a lot, are some exclamation words and ellipses. A moment do not know what to say. G silently slid the page and continued to browse the comments below. I've always heard that tablet computers are good. I wanted to buy one for my wife so that she could relieve her boredom in bed, but it was too expensive. And then after a friend's recommendation, I bought this Z1 tablet, and now my wife can watch TV dramas while lying down, and she's much happier. In this buyer's show, you can see a bedridden middle-aged woman, and the legs below her are missing. She is actually a disabled person. At the moment the woman is holding a tablet computer, happy to show, above playing her favorite TV series Legend of Zhen Huan. From this photo you can see that this home furnishing's simple and outdated. Bedding are 89 years kind of big red and green style. The ceiling paste is actually old newspapers, and the only thing on the table counts as electrical appliances is a semiconductor radio. Now this Z1 flat panel, let this rural couple harvest happiness. They are also sincere in the comments. G's expression, already somewhat tangled, his fingers trembled slightly as he continued to scroll through the comments below. Bought this tablet computer online, really cheap and good. Around the small children are gathered in my home to watch cartoons. Like when I was a child, the whole village gathered to watch a black and white TV scene. But then black and white TV is really expensive. And now the tablet computer is much cheaper. I used a few days, very good to use, everyone to buy, there is nothing wrong with it. If used is not good, you can come to scold me. This buyer's show is also accompanied by a photo. In the photo it is a group of plainly dressed children, each of them sitting on a small horse zipper, concentrating on watching the Z1 tablet playing the pleasant goat. These children's clothing styles are also varied. Some ride Huaqiang fertilizer, some printed with the second Spring Flower Art Exhibition, are not sure where to exchange for cultural shirts. Some children wear shoes with toes exposed. Apparently, this is a group of children in the mountains. Some of the children wore shoes with their toes exposed, obviously a group of children from the mountainous areas. The buyer is an old man of about 50 years old. His house is a dilapidated brick cottage. The door is wooden, the windows are glued to the plastic cloth used to block the wind, revealing a primitive atmosphere everywhere. Similar to this kind of positive feedback, scroll down to 1,000, more is only a paragraph, and even have misspelled comments. These are some people are not very good at typing to leave. All show that these people who buy Z1 flatbed, the vast majority of remote mountainous areas or rural areas, and a few sporadic bad reviews, are some of the city's digital enthusiasts. Now G knows why Z1 tablet sales are so horrible. It turns out that they are all bought by people in remote mountain villages. Many of the netizens in the live broadcast room, until this moment, only know that there are so many low-income people and poor people in our country. In their serious garbage flatbed, in the hands of these mountain residents, it is a rare good thing. Could it be that we are wrong about the Z1 tablet? This thought arose in G's mind for the first time. After seeing the buyer's show of the White Emperor Z1 flat panel in the shake shop, the netizens in G's live broadcast room were collectively silent. In their eyes, $1,000 or $2,000 to buy a tablet computer was easy. However, for those low-income groups with a monthly income of only 3 digits, this $1,000 or $2,000 was a very expensive commodity. And the emergence of the White Emperor Z1, to meet their needs, these low-income groups do not require a tablet computer, cannot run professional software, also do not require the original God, cannot be 60 frames, to be just a cheap, and can meet the basic needs of the tablet computer. Undoubtedly, the White Emperor Z1 did, even if the iPad, no matter how strong the A-series chip, but also not suitable for them. It can be seen that there is no garbage products, only unsuitable for the crowd. Apple, Samsung products, is oriented to high-income people, and White Z1 tablet is tailored to low-income people. Now everyone understands why Z1 sales are so high. The original purchase of the crowd are concentrated in remote areas, a group that has been ignored on the internet, occupying a huge group of hundreds of millions of people across the country. Anchor G sighed. He was now regretting it in his heart. Just now, he was still saying that the White Emperor Z1 tablet was trash, but it turned out that this buyer's show ruthlessly slapped him in the face. The tablet that he hailed as garbage was a very good electronic product in the eyes of the mountainous people, bringing them happiness and joy, and those smiles on the buyer's show were sincere and couldn't be acted out. These people do not like the White Emperor Z1 tablet because of the performance of pulling crotch, poor sound quality, but they used to benchmark Z1 tablet is thousands of dollars of high-end tablet. However, these shortcomings for the mountain people, but completely unimportant. They just need to be cheap, can be used. These 2 points are enough. G pondered for a long time before speaking. I apologize for my lack of rigor. The Z1 tablet is not considered electronic garbage because it has not yet received a single quality report, and although its performance and configuration pulls the crotch, it has popularized tablet computers for the mountainous residents, which is also considered a merit. It's just a mistake. There won't be a company designing a tablet specifically for the poor, right? I think so, trying to sell a garbage product, but it turned out to be an accidental fire and was bought by mountain residents. In the live broadcast room, there is also a considerable portion of people, with a skeptical attitude anyway, their deep-rooted thinking, not a moment can be transformed, cheap no good goods, is their creed. Cheap goods is synonymous with shitty. In any case, this live broadcast, G cannot continue, he said to the netizens sorry, and then off the air. He had to digest the news. However, this buyer's show incident, also quickly fermented, caused the netizens' hot discussion, triggered the discussion of the country's hundreds of millions of people in the low-income group, which is a progress, triggered by the White Emperor Z1 plate progress. At this time, in the White Emperor electrical processing factory in Shenzhen, Zhou Yang was happily listening to the report of the financial elder sister. Their second batch of flat panels had been sold out, and most of them had already arrived. This time he sold a total of more than 35,000 units of Z1 flat panels, with sales of more than $3 million, and a net profit of about $500,000, which was so timely that it could pay the salaries of the employees for this month, and also alleviate the pressure of arrears. The most critical thing is, from the beginning of the production of Z1 tablet to now only about 10 days, made so much money, catch up with Zhou Yang's dad in power, the factory's income for a year. The factory workers are talking, small factory director ability is superb, will be able to lead their White Emperor electrical appliance factory to take off. When the finance elder sister left, Zhou Yang started to check his system harvest. This time the Z1 tablet PC has sold over 35000 pieces. The positive feedback rate is 98.17. The rewards are being calculated. The system then prompted, excellent performance this time, rewarded with a set of automated parts production line. The points accumulated to 40 points. Zhou Yang hit interested. The system is also too good. Actually directly rewarded him a set of production line. Zhou Yang viewed the production line description. This set of production lines can produce some screws, plastic gaskets, and some small basic components. In this way, in the future, small parts can realize self-sufficiency, so that the cost and can save a part of the full good news. Zhou Yang also inquired, this production line, at least worth millions, this is a big profit. Then the system will arrange for personnel to deliver and install the production line. Their White Emperor electrical factory plant is still very large. There is plenty of space to accommodate the production line. Uncle Song Di, the director of the workshop, watched the new equipment on, happy beyond words. For many years, the factory finally has new equipment, which also means that the factory is about to change its old look into a new one. Still, the small factory director has the ability. Our factory is going to be developed, Song Delaware lamented. Zhou Yang smiled when he heard that. It was natural, he had the super factory system. In the electronic industry, he was God incarnate. Customer service was now being recruited, and before it was all in place, Zhou Yang took it upon himself to act as customer service and reply to customer reviews. For the favorable reviews throughout, Zhou Yang just copied and pasted to reply, "Thank you for your trust, White Emperor will continue to provide you with excellent service." Mainly because there were too many reviews, and if he had to think about replying to every one of them, after replying to all of them, he was going to become a man of letters. However, there were some customer comments that he saw that made it impossible for him to reply directly with copied words, such as Jin Qiao's buyer show that was liked by many netizens and ranked number 1. After thinking about it, Zhou Yang typed a reply. "I'm glad that White Emperor's products brought you a good experience. We will continue to work hard to provide better products to everyone." He then replied to those particular buyer shows with heart. Soon though, he found a lot of customers in the countryside, all asking in the comments, "But does White Emperor have any cheap TV sets? Because these families do not have a TV yet, just look at a tablet, feel that the screen is too small, long time is not good for the eyes. Especially the old people have bad eyes, it is even more difficult, some even have to be close to the screen to see." Zhou Yang was suddenly touched. The so-called needs of the masses is his goal. It seems that his next electrical appliances to be developed to determine, that is, television. It just so happens that this year is the year of the World Cup. There are also many customers mentioned that they want to see to watch the World Cup in a few months. Then this requirement can be satisfied. Zhou Yang immediately called up the system mall and looked at the various TV drawings inside. The system drawings are really diverse. The old-fashioned ones have CRT TVs, that is, big belly TVs. The newer ones are LCD TVs, ultra-thin ones, oversized screens, and even transparent screens and scroll screens, making Zhou Yang blink. This time, the goal was still to make a cheap TV so that the majority of mountain people could afford it. However, it was limited to only 40 points, so it would be chosen within the 40-point range. The good thing was that with 40 points, it was already possible to exchange the drawings of a relatively good television set nowadays. If we talk about which is the strongest TV set nowadays, undoubtedly the Sony DAFA is more fragrant. Then Zhou Yang chose the Sony brand. To redeem drawings, the first thing to consider is the screen size and configuration. Too big screen. It means that the cost of the enhancement, if this TV have made hundreds of dollars, or even thousands of dollars, it is doomed to have nothing to do with the rural market. It is necessary to compression of the cost to the extreme. Then you need to choose the small size of the TV. But the TV screen size should not be too small for the elderly is not convenient to watch. Then synthesize, 55 inches is undoubtedly a more moderate size. Since the size of the finalized, the rest of the configuration of the best drawings on the line, the big deal is to reduce the allocation. So Zhou Yang locked a popular TV model on sale. Sony XR55 A90J, 55-inch 4000 Ultra High Definition HDR Borderless OLED Full-Screen TV Set. This is the model of TV set Zhou Yang selected. This TV set, priced at 10,999 yuan, belongs to a more upscale TV set. Whether it is from the screen, configuration, or face value, it is all commendable, and there are really not too many TV sets on the market that can exceed it. Redeem this Sony TV set, drawing Zhou Yang said to the system. The system replied, redemption successful, points consumed 40 points, get Sony XR55 a 90J TV set. Drawings of the drawing arrived, but the system then added. Feeling the call of the masses, additional challenge task, produce a TV set with a favorable rating of 96 or more, monthly sales need to be more than 50,000 units. If the task is completed, a rare drawing will be rewarded. Suddenly received a reward from the system, Zhou Yang was very pleasantly surprised. Rare drawings, if you use a lottery, you need 50 points. Then as long as the completion of this task, make money, and at the same time, you can also get the drawing's reward, it's very cost effective. This time, the challenge task, the positive feedback should be very good to complete. It is the monthly sales of 50,000 units is difficult. Perhaps this elaboration is not allowed, selling 50,000 units per month is quite difficult. Zhou Yang inquired about the 4,000 TV sales list of the Jingxi shopping platform. The top of the list is just over 10,000 monthly sales. Want to kill the top of the list in many brands? Then you need to have the means to crush peer competitors. Zhou Yang has found the answer from the Z1 flat panel, that is, extremely low price. Low configuration does not matter, as long as the price is favorable enough. All the shortcomings have become advantages, that is the ultimate cost effective. Even millet, it is difficult to look back. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang began to modify the drawings. First of all, the cost of the TV set is the big head in the screen. The original model is a 4000 screen, and the rural people, the demand for 4000 is not high. Then it will be lowered to 1080p that can be used on the line. This size of the screen, it is much cheaper. The original model is used in the Samsung production OLED screen, one of the best screen on earth. The price is naturally the first echelon, that naturally want to change into the domestic bow. But Zhou Yang called to ask Bose suppliers, 55-inch screen cheapest to 8 or 900, which goes against the original intention of taking the low price route. It seems that the bow of this big factory screen cannot be selected, or to ask often cooperate with the supplier, there is no cheap and good use of the screen. Zhou Yang called to ask the most familiar supplier, Uncle Liu. Uncle Liu's first name is Liu Shuyi, is also Zhou Yang's father's old acquaintance. The two sides often cooperate. 55-inch screen? The cheapest is $700, right? Any lower will not work. Liu Shuyi said. Zhou Yang frowned. This is definitely not possible. He wants to make this TV the same degree of low price as the Z1 flat panel, or else he will be sorry for those expectant customers in the mountains. What about a screen below 55 inches? I want the cheapest, while not too small, 32 inches or more, but it can't hurt my eyes, Zhou Yang said. Currently marketed TV sets. The cheapest 32-inch TV, in the 500 yuan 800 yuan price. If it cannot be cheaper than these more than half, there is no advantage to seize the market. The cheapest screen? I do have, just afraid you can't use it. At this time, Liu Shuyi said something. Oh? Tell me, why can't I use it? Zhou Yang came to be interested, so he pursued. Liu Shuyi said. This is the inventory backlog panel, 41 inches, non-conventional size, backlog of 20,000 pieces, are 3 years. You all want to give you according to the scrap price, 55 a piece, to save occupying space. Okay, Zhou Yang agreed, but he was curious, why would someone produce so many unconventional size screens? To know, limited to process and other reasons, the TV size is usually 32 inches, 43 inches, 50 inches, 55 inches, etc. To produce unconventional sizes, you need to redesign the circuitry and modify certain components, which will cost extra design costs. Unless there is a guarantee that this particular model will be a big seller, generally manufacturers will not try unconventional sizes. But this is not a matter for Zhou Yang. He has the system, he can modify the drawings at will, the system will help perfect it, the modification cost is zero cost. In addition, the production line of spare parts given by the system has been assembled and started to produce one after another, so that the parts can still save a part. The screen is finalized, and then the processor. This processor is Snapdragon. That is certainly not, as a cost-effective first choice, that is certainly the friend of the common man MediaTek, especially comprehensively crushed by the Snapdragon of those generations of products, because the price is not sold, the price is really low. Although it has long been discontinued, but in the national market, there are still a lot of stock. You can receive a slightly higher price than scrap, $10 a piece. Memory 32 GB, also deleted to 3 GB, it is not impossible to use. Stereo channel is also cancelled, can listen to the sound on the line, HDMI 2.0 interface, which a few dollars too expensive, replaced with a cheap version of 1.4. In addition to the rural market, there are a lot of backward equipment that must support the AV interface and only retain a USB pin in order to prepare for the expansion of the use. The Z1 tablet has been criticized by netizens for not being expandable, so with this bigger TV, just keep one more port. As for the power supply board, backlight board, there are some cheap goods. The price is absolutely fair, some a few dollars, some more than $12 can be done. When these were designed, Zhou Yang clicked OK, and then the Superfactory system automatically optimized the censored version of the TV. Superfactory system drawing optimization in progress. Optimization successful, triggered a lucky strike. Additional reward shell open mold. Zhou Yang was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect this to work, but it would actually trigger luck and give a mold. Maybe there are laymen who do not understand the value of molds, but these molds are the necessary props for the production of injection molded shells. With molds, in order to make each shell exactly the same, the production of a new electrical appliance, you need a new mold. But the production of new molds need to be cost. Small molds are also hundreds of thousands of dollars, but the large molds need tens of thousands or even six figures of the price. Zhou Yang's mold for this television set was worth thousands of dollars, to say the least. Money is not much, the key is to take time, from proofing to modification, the mold to be exactly the same as the drawings. Sometimes 10 days and a half months are possible, which is too much time. And now the system directly gift a shell mold, as long as the injection molding plant that take the machine can produce shell, save his precious time. Now the new drawings have been determined. Zhou Yang first time to find a rubber hardware products factory, asked them to produce shells, molds self-provided, so that only need to pay a cheap price on the line. Of course the pursuit of cheap is one aspect. Zhou Yang will not choose inferior products, other accessories. Zhou Yang personally went to the supplier Uncle Lu to see the samples. Xiao Zhou, these samples are here, see for yourself. After Zhou Yang came to Lu Shui's company, he let the salesman bring out the relevant accessories for Zhou Yang to choose for himself. Components, it was difficult to detect with the naked eye, but the Superfactory system came with the basic function of parts detection, and as long as Zhou Yang was exposed to it, he could automatically screen out the best quality spare parts. Superfactory system detection is over, has selected products with a pass rate of 99 or more. The system has feedback. Zhou Yang found that the system picks mostly products produced by a small factory with no reputation. This electronic parts called rock, in addition to no fame, the quality is still excellent. After all, the system has been certified. Alright, I'll pick these. Zhou Yang pointed out the accessories picked by the system, and then placed an order for 50,000 sets each. So many. But this brand of accessories, I only have 1,000 or so here, it's not enough, Lu Shui said. Then the others that are in stock, prepare them for me first. Zhou Yang ordered a batch of parts from Uncle Liu. As for the more important power supply boards, backlight boards, etc., Zhou Yang decided to personally contact this manufacturer called Granite. Called according to the phone number on the package, it was a middle-aged man who answered the phone. After asking for the right person, Zhou Yang said that he wanted a large number of power supply boards, backlight boards and other TV parts. What, you want 50,000 sets? We can supply. The other side of the manager received a phone call, very pleasantly surprised. Because their factory has no fame, the product backlog cannot be sold, few people buy, has been on the verge of closure. Now it is hard to have an order, the backlog of products in the warehouse can be sold, and even have to increase the full power of production. I want at least 50,000 sets, quality and quantity guaranteed, and the price can't be expensive. Can you do it? Zhou Yang asked. Yes, we can give you the lowest price. Granite's manager took it very seriously. They had more than 10,000 units in stock in their warehouse right now. As long as Zhou Yang signed the contract, they would start production immediately, and they would be able to get all the numbers together within a week. As long as the quality of your products is stable, I will need it for a long time. Zhou Yang's words made the manager act immediately. They needed the order too much, in large quantities. He could guarantee the quality, and these payments would save them from going out of business. This granite company was not far away in Ziguan City. The manager brought samples over in the afternoon to sign a supply contract as soon as possible. Zhou Yang checked these components, and Uncle Liu's side is exactly the same. Zhou Yang chose this as a supplier. He chose raw materials, not to pick the expensive, only the most suitable. He chose this granite company's components, although there is no fame. But there is an advantage, that is, because they want to make a brand name, give a very favorable price, the quality is okay. This is enough, well, especially in line with the current product ideas of the White Emperor Electrical Factory. Now that the raw materials are taken care of, the next waiting for the arrival of the goods, you can start production. In these few days, the factory also recruited more than 30 workers to come in, all over 35 years old. The average age reached 39 years old, half men and half women. These people are very valuable to find this job. The salary is in the industry in the middle. This is enough, at least more stable than delivery. Driving a network car, there are 5 insurance and 1 gold, is a better choice for these unemployed people. Zhou Yang sent out the TV assembly drawings in advance, so that the old staff can teach the new staff as soon as possible, and the following will usher in the peak production season again. Factory Director Zhou recruited a little artisan girl as per your request. Do you want to take a look yourself at this time? Big Sister Ma, who was sitting in the office, reported to Zhou Yang. Oh, I'm coming. Zhou Yang was thinking about the artisan. When the person arrived at the post, he went to the big office. The furnishings in the big office were relatively simple. This was one of the few internal offices in the factory. And today there was just one more young face. A young girl wearing glasses, looking just 22 or 23 years old. White Emperor Company mainly recruit employees over 35 years old. That is the workshop positions, not recruit young people, for example the position of the art worker, the age of the big instead of wages to be high. After all, there is work experience and the painter salary is not expensive. In order to pursue the cost-effective, so the art worker was recruited a just graduated not long ago graduated from the fine arts program. Sometimes young people used well, but have strange effects. Good day, factory manager. This art worker girl called Jiang Yixin timidly called out when she saw Zhou Yang. Mainly because she didn't expect that the factory director of this factory was actually so young, and even a little handsome, making her heart beat slightly faster. Oh, you are a graduate of our Deep Town Academy of Fine Arts. Zhou Yang was looking at Jiang Yixin's entry information. Yes, Jiang Yixin replied. That's good, now I'll give you your first task. Design a new product teaser for our online store page, called the White Emperor 41 TV set. Zhou Yang stated his requirements. At the same time he named this new TV set, 41 being the screen size of the TV set. Okay, Jiang Yixin opened the laptop he brought with him, mainly because in the past, there was no need for an art worker in the company, and it was not equipped with a high-performance computer, so to do the design, he could only let the art worker bring his own computer to use. In addition to their own computer is also used smoothly. The follow-up Zhou Yang definitely want to give the artwork little sister with a high-performance computer. This new product teaser picture, write the name and paste the picture of the TV set. As for the price, just write 1 at the beginning and the last 2 digits are question marks. Zhou Yang stated his requirements, and Zhao Jiang began to quickly design on the computer. Alright, show me the design when you're done, and help me publish it all on the online store when it's qualified. Zhou Yang finally had a helper, so he could spare more time to supervise the production, as well as other management work. As for the actual selling price of the BaiDi41 TV set, Zhou Yang had yet to finalize it. He went back to start costing. The biggest cost is 55 yuan display, other accessories 1, 3 pieces of upward, the final accounting out, the cost of 101 yuan, actually broke through the triple digits. But also just over 100, compared to the Z1 flat panel so small, this TV is so large, but can control to such a low cost, mainly due to the maturity of the TV industry chain. After all, from the last century, the television set began to enter thousands of households, and tablet computers, only a few years of things. From the direction of digital research and development, it is generally relatively difficult to do small and thin, so this is the cost of a small tablet, and a TV is not similar to the reason. Then the cost of 101 yuan. how much the selling price is set. Zhou Yang closed his eyes and contemplated for a while, decided to get a shocking price, sell 148 yuan, so that a TV can make him earn about $40, more than the Z1 flat panel earned a lot, and 148 yuan 41-inch TV, in the same size is basically unbeatable, because the market on sale of the new 32-inch TV, the minimum is also to be 499. This White Emperor TV is a much larger size, only to the price of 32 inches less than 1/3 of the price. Definitely has the power to rule. Before the end of the day, Jiang Yixin called and said that her publicity drawings were ready and asked Zhou Yang to go over and take a look. Zhou Yang rushed to the main office to see how good the new artist was. Zhou Yang went over to check out the artisan's work and then nodded slightly. In the end, it was a young man who made a very youthful accompanying picture. A BID 41 television set was broadcasting a gorgeous picture. It felt good to look at it. Alright, this is it. Zhou Yang clapped his hands and settled on it. Then factory director Zhou, how much are we selling this computer for? I can make a genuine merchandising picture in advance. 148, said Zhou Yang. What? Jiang Yixin blinked her eyes and asked in disbelief. 148 yuan, going out for a good meal might not even be enough. How could you buy a TV set? When she made this publicity picture before, she thought that the price of one character was just a gimmick, but she didn't realize that the boss really wanted to sell it for 148 yuan. Can this make money? The Conca TV that my family bought, the cheapest model is still more than $1,000, Jiang Yixin said. Next to the office, big sister laughed. This you do not know it, our White Emperor Z1 flat panel, also only 99 yuan, are sold off the market. The response can be good at. Don't worry, our little Zhou factory director certainly will not lose money, but also to our factory revenue. By then we can raise wages. The office sister was quite trusting of Zhou Yang and took the initiative to explain for him. Zhou Yang said, just 148 yuan, it's almost time to go home now. You can just design it tomorrow. I expect that within 5 days, I will be able to produce the first TV good. I will definitely design the pattern as soon as possible. Jiang Yixin felt so amazing. She also wanted to be the first to see what this amazing TV looked like. Before she left work, she posted this new product teaser on the various online shopping platforms of White Emperor Electric. Originally, this didn't attract much attention. After all, White Emperor's reputation on the internet wasn't great. From the previous tirade of denigration to the later Shake Store Buyer Show event, there is a slight improvement. Now can be said to be a mixed reputation. However, those buyers who can't buy the Z1 tablet every day, after doing farm work, or after work, they go online to see if there are any goods in BID's store. And the result is that the tablet is temporarily out of stock, but they see a new product preview, what a TV set with a one-word header and a 3-digit price. Hey, come and see, Whitey is coming out with a TV set. It says it's going to be sold for over $100. A mountain resident, informing a friend next to him to come and see. A TV for over $100, it can't be possible, can it? Old Lie's family in our village just bought a small TV, so little big, and it cost more than $800. The good friend didn't believe it. But BID's previous tablet was only 99. This TV is more than 100, seems to be no problem. The TV can be the same as the flat panel. You see, the flat panel is only a little bit, and the TV catch up with dozens of flat panel size. You see, the volume is so big. I think the TV set at least to sell 300 or 400. Then you think that the price of more than 100 is fake. Well, city people will cheat people. Here it says it will be revealed in 5 days. Don't believe in 5 days, we'll see. If I guess wrong, I'll buy you a drink. If I guess right, you'll buy me a drink. Here 2 mountain residents were discussing. Anyway, some people didn't quite believe that a TV set that big would sell for more than $100. If a 41-inch television set could be sold for more than $100, then for so many years, how much unjust money had they been harvested by the television set manufacturers, However, there are customers who believe in BID. They are basically people who bought the Z1 flat panel. These days feel that the Z1 flat panel is too good to use. So they have a good feeling about the brand BID, and now they find that BID is going to come out with a new product. Of course, they have a curiosity and want to try it. And these rural residents, many families are missing a TV. Even if someone has a TV set at home, it are more than 20 years old, often flashing snowflakes. In addition to the speaker does not ring that are ringing damaged products. This kind of old TV, the value of repair is not as good as to buy a second-hand one, so they do not repair it and deal with it. They do not have a high income, shy, hundreds of thousands of TV sets do not want to change. Now whether this group of mountain village residents can realize TV freedom falls on the Baidi 41 TV set. Digital dismantling blogger Li Shuhang, the fans rose some in the past few days. Mainly he did that period of White Emperor Z1 dismantling video, let everyone see this cheap tablet computer, workmanship is not cheap, but also let some of the fans who watched his video enjoy a wave of benefits. Those who are mildly in need of the fans purchased the White Emperor Z1 tablet, the current use of the good, in line with the needs of the people, but save $1,000 or $2,000, the wave of the genius to earn. Soon when doing the video, a netizen left a message below Li Shuhang's video, let him pay attention to the White Emperor 41 TV, now the preview said to sell more than $100, the price is really amazing, I hope that the blogger can also be disassembled, to see this TV, that is not conscientious. If conscientious, then these users in need can spend a few packs of cigarettes to add a TV set to their home. Li Shuhang agreed good, I've been paying attention, once it goes on sale then, I'll definitely grab one to disassemble. Although there was no advertisement, but relying on the traffic brought by the Z1 flat panel, there was still a considerable portion of people who found out about the upcoming White Emperor 41 TV set, and they all looked forward to it. On the eve of the launch of the TV set, the customer service people of the Baidi Electrical Factory online store received feedback from many people, they cannot buy Z1 flat panel, hope to hurry up to stock, Zhou Yang before the production of 55,000 units of Z1 flat panel, but still did not meet the needs of everyone. Low-end market, still promising. To produce is also simple, Zhou Yang into another 10,000 sets of Z1 flat panel components, in the production of television sets in the gap, will also produce some every day, put on the online store to sell, in order to meet the needs of the people. Zhou Yang these 2 days, basically live in the factory, because the components of the TV set, one after another to the factory. The employees are divided into 3 shifts, assembly, although hard, but Zhou Yang gave them a generous bonus, will not let the employees work hard to stay up all night. Shift work. Now is the time to work overtime to impact production. This White Emperor 41 TV, higher profit margins, and there is a challenge task in the body, so it is Zhou Yang ready to turn the tide of the battle, cannot afford to lose. Zhou Yang lived in the factory, together to supervise production, check the quality of the outgoing TV sets, everything is in order. As the release date approaches, the White Emperor Electrical Appliance Factory's warehouse, packed TV sets, more and more accumulated, ready to deal with the surging tide of purchases on the day of the sale. This time he expected to produce a batch of 20,000 TV sets, not that he didn't want to do more, but he didn't have that much money on hand, so he could only wait until the first batch of TVs were sold out, and then purchase the next batch of raw materials to realize the positive cycle. There is no way, mainly because of the previous debt is too much, limited liquidity, wait until this batch of TV sets sold out, can greatly ease the pressure of Zhou Yang's funds. Zhou Yang is very confident in the sales of the new TV, White Emperor Z1 flat panel, did not do any publicity, in a few days sales have leapfrogged, then this White Emperor 41 TV, surely will also copy the legend. Because it is a TV set specially created for low-income people, this is a piece of blue ocean that has not been involved by other enterprises. In order to launch the new product tomorrow, Zhou Yang also deliberately contacted the courier and logistics, ready to ship at any time. Time flew by, and in the turn of the day it was the day when the White Emperor 41 TV set went on sale. At 1:00 a.m. White Emperor's various online shopping platforms would be on sale on time. Now that the time was 7:59 a.m., many shoppers were already holding their cell phones and waiting, because 8:00 a.m. was the moment when the selling price of the White Emperor 41 TV set would be announced. With the second hand pointing to the 12 o'clock position, the product page of the White Emperor shopping platform, at the same time, replaced, turned into the actual selling price of the page, which is clearly written, 41-inch large screen TV, surprise price of 148 yuan. This time, stunned in front of the screen shoppers, they one by one waiting for the eyes, very surprised, they never thought that one day, such a large size LCD TV, will be sold to the public at such a low price. They see the same platform, other similar size TV, are in the $1,000 or so, the heart cannot help but have a question, that is, the White Emperor factory to make money. White Emperor wouldn't be here to specialize in charity, right? Hey, did you see that? White Emperor has a new TV, 148 a piece, a 148 TV. Used, no, brand new, that's the special little TV, isn't it 10 inches, same size as a flat screen, I've seen Taobao selling them. No, 41 inches brand new. Don't believe you see crap. It's really a 148 TV, it must be a temporary worker marking the wrong price, hurry up and buy it, after this village there is no such store. After Baidu's online store announced the selling price of the 41-inch TV, similar conversations like the above were staged in many places across the country. Most people, after seeing the price, assumed that either the website had made a mistake or this was a scam. This is because in the history of the country, there has never been a large 41-inch TV that could be priced as low as 148. As the saying goes, if something goes wrong it must be a demon, and most people said they didn't believe it, thinking that this online store would be doing the people a favor by not sending a TV model. However, there are also Z1 tablet users, believe in the strength and sincerity of the White Emperor. They did not question the price, but rather feel that the price is very appropriate. So small a tablet PC sells 99 yuan, so big a TV only sells 148 yuan, according to the volume to calculate, can be said to be more cost effective. After all, the flat panel is only 10 inches, and this big TV 41 inches, catching up with the area of several put together Z1 flat panel, that is certainly the customer earned. Coupled with the fact that the family also really needs a TV, they stayed in front of the phone, ready to start snapping up at 10 o'clock. This scene is playing out all over the country, with thousands of people, to say the least, all waiting for the moment at the same time. Li Shuhang, a digital dismantling blogger, also booked his alarm for the 10 o'clock rush. 10, 9, 8, 7. Countdown is up, with the 9:59 hand to 0, 10 o'clock sharp, all major platforms in China's White Emperor flagship store, unified open purchase link. Purchase. Pay 148 yuan. Your item will be shipped within 24 hours, please wait patiently. Users were relieved to see that they had already paid successfully, and felt that they had earned it. After all, White Emperor was a regular store. If the TV was good, they could enjoy the product. If it was not good, return 1 for 3, and they could still make a profit on the purchase. Consumers never lost. Li Shuhang also grabbed one. He grabbed it, went back to look at the link, and found that it can still be purchased. It seems that this TV, it is not like the Z1 flat panel is so sought after. But in fact, this is just the reason that there is no publicity, and a lot of people at this point are at work, need to get off work to have time, so usually the first day of sale, are calculated 24 hours of results. Zhou Yang was in the factory, staring at the background data, and found that ding dong, there were thousands of orders sold in an instant. When the newly recruited customer service staff saw this, they also all looked happy, not expecting this cheap TV to have such hot sales. At the moment their office, there is a 41 TV set in the play. Looking at, although it is all made of plastic sense is a little strong, but after all, cheap so these customer service, but also feel that their own factory TV is good. And so back in the future there is a need to also buy maybe also can mix an internal price. In this way, White 41 TV, hot sales in the pre-prepared 5,000 units, to the evening or so, it is sold out. People who didn't buy it, also in customer service consulting, when can have a new TV on the shelves? Zhou Yang then said, each platform will put another 2,000 units on the shelves, but the shipment date was changed to within 72 hours. At the moment, the courier was at their factory warehouse, pulling out truck after truck of televisions, and soon the new televisions piled up in the warehouse had been sold out. Now they could only rely on the output of 3 shifts a day, so the delivery time was going to be extended, and it was a kind of pre-sale. The workshop director Song Di came to talk to Zhou Yang before he left work, and said that at this rate of production, in less than 3 days, they would not have enough raw materials. However, this was a bit of a problem, because Zhou Yang's liquidity, all of which had been used to buy parts, was now basically no money in his account. And the funds from the online store need customers to confirm receipt of goods before they arrive in the account, at least a few more days, or even wait until 7 days to automatically confirm receipt of goods. So Zhou Yang now has no money to stockpile raw materials. This is not good. If you wait until a week after the return of the money to order parts, then the yellow flowers are cold. This month will not be able to impact the challenge task, so we must find a way to solve the problem of raw material supply. Zhou Yang personally called to go and supply her Uncle Lu. as well as the manager of the rock to explain the situation. He also want to order the follow-up raw materials, but need to wait at least a week before the payment back. See the other side hesitation. Zhou Yang on the background of the sales results to show them, within one day, sold thousands of TV, this data simply hanging other TV brands. Perhaps it was Zhou Yang's sincerity and that drive, eventually Uncle Liu and Granite Company, willing to gamble once, early supply. Thank you all for your support. When the money is returned, I'll settle your payment at the first time. Zhou Yang expressed his thanks on the phone, and so hung up the phone. He excitedly waved his fist. This time the parts have landed, will not delay the production of television sets. But soon, and Zhou Yang, a piece of inventory warehouse manager uncle, gave him a pot of cold water, because the other parts have landed, but the most important parts, the display screen, but has not ordered. Right, I forgot about the screen, Zhou Yang then thought. He was busy today, not only to promote production, grasp the quality, but also to take care of the online store sales, and contact takeaway logistics, really is busy head. But the good thing is that it is not too late to wake up. Before the 20,000 screen is to buy inventory backlog, Uncle Lu's side has no supply, and other suppliers will not have 41 inches of this special size of the stock, that is to say, Zhou Yang and then want to 41 inches of display, it can only go to the manufacturer directly customized. Seeing that the time is already too late, Zhou Yang dismissed the idea of calling, waiting for tomorrow morning to contact each other. That night, Zhou Yang still lived in the factory. He lay on the folding bed when it was already 11:00 p.m. Before going to sleep, he wanted to go to the major websites to see what netizens had to say about Bai Shanghai big factory, shame of technology, electronic garbage. As soon as I opened the website, these words filled the interface, and this was the impression that many netizens had of White Emperor. There is no way. White Emperor's main focus is the ultimate cost-effective, so all the features that can be cut, in exchange for a very low price. The texture, of course, not as good as dozens of hundreds of times the price of similar products. These netizens are basically frequent internet users, with good financial conditions and digital products, coupled with stereotypical prejudice. They have a poor impression of the Bai factory. In their eyes, low price means trash, and cheap is no good. You guys will understand my bitterness sooner or later. Zhou Yang did not get angry, because his thoughts were not destined to be understood by these netizens. But as long as the low-income people could like it, he had achieved his goal. Zhou Yang quickly turned off the lights and went to sleep. Tomorrow would be the day he would continue to hit the sales record. Turning the day, Zhou Yang woke up, washed his face, and came to the factory to do a few exercises to move his body. Little factory manager, up so early. The factory's security guard greeted with a smile. Their factory mainly recruits employees over 35 years of age, like security guards such as this. Less physical positions used are older. This Tan Ying Tan Moncler outlet online is 55 years of age. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world, and you'll be able to do that. He was an old employee from the early days of Zhou Yang's father's factory, and had feelings for the company, and when he saw Zhou Yang, he treated him the same as he treated his juniors, often bringing him good food from home. Grandpa Tan, you are also early. Zhou Yang greeted him, and Grandpa Tan gave him the breakfast he had brought with him. It was a small dumpling steamed by his old companion. Zhou Yang was not polite. He took the lunchbox and tasted one. The soup flowed when he bit it. It smelled so good. The first bite, the soup, really good. Seeing Zhou Yang like to eat, Mr. Tan happy face wrinkles are stretching. Zhou Yang's father and son are good to their employees, and these old employees are willing to work well and have a good relationship, which is rarely seen in other companies. When he finished eating, Zhou Yang opened his computer and checked last night's sales. Yesterday at dawn, also sold out dozens of units, really good. Now it seems that sales have not been a problem. The key is the subsequent supply of raw materials. Now the factory are 3 shifts, maximum production, cannot be because of the supply of raw materials and stop production. So Zhou Yang morning wait until 9 o'clock, estimated screen manufacturer's work. He called the phone. Hello, is this Huaxin Technology Company? I'm planning to buy a batch of screens. Zhou Yang then stated his needs, wanting to order a batch of 41-inch screens, with parameters similar to those of the batch of accumulators he had previously purchased, would be fine. This kind of specification screen he wanted was only produced by small factories like Huaxin. Like the big factories like Bowie, which had long since stopped producing this kind of backward and low-end screen with a low unit price. 41 inches need to be customized, 200 yuan a piece, the other party directly quoted. Zhou Yang a burst of speechless, his White Emperor 41 TV. The price of the whole unit is only 148. This piece of screen is more expensive than his TV. This is still how to sell. There is no cheap, in about 50 yuan a piece of screen. The quality cannot be bad, Zhou Yang asked. Where there is such a cheap now prices are soaring. If it is a 32-inch conventional screen, but can be cheaper, $110 a piece, the other party replied. This is still too expensive, and he was 41 inches before, now changed to 32 inches, the price is also raised. This is not bullshit. That's going to smash Baidi's signboard. Once he saw that he couldn't communicate, Zhou Yang hung up the phone. Now things are in trouble. Where to find the same 41-inch screen? When he was in trouble, the supplier Lu Shuyi suddenly called. He asked Zhu Yang, there is a batch of 70,000 pieces of 42-inch TV screen, he wants it or not. 42-inch? That's fine, as long as the price is cheap, I wanted, Zhou Yang replied. I'm also asking for someone, I'll send you over a phone number, talk to him yourself. Lu Shuyi then sent over a phone number in the capital, but he instructed that the person was also unfamiliar to him. He did not guarantee the quality or reputation, he wanted Zhou Yang to see for himself. Okay, Zhou Yang thanked Uncle Lu for the reminder and then dialed the number. Hello? I heard that you have a batch of 42-inch TV screens, Zhou Yang asked. Right. What's your name, the other party asked. Listening to his voice, he was a man in his 20s. My name is Zhou Yang. What's your name, the other party said his name was Lin Shuai, and then talked about the origin of the shipment. It turned out that this was a batch of low-end screens to be exported to the Curry country, all ready to be shipped at the Deep Town dock, but the businessmen from the Curry country sat down and cut the price, saying that this was a batch of customized screens, and that if they didn't want it, well, they wouldn't be able to sell it, so let's give it to them for a third cheaper, or else they don't want it. This is clearly to blackmail, Lin Shuai gasped bad, he would rather this batch of goods rotten in the hands, but also will not compromise, otherwise how to mix in the business circle in the future. He refused the blackmail of the Curry country merchants, and in the end, he only earned back a small deposit in hand. Then this batch of goods was piled up in the harbor. It had to be dealt with, and it had to be dealt with nearby, otherwise the storage fees and logistics costs would increase the cost additionally, so Lin Shuai went around shouting and calling out for the screen, which happened to be seen by Lu Shuyi, and thus recommended it to Zhou Yang. How much for a piece? What kind of panel? Zhou Yang asked. Lin Shuai said, $100 a piece. This batch is a customized 42-inch TV screen, 60 Hz IPS screen. Too expensive, 50 a piece is okay, Zhou Yang said. You're also too ruthless with this Dragon Slayer, 50 a piece, I lost my pants. No way. Lin Shuai did not agree with the price. But from the chat, Zhou Yang perceived that this Lin Shuai seemed to be a rookie in the shopping mall, and actually told the bottom line of this batch of goods, that gave him room to press the price. But then again, if he wasn't a rookie, he wouldn't have been screwed over by the Curry nation. Before haggling, it was important to check out the goods first, so Zhou Yang decided to go to the dock and take a look in person. He immediately drove the factory's commuting minivan to the Deep Town wharf. After finding the location, he met Lin Shuai at the pier. The other party looks unexpectedly young, looks just 23 or 24 years old. The clothes on the body is not vulgar, are branded goods. A set of add up to at least tens of thousands of dollars. The phone or iPhone 14 Pro Max 1TB version. On this phone on more than 10,000. Looks like the family is not bad. Otherwise this batch of millions of goods in the hands of the pressure is not very anxious, replaced by other people are estimated to be on fire, blisters on the mouth. He did not have how much sadness. Hello. Zhou Yang met and shook hands with Lin Shuai. Then he took Zhu Yang to the container, once opened, which are all neatly yards of panel packaging. You pick yourself at random, I have formal procedures here, there are quality problems can go to the manufacturer to exchange, Lin Shuai said. Zhou Yang then went up to pick, his fingers touched it, and found that the screen had a good texture. The system also began to check at the same time. After sampling several screens, the feedback said, sampling qualified. The current pass rate 100. This is only a container, Zhou Yang, in order to insurance, and more to check more than 20 screens, are qualified products, and there is nothing wrong with the procedures, is a batch of regular products. The goods are okay, The price has to be discussed again. Zhou Yang is going to plan to talk about the price. Want his White Emperor TV set has a profit. This panel price cannot be higher than 65 yuan a piece. The previous batch of stock of 20,000 pieces of 41-inch screen. The quality is not as good as this batch, the size is comparable, but to use, the circuit has to be redesigned. This is not a big problem, the key unit price should be cheap, otherwise it cannot be bought. 55 a piece. Zhou Yang came up and pressed to the same price as the previous batch of backlogged panels. Can't sell. I'm losing too much money here. 85 a piece. Lin Shuai also took the initiative to lower the price. Zhou Yang took a look at him and actually agreed to cut the price. There was still room for price reduction in there. He then analyzed to Lin Shuai. This batch of special screen panels, if he is not the one to take over, it is very difficult for the next person to eat. After all, to design separate circuits for this screen, it needs to spend additional design fees, molding fees and so on. Furthermore, he put it in the dock, storage fees and losses, at least a few $1,000s per day. Sell it out a day late is a loss, it would be better to sell it to him earlier and cheaper. $60 a piece. Zhou Yang gave an extra $5 offer. This is also too much of a loss, not. Lin Shuai was said a little hesitant, but he admitted that Zhou Yang said the truth. This batch of panels have been put in the dock for half a month, every day in the sticker, anyway, it has been discounted. It is the question of how much is discounted. Boss Zhou, you go up a bit more. I lost a lot of money going back, can be a shame. Lin Shuai gave Zhou Yang a cigarette. Zhou Yang waved his hand, he didn't smoke. Zhou Yang re-examined this batch of panels. The quality of this panel was not to speak of. It was quite a bit better than the previous batch, and he really liked it. Since this is the case, Zhou Yang quoted a ceiling price of 65 a piece. He would rather earn $10 less per TV, but also want the quality of the TV to improve a little. 65 is fine, but you have to take all of these 70,000 tablets to make it work. Lin Shuai considered it, and agreed. Deal. Zhou Yang wore a smile and high-fived Lin Shuai, striking an important deal. The two reached a preliminary intention, but Zhou Yang didn't have a few million, and could pay for the goods all at once. He paid a portion of the deposit first, and settled the rest after a while. As long as the batch of panels can be exchanged for capacity, then he can pay back the money one after another. Lin Shuai didn't seem to care much about the arrival date, he only cared about whether Zhou Yang was a formal company, and he had to sign a formal contract to do so. So that afternoon, Lin Shuai arranged for a logistics company to pull the container to Bai D Company, and he got rid of a hot potato. On the way to the White Emperor Company, Zhou Yang and Lin Shuai said, in the future to grow a heart, foreigners' heart greatly bad, especially the curry country customers, do not give the full payment, cannot do business with them. I know, stepping on the horse, Pit Lawazi, in the future, we must make them pay. Lin Shuai cursed. Arriving at the White Emperor Company, Lin Shuai also visited the factory and found that business was very hot here. The workshop was in full swing producing televisions, a thriving scene. This also dispelled Lin Shuai's concerns. He was also afraid of being cheated, worried that Zhou Yang is also a liar, coveted his goods. Zhou Yang will not cheat. The two then signed a supply contract, stamped with the official seal, so that both sides have a guarantee. Lin Shuai left a business card. It turned out that he opened an import and export trading company, do a variety of categories of import and export business. After Lin Shuai left, Zhou Yang looked at the company piled up 4.55 million raw material panels, slightly stressed. The next step is to change the raw materials into capacity. Zhou Yang first time to modify the drawings. 41-inch and 42-inch panels do not look just 1 inch larger, but the design are to follow the change. Suddenly change the design. For other manufacturers, it is definitely a big project of effort, but for Zhou Yang is very easy. He directly opened the system's modification interface, began to modify the drawings. The drawings of the White Emperor 41, the screen was changed to 42 inches, there were a few screw holes that had to be slightly adjusted, the circuit was slightly changed, and the design was quickly completed. Super factory system modification completed, triggered a lucky strike, obtained the corresponding mold. This time it was also lucky to obtain the mold, so that it was given directly to the shell manufacturer, so that they could follow up and supply it according to the new one. With this batch of 70,000 panels, Zhou Yang did not have to worry about panels for over a month. Zhou Yang also notified the artisan Xiao Jiang and asked her to redesign a picture. That is, to change the White Emperor 41 TV set into the White Emperor 41 Pro TV set, that is, the improved model. The screen is a bit bigger. The quality is also a layer higher, but Zhou Yang does not want to increase the price, even if it is a benefit to customers. This kind of midway upgrade, only because his capital is not enough, resulting in the screen to replace the variety. If there is money in the future, you can directly customize a batch of the main raw materials, there will not be this problem. The raw material problem was solved, and the sales of the TV set remained red hot. The next day to the evening, and sold more than 4,000 units, 2 days together, actually already have 10,000 units of sales. On this sales in which a shopping platform, absolutely is the sales level, his goal is the monthly sales of 50,000. Look at this situation, completed should be relatively easy. However, cannot be too relaxed, now the bottleneck is the capacity, and the online store everyday sales are going down. After all, want to buy a TV set of people, these days are bought, the rest may not know, then we need to promote it properly. With Zhou Yang's current financial strength, advertising naturally cannot afford to put, but you can find another way to spend a small amount of money to do big things. White Emperor 41 television set purchase group is the domestic low-income people, then as long as the target them can be. These people like to buy is some agricultural tools and seeds, fertilizers, and some cheap household goods. Zhou Yang contacted the printing house, ordered a number of shopping bags. This thing is not expensive, customized thousands, tens of thousands of custom also customized, and then united with some of the sales of agricultural tools of the larger e-commerce, or go to the outskirts of the suburbs. The group rent a lot of places to go to the free distribution of shopping bags. And these shopping bags above, there is buy DI41 Pro advertisement slogan good goods, plus quantity not increase the price. Buy DD to understand the next. Free shopping bags, not many people will refuse. A person with a shopping bag out of the door, walking in the street, it becomes a mobile free billboard. Other people see, may be attracted to 148 yuan ATV, thus increasing sales. While Zhou Yang's side was in full swing promoting production and advertising, dismantling blogger Lei Shuhang also received the first batch of White Emperor 41 televisions he purchased. Once Lei Shuhang got it, he set up his camera and started making an unboxing video. First, let's look at the packaging. It's modest, paper shell with foam, and the accessories inside are very simple, just a power cable, an HDMI connection cable, and actually a vintage AV cable, as well as a remote control, 2 7 batteries, and a TV stand. Once Li Shuhang set up the TV on the workbench, he started to review it from the appearance. This appearance is very plastic. Or maybe it's all plastic, the material used is not a good material. There's a roughness when you touch it. Could it be that this is purposely made like this in order to be frosted? But if you can put some effort into the shell material, the texture of the TV will be much better. Li Shuhang gave the White Emperor 41 TV set a score of 5 out of 10 on the appearance item, which wasn't even close to the passing line. It was also true that within the many TV set brands, the material and color scheme of the White Emperor 41 was on the lower end of the medium range. Then he connected the power cord and saw the power light come on, and Li Shuhang pressed the start button on the remote control. The TV lit up, and a huge White Emperor logo on it looked striking, another masterpiece of the White Emperor brand. However, the boot up time was a bit long, it took more than 10 seconds, mainly because the processor used in this TV was a model from a few years ago. After that it went to the setup screen, where it prompted to link Wi-Fi or connect to a video signal source. Li Shuhang then connected to the home Wi-Fi, using the network to watch TV. Here is built-in Cool Meow Movie. Li Shuhang did not apply for a membership, so he picked a free TV series to watch, and when he logged in, he heard the sound of the TV set and saw the screen. Li Shuhang was shocked by the sound and picture at that time. The screen color looked rather odd and felt a bit distorted. The sound is even more shocking. There is a sound quality like the White Emperor Z1 tablet kind of sound quality. The sound is big, but the sound quality is the same as the broken bellows, can only ensure that you can hear it clearly. Listen to the people who are used to the good speakers and feel that this is the destruction of the ear. In order to make a comparison, Li Shuhang moved to the home of the Sony TV set, play the same program, respectively video, which contrasts out. Color contrast Sony really distorted, the sound also pull crotch, press the remote control response is relatively slow, and the built-in storage space has been full of deng deng. basically cannot install what application. The good thing is that the TV set is equipped with a USB 2.0 interface, can be connected to a USB flash drive or hard disk, can make do with the installation of other applications. The next step was the testing of various performance and indicators. Li Shuhang found that the White Emperor TV does not support many high-tech features, such as intelligent voice, Bluetooth transmission, camera, etc. The highest picture quality support to 1080p, 50Hz, HDMI is also 1.4 version, cannot transmit some high frame rate picture. Overall, the performance of this TV set is relatively poor, and the experience of picture quality and sound quality is poor. Li Shuhang finally gave the White Emperor 41 TV a comment that it works. The disadvantages are a long list, but the advantages are also obvious, that is, the price of 148 yuan. If you only need the TV set to listen to a sound, then this is still good, cheaper than a lot of aged second-hand TVs. My opinion is that this TV is only suitable for a small group of people. People buy it as needed. Li Shuhang finished recording the last sentence and ended the video. When he edited it, he published the video online, not realizing that it would spark a discussion frenzy. Isn't this just a trashy cottage TV? I think so. And Z1 flatbed a virtue, in addition to cheap, nothing. What can I buy this TV for? The sound is torture to listen to, the colors are distorted, it doesn't support high brush, the games all start up with residual shadow. Buying it is a big injustice. Netizens began to criticize White Emperor's products again. It is also true that basically urban families, every family has a TV, and this traditional home appliances usually choose a good one. Thousands of dollars are not rare. Take to watch movies, play games is very cool. We also take this good experience for granted. However, they do not know, in the low-income mountainous areas or rural areas, there are many people cannot afford to buy a TV. They do not need any high brush, do not need to sound quality and color reproduction, they only need to be cheap, can see these two requirements, that's all. At this moment in the village of 10 Mile, the courier came to the village head Zhang Fugui's house, delivered a big guy, is the White Emperor 41 TV. Zhang Fugui was one of the first users to buy it, and now it had finally arrived. The first thing he did was to install the TV in his bedroom. He had a 60-inch TV in the living room, but he later realized that it was better to lie in bed and watch TV, but he didn't want to spend thousands of dollars or even $2,000 or $3,000 on a TV. He heard that White Emperor came out with a TV set, so he made the first booking because the Z1 flat panel gave him a good impression, and he already had confidence in the brand White Emperor, so he didn't worry about the quality. And when he bought it, Zhang Fugui connected the power supply and turned on the TV. His wife G Bigfoot also rushed over, then saw Baidu's logo and said at once, "Isn't this the same manufacturer as the flat panel? How much is it?" 148, Zhang Fugui said. G Bigfoot sighed, "It's so cheap. The 60-inch one we have at home, I remember it cost more than 4,000, right? Yes. The fraction is even higher than the Baidu TV." Then he started flipping through the TV, and used Wi-Fi to connect to the internet, and started watching TV. It turned out that most of the TV programs in there cost money. It wasn't hard for him, a part-time mobile installer, to find a mobile set-top box, and connect it to watch mobile TV programs, with a discount every month. It only combined a few dollars a month, quite a good deal. Not bad, hey, pretty clear, G Bigfoot praised. The sound is also big, similar to that flat panel, Zhang Fugui commented. After watching for a few minutes, the couple felt that this TV is good, this price can't pick any faults, even if the big TV at home, it's not much better than Baidu. As for the appearance of the product, both husband and wife are not concerned, can spend 148 to buy a TV, basically do not care about the face value of the appliance. Even if it looks good again, more than $100 or $200 also feel that it is not cost effective, those money to buy a dozen pounds of ribs to eat is not good? I have to say, the spiritual pursuit and enjoyment of life only exists in the rich families. For families in poverty and on the breadline, or can save, life will also avoid all impractical consumption. Anyway, 148 can buy a TV can be normal, watching nothing bad, always then spend more than 1,000 or 2,000 to buy other big brands of TV to incense, not only incense, but also incense explosion. Inspection of the goods is correct, Zhang Fugui is very satisfied. He took a picture of the White Emperor 41 TV set, posted on the circle of friends, so that the villagers in need can buy this TV set. As a village head he is still qualified, there are good things of course to share, Do not let the villagers spend money. Some villagers see, also follow up to buy. The family has long been missing a TV. G. Bigfoot suddenly thought. The last time she talked to Jin Qiao, she said that the old man at home watching the flat screen eyes are not comfortable, because the screen is too small. This is not exactly a TV? So she went to Jin Qiao's house and told her about it. $148 for a TV set, or Whitey's Jin Qiao was interested then. She had previously inquired at the county mall, and the cheapest 32-inch TV set cost $700 or $800, with a small screen and so expensive. The Baidu 41 TV was different. The screen was much bigger and the price had shrunk several times, just right for home use. But it's going to be $148. When these local chickens I'm raising grow up and take them to sell, I'll have the money to buy a TV. Jin Qiao thought about it, and felt that it was too inconvenient for the elderly to watch the flat screen, and it also conflicted with her daughter's studies, so the family urgently needed a TV, and could still afford it by biting her teeth. What are you waiting for? I'll lend it to you. Just return it to me when the time comes. G. Bigfoot is genuinely good-hearted, immediately ready to place an order. Jin Qiao said with embarrassment, "Thank you too much, G sister, wait for a week, I will be able to sell the chickens, and I will pay you back then." G. Bigfoot waved her hand, signaling that it was out of the ordinary to say this, but after she logged into the shake shop, she froze because the link didn't seem to be quite the same as the one her husband had bought. Because it showed that it was a link for the White Emperor 41 Pro TV set, and it said that it was an increase in quantity, saying that the screen was upgraded and the price remained the same. An upgrade so soon? You want this upgraded version of the TV? The version I bought at home seems to be sold out, G. Bigfoot said. Okay, Baidu stuff is good, anything goes, I don't know anything about it. Jin Qiao said. But it's still on pre-sale, it says it will be shipped in 3 days, this White Emperor stuff is good. It's just always waiting. Jidafu placed an order, and also spit a sentence. Jin Qiao said, if more people buy it, it will naturally be in short supply, which means that everyone likes this TV, so you won't lose money if you buy it. It had to be said that the attitude of the mountain residents towards Baidu electrical appliances was very different from that of the netizens. G. Bigfoot placed his order, and then waited for the new TV to arrive. At this time G, who was live broadcasting in Deep Town, was still interacting with netizens. Some netizens just reminded him in the pop-up screen that White Emperor had come out with another 148 TV, and asked him to buy it and try it out. White Emperor came out with another TV set. G was puzzled. The Z1 flat panel was so cheap, and this TV set was as low as $148 a piece. Was this business making money or not? He is not a manufacturing industry, but he also knows the matter of cost. It can't be that the cost of the TV is also so low, right? G recently more hot moment is that he opened the box White Emperor Z1 tablet that time. This burst of live traffic back down, he is also trying to find a good subject matter it. Now that netizens have mentioned it, he'll try to broadcast another unboxing. So he opened the link to the White Emperor store on the spot, and suddenly found that the White Emperor TV 41 Pro, still in pre-sale, and this concubine actually has a monthly sales volume of 7,000. To know. This White Emperor 41 TV set has only been on the market for a few days. This is sold to 7,000 units, it's unbelievable, and it's still an upgraded version, and he has risen a strong interest. Buy it. G placed the order on the spot. He left it unattended after that, and waited until 3 days later when the same city courier delivered the TV. G then turned on the live stream and unboxed this super cheap TV set at home. As you can see, there are very few accessories. This appearance of the color scheme is not good, and the shell material also pulls the crotch. After G unboxed, he commented with his viewers that the appearance is not eye-catching anyway. After that, connect the TV, he is going to see the quality of this TV. But this time, G had the foresight to plug his ears in advance, for fear of being contaminated. After the White Emperor's logo flashed, the interface appeared, connected to the Wi-Fi, and the rough ringing sound shook the audience in front of the screen. Ah, my titanium alloy dog ears, netizens were spitting in the pop-up screen. It's not that the sound is so loud, but this sound quality is relatively poor, and everyone's kind of active noise cancellation, heavy bass stereo, Dolby certified high-grade headphones and speakers can't be compared, that is, to the extent of listening to a ringing sound. The sound, even if this picture color is not quite right. G played the Peppa Pig cartoon, and felt that the colors of Peppa Pig's clothes in it were all different from the rest of the TV. He moved the whitey 41 TV set to the living room next to the big 100-inch Samsung TV in order to make a comparison, and both of them played the same cartoon at the same time. This contrast is quite obvious. G's home, this big TV specially bought to play PS5 games, display effect and sound quality, all-round crushing white Emperor 41 Pro. The difference is visible to the naked eye. Color distortion, single function. The following: we try to play games with the white Emperor TV. G is an anchor. He has all kinds of game hosts, and immediately took out 3 mainstream game consoles. They were PS5, Switch and Xbox Series, and they were to be taken and tested one by one. First is the PS5. After connecting it, G's Samsung 100-inch big TV shows 4K 60 FPS, while the white Emperor 41 TV is only 1080p. The blur is visible to the naked eye. In order to compare the fare, G also deliberately Samsung TV is also adjusted to 1080p, but the display effect is still different. To sum up, the 10,000 Samsung TV picture is smoother, the color contrast is stronger, and the sound is crushed. Next, turned on a variety of Samsung TV's unique features, with significantly enhanced picture quality and features such as picture-in-picture. But the white Emperor 41 has none of these features, and even the HDMI is version 1.4, which doesn't support many HD settings. Subsequently changed to Xbox Series consoles, the effect is also similar to the previous. The two TV as long as put together, people can clearly feel the gap between the two. So Jai said to the audience, "Now you know, right? If you are a gaming party, then you definitely have to choose Samsung or Sony, or else you are sorry for your eyes." Netizens said, "I'm not a gaming party, and I'm not picking the white Emperor 41, I don't want it for nothing. This kind of TV set is only suitable for changing the wash basin, more than 100 electronic garbage, that's right. I don't believe a normal TV set can be sold for such a low price, it must be all defective parts." Everyone looks down on the BYD 41, but some netizens said, the Disassembly blogger Li Shuhong said that its internal workmanship is still okay, and for light use, this TV is too cost-effective, and it's only 148 yuan, and there's a 1-year warranty. What kind of bike do you need? But this person was soon sprayed by other netizens, saying that he was a water army of BYD, and jokingly said, "What is the group number? There is money for everyone to earn together." Anyway, many of the people who tuned in to watch G were gaming fans, and gaming fans naturally pursued the picture. And all of them had good TVs or monitors at home. So they naturally scoffed at the main low-priced BYD 41 TV set. The netizen who spoke up for BYD quickly drowned in the pop-ups spewing him. G then replaced the Switch console to connect to the TV, an amazing Nintendo machine that outputs up to 1080p, just right for the white Emperor. It unlocks at 30 FPS, which keeps the white Emperor 41 and Samsung TVs from pulling too far apart. G just spit out, said NS, "In the end is the equality of all beings game machine. Actually white Emperor 41 can easily manage. It seems that if it is the old Rens players want to save money, choose this white Emperor or can." The netizen then said, "Not to choose, the family TV and not only used to play NS, the family also want to watch TV. If you buy this kind of TV back, not be scolded to death by my mom." G smiled and shook his head. "This TV really does not have any advantages, in addition to cheap. Save this more than 100 on them. These high-income people do not make sense. They need is the high-quality audio-visual needs. Obviously the white Emperor 41 TV does not meet their needs. They would rather buy Samsung, Sony, but also do not want to white Emperor 41. G finally tests the effect of the white Emperor 41 movie. If you look at that kind of movie with black edges, it is quite a texture. Because the white Emperor 41 comes with a filter, it looks like a nostalgic feeling, which is what G did not expect. Looks like the white Emperor TV set isn't useless. While G was talking, his phone rang. It was a call from an old friend of his that he hadn't seen in a long time, coming to Deep Town to play with him. G, a happy, the TV this matter forgotten, hastily closed the live broadcast on the way out to meet friends, and the white Emperor TV set on the home has been rotating all kinds of movies. Now white Emperor TV set has been fully transitioned to the 41 Pro version, before the production of 20,000 units of the ordinary 41 models of TV sets has been fully sold out. Basically the sales are all in mountainous areas or rural areas. Because the logistics need time, so in the 5 days after the opening of the sale, Zhou Yang funds the most nervous time. Fortunately, this status quo was alleviated 5 days after the TV sets were sold, and as users received the goods and confirmed receipt, the White Emperor online store account received the payment. A week later, White Emperor 41 and 41 Pro 2 models of television sets, a total of nearly 50,000 units sold, and there are still thousands of orders every day. This monthly sales results, beating a number of veteran television companies. As for those online criticism and slander, Zhou Yang simply do not have time to pay attention to. The majority of netizens and not his customers, scolded again fierce will not delay his TV set sales, because the people who buy a TV set and scolded him on the internet is simply a two-way people. This is what they say: scolding will not buy will not scold. Zhou Yang was waiting for a sales record of 50,000 units, that way he would be able to get a reward. However, the sales of White Emperor's 3 sales platforms combined had already exceeded 50,000, but there was no hint of mission completion, so Zhou Yang asked the system in a puzzled manner. The system replied, "The challenge task has 2 assessment objectives, monthly sales of 50,000 units, and a favorable review rate of 96. The current review has not reached 50,000, so it has not reached the task requirements." Zhou Yang understood, then he had to wait a few more days. During this time, he is coordinating the production of supplies. Pay close attention to production. Whitey Electrical Processing Plant is running at full power. And he took the recovered payment, the first time to call the supplier, maintained his credibility, forming a positive cycle. Soon, the White Emperor TV sales hot data topped the 3 major e-commerce platform TV sales list, even the previous TV sales champion TCL's champion TCL, also in the same month by White Emperor over. Some people concerned about the field of television sets are wondering, White Emperor is what kind of manufacturers? How come I have never heard of it before? Haven't heard of it is normal. So far White Emperor has not played an advertisement, sales rely on consumer word of mouth, so most people have no impression of White Emperor, only read some digital circle news people, only heard of White Emperor. That is still because of the Z1 flat panel brought news. These people cannot help but some curiosity, just a little bit to understand the situation of the White Emperor TV. The results after seeing the price, all Spartan, nearly shocked off the jaw. Is there any mistake? There is actually $148 of television, there's a 0 missing. Isn't there this kind of rare and cheap TV someone buy? Everyone naturally did not believe, but clicked on the sales link and saw the monthly sales were dumbfounded on the spot. Brush the data, right? This is the first feeling of ordinary people, such a low price. The configuration must be unmatched, so cheap is estimated to use the garbage second-hand parts, can be used for a week or burnt incense. Disposable TV is the nickname given by netizens to the White Emperor 41 Pro. They have not used it, they came to this conclusion, mainly empiricism. Before the concubinage platform, there are extremely cheap electrical appliances, but buyback also used a few times on the reimbursement. I guess this TV is the same. Generally better plastic shell, are to dozens of $100. This price is certainly not good accessories. There are a lot of justice of the netizens, directly to the White Television reported, said it is a single brush. Soon shopping platform launched an investigation, but the results of the investigation showed that the real sales, because every transaction is documented, no false. The fact that the report was not successful meant that the sales were real, and this caught the attention of an intern reporter in the digital circle. Jiang Shuji, who studied at Shamshuipo University majoring in media, just graduated from college this year and is currently working as an intern reporter at Shamshuipo Business newspaper. She is currently worried that there is no good news, all day long reporting some so-and-so enterprise chairman and secretary misbehaved, so-and-so tycoon fighting for family property and other lace business news she has long been tired of. She held her heart and vowed to find a good news. This day she was browsing through the posts on the internet and suddenly noticed the incident of the White Emperor TV set, which aroused her interest at that moment. A 148 yuan TV, or the top monthly seller on multiple platforms, how is that possible? Jiang Shuji's first reaction was fake news, but the link to buy D's product was still hanging nicely on the website, ready to be viewed at any time. Her intuition told her that there was news to be dug up, so she started collecting clues online. The 148 TV set already had a certain amount of attention online, and there were also anchors or bloggers who had unboxed and disassembled it, so it seemed that the quality wasn't as bad as expected, and she also counted the sales of all of White Emperor's online stores, which added up to a horrifying 50,000 plus units, which was 7.4 million yuan in sales. This number might be rare for a big TV factory, but White Emperor was a small, unknown factory. and it had only been a week since this TV was put on the shelves, and it had such sales, and still without advertising, which had to make people marvel. What kind of company is it that specializes in producing such ultra-low-end appliances? Could it make money? Jiang Shuji decided to find out, and after she learned enough information through the internet, she decided to personally go to Baidi's factory to take a look. Saying yes, she grabbed her backpack and recorder and set off. At this time, Zhou Yang just put a sum of 250,000 yuan to the screen supplier Lin Shuai. Originally thought that such a small transfer every few days, the other party will be bored, but Lin Shuai simply did not reply. Later inquired, Lin Shuai seems to have a big name, his father is a big entrepreneur, he is a rich second generation of money. No wonder the willingness to sell millions of goods to him are not very worried, it is the family has a mine. That afternoon, the security guard came to report that there was a little girl outside who wanted to come for an interview. Reporter Zhou Yang came interested. This is a good opportunity. If Baidi is on the news, it will greatly benefit the company, so he personally went to meet. When he came to the door, he saw a girl with a ponytail, plainly dressed, wearing light makeup, a little thin. Hello, I'm Zhou Yang. The factory manager of White Emperor Electric. Zhou Yang reached out his hand and said, Hello, I'm Jiang Shuji, the intern reporter of Deep Town Business newspaper. Jiang Shuji was slightly surprised in her heart when she shook hands, because she didn't expect that the factory manager of White Emperor was actually so young and a little bit handsome. However, professional ethics made her not move, so she put forward her interview request. All right, come in and talk. Zhou Yang expressed his welcome, and led her into the factory. Zhou Yang then took Jiang Shuji around the factory. Originally he thought that because White Emperor's products were so cheap, it should be a small cottage factory with junk parts piled up everywhere. But it turned out that the actual situation greatly exceeded Jiang Shuji's expectations. The whole White Emperor factory production is intense and orderly, the workers are full of spirit, the factory area is clean and hygienic, and there is also a newest type of parts production line. Look at these conditions, how does not look like a cottage factory? After getting permission, Jiang Shuji took a few pictures in the factory. When the factory tour was over, Zhou Yang took reporter Jiang to the office where the interview was conducted. Jiang Shuji prepared an interview script. Her first question asked, What is the purpose of White Emperor producing such cheap appliances? Will it lose money? Zhou Yang smiled and said, Our goal at White Emperor is to let the people of the world realize the freedom of appliances. As for losing money, that's impossible, although we don't make much, but with a thin profit, we still make money, we won't lose money. Jiang Shuji asked again, The internet is currently slamming the products produced by White Emperor as electronic garbage, what do you think? To believe that the eyes of the masses are bright, our Z1 flat panel, sales of more than 50,000, so far there are still people who are still begging for it. 41 series of TV sets, sales of 50,000. Oh sorry, today has exceeded 60,000 units, still in short supply. This explains everything, everyone recognizes the electrical appliances. Could it be garbage? Zhou Yang finished, then showed Jiang Shuji some buyers' show from the shaking store. When she saw these mountainous residents, after using White Emperor's products, revealed a sincere sheer smile. Jiang Shuji was deeply touched, she seemed to understand why. With all the one-sided denigration and abuse on the internet, White Emperor still occupies the top of the sales list. Then what is your profit margin for producing these low-end products? Jiang Shuji asked. This is a business secret, forgive me for not being able to answer. Zhou Yang wasn't telling everything out. After that, Jiang Shuji asked some other questions, and Zhou Yang answered them all. Jiang Shuji finally inquired, I would like to ask, does White Emperor produce other electrical appliances besides tablet PCs and televisions? Of course, Zhou Yang said, we at White Emperor will continue to research and develop, and we will produce whatever the people need. These words were said with a strong voice. Jiang Shuji memorized them firmly, and when she went back she was going to publish what she had interviewed. Thank you for your cooperation. Jiang Shuji stood up and shook Zhou Yang's hand after she got a satisfactory interview content. Zhou Yang politely sent Jiang Shuji to the factory entrance and watched her leave by car. Zhou Yang was in a happy mood now, and estimated that his challenging task would be completed by the time this story appeared in the newspaper. However, what Zhou Yang didn't know was that an unexpected event followed, making the White Emperor 41 TV set a hot news topic and a competitive crisis. Anchor G met up with an old friend and had a great time. He did his part as a host and kept going crazy with his friend for 2 days in the city, not even going home in between. They went to have fun during the day, sang karaoke and bar at night, stayed in the hotel in the early morning, and really had a great time. On the third day, when his friend was finally leaving, G went to the station to see him off. This process, he also live streamed. The audience saw G's brother's separate scene. "Take care, buddy, call when you get to the place." The two exchanged goodbyes and waved goodbye. After that it was easy. G was sitting in the back seat of a special car, and kept the live stream on, and was chatting with the netizens. More than 2 consecutive days of outdoor live content finally came to an end. Some senior netizens still remember the previous live broadcast. Whitey41 TV said after the unboxing, whether to continue to go to change the stainless steel face basin. The wash basin will not be replaced. According to the urine of the Z1 flat panel, this TV set may still be able to increase the price in the second-hand market, and can earn back the investment. G is now finagling to create a thrifty persona. Everyone laughed and said, "How can this TV go up in price? Flat panel." Many people are following the trend. More than one casually throw that do not take up space. This TV cannot be, get it to the home. The volume is so big, the general public cannot be curious to buy. And the online store has always been in stock. There will not be a second-hand increase in price with G's income. It does not care if the price goes up or not. The program effect is enough. He returned to the neighborhood and didn't close the live stream when he walked, using it to mix the live hours. When he arrived at the door of his house, suddenly his ears heard a woman's screams coming from the room, as if there was a tragedy going on. "Wait! What is that sound?" G's face changed as he put his ear close to the door of the room, and he heard all sorts of tense ghostly noises from inside, which turned out to be a TV show or a movie. "Oh, it's the sound of the TV set." G once again paused in mid-sentence and exclaimed crap as he remembered that he was in a hurry when he left and didn't turn off the TV set. "Damn, this low-end TV has been on for 3 days in a row. Don't let it smoke and catch fire because of overheating. I just renovated the house not long ago." G was really startled and hurriedly opened the door to the room and rushed in. Originally expected poor quality TV, long-term open line short circuit fire did not happen. The home is still the same state as before he left. Netizens also followed the surprise. According to their conception, more than 100 electrical appliances that are disposable, fire and electricity are normal phenomena. This cheap white Emperor 41 TV set, continuous work can be 3 days. There is actually no change, let a person surprised. G reached out and touched the back of the TV. "Want to try hot or not?" Netizen hurriedly reminded, "Don't touch, be careful of power leakage. Electricity leakage is not going to happen." Although G did not like the crotch-pulling performance of the white Emperor 41 TV set, it turns out that its quality can't be black, at least it won't leak electricity. He touched the back of the TV set and found that it was warm. This energy consumption is definitely okay. It is estimated that watching it for a few months will not cause problems. "Allow me a moment of convenience." G said he wanted to go to shush, but in the end he didn't pay attention to his feet and tripped over the TV's power cord. As a result, he fell, and the TV was also ripped from the TV cabinet by him and made a snapping sound and fell upside down on the hard tiles. Crap, how unlucky. Jai rubbed his aching knee and moved it around. Luckily the bone was fine, leaving a bruise at best. Looking back, the white Emperor TV that was upside down on the floor actually still had sound coming out of it. It was still really tough. This didn't even break. When he went to pick up the TV, he was already prepared for the screen to shatter. However, this TV is only $148 a piece. He is not heartbroken if it falls. The anchor lost $148 for this fall. Isn't it better to fall and break, so that you don't have to throw it directly into the trash can and have a psychological burden? Netizens chortled. However, when G picked up the TV, the live broadcast netizens were collectively shocked, because the TV screen, a crack was not there. Crap, no way, it can't be broken even by falling like this. This TV set, God, hey, I see that by DI is the Nokia of the TV industry. The TV can be used to smash walnuts and block bullets. The netizens are amazed, they just saw clearly. The TV fell on the ground is how hard, and still a side first landing, such a vibration are not bad. Suspect that the screen is made of iron. Anchor quickly tested. Is there any dark injuries? The netizens are not quite convinced that this $100 TV set is actually so built. G also came to be interested. He began to adjust the various parameters of the TV set, also played a movie and connected to the game host but did not find any problems. Finally, he also used the traditional TV repair method. Hard to shoot the TV, but still does not move. G also couldn't help but give a thumbs up bull batch. The biggest advantage of this White Emperor TV was found by me, that is resistant to falling. Netizens also found his selling point. This TV is for couples who often quarrel and drop the TV. It doesn't hurt when you drop it, and it can't be broken at all. Isn't it a perfect match, saving money and eliminating anger? There are also netizens brainstorming. Said this is a fan-specific models of television. Look at the World Cup, their own support team after the loss. You can despite the TV set to take the air, whacking after not delaying to see. Makes sense. G was also inspired by the netizens' brainwave. Then this White Emperor TV set, he will not deal with it. Keep it exclusively to watch the national soccer team's matches. When the time comes, the TV smashed up does not hurt at all. Do not say, but this because of the accident only developed a new demand, but also really let the White Emperor TV set increased a lot of sales. That day at least sold hundreds of extra units. Are tuned in to watch G's live broadcast of the audience to buy, is to watch the ball, or other sports programs to prepare. After all, these people are a tragic experience. The family has already smashed 2 or 3 TV sets, really cannot afford to consume. It is White Emperor, let them watch the ball at the same time. Feel free to vent. Smashing, but is simply the world's greatest product. When this live broadcast was edited out separately, published to the major video platform, because of this interesting content, quickly spread. After everyone watched it, they all gave thumbs up and praised it, calling White Emperor the Nokia of the TV world, with a hardness comparable to a tank, and only sell 148. What more bicycle? White Emperor was teased by netizens, is a bad-tempered person must buy TV set brand. With the spread of this terrier in the network, White Emperor TV also stepped into the public eye. 148 yuan TV set so resistant to fall, those who do not move to crack the flower screen of the high-grade TV, how to have the face to sell. This time the news has aroused the interest of the dismantling blogger Lei Shuhang, who in order to verify the internal structure of the White Emperor TV set, he dismantled his own one. The internal circuitry, not to mention the workmanship, is very solid, and after studying it, he cracked the secret of the TV screen not breaking after a fall. First, the screen is a soft material, is not glass. There is a certain degree of elasticity, can ease the impact. Of course, the most crucial thing is that the quality of this screen is really hard. Can use this quality screen. White Emperor TV really is a domestic conscience enterprise. With the release of Lei Shuhang's video, it pushed the heat of the White Emperor 41 TV set to a new height. Meanwhile, within the 10-mile village, in just a few days, the villagers, after visiting the Baidi TV set in the house of the village head Zhang Fugui, all thought it was so good that they wanted to buy one for themselves. So in this small village alone, there were more than 20 families who had purchased it, including Jin Qiao's family. After several days of waiting, Jin Qiao finally received the White Emperor 41 Pro TV set from the postal courier, and she couldn't wait to open it. She is not good at assembling TVs, or her daughter Xiaoya is smarter. Under her research, mother and daughter put the TV set together. The moment the TV set was turned on, they, mother and daughter, both cheered, because the screen was so much bigger than a flat screen, and the picture was clear and the sound was loud, which was perfect for them to watch. So Jin Qiao put the TV in the old man's room. The legs of the table where the TV was placed had been gnawed by mice, so they used Jiao Ya's exercise book to pad the feet, but it didn't affect the viewing. As for the TV programs received, it was the mobile network TV that Zhang Fugui had installed for them. Except for the live broadcasts, which were not too easy to watch, the other movies and TV dramas, operas and so on could be watched casually. Good, the 2 old men saw such a big screen playing opera. Their faces were happy. They were bedridden for a few years. They felt that today was the happiest day in a few years, and they would never be bored again. Life also has a running start. Jin Qiao saw her parents so happy, from the bottom of her heart, grateful to the White Emperor factory. It is White Emperor produced flat panel and TV, so that their family's entertainment life, up a dimension. The family also finally smiles constantly, and the previous sighing, moping has been completely different. So she finds G Bigfoot, and has to go publish a buyer's show to thank the White Emperor for his kindness. Scenes like this, one after another, were played out in different villages, where everyone enjoyed the happiness brought by Whitey's TV set, and reciprocated with their sincere buyer's shows. Inside the editorial office of Deep Town Business newspaper, Jiang Shuji, a rookie trainee reporter, handed in her press release about the White Emperor electrical appliance factory. which drew praise from the anchor. Not bad, you know, to follow the hotspot. I've heard about the story of this BYD TV set. It's quite hot recently. I still want to send someone to interview it. I didn't expect you to interview it first. Your performance is good. I'll transfer you to the correct position next month. The editor-in-chief encouraged some and published the article. This press release not only had the interview content, but also Jiang Shuji's own analysis and opinions. Before the deadline, she calculated the sales of the White Emperor 41 TV. The whole platform had 65,000 sales, according to the calculation of 148 yuan per unit. The sales had been more than 9,620,000 yuan, which was a really amazing figure. Even if the profit margin of this TV is even lower, it is estimated that there are millions of net profit. The key TV set on the shelves is only about 10 days to earn 1 million, then a month to net 3 million. Simply make people red figures. This article was sent out. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, coupled with the previous public opinion storm, which makes the White Emperor 41 TV, has become a phenomenal hot news, but also let the White Emperor TV, for the first time, attracted the attention of peers. Everyone also realized that the original production of low-end TV is so profitable. For a while, the major TV brands finally realized that the reason for their lower shipments in this half-month was because of the White Emperor 41 series of TVs, which stole most of their orders for low-end products. As for high-end TV set brands such as Sony and Samsung, there was little impact because the buyers were two different groups of people. Among them, Xiaomi TV, which focuses on low-end and cost-effective products, has been hit the hardest, which has caused them strong concern. The Xiaomi TV manager convened a meeting with his engineers to study the mystery of the success of the BYD TV set. The manager's eyes gleamed as he stared at the engineers and asked, "Tell me, if we produce this 41-inch TV, can we compress its cost to less than 148 yuan?" The engineer frowned, then shook his head. "It is impossible according to our current process and raw materials. The minimum can be compressed to more than 500, plus some other costs may be able to reach 600 or 700, on the basis of the selling price of 1,000 yuan. The net profit of each unit is about 300 yuan. To build a 41-inch TV that costs less than 100 yuan, unless we use all the cheapest parts, and also the obsolete models from a few years ago, but we have R&D costs, all counted in, and selling it for 148 yuan, we must be losing money." The manager was upset that the engineers hired for such a high annual salary couldn't solve the problem for him. They can't even build their cost-effective synonymous enterprise, so how did BYD build it? And look at the sales momentum. It seems profitable inside. If this goes on, their products are not competitive, low-end products will be eliminated sooner or later. The manager then ordered, "I order you to immediately buy a White Emperor TV set back to study, to see how they do it." The engineer didn't dare to delay, immediately placed the order, and expedited the delivery out of his own pocket. They were to arrive tomorrow to start the study. Waiting for the second day, the engineers received the White Emperor 41 Pro TV. They began to disassemble the reverse study, suddenly surprised, and the expected cottage quality is different. The internal structure of this TV is remarkable, and even have the shadow of high-grade TV design. It can be said that the accessories upgraded, with the original circuit can be built a high-grade TV. It can be seen that the White Emperor in this circuit diagram has spent a lot of effort. This makes Xiaomi's engineers do not understand, counting the R&D costs, how can not be amortized cost, do not understand how YD compressed the cost to below 148 yuan. In fact, what the engineers do not know is that Zhou Yang change and design circuits are the system to help complete this part of the cost savings. You can save a lot of cost, so normal companies cannot fight with him in a price war. Just when the White Emperor TV became the object of study of enterprises in the industry, the sales of White Emperor 41 Pro TV also officially exceeded 80,000 units, and this is only in half a month's time. Results. This sales is really horrible, hit the other brands of low-end TV. Sales only 1/3 of the original, or even lower, was crushed without the slightest power to fight back. After all, there are not many consumers can refuse a normal TV, but also anti-fall warranty, not worse than other brands of the same size TV, and priced at 148 yuan TV, which makes the White Emperor TV, became the industry's explosive products. And Zhou Yang also officially received the system's task reward prompt. Super Factory System Challenge task completed. White Emperor 41 series of TV sets, monthly sales of more than 50,000 units, and the positive feedback rate of 96 or more, special reward for a rare drawing. Cool Zhou Yang excitedly waved his fist in the office, while he was ready to open this rare drawing. The drawing was virtual, contained in a small virtual gift box that needed to be opened by itself. Open the rare drawing with a command from Zhou Yang. The system opened this mysterious drawing for him. The system prompted, obtained one drawing of the limited edition Haier double tub wave wheel type washing machine. Washing machine. Zhou Yang was surprised, not expecting the drawing to be a washing machine this time. Zhou Yang had won the higher washing machine drawing from the lottery, but this drawing was different from the other drawings, and had a limited edition label. After inquiring, the system learned that this washing machine, Haier developed, but did not market. This drawing is the year before the project, but the design came out, was judged to be behind the times of the product. Now people's standard of living is improved, the pursuit of quality of life. This old-fashioned wheel washing machine is the 80s and 90s of the last century began to popularize the style. The function is backward, and now has been quickly replaced by the drum-type washing machine. Drum-type washing machine not only looks good, but also has more functions, washing and drying in one, with sterilization, timing, Internet of Everything, etc. A semi-automatic wheel-type washing machine does not have. The fast-paced city people are favored by the drum washing machine. This has led to the wave-type washing machine. Sales are getting lower and lower, and the buying crowd is mostly urban and rural low-end market. Customers are price-sensitive, are willing to choose cheap products, so the major washing machine companies then gradually reducing the production of traditional wave-type washing machine. The wave-type washing machine began to involution, like Haier. This not launched on the death of the wave washing machine, is because more than a lot of fancy features, plus the use of good materials, resulting in higher costs, was denied by the management, so the master is not yet dead. It was Haier Snow. However, this washing machine drawings, but by Zhou Yang through the system accidentally drawn, and because there is no market, and even directly out of the use, there will not be imitation, plagiarism and other negative impact. Zhou Yang viewed this drawing, found the same problem as Haier. If this washing machine is built, the cost is more than 500 yuan, plus all kinds of loss and labor, it will be 600 or 700, then sell $1,000 or so. The price is too high, no wonder it will be denied. So this wheel washing machine, not lost in the function but lost in the product positioning. But this drawing was given to Zhou Yang, but it was the right time. He is the best at cutting down the configuration. Now that White Emperor's two products relied on the mountain village market and achieved success, Zhou Yang certainly intends to continue to take the extreme cost-effective route. Then the next product is this washing machine. Zhou Yang opened the drawing editing interface and prepared to delete and reduce. Ding. Triggered the newcomer guide task. A drawing should not only delete, technology lies in innovation and application. This modification of drawings need to have innovative items than the original drawings, and recognized by the market. The monthly sales of 30,000 units, the positive feedback rate of 96 or more, can be rewarded with a set of shell injection molding production line. Note that you need to prepare in advance of the required plant. Suddenly received a reminder. Zhou Yang was surprised and happy. Just got the parts production line, so that he can reduce the cost by a cut, and this time to provide the shell injection molding production line, so that you do not have to look for other manufacturers to customize the shell every time. Looking for other manufacturers to customize, but also worn out. Because the White Emperor's products are low-end, selling price is low, profit is less, those shell manufacturers are not very willing to do, are grabbing to do high-value orders, so like now Z1 flat panel shell supply, it is subject to constraints, want to produce in advance but also to pay the expedited fee, and look at other people's face. If you have your own injection molding production line, it would be great, not only to save the cost of the problem, but also to save time, a lot of time. So this novice guide task is imperative. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and opened the editing interface after making all the preparations. First of all, the original metal aluminum alloy material shell, all replaced with hard plastic. The cost can drop 100 or so at once. Then the electronic control panel, the cost of dozens of dollars, and the user has to learn the cost of a bunch of buttons, do not know how to start. This is also a full replacement, and to replace the mechanical knob, quite retro, although the look of dirt, but the accessories are good to buy. Uncle Lou has a lot of old models of the old electronic parts, to fight for the knob panel in the 6 yuan within a set of parts all done. Next is the biggest cost of the motor. The motor of the original Haier washing machine is powerful and is expected to be able to wash 10 kilograms of clothes, which is necessary in rural areas, because it is necessary to wash heavy fabrics such as duvet covers, then this motor cannot be reduced, otherwise it is not suitable for the rural market. But the original imported motor is too expensive, actually close to $100. That's certainly not. To find a domestic alternative, the best cost can be compressed to within $20 or $30. As for the liner, there is no need for any high-grade plastic, general plastic on the line, characterized by wear-resistant, not easily broken, lest it affect the product reputation. But the disadvantage is that the friction is a little big, running up the noise. These are not problems, Zhou Yang has realized. For the rural market, low price is better than all the fancy. Ready to complete the modification of the moment, Zhou Yang suddenly found a problem. The original version of the washing machine, there is a bionic sea spray structure, can be in the cylinder, multi-directional jet water. The purpose is to fully wash clothes. But the original version of the spray water flow, there is a subtle small motor and circuit drive, which is more than a few dozen cost. Zhou Yang certainly cannot want, that also want to cut. But this function all cut, feel a little pity, the washing machine will have no novelty, Zhou Yang considered, decided to be retained, but those small motors cannot be used, otherwise the cost cannot be pressed down, must think of a way not to spend money on the sea wave spray function. Seeing the water inlet on the drawing, Zhou Yang had an idea, can use the water pressure of the faucet above and gravity potential energy. The water flow will be pressed out of the spray port, so that you can also save a little cost. The principle is similar to the watering can. This saves another few $dozen. The drawings were basically set and completed, but Zhou Yang delayed clicking OK because it would not be possible to complete the task. This time, the novice guide task made him to design brand new features, which was not good. Innovation costs money. Adding a new function requires new parts, the cost goes up, the more complex the function, the higher the cost, going against Zhou Yang's usual design thinking. So how to design a brand new function? That will have to start from the actual use of the customer. He is not a rural user, so Zhou Yang decided, looking for target customers to contact. He immediately went from the shopping background of the online store to find customers whose shipping address was in the mountain village area, and then called them. Hello there, I'm a person from White Emperor Electric Appliance Company, and I want to do a small research with you about washing machines. After Zhou Yang made the call, he promised to complete the research and give them a gift package, a coupon to offset the next purchase of White Emperor's products if they purchased it, plus a souvenir. As soon as they heard that there was a gift, but that customer was knowledgeable and said a lot. Washing machine, I've bought it before. It didn't last long before it broke down, and I've been throwing it away at home. It doesn't last, can't wash big clothes. Useless for a while. Zhou Yang received a lot of user feedback, but the salient point is that it is not durable. This involves a number of brands. If a brand is not durable, it is a quality problem, but all the brands are not durable, that means it is not a quality problem. Maybe it is a problem with the use of habits. So Zhou Yang asked these users in detail about their habits, but learned a shocking information, that is, these rural users often use the washing machine to wash vegetables, potatoes and radishes, and other things with outer skin, washed and washed and washed, and then fed to the pigs or eat themselves. Now Zhou Yang knows, washing vegetables is not the same as washing clothes. There is a lot of sand and soil on it, which will lead to damage to the washing machine and increase the failure rate. If we design a washing machine that can wash vegetables, isn't it an innovation? Zhou Yang's thoughts opened up at once and decided to do just that. If the washing machine wanted to wash vegetables, then it was necessary to make the cylinder and agitation device not too sharp, otherwise it would break the vegetables. Furthermore, a filtering device should be added to filter out the sediment. This is relatively simple. Zhou Yang altered the drawings, set up a filter device at the outlet of the washing machine. The finer sediment can be discharged along with the sewage, and the large pieces of sediment that cannot be discharged, set up a collection tank, and clean it up on a regular basis. As for the washing mode of washing vegetables, it is definitely different from washing clothes. The agitation should be even, not too fast, and the rinsing is mainly. This requires a separate option on the panel for washing vegetables, also convenient and easy to understand. Dropping. Drawing design complete, no innovative options. When Zhou Yang added the dishwashing function, the system was automatically completing the design, but it was not judged as innovative. The dual combination of dishwasher and washing machine is actually not an innovation. Zhou Yang was a bit puzzled, So he went to Baidu to check, only to find out that a washing machine that could wash vegetables was not an original creation. As early as the beginning of this century, there are companies have launched a washing machine can wash vegetables, but belongs to a niche product. The price is not very cheap, urban customers cannot be used, rural customers think too expensive, both ends are not pleasing to the eye, and did not implement up. This is difficult to do. Zhou Yang's mission objectives cannot be accomplished. It seems that in addition to washing vegetables, but also to add a new function to be able to do. But the main purpose of a washing machine is to wash things, so apart from clothes and dishes, what else can be washed? Zhou Yang began to think about what appliances with the word wash. Wash bath, wash dishes. Wait, dishwasher. Zhou Yang suddenly thought of a household appliance, a washing machine that can wash dishes. This is really a field that no manufacturers are involved in, but it is still a little difficult to realize the function of a washing machine to wash dishes. First of all, the size of the washing machine, it is not suitable to add a dish rack. If you make it suitable for dishwashing rectangular cylinder, then it is not suitable for washing clothes, it will also leave a dead corner. And a dishwasher is where the dishes don't move and let the water flow, which is very different from how a washing machine operates. At the moment, it seems that dishwashers and washing machines are so different that they seem to be incompatible. But things happen for people, so Zhu Yang locked himself in his office and spent the whole day writing and drawing, just so he could find the commonalities between the two appliances. After carefully checking the construction of the washing machine, Zhou Yang suddenly found a point that could be utilized, that is, the original wave-type spraying device, which was similar to the dishwasher. It's just that after his previous deletion, the spraying force by water pressure and gravity wouldn't be enough to clean it. Then if you add some small motors appropriately, so that the cost increases within $10, one more dishwashing function, wouldn't it be great? Do it. Zhou Yang to the previous drawings slightly modified, added a few small motor to control the force of the spray water column, so as to ensure that the water spray force can better clean the dishes and clothes. But this will not clean. Then we have to slightly modify the way, add a round chopsticks rack in the bucket, let it in the washing slowly turn, so that the fixed water jet can spray to most of the area of the dishes, and then after the water, so it will be much cleaner, just to do so. It will be more than the normal dishwasher water consumption is a little larger. However, the people who use the washing machine to wash the dishes itself are usually trying to save money and use the utility bill for comfort, and will not focus on that little bit of water consumption, and this has got to be messed with. After such a good design, the drawings were automatically corrected, then the system interface began to display the finished product using the simulation video to show Zhou Yang all round this laundry, washing dishes, 3 washing in 1 washing machine function. Only in the simulation animation, this washing machine can easily cope with laundry and dishwashing. It is the effect of dishwashing is slightly worse. There are many places where rinsing is not clean. The system prompted, failed to modify the new function. The dishwashing effect is not satisfactory. The system negated this modification. Not every modification would be successful. But it didn't matter, failure was success. His mother. A better way needed to be thought of. Currently it was because the dishes were all stacked on top of each other, the water flow in the middle covering part was always not sprayed. Then a more ingenious way needed to be designed. But Zhou Yang after a day of trying also did not succeed. Till late at night, Zhou Yang feel a little dizzy, decided to watch a movie, first relax a little mood. Open the TV, see the recent movie and TV drama, it feels contrary and tired, all kinds of detachment from reality, see people guilty of nausea. Zhou Yang turned out the old movie Taiji Zhang Sanfeng, or Watch This Eye. As a result, when he saw one of the paragraphs, Zhang Sanfeng said, "Let go of the burden, run to a new life." Zhou Yang suddenly like a purest enlightenment, which gave him inspiration. He sat up from his bed, opened the system drawing editing interface, and began to modify it. That's right, he realized the direction of modification from the movie. His design idea in the morning was to design a superb washing machine with comprehensive functions, but the dishwashing function was never as good as it should be, caused by him pursuing perfection too much. Wanting to save costs and still wanting good results, however, this was impossible and could only find the optimal point. After Zhou Yang's operation, he finally found a breakthrough, which was to abandon the washing of the back of the dishes. General people eat and wash dishes. The back is less likely to be stained, so you only need to put the front of the dishes on the outside of the dishwashing rack, facing the spray water flow, so that the front will be rinsed clean. As for the back of it, does not care. Then will be noted in the manual, can only wash the front stains, back dirty, recommended hand washing, or wash the front, and then transfer to the reverse side of the wash again. This way, although the function is backward, but it arrives at the point where it can be used without significantly increasing the cost. Ding! Washing machine design completed, adding dishwashing function, recognized as a new function, please name this washing machine. This time a pleasant tone came from the system, finally recognizing this new function. Someone had previously invented a washing machine that could wash dishes, but a washing machine that washed dishes and bowls was the first of its kind, and this now had the prerequisite to complete the task. After thinking about it, Zhou Yang named this washing machine White Emperor 3X washing machine. 3 means 3 types of washing, laundry, dishwashing, and X is the pinyin of the word wash, so it's easy to remember. System White Emperor 3X washing machine drawing design is successful, triggering a lucky strike. Obtaining the corresponding mold this time, it triggered luck again. I don't know if it's taking care of newbies, but anyway, it'll save time and a few $1,000s again. The next step was to purchase the accessories, but it was getting late, so this would have to wait until tomorrow. Before going to bed, Zhou Yang checked his current points. Relying on a handful of Z1 flat panel sales, plus the hot sales of the White Emperor 41 series of televisions, he now had 61 points, which could be exchanged for ordinary drawings. However, the drawings didn't have anything too good in them, so he would accumulate the points first and wait until he was on 100 before he exchanged them for something good. The system was giving more and more benefits. In another month or so, it was estimated that he would be able to pay back his debt of $5 million, and he could sleep soundly. Zhou Yang still dealt with the night on the folding bed in the office, and when the production was on track later, he would go home and sleep again. Turning the day, Zhou Yang started shopping for accessories for the washing machine. The first is the inner liner and shell. He gave the drawings to the injection molding factory, and chose the cheapest and most wear-resistant materials. However, the injection molding factory is now very tight production tasks, need to wait a while to produce, very delayed. No way! This production cost is cheap. In order to reduce costs can only choose this, then we have to wait patiently for a period of time. The good thing is that the factory is now in full production of television sets, but there is no delay, you can wait. Zhou Yang thought in his heart, this should be the last time he looked for accommodation factory. After the production line rewarded down, no longer need to be subject to this restriction. Subsequently is some panel small accessories. This kind of accessories to find Uncle Lou on the line, bulk purchases, only a few cents. As for the number of purchases, Zhou Yang temporarily set 50,000 sets, first look at the pre-sales and then say. As for the cost of the largest proportion of the motor, Uncle Lou here also have goods. Motor is a traditional industry, what models have, and even can be directly customized. Customized to spend money and time. Zhou Yang and the readily available models to choose, his requirements are only 2. One is cheap and durable, the other is power enough. Zhou Yang lined up several motors of the same model in Lu Shui's place, and he went through them one by one. System Golden Bull 73W A-type motor meets the requirements. The system gave a hint and found a suitable motor, which was cheap and of good quality, and Zhou Yang got a rather favorable price of 31 yuan when he asked for 50,000 sets, which he might need to stock later. The other big head is the shell and cylinder. The factory quoted 28 a set. Plus the rest of some messy materials, screws, rubber hoses and other small parts. His own production line can be produced. In the end, the White Emperor 3X washing machine, the cost price of 75 yuan or so. This price made Zhou Yang breathe a sigh of relief, but finally it didn't break the triple digits. Then, according to his usual style, this washing machine must be sold for $99. Less than 100 yuan for a 3-in-1 washing machine. So there should be a certain degree of competitiveness. Zhou Yang is optimistic about the prospects of the washing machine. Next, Zhou Yang let the artisan Xiao Jiang begin to design the publicity pattern, but this time the launch of the new product will be later, at least half a month, mainly because the injection molding factory side delayed the time. Just as Zhou Yang was preparing to produce the washing machine, the White Emperor 41 TV set was selling in full swing, selling another 20,000 units in the following week. In the first half of the month, the 3 major online shopping platforms combined to wildly sell 100,000 TV sets, which which became a phenomenal product in the TV set market and triggered widespread attention. 100,000 sets of BYD-41 TV sets, totaling more than 10 million yuan in sales, can definitely make some peers red in the eyes. To say what is great in the domestic market, it is undoubtedly to follow the trend. See BYD TV sets to make a lot of money. Cottage small factories have mounted cheap TV, quickly launched 100 yuan price of cheap TV sets, even cheaper than BYD TV sets, priced between 120 to 130, which is undoubtedly more attractive. A time low-priced TV sets swept the deep town of Huaqiangbei market, but also in concubinage online store online. However, the products of these small cottage factories are not as good as BYD i41, one after another quality problems. This day the anchor G is live. Suddenly there is a fan called "Do not step on my Chelsea" in his live room. Quarrel, constantly in the pop-up screen area. Screen brush. Garbage anchor, just know to bring garbage goods to enrich, the quality is so poor, I want to complain you, expose you. G was puzzled, he rarely brought goods, even if he did it was to promote various video games, as he was a game anchor, yet this netizen called Chelsea actually said that the quality of the goods he brought was poor. This was unscientific, at best he said that the game wasn't fun. So why did he say that the quality was poor? Friend, are you mistaken? If you think the game is not fun, you can apply for a refund from the manufacturer, G said in the live broadcast. Don't step on my Chelsea said. What game? I'm talking about the TV set you brought in last time. I watched it for a few days, and it was scrapped. It didn't light up, and the customer service ignored me when I said I'd return it. Whitey TV set. G then wondered, he had never brought goods to White Emperor, and that previous unboxing video was also at his own expense. In all honesty, he didn't even compliment BYD with a few good words, just a couple of words after realizing that the TV was resistant to falling. He didn't charge BYD a penny, this wasn't even considered bringing goods. G patiently explained, but that "don't step on my Chelsea" student did not listen to, and then disappeared from the live broadcast, and then G received a warning from the backstage, saying that he should standardize his words and behavior, and be careful with the goods, etc. G was very upset. G then got very upset, it was an unmitigated disaster. He went back to look for the netizen but couldn't find him. But there were other people in the room who had similar experiences. Another netizen called Retreat, he said he also bought a White Emperor TV. The frame has scratches, yellowing, suspected of being second-hand. G feel wrong, he bought 2 white grain products, the quality should not be so bad, I guess where there is a misunderstanding, he added. The Retreat netizen, ask about the situation in detail. When the Retreat netizen from WeChat sent over the picture of the White Emperor TV set he bought, G recognized at once, this is not White Emperor TV at all. Brother, it seems like this one you bought isn't a White Emperor TV set yet, it's not that different from the one I bought. G came to his room and compared his TV set with the one in the netizen's photo. No matter from the logo size, shape or the details lined up, they were not the same. Could it be a new product from White Emperor? G then managed to back off the netizen to ask for the address of the online store. He wanted to go and see what was going on in person. As a result, the merchandise link was sent over, and when he saw the long list of titles, G knew something was wrong. Although the name of the product has 2 words BYD, but the last but more out of a White Brother words, the bottom of the commodity page shows that the White Brother TV, the price of 138 yuan of TV, is not genuine BYD TV. Then carefully observe the photos provided by the netizen back to back. There is no logo on the TV, only the manual and the box with a line written White Brother trademark, deliberately make people look like the White Emperor. 2 words. Which is the usual cottage product stealing the pillar maneuver. It's been a long time since I've seen a copycat product of BYD. G sighed. And then he went to chat with the customer service of BYD store, asking them, is this TV set BYD, or BYD? The customer service said that they were BYD, which was cheaper and better quality than BYD TV sets. In short, it's a lot of talk about smallpox. G naturally did not believe it. In order to give everyone a trip, he placed an order for one on the spot. But the shipping address of this TV set is not right, not the city, but in the city of Canton. The good thing is that the 2 cities are not far from each other, a day or 2 will be able to arrive. Just when G waiting for the arrival of the goods, the internet has been published one after another. People were pitched post, saying that the quality of the White Emperor TV set is too poor, substituting the good for the bad. There is a saying that good things do not come out of the door, bad things spread 1,000 miles. The monthly sales champion of the whole network of television sets, with a batch of special products to open up sales, then began to use poor quality products to fool consumers. Such news headlines appeared in the pages of some irresponsible media. They do not go to interview and understand the situation, just based on netizens in the posting bar and other places. Screenshots become their own news, with gimmicks to attract people to click. As for what the truth is, they do not care, only care about their own traffic. I have to say, these people are really the shame of the news media. This matter, too, was quickly discovered by Zhou Yang, because some customers who bought cottage products couldn't find after-sales service, and actually ran to their Baidu online store to get angry and ask for a refund. Zhou Yang, in the understanding of the original cause, think this thing is so strange, and this also effectively affect the sales of the online store, must be clarified. On the one hand, he let the online store put beware of counterfeiting, serious Baidu trademark content. The other is to find the media to dispel rumors. The person Zhou Yang was looking for was driver reporter Jiang Shuji. Hello, reporter Jiang. Zhou Yang found Jiang Shuji and invited her to the factory again. Jiang Shuji was also very interested in this news, as she was relying on the last report on the White Emperor Company to turn around, so she also paid attention to the follow-up news. She came to the office in the factory and saw that there was already a Baidu TV set on the table. Yes, there is more than one kind of cottage TV, like this brand. It is the Bai of 1100, the Emperor of the Emperor. This TV is priced at 128 yuan, which is 20 yuan cheaper than the genuine Baidu TV. Zhou Yang bought back. See this imitation TV, Hanging Gas did not laugh. This shell is not brand new, and the original logo parts was pasted a sticker in front of the reporter's face after tearing down, found that the top is written in the Chrysanthemum brand. Zhou Yang said to Jiang Shuki, Chrysanthemum TV, the factory has closed down. The last batch of products, according to records, should be 6 years ago. Then this TV, just a second-hand Chrysanthemum TV modification, at least 6 years ago. The goods were to paste a trademark as a brand new sale. Jiang Shuji also felt outrageous, so she recorded it and turned around and published it in the business newspaper, asking the majority of consumers to keep their eyes peeled to avoid being deceived. However, some people didn't know what to think and found that Baidu was wrongly accused, so they started to spray in a different way, saying that Baidu had violated the anti-unfair competition law by being so low-priced, and also reported it to the relevant departments. And even used the theory of the victim's guilt, distorting the facts to say that it was all because Baidu was selling it too cheaply, breaking the rules of the trade, which allowed some unscrupulous merchants to take advantage of the loopholes. Although this kind of public opinion is not the mainstream, but also flooded some online communities, affecting a part of the people. In the meantime, the anchor G bought the White Brother TV has arrived. He first unboxing live. The result is that as soon as he opened the box, he changed his face. This accessory just see a bad smell. G covered his nose. This TV set shell has a pungent odor, so that he had to wear a mask and open the window to ventilate. He previously opened the box by DTV, although that TV has a single function, but there is absolutely no odor. This cottage by D is too disgraceful. By the time he opened the TV, his eyes were not too comfortable, and he felt that the flickering was rather large. Color distortion. This is not to say. Next, look at the effect of playing the movie. Holy shit, what is this? Why do the characters occasionally have a layer of red edges? Is this a special effect? G was shocked to see the movie screen. The anchor has earned it, watching a movie with this Baidu TV set. It's actually different from ours. It's worth it. Netizens were flirting, because they could see that this was the TV set that had problems. The color display was abnormal. It was obviously broken. Isn't this the same as when I was a kid and used a magnet to suck the TV? It's all discolored, right? Anchor, try it with a magnet. The netizens quickly began to fling. After all, anyone could see that this TV was a cottage, and there was no longer a need to test it. Good. G thought that this was a whole job, and the show's effect was sure to explode, so he found a magnet, and as soon as he sucked it in, the entire TV's colors went haywire, similar to a ha-ha-hey mirror. The netizens all laughed and jerked. They found out the use of this cottage TV. It's just for fun. After all, watching a program on this TV is simply destroying the eyes. G watched for half an hour, then felt uncomfortable eyes. This TV is absolutely toxic. He then picked up his cell phone to give feedback with the store, saying that this TV is also too trashy. The result is that customer service began to play dead and did not answer. Complaints went to the concubine customer service side, saying that the store had been closed down because of too many complaints. Sure enough, when G went to chat with customer service again, he realized that he could no longer open the store. But can I still return this TV? G had no way to complain now, so he could only admit that he had spent $138 on a real piece of electronic junk that he couldn't even return. Some of his fans explained that these stores are temporary applications, margin is very little, while the heat of a wave of wild sales of products, such as the time of complaints, they have withdrawn cash away, so G this TV money has to not come back. G is not bad money, to not come back, then he will have to unload this TV after all. This kind of garbage, stay is a scourge. So he carried the TV to the garbage collection point, took a stick on the spot, and Liv smashed the garbage TV. Bang bang bang. G hit very decompression. He also jumped to the TV and stomped on it. Soon the shell was crushed by him, revealing the parts inside. Wait. Brothers, guess what I see? G saw from the rubble a label attached to the circuit board inside, with the date of manufacture on it, and it was actually from 2012. Good guy, this is the real deal. This White Brother TV set is a decade-old used TV conversion, no wonder it's so bad. When he threw all the TV sets into the recycling box, G urged everyone to buy, or to go to the regular store, like he bought the White D flagship store is good, other places, it is easy to be cheated. A new fan came to ask. I immediately want to buy White Emperor so cheap TV TCL Samsung Sony, Millet, which is not better than it. G then said buy electronic products is to live within your means, lack of money on the White Emperor, and cannot see, not bad money on Samsung Sony. With this explosion of G smashed cottage TV, many often online netizens, or look down on the White Emperor, that more than $100 of television, and those cottage has no essential difference. Coupled with the business sector, the White Emperor to launch an investigation of unfair competition, there are many people believe that the White Emperor is the destruction of the television industry. Pests should be closed down early. As a media person, Jiang Shuji could not bear it. She was in her personal video account, angrily denounced this kind of speech, cannot because they do not need to deny the value of White Emperor TV. They have not seen Z1 Flat Buyer's show? In order to correct this part of the spammers' misconceptions, Jiang Shuji opened a live video stream to record the buyer's show of the Buy D41 TV set, so that they could see how the reaction of the masses who actually bought the Buy D TV set was. Jiang Shuji clicked on the buyer's comments of the Buy D Shake Shop. The first one was a buyer's show with a picture of two bedridden rural old men wearing white undershirts with holes and yellowing. The two old men were full of wrinkles, but their faces showed a genuine smile. This pair of old people is Jin Qiao's in-laws. Their old couple watched the opera playing on TV and smiled happily. And careful netizens, see the appearance of the family. The table to put the TV is dilapidated. The table leg is still padded with a book. Then the netizens in the live broadcast room was silent. They wondered, could it be that the people who bought the White Emperor TV were all this group of mountain people? Also they were wondering, were there really such difficult places in the country? This is contrary to their cognition. After all, in the short video, everyone is earning millions of dollars a year, driving a Panamera Cullinan. Everyone is a high-flying handsome. Our country is also second only to the old United States as an industrial powerhouse, but there should not be such a place. However, netizens with real experience are saying that this is the status quo of hundreds of millions of people in the country. They can spend 100 or 200 to eat a fast food, but more than 100 will be able to them to buy a TV, can watch for many years. They, the city people, the pursuit of quality and enjoyment, to buy a big brand TV, and those people, the monthly income is even less than 1,000 yuan, want to watch TV, but also can only choose the White Emperor. After all, Samsung and Sony can catch up with their year's income. Seeing that the netizens in the live broadcast room were silent, Jiang Shuji shook her head. Only such a fact thrown in her face could make these easily incited netizens quiet down. She gently slid her index finger across the screen of her phone, and the comment page continued to scroll down to another surprising buyer's show. Only the next comment was a photo of a classroom in a mountainous area, a group of children working on homemade desks made from bamboo. The walls in the direction of the blackboard were peeling off the siding, revealing the dirt residue behind them. It wasn't even a house built of concrete and bricks. And it was in this one shabby classroom that the White Emperor 41 TV set that didn't match the rest of the picture was placed. And the video in this buyer's show showed the children could be seen reading the English phonetics aloud, based on the scales on the TV. Jiang Shuji looked to this buyer's message. He said that he was a mountain village teacher. The classes are all left behind children from 10 miles and 8 villages. They have meager wages. Teaching materials are simple. He teaches these children language, math, English, art and music and physical education by himself, because there are only 3 teachers in the whole school, and each teacher takes all the children in 2 grades. Because I speak with an accent, so the children have not been able to learn to pronounce English well. Good thing I purchased the BD41 TV set. Only a week of my living expenses is enough. The display is still very good. After playing the standard English teaching, the children's pronunciation correctly up, thanks to the BD TV set, so that the children learn the correct knowledge. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room are silent again. Why there are still children in our country who go to school in such difficult conditions. Some people can throw millions and millions of dollars to buy a schoolhouse for a schoolhouse. Yet everyone didn't know before that in some remote mountainous area, there are still some elementary school that can't even afford to match the teachers and tables, chairs and benches. Can you leave your address and contact information? I'd like to send you some supplies. There were a lot of enthusiastic netizens who left comments underneath this buyer's show right then and there, hoping that this person would see it. Jiang Shuji continued to scroll down these positive comments with pictures. A large part of the comments are living in remote mountainous areas. Many of them live in dilapidated cramped house. From the photo, the only electrical appliances in the house is the White Emperor TV. The TV is placed in the middle of the house, below the row of men, women and children. These are the right and left neighbors to see the TV. Everyone's face is the expression of novelty. Isn't it good to watch TV at home by yourself? Why get together to watch TV when you can watch whatever station you want? Comments gave the answer. Because the family who bought the TV is nearby a few miles. The highest income households, last year, selling grain earned several thousand. Today there is still a little bit of money on hand, bought a TV set. The neighbors will run over to see. And even in order to save electricity, the pitch black house never turn on the lights. Like this buyer show, there are many netizen spammers after watching, also completely understand, by their disdain for the White Emperor TV, for these mountain residents, really the only can buy the entertainment facilities. This is not only a TV set but also a window for them to understand the outside world. At this moment, even the most foul-mouthed spammer silently exited the live broadcasting room. This situation, how can he still spray White Emperor TV? To be an enemy of BD TV would be equivalent to offending hundreds of millions of low-income people across the country, and the spammer himself wouldn't dare to commit mass anger. Yang Shuji saw that the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were finally harmonized, so he said to everyone, if you don't like a commodity, don't denigrate it yourself. The garbage in your eyes could be the treasure in someone else's mind. After Jiang Shuji finished speaking, she closed the live broadcast, and then published this video, inside her personal account. Soon this video was pushed to the top in the short video platform. This kind of positive energy video also gained the approval of the official Jitterbug, which was equivalent to another wave of heat for the White Emperor to draw. At this time, netizens are very curious. In the whirlpool of public opinion in the White Emperor electrical factory, why has not been vocal? This is not scientific, if put aside to other brands, hate to make this heat into network marketing. Maybe White Emperor is a new factory, do not know how to utilize the traffic. Everyone begged Jiang Shuji, and then go to interview White Emperor, to see what they are busy in the factory. So Jiang Shuji a short time, the third time to the White Emperor electrical factory, but found the door parked a few industrial and commercial departments of law enforcement vehicles. White Emperor was investigated. Zhou Yang has been a bit of a criminal lately. The TV was selling well, and suddenly he was reported to the online store, saying that he was brushing the sales. Of course, this time he has submitted evidence. The 3 major platforms have not investigated the problem. The store is still operating normally. What followed was that there were a lot of cottage products under their ByD's banner, but sold some labeled and modified old TV sets, seriously damaging ByD's reputation and interests. The good thing is that through the media and netizens' rumors, finally those stores selling fake and shoddy televisions were seized, and the market returned to normal. However, it hadn't been normal for 2 days yet, when White Emperor was reported again. This time it was much more powerful. It was the personnel from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. It has been reported that you are destroying the market by dumping at low prices. It is unfair competition. Please cooperate with our inspection. The industrial and commercial personnel came to the factory and saluted Zhu Yang. Then they were about to check his accounts. If this time it was to be investigated out that Zhou Yang had utilized below-cost prices to sell the White Emperor 41 series of televisions, it would be a violation of the law and would face heavy fines. Zhou Yang was a little depressed, but did not say anything. After all, the cleaner the clearer, so he took the law enforcement officers and came inside the office. He called the office sister, and finance and other people. The relevant information are carried out, so that the industrial and commercial personnel randomly check. Part of the industrial and commercial personnel stayed behind to check the evidence, and part of them went to the workshop to check. After a brief investigation, they found that White Emperor Electric actually did not have any violations. This was very unreasonable. Because in their impression, the TV set would not be so cheap. These industrial and commercial law enforcement officers, each of them has a TV set at home, basically from $1,000 or $2,000. Never seen a 148 yuan TV. They only need to check the purchase price of the parts, together, more than 148 yuan, then Zhou Yang is miserable, will be issued a huge fine, serious, or even ordered to close the factory. However, they looked at the raw material purchase invoice, every single one of them is justified, and there is also a normal tax. There will not be any doubt. The entire television set, costing around $100. This is not scientific. Law enforcement officers are also confused. They whisper among themselves, if their investigation is true, then this 41-inch television set, the cost of $100, they spend $1,000 or $2,000 to buy a TV, then it has not become a wrongdoer. The facts are right in front of us. These law enforcement officers also have to believe that they seem to be cut by the TV company's leak. It turns out that it is not Whitey's unfair competition, but other television companies. There is price gouging monopolizing the market. This reversed the situation. It was embarrassing for the law enforcement officers, who started out all serious and ready to write a ticket, but ended up not finding out the problem and proved that they had lost money by buying a TV. How nice it would have been if White Emperor had put the TV on sale earlier. They wouldn't have had to spend that extra $1,000 or $2,000. However, the captain leading the team was experienced, so he questioned Zhou Yang and asked him why there were no R&D expenses. It was important to know that R&D expenses were also a heavy part of the cost, just like chips, which were nothing more than the same composition as sand, but it was because of the high R&D expenses that a chip made of sand was going to sell for hundreds or thousands. So if White Emperor counted the R&D expenses of the TV set, it might prove that he was dumping the product at a low price. There are no R&D costs. Zhou Yang calmly said to them. He explained that this TV set was drawn by himself using his spare time. There was no additional expenditure of money, so the research and development cost was zero. Seeing that the crowd didn't believe him, he continued, maybe it's not rigorous to say so. If you have to count the research and development cost, the paper and pen consumed needs to be counted, a few sheets of paper, plus and half a tube of ink, roughly worth 80 cents? Zhou Yang reported the research and development costs, led a group of law enforcement officers collective speechless. They live so big. Who has seen 80 cents research and development of the TV set can still be a big seller? This refreshed their cognition. In any case, they didn't find any evidence of White Emperor Electric's violation of the law and could only withdraw. Zhou Yang and his White Emperor Electrical Appliance Factory once again withstood the inspection and test. This is the real gold is not afraid of fire. Reporter Jiang Shuqi watched the industrial and commercial law enforcement officers leave, and knew that they did not find the problem, otherwise it would not be this style, at least to write some tickets. She felt that this is very good news material, and the gatekeeper said hello, and entered the factory. Jiang Shuji had already been here more than once, and the grandpa knew this young female reporter, so he could enter after registering. Zhou Yang received a notification from the gate guard grandpa, and came to the compound to pick up reporter Jiang. Inside please. Zhou Yang welcomed Jiang Shuji. Some of Jiang Shuji's articles had also brought a lot of traffic to their Baidi factory, and inwardly, he hoped that she would come for more interviews. Once in the office, Jiang Shuji took out her recorder and manuscript, then asked about the situation when the industrial and commercial personnel came to inspect. Zhou Yang then told the facts that he had been maliciously reported for unfair competition, but the law enforcement officers did not find any evidence and left it at that. There are actually people who are this bad. Jiang Shuji expressed her amazement. White Emperor seemed to have a bit too much negative public opinion lately. Talking about this matter, Jiang Shuji opened Weibo, Shaketone and other platforms to show Zhou Yang the comments section. There were a lot of people on the internet right now, denigrating and abusing Baidu's products, talking about the shame of China's manufacturing industry, e-waste replicators, and other titles which were underneath almost every video about Baidu. Haven't you considered speaking online to defend yourself? Jiang Shuji asked curiously, as she saw that Zhou Yang didn't seem to be angry at all. If she were, she would probably have gone online to break heads with the people who had called her names. Zhou Yang seldom look at GIN and microblogging. The company applied for an official account, but also let the special operation in the management. He this time or for the first time seriously in the look at spraying his remarks. White Emperor's products are all garbage, they break within a few days of buying them. In this comment, Baidu's operation has already replied below, asking the other person to just apply for a replacement in the store, and if it's really a quality problem, Baidu will be responsible to the end. However, this person did not reply and seemed to go offline after spraying. There were many other spammers. Zhou Yang clicked on their profiles and found that they were all various abusive statements, focusing on spraying Baidu and other electronic products, quite obsessive, and didn't know how Baidu's products had offended them. Aren't you angry or explaining? Jiang Shuji asked curiously. What's the point of getting angry, spraying against these spammers and sailors? That's not playing right into each other's hands, Zhou Yang said with a smile. White Emperor seems to have a bad reputation online. There are always people saying it's cottage, low-end, etc. I don't know how I offended them, Jiang Shuji said. Zhou Yang said, these people, in fact, the identity of the call, do you know a saying, only peers are abject hatred? Jiang Shuji asked in shock, could it be that all these spammers were sent by their competitors? 80%. Zhou Yang continued. How do you think White Emperor electrical appliance offended someone so deeply? If he's a White Emperor user, it's fine to return the product if there's a quality problem. Our White Emperor's products are basically only exchanged, not repaired, and can even be returned directly. And not our White Emperor's users, things are not even bought, then there is even less reason to spray us. So the probability is that these spammers are found by competitors, and it can be seen that most of them are robots replying in there. This is someone who has written a crawler program. As long as it searches for the keywords of White Emperor, it will automatically post spamming comments below. It can actually be like this. Jiang Shuji was a bit surprised. This was the first time she had heard of this new style of spamming. In fact, this was the real business war. The business wars in movies and TV dramas were all about playing stocks, acquisitions, and new product competitions. However, the real business wars were about unplugging network cables, grabbing official stamps, and poisoning, including buying water armies to blacken their opponents. Zhou Yang then said, domestic cell phone circle, automobile circle. This kind of buy water army behavior, are those manufacturers play bad things, after all. Break people's wealth such as killing parents, a manufacturer to make money, others cannot earn, of course, want to black you. In order to prove his guess, Zhou Yang clicked on a letter video site, casually found a cell phone news, and saw the comment area yin and yang, targeting a certain few brands on the tier, a lot of spammers in the chaotic spray. And then there are also brand diehard fans in the spontaneous maintenance. This had almost become a specialty. Zhou Yang put down his cell phone and said to Jiang Shuji, so the harder others scold Baidu, the happier I am. Being envied by my peers means I've succeeded. Jiang Shuji nodded and gave this a record, but she still suggested that public opinion is a double-edged sword, ignoring it is always not the best strategy, and hoped that he would respond. Zhou Yang felt that reporter Zhang had a point, having not responded all this time. That group of people were even more arrogant and thought he was easy to bully. And network war of words used well can play a better effect than advertising. Zhou Yang thought about it, and then had an idea, decided to start from the White Emperor washing machine. It is officially in the Jitterbugs, Letter Station, microblogging and other places, register their own personal account, used to and netizens against the line. In addition, Jiang Shuji was also more concerned about the news of White Emperor's new product. So Zhou Yang revealed that the new product was a 3-in-1 function washing machine. 3 functions? Is it 3 functions of washing, dehydration and drying? Jiang Shuji asked. No, the other 2 functions are also for washing certain items. Zhou Yang intentionally sold a secret. Jiang Shuji was then very curious. She couldn't wait to see the washing machine with these 3 functions to see what the magic was, but it would have to wait a few more days before it could go on sale. At the end of the interview, Jiang reporter asked, Baidu initially owed $5 million in debt, and Zhou Yang came to take over, but became red hot, so now that Baidu's TV sets are wildly selling 100,000 units, has he paid off his external debt? Paid off half of it, Zhou Yang said. His 41 TV sets sold more than 100,000 units, even if there is an increase in cost at a later stage because of the screen, just according to the profit of 40 yuan per unit. Then there is also a net profit income of $4 million, of which 2 million is used as a startup capital to hoard raw materials, and the other 2 million paid off the external debt. Very good, Baidu is very promising, and I wish your product sales are getting better and better. After Jiang Shuji interviewed the desired material, she shook hands with Zhou Yang and then left with her backpack. And Zhou Yang proceeded to make his rounds in the workshop. Nowadays, the workshop was all assembling the White Emperor 41 Pro TV set, which was currently the company's fifth product. After selling 100,000 units furiously in the first half of the month, the demand was still swift. Mainly because of the cheap price, one is the low-income people to buy. In addition, there are townspeople to buy a put in the bedroom and other places, which makes the TV set every day can also sell hundreds and thousands of units. Sales are relatively stable. Regardless of how happy the internet scold White Emperor, but the people are very honest, cheap quality is not bad, they are willing to pay. Zhou Yang then came to the warehouse to check, here piled up all the raw materials, not only TV parts, but also washing machine parts. In fact, most of the washing machine parts have arrived, just missing the shell and liner. Cannot concentrate all the industrial chain in their own hands, it will be so stuck in the neck. The same thing is not available, can only continue to wait. Zhou Yang feels that the parts problem must be solved as soon as possible. Then you need to move a little scheme. With the Jiang reporter's interview in the newspaper, the netizens were surprised to find that White Emperor actually released a new product preview, is a washing machine with 3 functions, and the selling price is as cheap as ever. A washing machine is actually as long as a double digit. Which 3 functions are the 3 the netizens didn't understand? Everyone then started a guessing game. First of all, the first function of the washing machine is of course washing clothes, then what about the remaining 2? I guess it's washing and drying, and making 3 functions on purpose is just a gimmick. Soon someone else objected, no, looking at the shape, this is obviously an ordinary double-cylinder wave washing machine. It's impossible for this kind of washing machine to have a drying function. Now it seems that the second function is tumble drying. What about the third, sterilize and disinfect? Either that or add spices. It can't be a washing machine with a built-in TV or speakers, can it? I have to say that netizens have a big brain, and people really think it's possible. Anyway, Whitey 41's TVs are cheap, so there doesn't seem to be a big problem with hollowing out a hole in the washing machine's casing and integrating a TV set. It's definitely a genius idea to watch TV while doing laundry. How much fake wine have you guys been drinking? Built-in TV sets have also been thought up by you guys. Why don't you want to add 4 wheels underneath to sit in the washing machine and run on the road? This group of oddball netizens heard. This is also a good idea. You can drive the washing machine is absolutely the industry's first. Netizens have said that if this washing machine can go on the road, they must buy one. The comment section of this news was quickly brought crooked building, became a collection of genius brains. The back of the netizens also said that the integration of a space shuttle to go up, the next landing on the moon will rely on the White Emperor washing machine. There were a lot of good-eating netizens who kept urging Baidu to hurry up and release the purchase link for the washing machine. They couldn't wait to buy the washing machine that could go to space. Dear, our store's washing machine can't go to space yet. The customer service of White Emperor's online store had to answer so many of these questions every day. While the customer service told these things as jokes to Zhou Yang was happy because this was the heat. The more abstract the netizens discussed, the higher the fame of White Emperor. However, the netizens' anticipation rose, and taking advantage of this heat, the washing machine had to go online for sale as soon as possible. Now just missing the shell and liner of the injection molding factory, mainly because they gave the production to the very back. Zhou Yang then prepared the expedited fee. Finally, the shell production plan ahead of schedule. 4 days later, Whitey received the first batch of washing machine injection molding shell. At this time, the sales of white bottom televisions had leveled off, a few hundred units per day, and there was currently quite a bit of inventory in the warehouse, so Zhou Yang decided to produce 3x washing machines for the entire factory production line. On the same day, the first 3x washing machine managed to get off the production line, so Zhou Yang planned to do a test, and by the way, shoot an instructional video to teach customers how to use the 3 functions. The first thing is to wash clothes. This is the simplest. According to the type of clothes into the cylinder, adjust the washing time and mode. The knob will start timing. At the same time, the water inlet pipe starts to feed water. When it reaches the right position, it will automatically stop, then start agitating the laundry. After 10 minutes of washing, the clothes have been cleaned, and then put into the side of the dumping bucket. Cover the lid. The dumping bucket began to rotate like crazy. 2 minutes after the end of the dumping, take it out. It is a washed and dehydrated clothes. Zhou Yang in front of the camera to show the clothes, proving that the White Emperor 3X washing machine, the ability to wash clothes. After all, the washing machine cannot wash the clothes. That is also too funny. This was followed by the second function, which was washing vegetables. Zhou Yang took out a bag of carrots, potatoes and apples bought from the food market, and so on, all put into the water, and then the knob to choose to wash vegetables a gear. Cover the lid. Inside came the buzzing sound. The strength of the water flow of washing vegetables is much smaller than washing clothes, mainly for fear of washing vegetables and fruits to the bad. Washing vegetables and fruits, as long as the floating soil and dust wash clean on the line. The important thing here is that there will be sediment, and then the sediment was discharged. The entire water flow is black. Then the inside began to spray rinse, and waited a while, the water flow became clean and transparent, which was washed. Zhou Yang opened the lid, took out the vegetables and fruits inside, originally still full of dirt. Potatoes, carrots, has now become clean. The next step is either peeling, or simply rinsing it and putting it in the pot. If you wash apples in large quantities, and are worried about the wax on the surface, you can add detergent to the wash in a variety of ways, so the user can choose the washing method that best suits them. The third function is washing dishes. Zhou Yang began to show the third function. This was said. The surrounding employees all stared in disbelief that the washing machine could also be used as a dishwasher. Here to wash the dishes we'll have to use a special dish rack. The used plates and bowls are facing outward, aligned with the spray opening. Cover the lid, knob adjusted to the dishwashing gear, added detergent. You can wait for the wash to be clean. While waiting, an employee on the side asked, "Plant manager, can this be washed clean?" "It should, we'll just see in a minute." Waited nearly 10 minutes. The end of the washing dishes. Open the lid. You can see the shiny as new dishes, except that there is no drying function here. Cannot ask for a washing machine priced at $99, but also with drying, that other peers still do not want to live. This video shooting is good. Then Zhou Yang personally, with the computer to edit the video, put on the online store page, so that customers know how to use. After the test was successful, the White Emperor 3X washing machine was officially launched on the whole network, with a uniform price of 99 yuan and Z1 tablet a price. This immediately shocked the crowd again, and netizens were talking about it. $99 for a washing machine? Also, can 3 wash this baidi is quite capable of whole living. I just don't understand. Why are White Emperor's appliances so cheap, while others are several times his price? Is White Emperor too cheap, or are others selling too expensive? Some sober people say that the reason why White Emperor is so cheap is because it has fewer functions, and the accessories used are the obsolete models from a few years ago, and it mainly focuses on the rural market. So if you want to experience the latest technology and comfortable experience, you definitely need to buy the products of other families. But if you are looking for the ultimate price-performance ratio, and you have the concept of it works, then White Emperor is a good choice. A good choice. The netizens are not interested in washing machines in general, but the White Emperor 3X washing machine is different. It can wash vegetables and dishes in one, the ultimate pursuit of lazy people and frugal people. So this time for the ad cover, Zhou Yang also let the art worker Xiao Jiang push the envelope and wrote that by buying a White Emperor 3X washing machine, you can save the money of a dishwasher and save thousands of dollars at once. The White Emperor washing machine is really a good deal to buy. I don't believe it. I can actually wash vegetables and dishes all in one. Is this going to force me to be a chef? I have to buy one to try. Many netizens immediately decided to buy it, which triggered a new round of new product rush. At this moment, within the White Emperor company, Zhou Yang and several customer service and online store operators were staring at the time on the computer screen, waiting for the moment when the sale started at 10 o'clock. Drop 1000 factory manager. Our Whitey washing machine is sure to become a hit, the operations staff said joyfully. Zhou Yang's hanging heart finally fell into his stomach. His own 3X washing machine was considered to be accepted by the market. However, he was a little strange, even 41 TV sets, when the sales were not so hot. How a less common home appliances than TV washing machine, but there is such a ferocious buying momentum. At present, he does not know the reason. In fact, the real hot sales is because the attention of the White Emperor appliances is high. But also with this washing machine innovative dishwashing function. The previous White Emperor, whether it is Z1 flat or TV, because of the limited function, the purchase of most of the remote areas of the population, but this time is different, because the hot terrier circulated on the network, so that everyone knows in advance the existence of the 3X washing machine, and wash dishes. Dishwashing function is very suitable for the needs of the urban population. Geeks can talk 388 rechargeable cards, 648 to buy skin, but do not want to spend thousands of dollars to buy a dishwasher. Now only 99 yuan, you can buy a dishwasher that will wash clothes, and besides, even if the function is not good, 99 yuan cannot be a loss there. The White Emperor store and support 7 days without reason. Then there is no reason to refuse such a genius design of the washing machine. So half of the sales of 3X washing machines are contributed by the urban population. But in the past, there were fewer female customers for flat panels and televisions, but this time there were more female customers buying washing machines. Especially single young people, have a 3X washing machine, usually wash a dish. Wash a dish is also quite good. You can imagine, a city worker to work overtime to go home, has been tired of a stinking sweat, but also to endure the hunger to cook, and so eat. It is estimated that the lazy do not want to move. Then at this time, in the change of clothes, wash the dishes, eat the dirty dishes into the washing machine. They do not have to worry about, and so on tomorrow wake up from sleep, and then clean up can be, which is too much hassle-free. Even if someone doesn't think it's hygienic to put the dishes and laundry together, it's perfectly fine to use it as a separate dishwasher or washing machine. After all, the price is here to stay. The 3X washing machine is especially suitable for people who rent and simple landlords to save money. With such a design, it solves the pain point needs of many urban people, and it is justifiable that it can explode orders. Zhou Yang, after seeing such fierce orders, immediately went to notify the workshop to grasp the production, the warehouse to hurry up the order delivery, to deal with these orders with the fastest speed. At this time in the 10-mile village, the village head Zhang Fugui came back from outside, and said to his wife G Bigfoot as soon as he entered the door, "I see that White Emperor has come out with a washing machine again, so place an order to buy one back." "We have a washing machine at home, why would we buy one?" Ji Dafu asked in confusion. Zhang Fugui said, "This washing machine is only $99, and it can wash vegetables and dishes, so we won't have to fight over who does the dishes." "It can also wash vegetables?" G Bigfoot asked in surprise. "Yes, that's how it's described above. I'm too busy on this side, you buy it. Anyway, it's just 99, it's not too expensive, it's not even a loss to give away." Zhang Fugui was too busy, grilled 2 mouthfuls of rice, finished in a few mouthfuls with salted vegetables, wiped his mouth, and went out to work again. G Bigfoot clicked on the favorite store and found that White Emperor was really new, but she purchased it a little late, and the webpage already showed that it would be shipped within 72 hours. However, she is not in a hurry, late is late, can receive as long as. At this time, there are very many people who are waiting to receive the goods just like Jai Bigfoot. In a mountainous area in the north within the village of Red Flag, a man in his 40s, his skin is tanned by the sun, the calluses on his hands are so thick that they have almost lost their fingerprints. The clothes on his body emit a smoky, sweaty odor. This one looks like he is busy from the fields all day until the sun goes down before he goes home. Returning from the field, he opened the lock, and as soon as he entered the door, a pair of dragon and phoenix children at home gathered around. "Daddy, Daddy, give me a hug." The 2 children were only 4 years old, wearing thin clothes, their bodies were dirty, dragging clear snot. The man lovingly picked up the 2 children and sighed. It was too hard for him to raise this pair of children by himself. This peasant man called Jing Guhua. A year ago his wife died of illness, he became a man, and as a father and mother, both to earn money to support the family, but also to serve the children, life is very difficult. But even harder he held on. Usually he went out to work on the land, he locked his children at home. However, when he dragged his tired body back, saw the well-behaved son and daughter, the cold heart only warm. "Dad, I'm hungry at this time," the daughter said. "Okay, Dad, cook." However, the two big fat pigs in the pig pen at home, both of them had been hungry for a day as well, and were squealing straight in the pen. But they are not as important as the children. Genguhua has to cook for the children first. At this time, the courier outside shouted, "Genguhua, your courier has arrived. How come you always lock the door during the day?" Coming, Genguhua pushed the door to see that the washing machine ordered by one of his relatives had arrived, and he signed for it. He looked at the brand on the box. Baidu. Sounds strange. Genguhua has only seen Small Swan, Haier and other washing machine brands. This Baidu has not really heard of. However, relatives said it is very good to use. Read the slogan, said that you can wash vegetables and dishes. He came to interest, immediately plugged in the electricity, connected to the hose, the potato sub radish, pumpkin, and what not thrown in which to clean it. However, he then went inside to cook. By the time he'd finished laying down the shredded meat and squash noodles for the kids, the two kids gobbled them up. Genguhua also took a bowl and came to the washing machine, opening the lid to see that the vegetables were actually all washed. Originally they were all muddy kara, now they were all shiny and clean, saving him from having to wash them. Then he finished the noodles in 3 or 2 bites, then chopped up all these clean vegetables, put them into a big pot, then poured in the stick noodles, put a little less salt, and began to cook pig food. While the pig's food was cooking, Genguhua was reading the manual of this washing machine, and realized that he could also wash the dishes, so he was surprised, and followed the manual, put the dishes left over from the children's meal into the washing machine, and pressed the switch again. Then he had to go and tend to the pig's food, and when it was ready and cooled, he gave it to the pigs, and looked back at the dishes which had really been washed. This washing machine works so well. Genguhua was pleasantly surprised, as the washing machine actually appeared to have 3 functions which he had never heard of before, and it worked well, saving him a lot of time. Then he finished feeding the pigs and bathed the 2 children. After the bath, it was already a clear moon and stars, but Genguhua couldn't rest yet. He still had to wash the children's dirty clothes. He also took off his dirty clothes and put them into the washing machine together, casually poured washing powder on them, and waited for the washing machine to do its work. He wanted to see this time if this washing machine was really all powerful, and the clothes could be washed clean. At his home in Red Flag Village, Genguhua's 2 children were already asleep, while Genguhua was still in the yard, leaning against the moonlight to wash his clothes. The Baidu 3X washing machine was running, buzzing a bit loudly, which was why he didn't wash the clothes in the house, for fear of disturbing the children's sleep. After rinsing and dewatering, the clothes finally finished washing. He picked them up and looked at them against the light in the house. The stains were all cleaned, and there was a faint smell of laundry detergent on the clothes, like the smell of the clothes back when his wife was still around. Genguhua, tears in his eyes. Life is bitter. He is an old man to carry down, so he wiped his tears dry, the clothes to dry on. When he carefully went to the bed and slept next to the child, he looked at the clock to see that it was more than 9 o'clock, 1 hour earlier than usual, which is the time that the White Emperor 3X washing machine saved him, and he was not so tired. Genguhua is planning to go and thank his relative tomorrow for the washing machine he ordered for him. Baidu 3X washing machine became the new favorite of the home appliance circle. A few days later has been sold off the market, although the factory can assemble hundreds of units a day, but still cannot catch up with the demand. The director of the workshop approached Yang last week, talking about how the 3 shifts were still too busy and the need to recruit more people. Now there are already dozens of people in the factory. If there are more people, we need to add production lines and continue to increase manpower. But this all requires funds. Now the external debt is not yet paid off, so it is not yet possible to expand production. I know after a while I will definitely expand production. Zhou Yang promised the workshop director. Now that the production had reached its limit, the follow-up could only be on the pre-sale link. If a newly released electrical product was so hot that it went off the market, it was basically a big brand product, such as Huawei and Apple's cell phones, many of which needed to be snapped up, or even increased in price to buy from scalpers. However, this time it is the opposite, is actually a new factory, and rely on cheap electrical appliances to start, which makes many peers do washing machine feel puzzled. This 99 yuan washing machine, really so good? Domestic counterparts is the inside of the volume. They found their own wave washing machine, These days the sales of all the waist cut the word may not be appropriate, it should be said that from the ankle to start chopping, the sales are not as high as 1/5 of the previous high, completely unsellable. For example, the small Swan Hayer, the United States, Millet and other washing machine enterprises also immediately began to purchase this washing machine, to buy back to reverse research, to see in the end white 3X washing machine, what is the magic? However, these manufacturers are disappointed that the delivery time is delayed to 5 days later. It will take several days to receive the goods. They can only wait while watching the white emperor of this new electrical appliances factory, in the sale of special sales. And many electrical enterprises, together with the person who seeks to buy 3X washing machine, there is a dismantling blogger Li Shuhang 1. He hadn't known that White Emperor had come out with a new product, or his fans had told him about it, wanting to see him dismantle White Emperor's product again. His 2 previous disassembly experiences had given him a pretty good impression of White Emperor appliances, and seeing that a number of fans had asked him to come and disassemble them, he agreed to the request without thinking, ready to buy the hot-selling washing machine. However, he encountered the same problem as he did with the Z1 tablet, which was that it was temporarily out of stock, and by the time he bought it, it had been delayed to 5 days before it could be shipped. Seeing that a few days after the opening of the sale, Baidi's Shake Shop alone had already sold 3,000 sales, simply horrifying, this is not at all like the achievements of a small factory. In the face of this predicament, Li Shuhang also opened the Salted Fish app in a light manner, and bought a second-hand washing machine on it to dismantle it. The result is really found, the same city someone out of the unopened box 3X washing machine. The selling price has 299 yuan, but also asked for door-to-door self-pickup. The whole then the selling price of 200 yuan, which is equivalent to the second-hand value-added 200. This value-added rate is really horrible, already does not conform to the theorem of the electronics factory, that is the price drop. White Emperor's products are really financial products. Not convinced this time, Li Shuhang was convinced. He decided to place an order, and he immediately contacted the other party. He himself had to use cargo pull back the washing machine. While going, he also did not forget to send a dynamic reminder to his fans, although Baidi's new products will increase in price according to the law, but selling electronic products as scalpers is an improper behavior, even if it is the scalpers who are pouring iPhones, as usual. They will lose their money, so it is better not to hoard Baidi's products for the sake of a little bit of small profits. Products that can go on the production line, there is no such thing as scarcity, and scarcity is only for the opening days of the sale. After that the thing is worthless. You're overthinking it. His fans immediately replied to him, White Emperor's things are all big items, and the initial sale of each account is limited to 1 unit, want to hoard are inconvenient, and on this washing machine, storage is also a big problem. It will not meet the needs of scalpers. It is estimated that the guy who sold the washing machine this time is also a case in point. When Li Shuhang found that washing machine seller, checked that it was correct, and paid for it, he asked the guy why he bought the White Emperor washing machine, and still didn't unseal it, but instead he wanted to sell it second hand. The seller chap said, earn a little money, White Emperor's new products will be sued in the first few days, so if you can grab one, then hang it out for sale. If you can't sell it, you can use it yourself, it's cheap anyway. Li Shuhang had to admire this seller's economic acumen, it was really earned by him. Like him, this kind of disassembly blogger, what he needs is a hot spot, so he has to make a video as soon as possible, lest the heat passes and no one will watch it. Then the washing machine markup is even more expensive, he also has to buy it. When he went back in the van, Li Shuhang also swore in his heart that the next time White Emperor comes out with a new product, he must be the first to buy it, so as not to be the wrongdoer again, always spending a high price to buy second hand. When he returned home, he directly opened the live broadcast for Disassembly this time. Li Shuhang opened the box and took out the foam. Inside is the body of the White Emperor 3X washing machine. All the accessories are placed in the inner liner of the washing machine, including the manual, warranty card, dishwashing rack and so on. Because this washing machine is a rare 3-in-1 series, so before using it, Li Shuhang consulted the manual. Laundry, dishwashing, the latter 2 functions are fresh. Let's take a look at his functions first. Li Shuhang decided to do a performance test first. The first step, washing clothes first. He put on the dirty clothes, added laundry detergent, and then adjusted the knobs. This knob is also too retro. I remember the washing machine when I was a kid. It was like this Li Shuhang was right. This point was more felt by the fans of the 80s. When they were young, they were all these knob-paneled washing machines, while now they were all in the form of buttons. Then when the washing machine was working, the noise was a bit loud. Li Shuhang measured it with a decibel meter. It was around 40 decibels, which was already considered a bit noisy. This washing machine is not silent. Customers with silent needs can pass, Li Shuhang commented. After waiting for the clothes to be washed plus dehydration, but it felt that the laundry function was moderate and could meet the usage requirements. Next it was time to test the dishwashing function. Li Shuhang read the manual of the White Emperor 3X washing machine. It says that it is recommended to wash vegetables and fruits with skin, hard, non-leafy vegetables. Then he picked potatoes, tomatoes, watermelon, pumpkin, etc. and put them into the washing machine. He also picked some celery, beans and other ingredients in order to do the validation, and then turned on the vegetable washing button. Here, in order to see the internal working mode clearly, Li Shuhang used a screwdriver to block the detection device, so that the washing machine also began to work without closing the lid. Fans tuning in to the live broadcast saw the vegetables and fruits start to stir in the washing machine. First there was a stream of water rushing over the inner liner, then a rotating spray, and slowly the water at the bottom began to gather and the fruits and vegetables floated. At first the water is black and gray. Inside the sediment gathered, the downpipe began to work, discharged a lot of sediment. The amount of water coming in is greater than the amount of water going out, and when there is almost half the water in there, the melons and fruits are all immersed in the water, tossed around, bumped and sprayed everywhere, so that the floating soil on the top is all rinsed clean. After that it started to drain a lot of water, slowly turning slower, until finally after the drainage is clean, spraying water from above and then again, so that it is washed. Li Shuhang took out a bunch of melons and fruits, and found that the washing was not bad. Basically can't see the soil, only the tomatoes are a little soft, the celery leaves are washed and almost gone, and also accidentally played the role of passive picking. He actually developed the White Emperor washing machine picking function, but cannot do perfect picking, like leeks, parsley, this kind of vegetable. It is not good to put into the washing machine to wash. Very common. What's the use of this function? Direct peeling is not enough, it's a waste of water. I'd rather wash it myself. But this look at the function of washing vegetables can be used, but the audience is not optimistic. The average geeks and office workers don't usually cook, so this use of washing vegetables is not used by most people. The third test began next, which was washing dishes. Li Shuhang took out a few bowls that he had eaten at noon, with rice residue on them, and also took out 2 clean plates with oil and soy sauce sprinkled on them, and put them into the washing machine together, and chose the dishwashing gear. Then the washing machine began to work, and wash dishes similar steps, but here the spinning speed is more fierce, because the texture of the dishes is hard and stronger, not afraid of damage. Because there was no lid, some of the water sprayed outside, and Li Shuhang hurriedly put the lid on, lest it crumble everywhere. When the wash was finished, Li Shuhang realized that the wash was quite clean. If there were still stains on the back, it could be turned around and washed again. Not as good as a dishwasher, can only wash one side. Dishwashing is a gimmick. How much water is wasted? It costs more than a normal dishwasher. Clothes and dishes are washed together. How disgusting, especially my husband's underwear and socks are thrown into the washing machine, people. Eek, think of it on the stomach. But design this function of the manufacturer has a problem. Right, netizens have started to troll again, which is already a necessary stage for the new products of Di appliances. Li Shuhang is just a dismantling blogger. The function is not going to comment for the time being, anyway. These 3 functions, it is simple, it can be used. As for whether it is suitable for other people, it is a matter of benevolence and wisdom. Next he dried the washing machine water, then power off, began to disassemble the internal structure. The material is all plastic, it should be cheap, costing a few $dozen after removing the shell, Li Shuhang commented. After opening the shell, the motor and some construction inside was seen. Very simple. After simple disassembly, it was all presented in front of the camera. The motor used in this 3X washing machine seems to be a universal model. Li Shuhang photographed the model number and searched online, and sure enough, it was sold on Alibaba, and he was able to buy it for more than $60. The audience immediately exclaimed, "This one motor is $65, so the other equipment is worth $34. Simply unimaginable." Li Shuhang said, It should be very cheap to pick up in large quantities, but it's also tens of dollars. These shells and parts, how to tens of dollars? I think this 99 yuan selling price, it's hard to control, and I don't know how White Emperor saves costs. Actually able to suppress the price to double digits, it feels like they're really here to do charity, Lei Shuhang said, and remove the circuit board. Look at the workmanship is also relatively solid, or White Emperor's usual style. The only thing that surprised him was the little motors that controlled the water flow, very delicate. These little motors should have been designed with thought. It's simply unimaginable how White Emperor controls costs if this design and royalties are added to the cost. After Lei Shuhang did the disassembly, he started to assemble the washing machine back. He decided to stay and use it. Although there was already a washing machine in the house, but with these unique 3 functions of the White Emperor 3X washing machine, plus the cheap price, an extra one wouldn't be a loss, even if it was used to wash a moppy. Lei Shuhang finally made a comment in the live broadcast. I think the White Emperor 3X washing machine, still very unique, of course. There are many shortcomings: noise, general material, 3 washing modes, clothing and dishes, food mixed together, a little unhygienic, the rest is still okay. The price is its biggest highlight. If the pursuit of cost-effective, buy one will not lose. In Lei Shuhang, the live process edited and posted online, and then triggered a big discussion among netizens. Anyway, flirting and dislike accounted for a large part of the e-waste. This argument is not endless. At the same time, the 3X washing machines purchased by major washing machine manufacturers also arrived, and their engineers immediately launched testing and disassembly. Functionality testing is complete. The 3 modes of performance are ordinary, that is, will be able to use. The internal structure is even simpler. The texture is far worse than their Wave washing machine. After all, their company washing machine materials, basically every item, are better than the White Emperor washing machine materials, and also more beautiful, in line with modern aesthetics. The kind of knob buttons, high intelligence that is retro, low intelligence is ugly explosion, designers cannot accept. Finally, the manufacturer's designer commented, this construction is also too simple. In addition to this small motor spray, a bit of hair style, other nothing. The leader then asked if they could build a washing machine for about $100. The designer said they could, but the profit was very low, and there was even a high probability that they would lose money. And as soon as the production of 99 yuan washing machine, then the other several $100 of the Wave washing machine will not sell, all to be forced to stop production, coupled with 100 yuan washing machine profit is low, and the White Emperor has already seized the market, and White Emperor to compete with the low-end product line is really unwise. In order to lose money for $100 of washing machine, to give up its many washing machine products, how to look at it is a loss-making business. But no matter and cannot, their low-end washing machine has not sold. But the White Emperor washing machine sales are rising. This has become the leaders of the washing machine manufacturers of the problem. The leaders quickly made a decision, that is, first suspend the production of low-end washing machine, to retain 1 or 2 high-end 1,000 price of washing machine, so as not to compete with the White Emperor 3X washing machine. After all, can afford to buy 1,000 washing machine will not be very likely to go to buy the 3X, this kind of cheap washing machine. As for the drum washing machine, it is not affected for the time being. The 2 consumer groups are different, and many manufacturers believe that those who buy White Emperor washing machines are cheap, smelly grifters, not quality customers, and can be ignored. Now, when the White Emperor 3X washing machine came out, whether those washing machine manufacturers admit it or not, it had an impact on them, among which hair company was the most surprised. Because they saw that the internal structure of the 3X washing machine was so familiar, and one of their unlisted washing machines could not be said to be exactly the same, it was practically identical. Could it be that the drawings were stolen? Hair's people were startled and immediately went to open the safe to find the dusty drawings. The people from Hair Electrical Appliances, at first, thought that it was their own washing machine drawings that had been stolen, but after opening the safe, they found that the drawings were properly sealed inside and had not been touched. It was strange that there could be a product so similar to their design style. But that's not the point. The point is that this $100 priced washer rubs their low-end Wave washer on the ground. Ever since the White Emperor 3X washer hit the market, they couldn't sell their low-end corrugated washers, selling less than 20 units in a week, many of which had just been sold and returned, and they must have turned around and bought the 3X washer. After all, Whitey's washing machine gimmick, 3 washing modes, the key is cheap, which is the most deadly, after all, doing business in the country's business. All know what the domestic market is like. The price is cheap is the king. The pursuit of quality is only a few people. Soon, the person in charge of Hayer's washing machine business also made the same approach as other enterprises. The low-end wave washing machine all clearance processing, only retain one or two high-end wave washing machine. They will focus on doing high-end and quality. This is separate from White Emperor's low price track and will not create competition. It must be said that White Emperor has made their peers all avoid competition, which is enough to show their success. Even the big players in the same line had to give in. But the netizens felt that the 3X washer was garbage. They didn't look at the sales, they only looked at their own feelings and felt that the 3X was just jeopardizing the market. Dumping with such a low price, then who is still going to do RD? Whitey then became the scum of national brands in their eyes, the black sheep. For a while the online comments were simply unreadable, and all kinds of big hats were put on White Emperor. Some netizens bought a 3X washing machine, and published a video on B Station, Jitterbugs and other places, saying that this washing machine is not bad, and as a result, it will attract a bunch of spammers, and some people cursed dozens of floors at a time, making a mess everywhere. On this day, Joe Yang stayed in the company until after 8 o'clock before he got off work. He drove the factory's 8-handed minivan home, which was one of the few assets left to him by his old man. Joe Yang returned to his home, a 60-square-foot old raggedy house. In other cities is not worth much, but in a place like Deep Town is the meat and potatoes. Unfortunately, this is a small property right house, can only live, sell it is not worth money, just live by yourself. Joe Yang did not go home for some days. As soon as he came back, he opened the windows and ventilated, then cleaned up a bit, went to take a shower, and was ready to sleep. After taking a shower and lying comfortably on his bed, Joe Yang opened his cell phone and logged into his account to check out the news and other content. Soon he found a video about the White Emperor 3X washing machine. A single young man living in a rented house, who bought the washing machine, felt that the washing machine worked well, and put in a good word for White Emperor. With such a simple video, there were over 24 people underneath saying that the White Emperor washing machine was garbage, and how bad and offensive it was. Joe Yang saw that one of the highest liked content was, "The designer has a pit in his brain, washing clothes and washing vegetables and dishes together, what's the idea?" Joe Yang then replied below, "Hello netizen, I am BYD factory manager Joe Yang. I want to clarify that the washing machine only provides 3 cleaning modes. It is not mandatory that the 3 must be mixed, feel unhygienic. You can only use the laundry function, or only use to wash melons and fruits, or wash dishes, so that there is no problem." Joe Yang's net name was called White Emperor Master, so it looked kinda like the factory manager's number. Soon that netizens started spraying, "Who are you to just come and pretend to be the White Emperor factory manager? The washing machine came out with a feature, why don't you let me use it?" Joe Yang is considered to be a powerful online barbarian, really irrational stirring 3. He said the washing machine is just a tool, how to use is the customer's freedom. Just now it was you who said it was 3 functions together is not hygienic. How do you want to use it together again? Are you going to use a piece of it? Or not? So that there are melon netizens are below to send bursts of laughter emoticons. This dislike is honest. However, the sprayer will not be easily defeated. He quickly replied, "And you are teaching me to do things. I'll use it if I like anyway. 3 washing modes put together is a brain-dead design." Joe Yang then replied back to him, "If the 3 modes are interfering with you, you can return the product to the manufacturer, and we will send you a washing machine that castrates 1 or 2 functions." The White Emperor 1X washing machine and 2X washing machine are worth having. This reply from Joe Yang could be considered quite soulful, directly disliking this spammer plus barber so much that he didn't reply to the message for several minutes. Some netizens saw this reply and came to give Joe Yang praise. "Neo BYD factory manager, this move is good. In one go, let the spammers subside. Whoever says that the 3 functions together are unhygienic, then send him a 2X or 1X washing machine. Save them from spraying again." However, just after disliking one sprayer, there was another who said that White Emperor was electronic garbage with a strange quality cloud. Zhou Yang also followed the reply, "If there is a quality problem, you can find customer service to deal with the solution. It is our reason, exchange, refund, whatever you choose." As for the White Emperor is electronic garbage, Zhou Yang even more do not recognize. He replied, "If the hot sales of tens of thousands of washing machines are electronic garbage, then other monthly sales of dozens, hundreds of washing machines is what? If you have to use the price to judge whether it's trash or not, then you shouldn't drink a few dollars a ton of tap water. That's trash. Go buy thousands of bottles of imported spring water. That one shouldn't be trash. Haha. Other netizens were amused again when they saw Zhu Yang's reply. They felt that the White Emperor sect master was also too funny, and soon attracted a bunch of people dedicated to watching Zhou Yang dislike spammers online. Just watching the war of words was enough to keep them entertained for a night. Zhou Yang then added, I admit that some of the parts used in the White Emperor washing machine are old parts, but that is all in order to control the cost. Had to think that, stacking materials anyone, I can also design a washing machine of more than $1,000 but, you know. Zhou Yang in the key place, with an ellipsis, because what he said, there is the possibility of being maliciously interpreted, so the ellipsis is used, so that intelligent people know the meaning of what he expresses, but also will not be caught in the language disease. Zhou Yang is not a rookie when it comes to online matchmaking. When he was in school, he was also a veteran of posting, and he has a lot of experience in matchmaking. Some people said, White Emperor with low price dumping. Destroy market competition. This will make the enterprise or not to do research and development, but all in the low price to engage in the inner volume. White Emperor is to one's own strength. Pull the whole domestic manufacturing industry underwater. Zhou Yang immediately replied, you also think too highly of our White Emperor. If we are so capable, we would not be a small factory. Why we White Emperor to do low-end cheap goods, is to meet the needs of customers. Some users just want to enjoy the service with cheap prices. They urgently need to function is not so rich, but cheap enough appliances, for example, Z1 flat panel, 41 series of TV sets, and 3X washing machine. If there is no we White Emperor, they may have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars more. Would you say Huawei's cell phones sell for $5 or $6 grand? How about Apple's computers selling for $10,000? Of course they are good, and they have pushed the development of the same kind of products, but can every countryman own one? The current stage of our White Emperor's business philosophy is to let the people of China realize the freedom of electrical appliances, rather than looking at high-end electrical appliances and sighing. This text was sent out, sound and thought-provoking, and immediately gained hundreds of likes. Spammers, of course, there are reasons to nitpick, but most netizens are discerning. Agree with Zhu Yang's statement. Is not the quality of the stuff is not bad, selling cheap and wrong. Is an electrical appliance is sold hundreds, thousands, be cut leaks comfortable? Then these jets are too cheap. The low-priced cheap White Emperor sprayed out of business. People spend more money to buy electrical appliances will feel better? Those sprayers are not too cheap, they are eunuchs. The spammers caused public outrage, so some netizens played a harmonic stunt, causing the audience watching the comments section to burst into laughter. At this point the initial spammer appeared, and he slyly claimed that it was just wrong for White Emperor to introduce a washing machine with 3 functions. It was unhygienic, unclean, and it upset him. Zhou Yang then said, then you can buy 3 washing machines so that one specializes in laundry, one specializes in dishes, and the other specializes in dishes, so there's no delay. Jet added, it takes up too much space. Zhou Yang suggested, then it's better for you to go and buy separate dishwashers and dishwashers. The cheaper ones are about $1,000 a piece, so you won't have this trouble. Dishwashers are too expensive. Jet said again. This made everyone laugh. The 3X washing machine has 3 functions. You think it's unhygienic. Let you buy a dishwasher to wash separately, and you think it's too expensive. Dare I say that this person is a blowhard. Everyone can see that this is the sprayer is deliberately picking a fight. There are netizens to support Zhou Yang, so that this sprayer to hire a nanny, so that you do not have to obsess about the problem of too many functions of the White Emperor washing machine. Of course, seeing as how this spammer is jumping up and down over a 99 yuan washing machine, he basically can't afford to hire a babysitter. In any case, Zhou Yang's first activity of going toe-to-toe with netizens ended in his victory. Zhou Yang disliked the jets with these golden words, which soon became popularized online, and netizens were watching it as fun. Those barbarian spammers who chased after Baidu's products were like mad dogs with a disease. Their craziness was obviously abnormal, and frequent netizens could see that these were paid water armies. Real customers are not like this. If there is a quality problem, the big deal is to return the product and not to buy it, and those who don't like the cheap feeling of Baidu will not order at all, nor will they have any bone-deep hatred for Baidu, because there is no interest entanglement. Any netizen who is mindlessly spraying and chasing after the black must have destroyed some kind of his interests. As for what interests, that everyone knows well. With the hot sale of the White Emperor 3X washing machine, netizens were surprised to find that the low-end Wave washing machines of other brands were on sale at an unprecedented discount, and most of them were out of stock. Basically, all of the Wave wheels under $1,000 have been taken off the shelves. It can be said that the White Emperor 3X washing machine, with their own strength, the major washing machine manufacturers of the wave of washing machines under 1,000 yuan, all hit no. This kind of performance can only be said to be strong and invincible. 3X washing machine are killing crazy, under 1,000 yuan, unbeatable. Looking at the White Emperor 3X washing machine, half a month pre-sale sales have broken 90,000 units, peers are red in the eyes, some small factories are beginning to follow the trend again. Began to produce 68 yuan 5 functions of the washing machine, respectively, washing clothes, washing dishes, washing shoes, washing pets, and the price is cheaper, and all of a sudden shocked the market. Because of the experience of the last counterfeit TV was seized, these small factories crowned their own name, some called the Black Swan, some called the Small Fish Washing Machine, and so on, to see the people dazzled. With Whitey's involvement, it's amazing that the domestic washing machine offerings, all rolled up to double-digit price points, can only be described as magic. After the White Emperor washing machine has been out of stock, there are a lot of people feel that this new emergence of 5 functions of the washing machine, cheap and affordable, so they spend a few $dozen, buy this miscellaneous washing machine home. The arrival is quite fast, the same day delivery, 2 or 3 days to arrive, but once used, all is not so. First of all, this washing machine is very small, only about half of the White 3X, or a single cylinder, does not come with a tumble-dry function. Secondly, the material is plastic, and the workmanship is very rough, with a few screws fixed together, smell and a smell, looking at a cheap feeling that comes to the surface. Said to be 5 kinds of functions of the washing machine, say the most basic washing clothes, put in 2 or 3 coats, this washing machine can be stuck. Later users found that basically can only wash not more than 2 coats of clothing volume, winter coats simply cannot wash, there is a kind of small horse-drawn car feeling. Since you can't wash clothes, then wash dishes, the buyer put the melon, fruit, pear and peach into it, the result is still that not dead washing speed. After washing, the drain hole is blocked, there is no filter inside, every time you wash vegetables with mud, you have to manually clean up the water outlet hole, it's annoying, and it's not clean. Waiting to test the third dishwashing function, the customer found that it is still a stirring speed. These options, the speed is about the same, there is no water spray device, the washing mode is the same, said that the 5 washing modes, in fact, the washing machine washing way, are a kind of dishwashing is even less clean, after washing or grease, rice particles sticking to it, washed alonely. As for washing pets is even more speechless, no pet can stand being stirred by the washing machine soaking water, once heard the noise, directly on the stress jumped out, simply cannot be used. I thought I had found a washing machine that was cheaper and more affordable than the White Emperor, but it turned out to be a fool's errand. Perhaps it should not be called a washing machine, should be a large toy is more like it, is a child's play, cannot be used in the home. People just realized that the original was sprayed the effect of the average White 3X washing machine, actually so powerful, really goods than goods throw. Waiting for these customers who bought 5 kinds of function washing machine to return, customer service will be all kinds of excuses, said what unpacked is not refundable, at most give a 5 yuan red packet rebate. Customers complain to no avail, because the pre-sale agreement inside the unpacked non-refundable provisions, blame the customer did not read and understand, can only eat dumb losses, so many people began to give the store a bad review. However, the store sold dozens of hundreds of units, it has been closed store away, turn around and open a new store, continue to fool people. Because of the stirring of pure cottage products, so that the sales of the White Emperor 3X washing machine suffered a little bit, but there are also thousands of units sold every day. Now urging the shipment of prompts, every day to make the White Emperor customer service anxious, it fed back to the factory director Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang is also a headache, the current factory has just expanded a number of people, has been almost 100 people scale, 3 shifts still cannot solve the problem of 3X washing machine oversupply, the daily production of thousands of washing machines, not enough for a few days before the order, and now the production of a serious clamping, the shipment of the time to be delayed again and again, to the White Emperor's sales and reputation has been adversely affected. Now the black people on the internet have been saying that white emperor learns from Mr. Lei, saying that he plays the monkey, starvation marketing, etc. Intentionally open a low price to attract customers, just do not ship. Heaven and earth, now white emperor every day to send out thousands of express, has been the most full production. Just when the workshop director once again found Zhou Yang and asked him to expand production, Zhou Yang felt that he really had to expand production and recruit people. Recruitment is relatively simple. Now more than 35 years old employees, there are not a few companies, and he grabbed, as long as the wages to open enough, can easily recruit hundreds of people into the factory. Just the production line is not very good. First of all, the automation of the new production line is too expensive, at least a few million. The company's current cash is not enough. The loan, the bank does not know people, to approve at least 10 days and a half months, not necessarily approved, far from quenching the thirst. It seems that there is only one way to go, to buy a used production line. Zhou Yang suddenly thought of a person, that is, the second generation of rich Lin Shuai. This kid is not bad money, and the doorway light, ask him, maybe there is a gain. So Zhou Yang gave Lin Shuai call. Last time 2 people because of the screen bond, the payment has been settled, there is a good trust. This time Zhou Yang called over the phone, Lin Shuai heard, said to help him to ask. I didn't expect Lin Shuai to hear back in the afternoon. My friend does have an electrical production line, but it's old equipment, it's someone else's factory closing down to offset the debt to him, because it's too old. The opening price is 500,000, no one wants it, you can ask him. Okay, I'll go now. Zhou Yang did as he said, and based on the contact information Lin Shuai gave him, he contacted that friend. You're Lin Shuai's friend, ah? Then come over to see it yourself, pull it away if you fancy it, I'm out of town and can't return for the time being. Lin Shuai's friend was also quite relieved, letting Zhou Yang go to his factory in Xiguan City to see for himself. Zhou Yang immediately purchased a high-speed rail ticket and soon arrived in Xiguan City. All the way to the destination by taxi. See, here is a processing plant, he explained the intention. The doorman took him to the warehouse. As soon as he opened the warehouse, Zhou Yang's eyes lit up as he saw a whole semi-automatic production line for electrical appliances. Before, Lin Shuai also said that this is old equipment, the result is much newer than they use in the factory. This is also 7 or 8 years ago, it is not well maintained, look more worn out, just clean up a little, this can be used. Zhou Yang checked, all kinds of parts are all together. Even if it cannot be turned on, he went back to repair it. The next step is to talk about the price. Lin Shuai's friend was out of town, so Zhou Yang and he negotiated the price over the phone. If you sincerely want it, 480,000 pull away, Lin's friend said. Zhou Yang assessed the production line. If it was operational, then the price was more reasonable at around 550,000. If it was not operational and needed repairs, then it would have to be reduced by 50,000. 450,000 would not be a loss, so he was going to cut the price more. 400,000. Zhou Yang quoted the price that he wouldn't lose in any way, thinking that the other party would go back to around 450,000, and he could agree. Alright, then you'll be responsible for pulling it away, I won't pay for the shipping. Unexpectedly, the other party directly agreed, which made Zhou Yang stunned on the spot. Is it possible that I bid too low? Now Zhou Yang seriously doubted that he had underbid. However, he is at least a factory manager, cannot do anything to go back on his offer. Anyway, 400,000 is already low enough, then according to this price deal. It's not good for the other party to be quick, but they are hesitant to dwell on the tens of thousands of dollars. Now 3x washing machine sales in full swing. Zhou Yang is not short of money. Lord directly paid 400,000 cash, this set of semi-new production line to hand. Now we have to consider how to transport back. Zhou Yang and the local logistics company, let them help themselves to transport back. Transportation of such a big guy is not easy. The other side also has a different quotation standard. If the weight of the words to thousands of dollars, they do not guarantee bumps and damage, which is equivalent to the price of transporting scrap metal. This certainly cannot. This set of production line is intended to be transported back to use, so according to the fragile goods level of transport, the final tons of production line charge 9,000 yuan. They are responsible for the original seal to the deep town. Zhou Yang is in a hurry to use, also do not care about the shipping costs. The same day let them to arrange for loading and unloading. This time the freight is mainly loading and unloading, their side to find a dozen young men, find a forklift, the goods were loaded onto the truck. At this time it was already night, Zhou Yang took the truck back to his factory. At this time in the factory, part of the workers are not yet off work, waiting for the goods to be transported over, then began to unload. It was too late at night. The production line was unloaded into the factory yard. Zhou Yang led the workers to the production line to cover the canvas, tomorrow to carry into the factory. When the next day the workshop director Uncle Song Delaware saw the boss actually really bought the production line back, happy as a child, mouth cannot close the smile, touching the production line of the hand is particularly gentle, just like when he was young to caress his wife's face. Then Song Delaware commanded the staff to start carrying and installing this advanced production line. That's right, in the eyes of the seller, this was an eliminated and backward production line, but here in Bai Di, it was the factory's first advanced electrical assembly line. Fortunately, the factory site is large enough to pack out the empty factory building, Song Delaware and row of newly recruited employees, together with the handling and installation. This time the installation took 2 days. When the assembly was completed, the moment the electricity was turned on, Zhou Yang was watching from the side. He hoped that the equipment would start, so that another maintenance cost can be saved. Plugged in and turned on the machine. But there was no response, the machine didn't start. This time the enthusiasm of the employees around them was extinguished. They had thought that they would be able to start work today. Going to contact the gaffer who repaired the machine, Song Delaware sighed. This time he would have to break the bank again. However, Zhou Yang received a prompt from the superfactory system. Slight line failure detected in the production line. Do you choose to repair it? Repair. Zhou Yang was very surprised, not realizing that the system had the ability to repair production lines. Repair in progress. Progress 30. Progress 66. Progress 99. With the system's constant prompts, Zhou Yang squatted at the machine line, loaded with a variety of instruments to measure the contact, and the system also helped him to repair the line within a few minutes. Drop. With a soft sound, the entire production line screen and indicator lights lit up. It was already in a startable state. The faults of the production line had been repaired. It was then that the system replied. This system can repair slightly faulty production lines and electrical equipment. Those that are too serious cannot be repaired. Zhou Yang understood. It like that kind of picking up a cartwheel and having to repair it to the extent of a car. The system wouldn't be able to finish it. Some minor faults, that's what it was good at. The factory director is worthy of being a college student, actually know how to repair the production line. Song D. The workshop director stuck out his thumb in praise. This said Zhou Yang a little blush. This is not he repaired, but the system repaired. Undergraduate college students learn knowledge based on theory. Maintenance of this kind of hardware knowledge is not taught much. It seems to have work or to learn more maintenance with the system. After all, the art of more than pressure cannot always rely on the system. Next, Zhou Yang asked the workshop director to mobilize some of the old employees to help bring new employees, so that they can familiarize themselves with the production line as soon as possible to ensure that production runs. Song Delaware assured, no problem, Xiao Zhu factory director, you can rest assured, today debugging day, tomorrow is estimated to be able to formally produce, by then our factory output, absolutely doubled more. He was relieved to have this guarantee. This will finally solve the problem of not being able to keep up with the production. Now one of the biggest difficulties plaguing their White Emperor, the production problem, would be solved. While White Emperor was making up for the shortfall in production, the 3X washing machines were still selling like hotcakes, with some people even buying dozens of them at a time. One of them, a chartered woman in Guang City, was like this. She had bought a small building not long ago, and had renovated it in preparation for renting it out, becoming the newest charterer. But she is also in trouble, although her building is simple and cheap style of decoration, but the renovation costs have already spent a few $1 million. The cash left little, electrical appliances cannot afford to assemble. When she went to the electric appliance store, she asked if it would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to equip all the rooms upstairs with appliances, so she wouldn't be able to afford to buy a new bag. For a little rich woman like her who doesn't like loans, borrowing money to buy appliances is a bit embarrassing in front of her relatives. Just when the chartered woman is worried, in the street suddenly saw someone carrying the White Emperor shopping bag, which says White Emperor TV set 148 yuan a. She was immediately interested in the query. The price is really not deceiving, and the buyer show, see all the affectionate comments, which makes the chartered woman is very happy, and finally found a cheap electrical appliances. Compared to other 40-inch TV sets are $1,000, and White Emperor only need 148 yuan. Not to mention the White Emperor washing machine, only 99 yuan a. In this case more than 200 can purchase all the 2 sets, save too much money. She immediately placed an order, White Emperor 41 Pro TV in stock, but currently White Emperor 3X washing machine is still limited to purchase, and now the production came up, each account can only buy 2 units, then she sent the link to a group of friends and relatives, so that relatives and friends to help her to buy, she can use the cheap and good appliances. When the goods arrived, a whole big truck directly sent over, the chartered woman personally boot to verify the product. The TV and washing machine completely meet the daily needs of this cheap electrical appliances, simply for her rental room, she is too much. This saved hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you can buy a few gold bars to manage your finances. Having tasted the sweetness, the charterer asked Baidi's customer service if they had air conditioners, refrigerators, and water heaters so that she could still save a fortune. When she learned that there is no, the chartered woman will give customer service advice. Let the White Emperor to hurry up the development of other electrical appliances, she cannot wait to buy. The charterer is just one of the customers. But there is also a young couple at Sebei Farms who have asked for a 3X washing machine. At this time of year, the weather has already entered the fall, the south is still wearing undershirts and pants, but the north at night is already very cool. The 851 farm, located in the northern Great Wilderness, is a sprawling field of black soil arable land that is being planted with large-scale mechanization. Qiao Erju was hired to drive a harvester on the farm. Now that the fall harvest has begun, it's a busy time, so he leaves early and returns late to earn a few taels of silver each month. His wife, on the other hand, is at home doing the housework and bringing up the children. Although his wife didn't go to work, farming and doing housework was not easier than going to work, but more tiring. Let's say washing clothes. Late fall tap water has been very icy hands. In order to work convenient, always can't care to wear rubber gloves, which makes her hands, frozen red, cold wind blowing, will be dry, cracked and bleeding. Waiting for Qiao Erju back, but his wife has been the hot meal served up. They are a family of 3, eating very happy. But when the food, Qiao Erju found his wife's hand with a band-aid, uncovered a look, a shockingly large mouth, the skin is cracked. Qiao Erju, heartbroken, evening built a stove fire. With hot water to his wife's hand soak off the old skin, he carefully smeared with snow cream, holding his wife's hand, together in front of the fire baking. This is a unique method of treating cracked skin in Sebei, and it is also a husband's way of caring for his wife. Although it helps to relieve the pain of cracking, if you still dip your hands in cold water and blow in the cold wind, your skin will crack again sooner or later. Qiao Erju, who loves his wife, said that he would buy a washing machine at home, which would save a lot of exposure to cold water. Washing vegetables and dishes, when the time comes to use warm water, will be much better. It's better not to buy one. The cheapest washing machine costs 700 or 800. You'll have to save it when your salary is paid this month. The second uncle's children get married. To accompany the gift, almost winter, the family to add winter clothes. We also want to buy a house. People are praised our children are smart. In this town to go to school are delayed. It is best to go to the county town to buy a house. What can go to a good elementary school, middle school. We suffer a lifetime does not matter. Cannot let the child grow up also farming. When even a daughter-in-law cannot be asked. The woman was talking about spending money. Listening to Qiao Erju, a burst of heartache. They have ever thought of such a hard life, but society is like this, efforts in exchange for, but only $3,000 per month, the days are tight, and now want to give his wife to buy a washing machine cannot, so that he is the northern Serbian man frustrated. Waiting to come outside the house to take out his cell phone, but found that some people in the circle of friends sunshine his family to buy the White Emperor 3X washing machine, actually washing clothes, washing dishes all round, suddenly let his eyes light up. The most critical is as long as $99, let Qiao Erju cannot believe their eyes. He lived so big, I have never seen such a cheap washing machine, 99 before at most can buy a razor, electric push, when can I buy a big washing machine? He immediately called his friend, and asked in detail about how the Baidi washing machine was. The friend immediately praised the washing machine is resistant to build, leather, the function is also quite good, he is also ready to buy another one. One specializes in washing clothes, the other one washing vegetables and dishes, really cheap. So good? Then I also buy a. Not, I quit smoking for 2 months, directly buy 2 units, Also one to wash clothes, one to wash vegetables and dishes. My wife will not need to hand again stained water. Qiao Erju very happy. On the spot let friends send him links, he bought 2 online. A few days later Qiao Erju received 2 washing machines. During the day, his wife did not dare to demolish for fear of spoilage, and at night, Zhou 2 columns back, began to cut open the packaging to unseal thick foam and paper shells, so that the inside of the washing machine after long-distance transportation, there is no slightest damage, tearing off the plastic film. It was dismantled out of the 2 plastic-based washing machine. Plug in the electricity, connect the water pipe. This trial, but also really good whether it is washing clothes, or washing vegetables, washing dishes, can save manpower, do not have to hand always soak in the water. When Qiao Erju wife etc. It's get clothes it is already drying, direct drying can be. The other washing machine is for washing dishes and dishes. First test the dishwashing function, they put the dishes in the wash quite clean, rinse it can be fried. When they finished eating, they put the dishes in and rinsed them, and they washed them really clean. Now the woman was amazed, she had never touched a dishwasher before, she didn't even know that there was a machine in the world that could wash the dishes, it was too much labor saving. This is a really good washing machine, better than the ones in the mall, this must be expensive, right? The woman rubbed the shell of the White Emperor 3X washing machine, and said lovingly. Good is good, but again Qiao Erju's wife couldn't afford to let her husband return both washing machines, which must have been very expensive. She estimated that one may have to be thousands, 2 units will be more than 2,000, worth the husband's salary for most of the month. It's not expensive, 2 units is less than 200, I quit smoking and bought it with cigarette money. Qiao Erju grinned. Wife incredulous, how is this possible, such a good washing machine, how 2 units only 200, do charity are not doing so? Really? Don't believe you see. Qiao Erju then took out the purchase link, the wife then believed it. Originally thought that electrical appliances are very expensive, the result of many years have not bought a big thing, do not know that the electrical appliances have developed to such a cheap. In fact, the couple still misunderstood, not the appliances are cheaper, but the price of the White Emperor alone is cheap. Tried a few days, Qiao Erju couple is very satisfied with the White Emperor 3X washing machine, in order to express his gratitude, he confirmed the receipt. Not only hit the positive feedback, but also sent a buyer's show with pictures. In the picture his wife is full of smiles, standing in front of the washing machine, respectively, holding up the clean white shirts, and white porcelain bowls, which are cheap and good to use. White Emperor washing machine cleaning, really a friend of the family. Qiao Erju also attached, said it is the White Emperor washing machine quack good use, the letter brothers write, the old cow beep. Then everyone saw the words full of northern Serbian dialect, was amused, so they gave a nod of approval, the top of the concubinage platform buyer show. Then this buyer show was seen by Anchor G. Anchor G has recently been deeply tied to White Emperor's products, and any video reviewing White Emperor's products has been on fire, which gave him a sweet taste, so he was also prepared to do an unboxing video of the 3X washing machine. But he was delayed because he became a small young man, sick for half a month, until recently fully recovered. He saw many favorable reviews of the buyer's show, only born to continue to do 3X washing machine unboxing video. But now that the 3X washing machine has become famous, many digital bloggers have come out with unboxing and disassembling videos, and it's a bit late to do unboxing now. So G came up with a fancy idea to also buy a 68 washing machine with 5 features that goes hand in hand with the reputation of the White 3X washing machine, and do a cross-review together. When Jay received the 68 washing machines, he immediately live-streamed the unboxing session. When he unpacked the cardboard boxes of the 2 washing machines, he was taken aback, the difference was too big. G has 2 washing machines in front of him, and from the packaging, you can see the difference. The left is the White 3X washing machine, packaging is tight, foam material is very sufficient, in the courier process protection in place. And the right side of the 68 small black duck washing machine, just a thin cardboard shell box, a few pieces of foam inside the symbolic, has been in the expressway extrusion deformation, even with the shell have dents and scratches. And with the same plastic casing, the texture of the 2 washing machines varies greatly. While the White Emperor 3X is not impressive in terms of casing, there is nothing much wrong with it, while the little black duck washing machine, on the other hand, smells oddly like a poorly made children's toy. In terms of looks, it's the Whitey 3X washing machine that wins hands down. When you unpack it, you see the little black duck washing machine, just a single tub, no tumble dry function, and much smaller. Look at the power table in the manual, it is almost double the difference. This small black duck motor power is low, the washing volume must be limited, because of the conservation of energy, the need for less power. That do less work. This is a junior high school students will be the knowledge, and Whitey washing machine can easily deal with 8-10 kilograms of clothing. So in the first laundry function competition, Whitey washing machine washing clothes is very smooth, and small black duck washing machine, it can only wash 2 coats, a little more, turn up all the effort, a kind of small horse-drawn cart feeling. And wait until after the wash. Because of the lack of power, small black duck washing machine washing clothes are not clean, white shirt on the grease deliberately sprinkled on it. On the contrary, the White Emperor washing machine, washing is relatively clean. The Whitey 3X washer once again won the battle when it came to its job as a washing machine. Then there are the functions of washing vegetables and dishes, and the White Emperor washing machine wins again with a double victory. As for the unique function of washing shoes and pets of little black duck, it is no different from the previous laundry function, which is totally a gimmick, so there is no need for comparison. In the end, Jay made the comment that apart from the price, the little black duck washing machine is nothing. Have a say. This little black duck washing machine is pure electronic garbage, too dangerous for children to play. When the washing machine and not enough, suggest really don't be greedy for cheap, add a $30 can buy White Emperor, what all can do. G rarely praised the White Emperor products, mainly because there is no comparison, there is no harm. The original he felt that the White Emperor is very garbage, and now have seen the real garbage cottage products, only to know, the original White Emperor is very conscientious, although cheap, but the quality of the product is absolutely enough for some price-sensitive users, it is a proper good product. But just this washing machine, ugly as hell, I can't see but in the live broadcast room, the netizens who still have prejudice against buy DI. There are still not a few. G can only say that everyone has different needs, whether it's buy DI, or hair or media, it's up to you to buy. Buy DI is not suitable for all people, but certainly suitable for some people. G, in order to confirm his own statement, will take you to see the buyer's show in the White Emperor online store. In the buyer's show, there are chartered women who are praising buy DI for its good use and saving money, and there are also remote mountainous areas, bought for their family members to save money and labor, and the photo is their pleasant appearance with thumbs up. It can be seen that the purchasing crowd of buy DI is definitely not only the poor, the rich woman who owns a building, isn't she also using buy DI? As long as it can solve the needs for customers, it is a good product. I don't use it anyway. I'm disgusted when I see buy D. Certain netizens were still biased against buy DI as usual, and with hatred between the lines. Those who didn't know thought that buy DI had snatched his girlfriend, and had to make people doubt his identity. But more such netizens do not delay the sales of Whitey's washing machine. After 20 days, White Emperor washing machine finally reached 150,000 units of sales. This report card is simply horrible, basically a day several thousand units of sales, so that other washing machine companies shame. Some companies, half a year cannot sell so many washing machines. At the same time, the White Emperor phenomenon also attracted the attention of many enterprises. They are also ready to develop low-end appliances, want to come to grab this untapped low-end market. And with such hot sales, it also allowed Zhou Yang to successfully complete the system's mission and receive a reward. Super Factory System completing the Novice Guide mission, White Emperor 3X washing machine sales reached the standard, and the positive feedback rate is above 97, rewarding a set of advanced injection molding production line. Zhou Yang received the tip, excitedly waving his fist in the office. Some other clerks saw it, and asked the factory manager with a smile if he won the lottery. Zhou Yang laughed, happier than winning the lottery. Our company will be adding an injection molding production line soon. Really, that's great. We're a big factory too, the clerk said happily. It was also true that the current White Emperor had developed from a small workshop-style electrical factory to a medium-sized electrical factory, with 2 electrical assembly production lines, 1 parts production line, and more than 100 employees. And now adding an injection molding production line, then in the future, the shell of the product, they can do it themselves, and can save part of the cost, and in the future, the cost of their White Emperor's electrical appliances further reduced, so as to obtain more profits. At the first time, Zhou Yang informed the workshop director Song Di of this good news. Really, that's great. Uncle Song Delaware was already 49 this year, but he was still as handsome as ever, looking at the expansion of the factory, he was inwardly incredibly happy. Zhou Yang sensed that Uncle Song Delaware needed to be promoted. Zhou Yang then convened a meeting of the factory management. Anyone above the team leader, a total of a dozen people, attended the meeting. In the meeting, Zhou Yang appointed the former workshop director Song Di, promoted to deputy factory director, in charge of the whole factory production. At the same time, each process in charge of the person in charge, by Song Delaware recommended appointment. In the future, the business is definitely getting bigger and bigger, there will be more management positions, all the staff should work hard, promotion and salary increase is just around the corner. As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, all of the staff were rubbing their fists and preparing for a big job. Then, Zhou Yang handed over the job of organizing the new factory building and making room for the injection molding production line to Song Di. Previously, Zhou Yang also felt that his dad rented such a large empty plant. It is a waste of time. The result is that after he took over, just 2 months' time, all the plant is filled. If you want to expand again, you have to find another location. It seems that his old man is not completely unreliable. After the meeting was adjourned, the employees left the conference room, but Song Delaware didn't go. He raised a question, because among the many departments, their factory didn't have a research and development department yet, and currently the scientific research all relied on Zhou Yang alone, for fear that he would be too overworked. It doesn't matter, I can just do the scientific research alone, Zhou Yang said confidently. He is a super factory system, then some large enterprises' R&D capability is still strong, there is no need to spend tens, millions of annual salary to hire those R&D engineers. This part of the money saved, sent to ordinary employees, but also so that everyone can get a high salary, conducive to product quality enhancement. This is a virtuous cycle. Then what new product are we doing behind the washing machine? Song Delaware asked. Now every time their BYD sales exploded, it came from new products. Whenever a new product came on the market, it was the beginning of an oversupply. Now that the sales of White Emperor's flat panels, televisions, and washing machines had stabilized, if they wanted to make more money, then they would inevitably have to develop new products. New products? Zhou Yang was also thinking about it. He now had system points. There were already 133 points, which could be exchanged for a better kind of drawings. It was about the next business strategy of the enterprise, so it had to be a little more cautious, and needed to find an appliance that could make money and also address the needs of the people. The new product will be on the market soon. Zhou Yang assured Song Di. He then went to his office and prepared to pick the next electrical product to be produced. First of all, with Zhou Yang's 133 points, there were many types of electrical appliances that could be exchanged, such as cell phones, refrigerators, air conditioners, fans, sweeping robots and so on, basically commercially available ones, unless they were cars, airplanes, ships and such transportation that were more expensive per unit. Basically all of them could be exchanged. So the next step is to examine what electrical appliances will sell well in the fall and winter. First of all, we have to exclude seasonal appliances such as air conditioners, electric fans, refrigerators, etc. These appliances are at their peak of sales in the spring and summer, so we need to wait for half a year. Winter appliances, there are heaters, small sun, electric blankets and other things, but can be considered. But this was only from seasonal considerations. It also depended on what the people needed. Zhou Yang then went to ask the customer service and asked them to count what electrical appliances received the most mentions from customers. At this time the system sent a prompt. There's no need to go to customer service. This system has automatically helped you to count the items that have been requested the most times by White Emperor's customers. Zhou Yang saw the list of tips that the system had given him, and in first place, it was clearly a two-wheeled electric car. Electric cars were also considered a type of electrical appliance, only that they also belonged to transportation. After looking at it a little bit, Zhou Yang understood, because the country had recently enacted a law that required all electric cars to be replaced with the national standard, so that many people would be forced to repurchase electric cars. Generally riding an electric car, our working class, repurchase an electric car, basically to $2,000 or $3,000, for working class to half a month's salary, so there is a lot of pressure, especially more than one electric car at home family. It is a heavy burden. These customers on many occasions to the customer service advice, I hope that Whitey can come up with a cheap and good electric car. Let them save a little cost. After all, the pressure of life is too great now. Rent, utilities, daily necessities, milk powder, diapers, there are money. and everywhere else you want to be able to save. Seeing the customers' voices, Zhou Yang was touched. He took over. The purpose of the White Emperor is to want to benefit the people. Then the opportunity does not come, simply, his next new product, the production of electric cars. So he went through the system's drawing categories and chose transportation. Transportation has subcategories such as bicycles, electric cars, balance cars, etc. Zhou Yang again chose electric cars. Electric car drawings are also a wide range. His current 133 points can exchange a mid-range electric car drawings, but after looking at it, Zhou Yang are not too satisfied. These drawings are too common. If they are simplified, then the performance and configuration of the genus is not enough to look at. You must choose a better one. However, Zhou Yang soon realized that the models he could look at, the points need to be more than 135 points. 135 points of electric car drawings is a watershed. For the sake of the quality of the drawings, Zhou Yang chose to wait for a while anyway. These points are growing slowly. When it rises to 135 points, he can exchange for a desired drawing. Zhou Yang supervised the production next, and by the evening off work stage, he really waited for the points to grow, and now it was just about full 135 points. Redeem me the drawings of the Bach S2 mountain off-road motorcycle. Zhou Yang then said the drawing model that he had added to his shopping cart, and with a drop sound, the points that he had accumulated for more than a month were thus emptied to zero, and at the same time, he also obtained the drawing of this electric car. Bach S2 mountain cross-country electric bicycle, the mall price of 10,999 yuan, 10,000 yuan of electric cars, far more than the average ordinary commuter car. This electric car is designed for the mountain environment to build, with a variety of functions. As soon as he got his hands on it, Zhou Yang couldn't wait to open the editing interface. He wanted to take this high-grade electric car and modify it into a new national standard electric car that everyone can afford. The most important thing in an electric car is the power system and battery. Then first look at the battery. The original Bach S2 mountain bike is a lithium battery, removable. If you are worried about the charging time is long, you can even buy an extra battery and replace it at any time. A single battery, the range is up to 4-550 kilometers. The general commute is enough. If too long a distance, it is not suitable for electric cars, can choose a motorcycle or car more appropriate. This range cannot be deleted too much. Zhou Yang first went to ask the supplier Uncle Lu, ask him how much a lithium battery. National standard battery for electric cars? You kid, electrical appliances sold well. How to get into the electric car again? It's your old man has never done an electric car. This and home appliances are two different channels. Lu Shuyi still takes care of Zhou Yang. He heard that Zhou Yang inquired about the battery situation. Instead of thinking about selling the goods first, he advised him to calm down as an elder. Lu Shuyi is well-intentioned, said also has a point. After all, across the line, electric cars and home appliances is really quite a big difference. However, Zhou Yang is not alone in the fight. Behind him there is a super factory system support. So he smiled on the phone and said, Uncle Liu, all right, I'll ask around and see if there's any mess. That's fine, I'll tell you. Ordinary 48V lithium batteries, the cheapest one is 500 apiece, the one with high capacity and with fast charging is 1,200 apiece. So expensive. Zhou Yang is not expected, an electric battery on the big hundreds of thousands. No wonder those electric cars to sell thousands of dollars. But with such lithium batteries, that his battery car selling price is also thousands, does not meet the style of the White Emperor. Is there a cheap one? Zhou Yang continued to ask. Lu Shuyi said, cheap batteries are lead-acid batteries, low volts for as low as $60 a piece. But advise you not to use, there are too many problems, the security is not good, those batteries that catch fire, most of them are lead-acid batteries. Unsafe. Zhou Yang certainly do not use, and then cheap also do not use. His procurement standards is cheap and safe and good to use, does not meet one he did not buy. So he asked carefully, learned that there are two other types of batteries, price and safety, between lead-acid batteries and lithium batteries. One is graphene battery, one is black gold battery. In fact, these two types of batteries essentially also belong to the lead-acid batteries, but because of the addition of graphene, this new material, so that the safety and performance of a substantial increase in the price is much cheaper than lithium batteries. The so-called black gold batteries, in fact, is the graphene battery. Inside the addition of some alloy materials, there is a small increase in performance. Overall, the quality and price in ascending order, that is, lead-acid batteries, graphene batteries, black gold batteries, lithium batteries, and, of course, on top of lithium batteries, there are also advanced batteries developed by various manufacturers, which are sold at a higher price, and that's not something Zhou Yang should consider. After weighing the options, Zhou Yang chose the graphene battery, which is a combination of safety and cheap battery. Only this graphene battery is not cheap. 48V, range can be guaranteed at 30 kilometers, charging is not slow. The minimum is 105 yuan. This leads to this electric car, it is impossible to sell double-digit prices. There is no way, for the sake of safety, can only sacrifice the cost, want to completely compress the cost of the electric car, only when they also set up a battery factory. So Zhou Yang chose a graphene battery worth 105 yuan. This performance obviously cannot meet all the customer needs. Zhou Yang also consider launch a variety of models, want a greater range and fast charging, then the price should be raised, then let the customer choose. Next we have to choose the motor. Now there are many kinds of electric car motors. Zhou Yang is looking for Uncle Liu there. Uncle Liu really found him a batch of sources. This batch of high power motors are quite cheap, only 90 discount of the normal national standard motor. Normal motors cannot be so cheap, the reason for the low price, because this batch of motors do not meet the national standard. The output of the real speed is greater than the national standard of 25 km per hour. This batch of motors is in the implementation of the national standard before built, then the motor casually built, are too much power is not enough, but the new rules and regulations come out, these motors cannot be sold. The manufacturers of this batch of tens of thousands of units of motor has become a hot potato, cannot find a buyer everywhere, and finally can only reduce the price of the sale. Because this is a motor specifically for electric vehicles, unless it is supplied to foreign countries, domestic manufacturers for safety and cost considerations are willing to use a limited motor. This high-power motor in the absence of export indicators and qualifications, it became a backlog inventory. Zhou Yang heard this is not exactly tailored for him. He decided to check the goods, qualified to use. After systematic testing, the quality of this batch of motors no problem, then choose it. Zhou Yang can use this batch of motors because of his drawings, that is, mountain variable speed electric car, which has its own speed changer, usually limit the output power of the battery, it can only output 25 yards per hour. And when going uphill, then this high power motor will come into play. General tram uphill, because the kinetic energy is converted to gravitational potential energy, resulting in a reduction in speed. However, relying on the drawing of the variable speed function, the battery completely release power, so that the motor horsepower is fully open, which can be in the climb, but also can reach 25 yards of speed. Wait until the end of the climb, the detection system will be forced to limit the battery's output, to restore 25 yards of uniform speed, which is more than the other national standard electric car, more than one uniform speed climbing function. For other companies is a chicken ribs of high power motor, but in Zhou Yang here, but became a customized model, simply tailored. Motor is done, the next is the tire. Tires are also a high cost component. Good tires, 700 or 800 a pair, can reduce noise, quiet and beautiful, but does not meet the concept of Zhou Yang. He sifted through Uncle Liu's side and picked from the cheapest. Finally picked a basic model of tires. This tire texture is hard, only a wear-resistant performance. Other things such as quietness, comfort and so on are relatively poor, that is, the noise is big, ride more upside down. However, the people who can buy the White Emperor electric car, it is estimated that they are not for comfort. Zhou Yang also gave up the comfort, focusing on the low price and wear resistant, can be used for a longer period of time, is the hard truth. Eventually this cheap version of the tires along with the wheels, the cost price of 60 to get it done. As for the shell, is the factory's new injection molding production line to complete, there are other small parts, can also save him a lot of cost. Finally Zhou Yang plus mirrors, sponge cushions and other accounting down, the cost of this electric car for 267 yuan. This price is also one of the most expensive products Zhou Yang has built. But still feel too high, Zhou Yang continue to look at, performance has no can be reduced, that price can also talk about. But Uncle Liu's side of the price has been very low, unless Zhou Yang can increase the demand to more than 1 million sets a year. The manufacturer may give a favorable price. Now Zhou Yang is the first time to enter the field of electric cars, there is no eye-catching performance, so for the time being cannot pressure the price. If you make achievements in the future, you can take the performance of the White Emperor electric car, to cut the price with the manufacturers, but also further compression of costs. Zhou Yang decided that's it, and the pricing for this electric car, set at 299 yuan, he earns less. The main thing is to let everyone can have a convenient riding electric car. System prompt design successful. Please name the new electric car. Zhou Yang thought about it. This electric car is the first mode of transportation of the White Emperor, so let's call it where the letter D is the pinyin of electricity, 2 is the meaning of 2 wheels, and the last one is the meaning of the first product, that if there is a second generation of electric cars in the future, then it will definitely be called the D22. System D21 electric car modification successful. Zhou Yang got the drawings, but this time, he didn't trigger the lucky strike and didn't have the mold anymore. But it didn't matter. No. He already had the injection molding process, just so he could let his staff practice how to make it from the mold. Then, Zhou Yang began to stock. He gave the drawings to Song Di, let him arrange down, immediately from the manufacturer of washing machines, gradually transformed into the manufacturer of electric cars. However, the electric car, this 299 yuan selling price, is still a lot more than the previous 99 flat price. Sales are definitely not as good as other products, so the factory production line, only one to be freed up to assemble the electric car, the rest of the production of washing machines, televisions and other old products. This is a more reasonable allocation. The parts arrived relatively quickly, and now relying on the credibility of Whitey, Uncle Liu's side is also willing to ship the goods in advance, as long as the payment is settled on time. Another limitation is the injection molded shell, probably need a few days to produce out, then a few days later, White Emperor D21 two-wheeled electric car can be officially listed. New product listing must go through the process, of course, is the product publicity. Zhou Yang gave this task to the artisan Xiaojiang to make their electric car publicity map design look good, but also indicate that it is in line with the new national standard, which will have sales. When Baidi's new product teaser was sent out, it immediately sparked concern. Baidi actually built a car. People still can't believe it, and this electric car, a little bit not in line with Baidi's usual style, because the price is actually 299 yuan a unit, the advanced range version is priced at 389 yuan, far more than other Baidi products. This White Emperor is now in its original form, right, with a low price to attract traffic and heat, and then began to increase the price to cut leaks. That is, the electric car does not sell 99 yuan, can afford us. R&M, refund the money. There are people on the internet who bring the rhythm, but there are also loyal users of White Emperor, so they come out to defend. You guys get over it, even if it's a bicycle. Have you seen one with 99? Electric cars selling 299 is also cheap, okay? Now the smallest electric car on the market are 7 or 800, and speed, range are low. White Emperor of this 299 should not be too bad. Let's wait and see. There are a lot of people who are going to buy the new national standard electric car. See the new product preview of White Emperor. They all feel that wait a little bit before saying, if the White Emperor electric car is really good, then they will make money. As long as the 299 electric car, it still smells good. Unlike other White Emperor products, the 299 price tag still affects its hotness. Some people feel that the 299 price is expensive, and the electric car is not applicable in the mountainous areas, and the dirt roads in the countryside. So they take a wait and see attitude. This makes the attention of Baidi D21 electric car, not like other products, so high. As for some questions and abuse, Zhou Yang is not on the mind. Every White Emperor product listing basically is the top of the netizen scolding, and then scolded the sale. What if suddenly one day no one scolded Zhou Yang instead to doubt whether he lost his heart? Product design failure. 4 days later, White Emperor's first D21 electric car prototype, officially off the line. This prototype car produced a total of 2, mainly injection molding process has just been completed. We all lack of experience, so in order to be on the safe side, so the first manufacturing out of a few samples, assembly of finished products to see the effect, and by the way, sent to the trial. Zhou Yang is the world, the first contact to the D21 electric car people. He sat up, feel a little. This cushion soft hard moderate, the size is also more suitable for his body type. If it is a m89 big tall man, it is possible to appear a little small. But that kind of big and tall person, there weren't many of them in reality, so a medium build like Zhou Yang's was in line with the mainstream population of the vehicle. Plant director, put on the helmet. Deputy plant director Song Delaware handed over a helmet. Thanks, Zhou Yang thanked. Safety was the first priority, so he put on the helmet, then pressed the start button, and with a turn of the throttle on the handle, the D21 tram started up quickly, then reached the upper limit of 25 yards. The yard turned around twice. Zhou Yang found that the place was too small for him to exert, so he rode out of the factory to field test on the road. This black and red color scheme electric car looks very beautiful, he wrote on the road. There are also many pedestrians around, casting gazes. Accelerating, the speed to the upper limit and stopped, the control is good. It's not that the motor can't run up, but the national standard limits it to death, and there is a fine for exceeding the limit. Brakes are very stable, and there will not be any sharp noise, stable and reliable. The steering is flexible, and the turn signals and headlights work fine. There is also to test the uphill shift function. Zhou Yang found an uphill, twisted the throttle to the end, and rushed up. At this time, there is also a national standard electric car next to him, and he went uphill together, the two rushed up together. As a result, in the middle of the road, the man's car began to be underpowered, and the speed dropped, while Zhou Yang's D21 electric car, still maintaining a speed of 25 yards, rushed steadily to the top of the slope. At this time, the speed changer began to reduce the battery output power. The car speed has been maintained at 25 yards, no speeding, which makes Zhou Yang very satisfied. When Zhou Yang finished his test and was ready to turn around and go back, the man on the bike also climbed up the slope, so he shouted, "Hey buddy, what brand of car do you have? It's actually so fast going uphill." White Emperor D21, Zhou Yang said. White Emperor D21, the man was puzzled, said he had never heard of it. Where did he buy it? Zhou Yang said that it had not yet been released, so he asked him to search for White Emperor in the online store, and it was just the last few days. He then rode back to the company. Everyone gathered around and asked him how it was. Very good, I've tested all the other features on its book, and there's still one last thing left, and that's the range. After hearing Zhou Yang's words, Song Delaware called on a young man and told him to ride up and time it, until it ran out of battery. Zhou Yang, however, felt that it was fine once in a while. For a long time, it was simply a torture. It was better to use a machine to test the range. 000 units. When Zhou Yang inquired about the professional testing equipment, he was staggered. $30,000 was enough for him to produce how many electric cars? He couldn't afford to spend so much money on a testing equipment. Professional machines are too expensive. But Zhou Yang thought of a trick, that is, to buy a treadmill, adjust the speed, and then find a mechanic to weld a rack. As long as someone next to the watch, you can test. A treadmill, a cheap 2,000 or 3,000 will be enough. This cost all of a sudden a discount, quite cost-effective. So quickly operated. That afternoon welded 2 modified test machine. Employees put 2 fully charged D21 electric car, and then clicked on the timing, respectively, to test the range at different rates. I believe that soon there will be data. The previous product testing, in fact, is the system to help complete, generally can only determine cannot not be used normally, like the range test and other detailed data, but also need to complete their own. This time the treadmill magic test machine, but also just a stopgap measure. When the White Emperor has money, certainly want to build a professional product testing center. This is a necessary procedure to move towards internationalization. Zhou Yang is very concerned about the test data. When the first-hand data comes out, he can send it for review to pass before it can be marketed and sold. This time it is just a two-pronged approach. When the approval is over, this side of the warehouse can also have thousands of units of stock, can deal with the initial burst of orders. After a few days of continuous testing, proved that the white D21 electric car indicators fully meet the national standards, and also pass the audit of the relevant departments, allowed to go on sale. A week later, White Emperor D21 electric car officially began to sell. Unified time is still 10:00 a.m. The major online store platform, White Emperor Store D21 electric car, put out the sales link. Waiting for 10 o'clock, all of a sudden burst single, a second on the volume of hundreds of units, a minute, on 1,000 units of sales. Even though the minimum price of 299 yuan was the most expensive product Whitey had ever made, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of customers. Although the internet was not well received, there were still many people who believed in White Emperor, relying on its good reputation. They were willing to believe in its quality once again. Among these buyers is the Disassembly blogger Lei Shuhang. Li Shuhang's previous several times of dismantling Baidi products were bought back from the second-hand market at a high price, and this time he had a long memory, and he started to buy it on the first release, without the need for the middleman to earn a difference in price. It just so happens that he doesn't have a battery car yet. If this car meets the requirements, he plans to stay and ride it himself. Meanwhile, all over the country, there are a lot of people who are placing orders at the same time. Among them was Zhang Fugui, the village head of 10 Mile Village. Zhang Fugui has been a hardcore fan of the White Emperor, now White Emperor's products, his family every kind of one, and even used to buy a few more White Emperor flatbed, given to friends and relatives of the family children. Anyway, cheap, 99 yuan a. Is not too expensive, if doubt there is also face. And this time the electric car he is for his wife G Bigfoot to buy. He went out to work, riding a motorcycle, but the motorcycle needs a driver's license. G Bigfoot does not have a license, and the motorcycle is too heavy, she does not want to ride. Now she rides a bicycle to and from work. Summer is fine, but in winter riding a bicycle is too much suffering, and mountainous environment riding a bicycle is too exhausting. When he learned that the White Emperor out of the electric car, Zhang Fugui first time to buy, to give his wife, it should be good. He believed in White Emperor's products, so he didn't even check the instructions in the webpage in detail. Waiting for 3 days later, his family received a large courier. It is the White Emperor D21 electric car arrived. Looking at such a big box, Zhang Fugui at noon, and his wife together to open the box. Cut the tie, open the cardboard box, which reveals a white line electric car. The appearance is very good, and there is a pink pattern on it. G Bigfoot fell in love with it at the first glance. This is for the ladies. Now Whitey has its own injection molding factory, so the shell color is varied. Currently there are 8 color styles for customers to choose. Also relying on the original drawings, the car's shape was designed by a famous artist, not only not ugly, but even a bit trendy. Zhang Fugui took out the car and placed it on the ground. He looked around the car. The car was really all new shell, new tires, not like the internet saying that White Emperor used all second-hand parts. He has hands-on experience in repairing equipment, second-hand or first-hand. Zhang Fugui can tell the difference. This is the real first-hand electric car. Then he let his wife get in the car to try it out. G Bigfoot got on the car and felt quite comfortable, but there was no helmet. Zhang Fugui looked at the package, only some manuals, chargers and so on, and no helmet. It does not matter, let the 299 yuan electric car, and then send a helmet, a little bit of talk. He then put his own helmet, first let his wife put on, and then Zhang Fugui taught his wife how to drive, so that she first skilled. G Bigfoot pinched the handle of the electric car, did not expect whoosh scampered out, almost fell on his head. This electric car is really powerful. Be careful, Zhang Fugui reminded his wife. G Bigfoot tried a few times before she got the hang of the electric car. She can't twist the throttle to the bottom at once, slowly so that the acceleration is more peaceful. Hubby, riding a bike is easy. G Bigfoot quickly grasped the trick. It's much simpler than riding a bicycle, because you don't have to grasp the balance much, and you don't have to pedal. It's very energy saving. Right? Still wife is smart. Zhang Fugui complimented. This bike is really good. Baidi things are just cheap. When G Bigfoot returned to the doorstep after riding around, he praised it. Because the electric cars that other people bought started at $2,000, or they couldn't use them in the mountains, and they couldn't even climb the slopes. Like the White Emperor, climbing no pressure, but also cheap, is particularly suitable for them, so they added a White Emperor product to their home. At this moment, dismantling blogger Li Shuhang also received a big express, is the White Emperor D21 electric car. This time he grew up and bought it in advance, and this time he finally didn't have to pay a high price for a used one. Li Shuhang bought a 299 yuan electric car this time, but then spent part of the money to buy a high-range battery as a spare, so that the 2 configurations are all set. The difference between the normal version and the range version of the D21 electric car is just the difference between the electric battery. He also opened the live broadcast this time, to come together to open the box, which also caused a lot of netizens to watch. Because White Emperor is now a little famous, and the speed of launching new products is very fast, basically less than a month to launch one. They also want to know, this selling price more than the previous electric car, in the end, is it worth it? The shell is much more progressive, and the color scheme is also good looking. This car is not to blame for it being 200 expensive. From the first feeling of the appearance, it's much better than a TV or washing machine. Li Shuhang gave the appearance aspect a favorable rating at first glance. It's no wonder, because this time the injection molded shells are all produced by White Emperor itself. The costs saved are used to improve the quality, so for the same amount of money, it's a notch better than other outsourced parts of the assembly plant. The materials used. Then it was time to go downstairs to ride. Li Shuhang strapped his cell phone to his body, and then used the first view to ride outdoors. The speed of 25 yards wasn't very fast, so there wasn't much danger as he rode and explained it live. The acceleration is still good, it's more silky, it feels like it's no different from that kind of $3,000 priced electric bike. This sentence is a very big praise. White Emperor D21 is only sold for 299 yuan, 1/10 of the price of those electric cars, which is equivalent to live advertising. A netizen then said in the live broadcasting room, "Anchor, you've been recharged, right?" And actually helped Bai Di to say good words. Lei Shuhang said, "I review all of them, but I can't avoid having a subjective perspective. If you don't believe me as a person, you can refer to other people's unboxing videos. Indeed, for an anchor, what operates is a persona. If none of them believe in the reviews he does, then there's no point in watching his videos." The others still believed Li Shuhang, because many of his fans, who had purchased digital products on his recommendation, had had a relatively good experience, and they let the blogger ignore the skepticism and do a good review. Li Shuhang is also considered an old blogger, of course, was not affected. He went on to continue to experience the review of this electric car. The brakes are sensitive, it's a bit upside down when crossing the pit. Users who need comfort should pay attention. They can choose a vehicle with advanced shock absorption, or match a high elasticity sponge cushion by themselves. The speed didn't decrease when climbing the slope. This favorable comment: "In the past, I only experienced it on the variable speed electric car. I didn't expect that the White Emperor's 299 yuan electric car actually also has a variable speed function." Li Shuhang quickly discovered the car's biggest selling point, with variable speed function, which is only available on premium electric, and to be able to experience it on a triple-digit electric car. Li Shuhang felt that this function alone is worth 299, and everything else is a bonus. Bai Di is Bai Di. There are still small surprises. Li Shuhang rode all the way for a few kilometers and finally returned home. He pushed the electric car up the stairs. The next step was the disassembly process. Next, Li Shuhang dismantled the electric car into a bunch of parts. You can see that the parts and workmanship of the D21 electric car are very good. The motor also has a model number, which can be checked online. These are definitely not any three-dimensional products. White Emperor is still the same cheap, but very formal enterprise. Check every accessory, all in line with national standards, which is rare. 299 yuan can buy a national standard electric car, for users who just need a good choice. But in the end, when assembling the vehicle back, Li Shuhang still said a few shortcomings of the White Emperor D21. One is that the comfort is not good enough, the second is that there is no delivery of locks and helmets, you need to match your own, and the third is that there are only online stores in the buy, there is no offline physical store, and you can't experience it on the ground. So he suggests, be sure to look at the blogger's review, think it is suitable for you to buy. After all, if you return it, the shipping cost of this piece will be hundreds of dollars, catching up with the price of a small half of the car. It is not worth it. After the evaluation, Li Shuhang left this D21 car, because the performance can be also cheap, enough for his daily travel use. Although he has a car, but sometimes go to the food court to buy food, or electric car is good, do not have to consider the parking problem. The roadside can be parked in any place, and do not worry about traffic jams. You can even ride the bike in the food court. This is the car does not have the advantage. Then, Li Shuhang took this review video of his and sent it online. He wasn't the only one reviewing the Bai Di electric car, he was considered a neutral test. Of course, there were also those who sang the opposite. There was a blogger who specialized in vehicle reviews, called Xiao Pingping, and he came up with the exact opposite of Li Shuhang's comments. In the review video, the White Emperor D21 was sprayed all over the place. Gouging and gouging, not giving away any accessories. The shell material is too poor. A little scratch will be spent, ugly to death. The tires are too hard. The shock absorption is not good. Do-up choking buttocks. Headlight brightness is too low. Dim at night, can't see anything. There are security risks. The range is too short. The battery does not have fast charging. Charging a battery for several hours, emergency use is simply impossible. Noisy. Those who don't know still think it's a motorcycle. In short, this small pink to white D21 electric car, the whole out of the 7 sins. There are 7 major shortcomings. The last recommendation is a garbage car. Do not recommend buying. This melon. Netizens are confused. Some people evaluate good, some people evaluate bad, which in the end should listen to who? In this regard, the netizens also argued into a mess. Many people thought of the account White Emperor, have Zhou Yang, want to see the White Emperor boss in the face of accusations and negative news, how to answer. Soon after work, Zhou Yang, who was wandering on the internet, noticed the situation. His own product had actually appeared with a small black mark. He came to the defense on the spot. Seeing Zhou Yang appeared, many melon-eating netizens moved their small horses, prepared peanuts and beer and ham sausage, ready to watch the show. I recognize that the White Emperor D21 electric car has many shortcomings, but not as bad as the small ping blogger said. Normal use is still possible. Of course, compared with the same configuration of $2,000 or $3,000 or so of electric cars, in the comfort and the richness of the accessories, there is indeed a gap, but now is the market economy, we White Emperor D21 electric car, but also just to the many consumers to provide more of a choice. If you don't like it, or can't meet your requirements, it is entirely possible to choose other brands of electric cars. We White Emperor will never force consumers to buy our products. We will never force consumers to buy our products. You need it, and then place an order. White Emperor Electric reminds again, please rational consumption. Zhou Yang in the small ping's post below, replied as above a paragraph, so that waiting to see the scolding war netizens, it all froze. White Emperor's boss actually did not curse. This culture is also too good, right? If the average boss would have jumped to scold small ping's 8 generations of ancestors. Subsequently, netizens also reacted to, yes, no one forced everyone to buy White Emperor, feel bad cannot buy, spend 10 times more money, can buy a high-grade electric car, send helmets, send locks, and cushions are also comfortable, but also quiet and so on. Grabbing a $299 e-bike and spraying it to death is a bit of a lack of martial arts. This is like the Nokia old age machine, iPhone 14 or cell phones, but the function, Apple cell phone wins, but also can't say that the old age machine is pure garbage, can't online shopping, can't brush jitterbugs etc. That also want to look at the price and then talk. A penny to do a penny, can't ask for the old age machine also to the Apple cell phone's work to do. That Apple is not already out of business? Equipment features there, what you need to choose what is good, there is no need to seize the cheap goods spray. Some sensible netizens feel that as long as the quality of the product is not a problem, there is nothing wrong, you can not buy, but do not have to slander the many parties. So the question is, why are there so many people on the internet who seize the White Emperor not to let go, indiscriminate spraying? This topic is interesting, sensible netizens will say, understand, nothing more than interest. Anyway, I think the White Emperor electric car is quite good. There are a few netizens who speak underneath. They don't have long speeches, and they don't even follow up with a response. Because this part of the population just occasionally goes online, posts a comment, and has to go to bed early, and has to work tomorrow. Lu Baoxi is such a bought the White Emperor D21 electric car of laborers. He received the car has been 3 days, riding very smooth, every day back to charge, get up in the morning to unplug the power to go. This electric car has become an indispensable means of transportation in his life. He comes from a poor family with elderly people and siblings, and he worked before graduating from junior high school to supplement his family's income. Every month, he was paid a few $1,000s, leaving only a few $100s, and sending the rest to his family. But last month, he encountered a difficult thing, because the factory relocation, to rent them a new dormitory, from the factory has 5 or 6 kilometers, basically the other workers, either riding a bicycle, or buy an electric car to and from work, otherwise rely on the walk, then, time is too long, but also too tiring. They also need to work overtime, often work 12 hours 2 shifts, and then spend an hour on the road. It is a little bit too much to eat. However, Lu Baomi inquired, the electric car to 2,000 or 3,000 a, even if it is a second hand, but also more than 1,000. Buy a bicycle, now cannot find a second-hand bicycle, the only remaining bicycle store. The cheapest Phoenix bicycle is also $500 a, which catch up with Lu Baoxi a month's living expenses, he really cannot afford to give up. However, his family is more difficult than him. Looking at their own monthly living expenses of 500 yuan, Lu Baoxi intends to eat one meal less every day, with 2 months of time, to save the money out of a bicycle, so that there is no delay to send money to the family, but also to facilitate their own work. Although sometimes dizzy from hunger, but Lu Baoxi did not say a word. Hungry, go to drink a bellyful of tap water, endure the past. He saved money during the period, and occasionally can rub a colleague's car back and forth to work, but more often he is walking, every day to spend time on the road walking, to be more than an hour. Every day after work, dragging a tired body, but also in the dark road walking, if not forced to live, who wants to suffer this crime? In Lu Baoxi in the hard times of life, someone recommended to him the white D21 electric car. The car can be cheaper than a bicycle, but also electric, to and from the speed faster, so that every day to and from work, 20 minutes will be enough. So cheap, it won't be a scam, right? Lu Baoxi not often online shopping. I heard that there are a lot of scams on the internet. He thought that the electric car could not be so cheap. Baidi's stuff. Don't worry, Lao Li Lai, that tablet computer, a few bedrooms next to us to buy a TV set, are Baidi's, didn't you see it? Hearing the workers say so, Lu Baoxi all of a sudden his eyes brightened up, because White Emperor's things are just cheap. In fact, it has long been deep into the heart of this group of beat workers. So it's something from White Emperor, then I'll buy it. Lu Baomi made up his mind. 299 yuan is also very expensive, but he has already saved up by saving money for meals. With half the price of a bicycle he can buy an electric car, he can afford it, so he let the workers help him to buy one on his behalf, because he is still using the cottage old people's phone and can't buy online. 3 days later, Lu Baoxi received the White Emperor electric car. Ride on, feel too comfortable, throttle twist. The car is forward to run hard, then he walked can be much faster. Good, really good. Lu Baoxi's smiling mouth cannot close. He felt that this is the most overpriced thing he has ever bought, so much so that when he called, he talked to his family about it. Wah, how can you buy an electric car? That's old expensive. When the family heard that he had bought an electric car, they were shocked at that time, and told him to return it quickly, saying that that was too expensive for a family like theirs to afford, and that he still had younger siblings to go to school, and old people to take medicine and see a doctor, and that the $2,000 or $3,000 for the car could make quite a difference. I bought an electric car from Baidi. It's not that expensive, it's only 299 grins. When Lu Baomei spoke, he spoke with pride in his tone. He wasn't someone who didn't think about his family that much. If it was a $2,000 or $3,000 electric car, he'd rather walk every day than buy it. And 299 yuan, although it is not cheap, but he has saved out, and later you can use the car backseat with the factory sister. It is not allowed to open a marriage. In short, this electric car for Lu Baoxi, the improvement of living standards, has played an obvious role. When Lu's family heard that the brand is White Emperor, suddenly feel very familiar. This is not the next door neighbor's home. Buy a brand of television. Oh, it is the TV manufacturer. No wonder the electric car is cheap. Their TV is also good. When you come back in the new year, our family will buy a White Emperor TV. Then we can watch the Spring Festival Gala together. Lu's family this moment, because of the appearance of Bai Di, so that their life began to colorful. This scene is not an exception. In a rural area in the north, a van drove up. A man got off and unloaded a White Emperor D21 electric car. This electric car, or 389 yuan renewal version, was bought by this man, a gift for his dad. Dad, look what I bought you, the man called happily from outside. Soon, an old man appeared in the house, his head rooted with silver hair upright, a bit of bad management of the frame, looks like a stubborn old man who is not very good at talking. How to buy an electric car? So old and expensive, I do not want, quickly take away. The old man did not buy, on the spot let his son return the car. In his perception, electric cars are big items, several $1,000s apiece. He has never used such expensive things in his life. However, the man smiled slightly, knowing his dad's temperament, thrifty and accustomed to never use expensive things, so he bought this time his White Emperor electric car. Then he told his dad about the biggest advantage of the Baidi electric car, which was that it was cheap. This old man worked as a farmer in the countryside and grew a lot of vegetables. When he harvested them, he walked more than 20 miles to deliver them to his son in the county. Every time he has to carry a heavy burden, heavy stretcher bent his waist. Some people see him hard, said he can take the bus, but the urban and rural buses here, Back and forth will be several dollars. The old man does not want to. A few dollars can buy half a basket of vegetables. Take the car to send a waste of money, so he insisted on walking to send vegetables, rain or shine, even if the round trip to be half a day's time, even if every time you walk the legs ache, but also in The old man's son was distressed his dad, let him do not have to send, but the old man's life is stubborn, never listen to him, he should be sent to send. Finally got no recourse, the son to buy a dia electric car for his dad. The results of his dad the next day led his son to return the car, not to return him to smash, he said he had never used such expensive things, cannot be old enough to break the commandments. The old man is very stubborn, say no to, so his son had to return the car. Later he asked his dad how much was the most expensive thing he could accept. When the old man thought about it, he said it was 300. When he was young he had bought a TV and a bicycle, which added up to 300. It seems that $300 can only buy a bicycle, but the old man's son inadvertently saw the video of the White Emperor electric car, and instantly fell in love with it. It is not tailor-made for their own dad? So this time when the man brought the White Emperor D21 electric car to his dad, he deliberately emphasized that it was a 299 yuan electric car, and did not exceed the standard. Such a good car sells for $299? Do you think your old man is so good to fool? Hurry up and return it. The old man glanced at the appearance of such a trendy electric car, which is at least several thousand, he will not ride. Really, the links are here. The man took out his cell phone, to his old man to see the purchase link, and the page of the goods are in, it does say 299 yuan. What electric car is so cheap? Bicycle conversion. The old man was only half convinced this time, he circled around the White Emperor electric car, and did not find anything cheap. Dad, it's true, this factory of theirs, the things they make are just cheap. You don't worry about riding, the man said, and let the old man try to ride the car. The old man heard that the bike was cheap, so he was willing to give it a try. After he went up, he felt much simpler and cheaper than a bicycle. 10 minutes later, he fell in love, wrinkled face, a smile. The old man, of course, knows that tired before not to take the car, not riding a bike, is to save money. Now there is a cheap and good car. The old man, of course, will not be rejected. He left his good body, and can still plant vegetables for his son for a few more years. The man took a look at his dad's state, and smiled at that time, and also felt like ordering his dad a bitey TV, so that the old man usually has entertainment facilities, and doesn't have to always listen to that decades-old semiconductor radio. White Emperor's things, the price is cheap, not over the top, in the future is his dad's royal brand. This family of fathers and sons all had a satisfactory result, and in the Jingyan city's rented house in the city center village, the family ate on the simple dining table made of wooden boards. The meal was cabbage, potatoes, pickles, with some white rice. The only few slices of meat were put into the bowls of the children who were in elementary school. The family of 5 is made up of parents-in-law, son and daughter-in-law, plus a grandson. They are migrant workers, and the whole family is crammed into a 30-square-foot rented house, living in bunk beds, usually with a curtain to protect privacy. The family is worried because the company they work for is a long way away, and the family has saved money and bought 3 electric cars before, one of which is needed for delivery, so they can't live without it. However, the recent introduction of local policies, the need for January 1st next year, we must all replace the national standard electric vehicles, which makes this family is not rich, adding insult to injury. Replacement of 3 electric cars at once, adding up to several $1,000s. A person's monthly salary is not enough, but also 2 people's wages together. And they have to save up to give their son a down payment to buy a house in the city, which feels like too much of a loss, so they are all worried. We're just not going to replace the car, what else can we do? The old father was the first to speak, with a tone of annoyance and indignation. Next to him, his wife was advising him that if he was caught by the traffic police in the future, he would have to be fined, and he couldn't stand being fined every day. The fine is more than a positive. On the horse don't know to give us the people a little wage increase, are about to live, house prices have risen into what kind of, the people above don't know. The old father was very angry, but was persuaded by his wife and son. The whole family is also the mother-in-law in the neighborhood street cleaning, do not need an electric car, then the remaining 3 people can only tighten their belts, buy a new national standard car. Hey, you guys see Whitey's electric car, only $299 at this time. the daughter-in-law said in surprise and showed her phone to her husband. What electric car is so cheap? It's a scam, right? Family members are not quite convinced. They have never heard of such a cheap electric car. Daughter-in-law grabbed and said, "Really, this is Whitey, my colleagues recommended to me. They all bought this, said riding can be good, but also cheap, no pressure to replace the car. If this is the case, $300 a car, then the family 3 cars do not need $1,000 to solve, so it is still in the acceptable category." The old father also came to interest, busy daughter-in-law to ask a good question. The quality of the car how? Don't buy to ride 2 days on the bad. My co-workers say it can be used well, or tomorrow I'll go and try, and if it's good, I'll buy it. Daughter-in-law said. Okay, the old father agreed. And now the family's hope of saving money falls on the White Emperor electric car. Waiting for a day, the daughter-in-law had already tested her colleague's car, and felt that it was no worse than those $2,000 or $3,000 electric cars. So she used her own salary and bought 3 of them. One of the dad and her own car, just choose 299 yuan of the basic model, and her husband needs to deliver takeaways, they chose the 389 range model, so that their family with less than 1,000 yuan, they solved the problem of replacing the national standard electric car. When they wrote on the car, they all gave White Emperor a great praise, too, for the people to consider, to solve the urgent needs. These customers are just one of White Emperor's customers. Each customer has a different motive for buying a White Emperor electric car, but they all enjoy the dividends of the low price. Although the 299 price tag is, by far, the most expensive of White Emperor's merchandise, it has to be compared to someone. 299 yuan, compared to thousands of dollars of other national standard electric cars, that price was overwhelming, which made the White Emperor D21 sell out 150,000 units in a crazy way in half a month's time. This led to White Emperor's production again cannot keep up. Good thing recently opened an additional production line, now White Emperor full production of electric cars to ensure the market supply and demand. This sales result completely stunned a group of electric car brands. Originally thought that relying on this mandatory replacement of the national standard electric car of the East Wind, electric car sales can usher in a blowout, but this are sprayed to the White Emperor here. White Emperor D21 electric car. The features have each, although not very strong but also not bad, as long as the requirements are not high users, buy a absolutely no loss. That is to suffer in the White Emperor no offline stores. Some people like to go to the physical store shopping experience. This part of the customer does not believe in online shopping, so it limits the sales, otherwise the White Emperor's sales can be doubled a few times. However, even this sales volume is enough to shock other peer companies, who met overnight to discuss the response program. White Emperor shocked a bunch of peers, among which DI electric car was one of them. In DIA's workshop, a White Emperor D21 electric car was dismantled in 8 pieces, with a lot of parts spread on the ground. Their leaders just don't understand, the parts don't look too bad, why can they sell it so cheap, and their cheapest electric car, with all the other features neutered, is also 4 or 5 times as much as the White Emperor. The engineer then said, White Emperor's circuits have an excellent design and the parts they use are the cheapest and most durable. We also inquired that White Emperor has their own parts and injection molding process, which also allows them to further reduce costs. The DIA leader was unconvinced. They could do all of these, could they make a similar cheap model? If no more low-priced products to grab the market, then this batch of national standard electric car dividends is going to be robbed by White Emperor. The DIA electric car will also lose the basic disc. Now, not only DIA, other brands of Liangqiani 2,000 yuan price of electric cars, all sold out. This half a month, the sales of successive cuts, and is down the neck cut. Your technical department, you must design a low-priced electric car, and fast, just use the existing model deletion can be, the requirement is to be able to compete with the White Emperor electric car, grab their market. The leader gave the word, and the people in the technical department started to work all night long. However, looking at the construction of Baidi's electric car was very simple, but when they started to do it, they realized that it was not easy, because even if they used the same parts as Baidi, but the small parts of the variable speed, they couldn't use it, and if they were to research and develop it, it might take a long time plus tens of millions of dollars in cost. The leadership has spoken again, the speed change function cannot be, now their demand is cheap, but also cheap. However, the electric car built by the technical department with reference to the Baidi electric car still has problems. even though their material input price is very cheap, but the costing of the marketing department's people, the cost of this car also reaches about $400. The configuration is worse than by DI, but the cost is still about $100 higher than the other's selling price, which can't compete at all. One of the reasons for this is because they have a rebate on their sales to maintain the physical authorized stores and give retailers a profit, whereas Whitey sells directly from their online store at almost zero cost, which creates a huge gap. If they had to be the same cost as White Emperor, then they would have to cut all their physical stores and switch to online sales as well, and scale back their R&D costs, with more than half of the technical department laid off. However, this is impossible. Entity-based sales is the sales network that DI has built over the years. If unauthorized changes are made, it's like self-defeating, then DI is directly reduced to a third-rate small factory. No need to compete, it may just go out of business. How to do this? Then the low price then cannot be high price and not sell. Is their DI electric car factory was a new small factory to defeat. We must find a way to solve this dilemma. The boss of DI electric vehicle gave the manager a dead order. In terms of this current sales performance, if it can't be solved, then it is definitely necessary to lay off employees. This incompetent manager, then it must be the first to be fired. According to the general idea, that is to develop high-end, to avoid the competition with the White Emperor. This is also the practice of many large factories. But DIA cannot. They are focused on doing electric car brand. Their hottest products are in the 2,000 or 3,000 price point. If the hottest products lose competitiveness, then you can directly announce the closure. Like Haier, the United States and other large factories do not do this one product. They can also live, and DIA cannot. They must find a way, and White Emperor front hard just line. Failure is almost to be reduced to a third-rate small factories. Manager is worthy of the future of the generation of the mind. He quickly thought of a way. On the one hand, let the Ministry of Technology to develop a cheapest national standard electric car, the price as low as possible. Even if it does not reach the level of $299, it should not be far from it, so as to take advantage of their DIS market share, to reclaim the low end of the market occupied by the White Emperor. But if this is done, without too many advantages of the 2,000 or 3,000 price point of the electric car, are not going to be able to sell, which affects the root of DIA. They learn the practice of cell phone manufacturers, make a new brand, called DD, specializing in the following 1,000 yuan volume of the brand, so that not only can mimic the White Emperor's online sales method, cost savings, but also in the physical store of DIA. The addition of prototype cars, to give the customer the opportunity to experience, so that it is even more advantageous than the White Emperor. The big boss thought this method was feasible, so DIA opened a new brand DD electric car urgently. At the same time, the technical department also developed a censored version of the low-end electric car. This car all used the cheapest configuration, made out of the texture than the White Emperor D21, but also worse than the first level, and the cost can only be compressed to about 350 yuan, and then low on the pressure can't go down. This also makes the big boss very annoyed. The parts are almost the same, and they also have a partner, can use the lowest cost of goods. Why is still not as low as the cost of a small factory White Emperor? The technical department can't do anything about it. Purely parts, they can be pressed to below 300, but counting the R&D and other labor costs, the cost of this invariably went up. In fact, the last piece of the puzzle between them and White Emperor's EV cost is the difference here. White Emperor is backed by a super factory system, eliminating the cost of research and development, and the salaries of many engineers, which is more than hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, millions of dollars, and the White Emperor take price because of the presence of Uncle Liu, that it will not be very high. On the other hand, although the purchase price of certain parts of the DIA electric car is lower than that of the White Emperor, but with the addition of the R&D department's expenses, it makes the cost go up straight away, instead of being higher than that of the White Emperor's small factories. So by the time their DD electric car hit the market, the White Emperor electric car had already been sold for a month, and sold 350,000 units in 1 month wildly, catching up with the yearly shipments of certain electric car factories. This is also dependent on the peers of the lining. The market cannot find any one priced at 300 yuan price point. The performance is still good electric car. This also hit the major electric car brands. In addition to DIA and a few other electric car brands, launched the same 400 yuan price of electric cars, relying on the advantages of offline sales. Back to a city, other brands where White Emperor killed a rout. the product simply cannot sell. But in response to the national standard electric car to replace the wave of goods prepared immediately to become a backlog of products, and in the DD brand built 399 yuan, 449 yuan price point of the electric car scroll era came completely. But other electric car brands, because of the high cost, let their prices than White Emperor D21 too much, sales is far less, so that month, one after another, there are electric car companies announced to change the business or withdraw from the market. White Emperor D21 won the first place in the electric car shipment list that month, and also on the local financial channel, becoming a phenomenal product. This kind of momentum also attracted the attention of Li Ju, the leader of the local business department in Shenzhen. He suddenly realized that there was actually this kind of outstanding electrical enterprise in the city. After letting his secretary bring Baidi's products, he was surprised to find that all the products produced by this Baidi were extremely cheap and far beyond cognition. Is White Emperor a cottage factory? Or is it dumping at low prices? Li Ju couldn't make sense of it, so he made arrangements to go down and visit Baidi's factory next week to inspect it. And this news was then notified by the local civil servants to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was busy supervising production at the factory these days. The factory had recruited a new batch of workers, but it still couldn't afford the surging purchase volume of electric cars. This day nearly 10,000 orders. They were not a professional electric car manufacturer, so even if the whole factory is producing electric cars, still cannot catch up with the amount of orders. Zhou Yang was every day the urge to call the goods, noisy headache. Baidi's production of more than 2,000 electric cars a day is already the limit, which is completely unable to catch up with the market supply and demand. Seeing many orders on the online store was cancelled, and then customers could not wait, turned to go offline to buy Didi and other electric cars. This is equivalent to guarding the gold mountain. They do not have time to dig, while watching the gold mountain was dug away by others. The feeling of having money but not being able to earn it is very unfriendly. Zhou Yang then felt that he had to do something, and could no longer be teased by the netizens with titles such as playing monkey and lays second. How about we outsource? Zhou Yang thought of a way to outsource the order to other electric car manufacturers, then ship it back to Baidi, put on a brand and it can leave the factory. This is a very common phenomenon in the electrical appliances industry. It's like Apple, Huawei and other big manufacturers, also looking for Foxconn or Baidi OEM, compared to building a low-end manufacturing line by themselves, or looking for OEM is more suitable for the development of leading enterprises. Now Baidi's production cannot keep up, then OEM is a very good solution. As far as Zhou Yang knew, there was an electric car factory in Deep Town City that was on the verge of closing down, so finding them as OEM should be possible. I think it can be done, but this cost and quality. It's not good to control. Uncle Song Di, the deputy factory director, reminded. The quality is good, failing to deduct their money, it's the cost, surely we need to even out some of it. Zhou Yang began to estimate, they originally made only $40 or so per car. If outsourced processing, then this part of the profit, it will have to be given to the outsourcing company, otherwise no one will do it. Then they don't make money producing it. Now in front of Zhou Yang, there is only one way left to raise the selling price. But the price of 299 yuan, raised to 349 yuan, although the profit is preserved, but he can already foresee how the customer should be verbally attacked, saying that the White Emperor low price cheated to the traffic, and then increased the price to cut leaks. Zhou Yang also felt that if raised to 349 yuan price, and Didi and other electric car competition will have little advantage, so the price cannot be raised. If the price cannot be raised, then you need to cut in material costs. Currently the battery and tires, the two largest sources of cost of electric cars, can think of ways on it. Because White Emperor is a new enterprise, there is no bargaining power in the cost. Give is not the most favorable price, but now it is not the same. A month of 350,000 units of the order volume, enough to scare, can become a bargaining chip to go to the manufacturers. So Zhou Yang took the high-speed train and went to the battery factory first to negotiate. When Zhou Yang reported his name, no one recognized him, but after he said he was the factory manager of the White Emperor, the other party stood in awe. A sales manager warmly received Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang opened the door to explain the purpose of his visit. He is ready to purchase large quantities of your company's batteries, hoping to give a favorable price. This is of course no problem, but this kind of large customer price need to be more than 1 million sets of battery demand per year to have. The manager of the other party said, as long as we can have a shipment of 1 million sets a year, we can make a profit. No problem, Zhou Yang agreed, and they could sign the contract. With 350,000 units sold in 1 month, he was confident that he could sell out 1 million electric cars in a year. As long as the electric car market existed for a day, their White Emperor electric car would have sales. The manager of the other party wanted to sign the ordering contract on the spot. The contract stipulates that White Emperor needs to order more than 1 million sets of batteries in 1 natural year, and if it fails to do so, then White Emperor also needs to compensate the battery factory for the ex-factory price of 1 million sets of batteries according to the contract. That is to say, sign this contract, 1 million sets of batteries, White Emperor must buy away, cannot be used, also have to pay. This is nothing for Zhou Yang, he signed his name directly. Then the battery is done. This piece of battery, you can save the price of 25 yuan, 30 yuan. The other thing is the tires. Zhou Yang also went to the tire manufacturing plant. His side also asked for a purchase contract, but the electric car is a 2-wheeled one, so he needs to purchase 2 million electric car tires. This is also no problem. Zhou Yang signed the contract, so that the tires apiece, a pair of tires can save 1015 yuan. This time, his electric car cost is reduced by about 40 yuan. Even if he went to the OEM, Whitey also has a profit. So Zhou Yang next hoof, he and the deputy factory director Song Di, respectively ran a few electric car manufacturers. The electric car manufacturers are facing a very serious situation. Because the products cannot be sold, the workers cannot pay wages, are about to go out of business. Of course, this has the credit of the White Emperor electric car. At this time, Zhou Yang came to the door, brought assembly orders. As long as they give them White Emperor OEM, an electric car will have 30 or 40 yuan profit. If a day can produce 1,000 units, that is tens of thousands of dollars in profit. The more they produced, the more they earned. Producing electric cars for their peers was better than going out of business, so they agreed. In the end, Zhou Yang and Song Di found a total of 3 electric car manufacturers in the neighborhood to produce for them. This time, these professional electric car factories of theirs, combined, could produce more than 10,000 per day, greatly easing the pressure on BYDI's supply. Moreover, the parts of these cars were all provided by BYD, and they only assembled them, so the quality was not too much worse, and besides, Zhou Yang had also sent out goods checkers to supervise the production of these OEM factories. In the White Emperor to find foundries, large quantities of supply, the order problem has been greatly alleviated. Some online unfavorable voice blockbuster disappeared. A lot of people who want to change the electric car have chosen a cheap and good White Emperor. White Emperor D21 electric car in the end is not good. Those buyers show in the online store has said everything. These buyers, either shy, or want to be thrifty, or factory purchases for employees' commuting tools, the low price, all of them were subjected to a pleasant. Eventually, more than a month down, the positive feedback rate of the White Emperor D21 electric car reached an amazing 98.7. A lot of them are quality comments with pictures. The White Emperor's reputation, but also at this moment, there is a good change. I have to say, although the White Emperor electric car sales are hot, but there is really no imitation products, because the imitation cost of the electric car is too high. Batteries and motors plus shell assembly, there are 100 or 200 cost, plus postage, maybe someone else on the hand, to feel out of the good and bad to be returned, which makes counterfeiting unprofitable, so the market, there is no White Emperor electric car cottage products. And more than a month later, White Emperor electric car has been sold 400,000 units. According to each unit has 35 yuan net profit calculation. There is also 14 million net profit, which makes White Emperor for the first time to earn 8-figure income. Now that BYD's liquidity was unprecedentedly sufficient, Zhou Yang also painfully repaid the initial arrears owed. At this point, Zhou Yang had repaid all of the $5 million of outstanding debt left to him by his old man. This achievement was a welcome one, and the system also sent him a congratulatory message. Superfactory system paying off the external debt is a welcome achievement, obtaining the achievement of being debt-free and rewarding a rare drawing. The system actually had this kind of reward. It was really good. It wasn't in vain that he had inherited this sinkhole opening and turned a loss into a profit. At present, electric cars are sold in full swing, and the sales have not shown any decline. Yet, mainly because the new national standard electric car will be implemented nationwide on January 1st next year, so the replacement of the car has become a rigid need. The good thing is that now the electric car has OEM, so that the production capacity are still keep up, but also at the same time to save some of the bad benefits of peers. This wave, Whitey, can be said to be a win-win situation, both their own money, but also to save the peers' unemployment rate. In such a good sales momentum, to complete a task, it is not uncommon. Since he drew the drawing, then of course he had to open it and take a look. Rare drawings opened in. Congratulations on triggering a lucky strike and opening 2 drawings of a rare smartphone concept. The Superfactory system opened the drawings, only this one was different from the past. In the past, the drawings had brands and specific models, such as the flat panels and TVs from before. But these 2 cell phone drawings, however, did not have brands and models, and there were still 2 sets, one set of high-end flagship models, and the other set of low-end volume models, directly giving a good distinction. Zhou Yang viewed the drawings, then asked the system, "This is in the end, which family's cell phone? Feel to see the internal design, as if they have not seen similar." The system replied, "This is a conceptual cell phone. It is a conceptual cell phone researched by a foreign research institute. However, due to various reasons, the research institute has already closed down, and these 2 drawings from 3 years ago have also been discarded. I see. Since there is no brand, then there is no infringement or patent problem, which is great. However, the speed of the cell phone circle to launch new machines every year, this 3 years ago concept cell phone, will not launch. That is outdated, right?" Zhou Yang carefully checked the drawings of this phone, surprised to find that this is a modular design, similar to the computer assembly machine. A variety of accessories can be replaced, even if the design of 3 years ago, as long as the latest CPU and other chips to put up, can still run. The only thing to consider is the chip's power supply requirements. If you need a high power supply accessories, only need to add supporting power supply circuit can be. This is very simple for Zhou Yang, who often deletes drawings to get started without difficulty. He checked, and was completely sure that these 2 cell phone drawings, after accessing the latest hardware and screen, could be completely new cell phones, and after a few years, they could also be upgraded, and a set of templates could be used for several generations. This set of drawings rewarded by the system is a bit interesting. At the same time, it can make this buried concept machine successfully marketed, which is also very meaningful, lest the efforts of so many researchers ruined. However, Zhou Yang has not been exposed to the field of cell phones, and the field of cell phones within the volume is very serious. He has to look at the current trend and configuration of his peers before he deletes it. Do know your enemy, and know yourself. Zhou Yang then spent 2 or 3 days watching the recent launch of major cell phone manufacturers. There was Xiaomi's Lei, Huawei's Big Mouth, and Apple's Cook, and their launches were all different. But soon Zhou Yang found a problem, that is, now many manufacturers are looking for beautiful women as product managers, either sweet-looking or show legs, do not care how people's cell phones do, at least the geek's attention is attracted to the past. Attention is the economy, as long as the attention of more people, even if the phone does not make money, but also to mix a familiar face to the whole brand to increase awareness. This is the trend, although it may not be for some people, but really good, and the brand tone is also related. The brand with mainly young customers is to be this way to engage in, to be popular, there are long legs, the phone will be bought. Zhou Yang was thinking, White Emperor makes cell phones, did he also hire a big beauty to sell cell phones? If he doesn't follow the trend, then what style of cell phone is he going to make, or what kind of main customer group is it? In the current cell phone market, there are hipster brands that focus on young people, high-end brands that serve high-end business people, and Redmi that focuses on cost-effectiveness. But it seems that there are just no ultra-low-priced brands that serve the low-income people who make up half of the country's population. Zhou Yang logged on to a shopping site to check out the prices of low-end cell phones. Some of the older phones are cheap, $200 or $300, but that are missing many features, cannot online shopping, brush, jittery voice and so on, only to receive calls, as a flashlight. The cheapest big screen smartphone, also in the $600 up, the configuration is also very bad, low-end model of the processor, and 32GB storage, so little space, load a few software on the full, also cannot take pictures to record video, because there is no space to store. Once you choose a large space, high memory model, then the price is also up to $700 or $800. But the price of $700 or $800, For some people, it is indeed considered expensive, these low-end machine. Because the configuration is not enough, with a short period of time to be lagging, will soon be eliminated, in less than 2 or 3 years, may not be able to use the card, or forced to change the cell phone, which will give the economic constraints of the crowd to come, bring a great economic burden. Zhou Yang, after consideration, he understands the road he wants to take. Then, according to the 2 cell phone drawings, he is going to do 2 different kinds of cell phones, both focusing on the ultimate cost-effective, that is, the price must be low. One kind of cell phone is cheap and resistant to build the low-end machine. The price of the best in the 300 yuan or less can let people buy no pressure, and also do not always have to change the new machine. Another kind is to some need performance game party. Business people prepare for the high-end business machine, but those Apple Huawei cell phone not move $5,000 or $6,000, or even tens of thousands of dollars. The price is too expensive, so that most people are looking at the machine's size. If the White Emperor can put the price of the flagship model to 1999 yuan or less, it is like the original Millet, absolutely shocked the cell phone circle. Li founded the Millet when the cell phone price down, but unfortunately behind the Millet changed. In order to impact the high end, the price of cell phones have become unattainable. Zhou Yang think, the cell phone market, it is time to come to a revolution. With a sense of mission, Zhou Yang began to modify the cell phone drawings. The first modification is that the low-end volume of cell phone models. Cell phone, the most important thing is the processor, which is like the human brain. There must be a smart brain in order to drive the whole cell phone. This cannot be like the Z1 tablet choose CPU. A few years ago, the low-end MediaTek processor, it is not suitable, will affect the use of the phone. We have to increase the budget appropriately. This is going to ask the supplier. Now Zhou Yang definitely want to choose the most cost-effective chip. Now on the Qualcomm Snapdragon 660 sparse bitch, but a time to order more than 500,000 pieces to be able to do. Wanted Uncle Liu's side also knows Zhou Yang's needs, directly to him to recommend the most cost-effective processor. Snapdragon 660 is a mobile processor released by Qualcomm in 2017, manufactured using a 14nm process, and its biggest selling point is the introduction of functional modules and technologies that were previously only available in the Snapdragon 800 series flagship platform. Seeing this information, Zhou Yang is very satisfied, although this is a chip from 5 years ago, but the performance has not lagged behind much, and back then it was also a mid-range and high-end product, and it is also compatible with a lot of new features, which can support the release of the performance of his cell phone. The most critical is that this chip is quite cheap, only 80 yuan a piece. Why is this chip so cheap? Zhou Yang asked in a puzzled manner. Uncle Liu said, Qualcomm's side to engage in bundled sales, want a piece of 8 Gen 2, have to match to buy a piece of 660. Those big factories bought so many overgrown chips have no place to use. They have to dump out, but not retail, only packaged for sale, more than 500,000 tablets. The cost of starting, they just want to return to the capital. Qualcomm does not care. Zhou Yang asked in wonder. General chip manufacturers can be in agreement, not allowed to resell the chip, that will destroy the market. Hey, now it's all messed up, mainly other MediaTek, Huban and other products up. Qualcomm felt the pressure, in order to keep the sales of high-end chips, just turn a blind eye. Uncle Liu, as an insider in the industry, also knows some insiders. Touché, then I want this chip. Zhou Yang clapped his hands and settled. This Qualcomm, although it is said to be eating the old capital, but the chip is still the camel is bigger than a horse, than MediaTek's chip to be stable. The quality is also good, the cell phone with a few years without card, it depends on it. And Uncle Liu's side, but also good relations with Zhou Yang, generally do not have to cut prices, give the lowest price. Uncle Liu plays the role of a middleman. He made a phone call, when the dealer directly to Zhou Yang's shipments to the factory. As for the 500,000 pieces of starting sales, this is not much pressure. Zhou Yang believes that their own cell phone surely can sell more than 500,000 units. Since the low-end cell phone processor is determined, it is time to determine the flagship cell phone chip. The current high-end cell phone chip is undoubtedly Apple's M series and Qualcomm's Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, as well as MediaTek's Tengui 9000. As for Huawei Hise's current chip, because of well-known reasons, it has been discontinued at the present time, very unfortunate. However, Apple's chip is not for sale to the public, the high-end chip is left MediaTek and Qualcomm. Then the White Emperor flagship cell phone processor, the first choice is the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. It is that the price is really not cheap, a simple estimate, with the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 cell phone, coupled with a high brush screen, as well as 256GB or 512GB storage, as well as a number of messy small parts, basically the cost is to be 3 or 4,000, which doesn't pull it off with other high-end models. Maybe this idea of stacking materials is wrong. Zhou Yang thought about it. First, suspend the design of the high-end flagship model. First, use the ordinary version of the phone to open the way, and when familiar with the cell phone market, then come back to study the high-end flagship phone. So now continue to design the ordinary version of the phone. In addition to the processor, the phone's other cost big head is the screen. A lot of cell phone screen, catch up with the machine a small half of the cost. And cell phone screen, directly related to the shape and size of the phone, also affects the face value. The low-end volume of the screen, do not need too good, as long as it is not too brittle, do not hurt the eyes. The other performance is a little worse, are acceptable. After all, the phone is not like a TV, as the display performance of high requirements. Last time the Z1 flat screen procurement screen has recognized a number of screen manufacturers, can directly find manufacturers to talk, but Zhou Yang call over the phone, people manufacturers simply do not pay attention to, because they have not heard of the White Emperor brand. This is no wonder, White Emperor is only currently in a few categories, do subvert the industry. But the phone did not do. People who specialize in cell phone screen manufacturers do not know him as normal. This is embarrassing, people do not pay attention, and then go to the door. But also to build trust, that time dragged too long. So it is better to find people who know people. Uncle Lou's side of the screen. Because he is also from the above big dealers to take goods, so more through a hand, in his place to buy the screen is not cost effective, or to find other people. And Lin Shuai, the last time is to buy D41 TV screen to know. He that time is to find manufacturer's customized screen, so this time Zhou Yang have screen procurement needs, contact him by phone to see if his side can contact the cell phone screen manufacturers. This is too familiar. A buddy of mine's family is opening a screen factory, Lin Shuai lightly said. This dating surface is really bullish. He then said that the last batch of customized TV screens were ordered from a friend's factory. Zhou Yang then asked him to help contact him. He wanted a customized cell phone screen. The requirement was cheap and durable, the cheaper the better. Everyone wants cheap, but you'd better talk to my buddy personally. I'll push his WeChat to you, Lin Shuai said, and sent over a WeChat buddy business card to Zhou Yang. After Zhou Yang added it, he said that he was Lin Shuai's friend, and they were considered friends of friends. Hello, this screen merchant called Wu Baliang then established contact with Zhou Yang and came up with a common greeting. Hello, I want to buy a cell phone screen. The requirements are cheap and durable, large quantity. Zhou Yang was also very honest, coming up and throwing out his requirements. Oh? No requirements for other parameters? What about the size? Wu Baliang asked. Size doesn't matter, whichever size you have is the cheapest, I want it. When Zhou Yang said this, the other party laughed. It was the first time he had encountered such a purchaser. Generally, the designers of the cell phone manufacturers have a design drawing first, and then purchase the screen according to the drawing, and then the screen manufacturer quotes the price. And like Zhou Yang, the size does not matter, the price is the first. It is estimated that only exists in the manufacturers do not have drawings, waiting for the screen in place, and then start designing the odd company. This Wu Baoliang really crooked guessed right. Zhou Yang relies on the superfactory system, really is the first to determine the accessories, and then modify the drawings, is also considered a unique industry. Wu Baoliang suddenly thought of his own factory warehouse. There is a backlog of cell phone panels. Now the cell phone manufacturers are pursuing 6.6.6.7 inches above the large screen, and that panel can only cut 6 inches or so of the small screen. But also because of the performance of the low end, so it is left over. If Zhou Yang can accept the size of about 6 inches, it is possible to be cheaper, as a clearance. Wu Baoliang said, 6 inches, straight cell phone TFT screen, 1080p 60 Hz, 800,000 pieces or more to support the order, each piece can give you to 78 yuan. Zhou Yang eyes bright, actually so cheap, this must be good, but he is still not too familiar with the specific parameters of TFT, so he grasped the time to Baidu. Superfactory system, no need to Baidu. In this system, all the information of various electronic products is stored. The system suddenly gave Zhou Yang information on TFT screens. TFT, that is, Thin film field effect transistor. Belongs to a kind of active matrix liquid crystal display. TFT screen material response time is relatively fast, with about 80 milliseconds, and the viewing angle is large, 130 degrees or so. TFT cell phone screen material is a good brightness, high contrast, strong sense of hierarchy, bright and vibrant colors. The disadvantage is that it is more power consuming. The disadvantage is just power consumption. Then isn't this just right? Zhou Yang found that he found the right person. Did not expect such a cheap price, but this requirement is also very scary. 800,000 pieces starting order. The general cell phone small factories cannot afford to order, and to make sure that their cell phone has sales only, otherwise it will not sell, it will be all smashed in the hands. Okay, I'll take this one, Zhou Yang said. Although this cell phone screen is twice as expensive as the screen of the Z1 tablet, but the performance is also much better, Zhou Yang feels very worthwhile, compared to Uncle Liu's side. A screen is cheaper than 15 yuan. Doesn't it matter if it's 6 inches? This all belongs to the phone with a smaller screen, Wu Baoliang reminded. Indeed, even if the current mainstream cell phone, the screen is relatively small, iPhone 14, is also a 6.1-inch screen, then iPhone 14 screen is still small. The general public are not too much like it. People generally like the big screen. For the small screen, it feels more costly to the eye, and look not as big as a big screen atmosphere, is not pleasing to the eye. It doesn't matter. Zhou Yang does not focus on the size. Compared to less that 0. a few inches, cheaper tens of dollars, is the most important. He supplied the consumer population, should not pay attention to the screen size. Really, if you want a big screen, he next time the Z1 tablet to add a communication module, forget it. Let them use the 10-inch big screen to make a phone call, so it should be able to satisfy those unique people. So things are settled. The other side to Zhou Yang sent over an electronic contract to sign to start stocking production. Now, relying on the development of science and technology, electronic contract is convenient and fast, do not have to run to the scene, but also more secure and reliable. Zhou Yang signed the e-contract, just need him within 7 working days. After paying the deposit, the other side can produce the screen and shipment. The screen is done, Zhou Yang should purchase other components. Like the memory card, choose 64G, 128G cap. If you still need to expand, keep a card slot, so that customers can expand their own, even if the expansion of 1 TB is enough. There is also the charger from Uncle Liu procurement, adhering to the principle of can be used on the line. Zhou Yang chose a very cheap 18W slow charger. Even the charging cable is only less than $8, in line with the positioning of the product. In addition to charging slower, there are no drawbacks. After all, Apple for many years 5V 1A users have flocked over, visible users for fast charging, not so high demand. As for speakers, microphones, cameras and other accessories, are able to use the principle of line. These are selected low-end models, packing dozens of dollars can be dealt with. And some of the phone's small screw parts, injection molding shell and so on are determined. This one phone design is almost done. However, to this step, other appliances can already be stereotyped name, but the cell phone design also has an additional process, that is to determine the operating system for the phone. The current operating system of the cell phone, mainly Google's Android, Apple's iOS, and Huawei's Hongmeng. As for the non-mainstream Symbian and Windows system, it has been eliminated by the market. Since Apple operated the iOS system for self-production and self-sale, there was no choice for the Apple system, so Zhou Yang would have to choose one between Android and Hongmeng. Where Android is the choice of most cell phone manufacturers, the software ecology is also complete. So many years to be able to compete with Apple's iOS system. Enough to show that it is powerful. The Hongmeng system developed by Huawei is also very good to use. Now Hongmeng users have as many as 570 million. There is a mass base, so using the Hongmeng system to make a cell phone, there is no need to worry that no one will buy it. Wait, why must we use someone else's operating system? Can't we develop our own? Zhou Yang suddenly thought of a problem. Using an operating system developed by someone else's factory felt a bit faceless as an evening system owner. Of course, Super Factory System immediately replied, in this system, it comes with full intellectual property rights of the cell phone operating system, compatible with Android and Hongmeng application. After use, it can make the cell phone performance release enhancement of 15. The use of smoothness over the current stage of the other operating systems on the market, and no bugs, currently in the 1.0 version, whether to choose to use the new operating system? There really is a new system? Ah, then of course I want to use it, Zhou Yang said joyfully. The full cell phone operating system code has been provided for download, and can be named for it, the system replied. Zhou Yang considered for a moment, thinking that his factory name was Bai-Di, so let's give the operating system a mythological name as well, and simply call it the Xuan cell phone operating system. A White Emperor, a Xuan, is a natural pair, White Emperor 1 cell phone, with Fairy 1.0 operating system. This is a perfect match. Super Factory System Drop Sound issued a prompt. The new phone has been successfully designed, has been automatically optimized. The phone and the operating system fitness 130. Please name it. Adaptability actually appeared 130, such an exaggerated value. Zhou Yang felt incredible. However, according to the simulated cell phone interface in the system Zhou Yang used, found that it is really extraordinary. This Xuan female operating system, it seems to be, and his White Emperor cell phone is a perfect match, making the effect of 1 is greater than 2, indeed than any other operating system is smoother. This time picked up the treasure. Then the following to this bunker phone, think of a loud name. In view of the line of cell phones, all with trademarks plus digital naming, then their own cell phone, called White Emperor 1, meaning the first generation of White Emperor's cell phone. If in the future to do the flagship phone, then named Bai-Di Pro, and then upgrade, called Pro Max, and then upgrade, what plus Ultra suffix name, all to use, which is enough to name with. Super Factory System White Emperor 1 cell phone design successful. Zhou Yang got the drawings of the hard-designed cell phone, then he called the deputy factory director Song Di, and solemnly handed over the cell phone drawings to him. A cell phone Song Delaware was surprised and flipped around to watch it, especially liking it. Because cell phones make money now, otherwise those manufacturers wouldn't be launching several new cell phones a year, advertising every day, and having free money for marketing. Now the cell phone is the most widely used digital appliances. People cannot watch TV one day, cannot play the computer one day, but it is difficult not to touch the cell phone one day. The cell phone has become an essential companion to the human electrical appliances. A day without brushing a few hours of cell phone, it is difficult to sleep. White Emperor before the flat panel, TV, washing machine or electric car, have been welcomed by the market. If this cell phone is built, surely can also be popular in the market, make a lot of money. However, when he saw that this cell phone system was actually an unknown Xuanwei system, Song Delaware objected. Why don't we change Android? This Yuan system is unheard of. Don't have any bugs. Song Delaware's worry was not unreasonable. Don't worry. This Yuan is our self-developed system. It works well, Zhou Yang said. Self-researched? When? Song Delaware is very puzzled, although he is old, but also has been learning new knowledge. Know that the cell phone system, these things, all rely on computer programming. He has not seen the small factory director long time fiddling with the computer. This when it completed a self-research system. It's during my college years, and friends together researched. Zhou Yang had to tell a well-intentioned lie. So that's how it is. Little factory director Zhou, you are really great. You have a wide range of friendships and such great classmates. Uncle Song Delaware gave a thumbs up, and after praising him, he immediately took the drawings and went to the workshop. He had to arrange the molds, manufacture the phone shell, let the parts production line, start producing small parts, and at the same time coordinate the warehouse, and when the other parts arrived, then start the assembly production. Of course, the first thing to do is also to carry out staff training. After all, have not done cell phones before, such a delicate thing, must be careful and careful. So the deputy factory director Song Delaware had a lot of burden on him. He immediately worked overtime to implement it. On Zhou Yang's side, although he had designed the cell phone, his work was not over yet, because he still needed to calculate the selling price and cost of the cell phone. The two main components, processor and screen, accounted for more than half of the cost of the entire phone. Other parts are able to save, relying on their own factory parts and injection molded shell, and ultimately calculated that the entire cost of the White Emperor 1 cell phone in about 240 yuan. According to the previous pricing strategy, it seems that the basic model of 64 GB storage sell 299 yuan, a more reasonable. But selling 299, Zhou Yang feels that the selling price is still too high to be the same price as an electric car. Zhou Yang thought about it, clenched his teeth, and decided to be a little more shocking, and the price had to be lowered. He felt that the phone will sell, then rely on volume to make up for the loss of cost, and finally Zhou Yang decided to price 288 yuan. this way a phone to earn more than $40, and enough. He expected to sell 1 million units, so that was a profit of over $40 million, which was substantial enough. Then the final selling price of the White Emperor 1 cell phone was set, a shocking 288 yuan. This price does not seem to have much advantage, and the price of some old people's machine is comparable, but with not bad hardware and self-developed yuan new operating system. The actual use of the experience is the same as 1,000 or 2,000 price of cell phones. Only to spend a few percent of the price, you can experience $2,000 of the price of the cell phone, which is absolutely attractive. Anyway, Zhou Yang was full of confidence. As long as people could use his White Emperor 1 cell phone, they would definitely know the wonderfulness of the White Emperor cell phone. Now that the pre-production of the cell phone is done, the only thing left for the White Emperor 1 cell phone is publicity and manufacturing. New product publicity. Zhou Yang has done more than once. The first step is definitely to do publicity picture. White Emperor 1 cell phone specifications are determined, we have to enter the publicity process. Zhou Yang let artwork Xiaojiang began to design publicity pictures. Zhou Yang from the system pulled out the phone's publicity picture, is the front photo. As for the price column, Zhou Yang let Xiaojiang only gave 3 question marks, meaning that the phone is priced at 3 digits, but the specific how much, wait until the eve of the release. He will announce. In addition, the matter of self-developed system, in order to be more explosive, when the final release of the price, together with the announcement is good. In addition, Zhou Yang has already had experience. The previous several new product releases are listed on the market sold out, and then the production capacity cannot keep up, caused a certain negative impression. He would wait for adequate stocking before going on sale this time, lest he be sprayed by netizens again. This promotional image was only published on Baidu's own online store page, and no other advertisements were placed. This was Baidu's tradition now. A manufacturer launches a product, it must be profitable, and if the product is advertised, this part of the advertising fee must be discounted into the cost and ultimately reflected in the selling price. So a commodity advertising the more ruthless, indicating that the higher the gross profit, and the White Emperor main extreme cost effective, to suppress the price, so the advertising costs are able to save on the province, relying on the customer tap-like publicity. Just after the White Emperor 1 cell phone publicity map put out, see the netizens collective dumbfounded, was White Emperor this east a hammer west a stick behavior completely hit dumbfounded, because White Emperor's product line, too irregular. Starting from the Z1 tablet computer, to the later TV sets, washing machines, to the recent big-selling electric car. These products are not next to each other. Tablet computer belongs to the digital products, television, washing machine belongs to the large electric appliances, and electric car belongs to the transportation. Even Haier, Media and other large electrical groups also did not include these product lines. After all, each enterprise may have their own good and familiar track. Unauthorized entry into other unfamiliar areas is to pay tuition. The failure of the example of the absolute more than the success of the more. And White Emperor never seems to know what is called the beginning of everything is difficult. This new product one after another across the track, this time actually in the case of electric car sales, not to strike while the iron is hot, the sale of bicycles, and even helmets, where old man music and other related products, actually began to enter the domestic mature and the involution of the cell phone market. It is not the old star hanged himself, too long to live? White Emperor drifted, not properly sell his electric car, ran to develop cell phones, think the cell phone circle will be like other industries, low price can be rampant. That is, the low price of the phone cannot be used. I gave my father bought a 600 yuan large screen phone, simply card cannot be used to download a WeChat Alipay on the space, especially difficult. White Emperor light low price, of what is the use of that kind of digital garbage? White send me do not want. Why don't you want? You can change the stainless steel base in this time. The netizens, it seems that more than other products launched, more not optimistic about the White Emperor 1 cell phone. After all, White Emperor's other electrical appliances are not a necessity of life. However, the cell phone is a must. Basically everyone has a cell phone. In the age of the cell phone, people usually know the most is the cell phone. Want people to buy a cell phone and replace the cell phone currently in use and choose the White Emperor 1, it would be very difficult. Now selling mainstream cell phones is 1,000 yuan to 2,999 yuan price range. This price range of cell phones, the price and performance are moderate, can do everything popular with everyone. and 2 cheap cell phones everyone basically used. Open a software can be half a minute, equivalent to passive withdrawal. The previous Android cell phone, basically use a year or two, is this kind of lagging state. That's why everyone pushes the Apple cell phone so much. After all, the Apple cell phone will not be stuck even if you use it for 4 or 5 years. Anyway, everyone was not optimistic about BYD's phone. However, some people say that if this phone sells for $100, it is not impossible to consider. Because the price of $100 is cheaper than those old people's phones with buttons. It's not bad to give it to your parents and elders. The old people have a lot of time, and they are not afraid of lagging. $100, isn't that the lowest price in 3 digits? Unlikely, right? Netizens also think it's too incredible. Even if they buy their own screen online, with a shell, it's more than $100, not to mention that this is a brand new cell phone. The Sparrow is small, so cheap, unless it's 7 or 8 years ago. The elimination of accessories, assembled is more or less the same. 80% are eliminated components. After all, Z1 tablet. Isn't it the old parts assembled a few years ago? This cell phone is also estimated to rely on a super low price to attract those low-income groups. When the White Emperor 1 cell phone did not announce its price, netizens all started a lively discussion online, largely looking down on it. Some of BYD's old customers expressed their expectations for this phone, but they have to wait until the price is announced. If the price of the BYD i1 cell phone is cheap and okay, then it may be worth buying one. If it is also a big few hundred apiece, then there is really no need to replace the phone. After all, everyone in the hands of the cottage or old age machine, it is not impossible to use. So many years have come over. There is no need to replace the new for a low-end cell phone. Anyway, the BYD i1 phone was not well received when it was first launched. Just as the netizens were in the midst of a heated discussion, Zhou Yang also received a notice from his superiors that the leader Li Ju was coming to visit BYD. Zhou Yang did not do too much preparation. Anyway, how the White Emperor usually, the leader came or how, at most the door to pull a welcome banner, the factory to do a bit of hygiene. At 10 o'clock in the morning of this day, the leaders came to the factory of BYD according to the expected plan. They had a total of 4 cars and came down a dozen people. All of them were the staff of the commercial department of the Deep Town. They came to visit the newly promoted big taxpayer BYD Electric under the leadership of director Li Ju. Welcome to the leadership. Zhou Yang and Song Dai came to the factory entrance to welcome them. Oh, are you BYD's boss? Zhou Yang. Li Ju was curious. Even though he had already been on the information and knew that White Emperor had only developed after replacing its young boss, Zhou Yang being so young was still beyond his expectations. Yes, Director Li, please. Zhou Yang enthusiastically invited the leaders to visit the factory. Then a large group of leaders all entered to visit the interior of White Emperor. It could be seen that White Emperor's factory was clean and tidy, and there were some flowers and trees that looked good. When they entered the workshop, they saw that the employees were in the process of production. Currently, the main production product of the factory had changed from electric cars to cell phones. Seeing that the workers were assembling cell phones, Li Ju was curious. He remembered that there didn't seem to be any cell phones in White Emperor's hot-selling products. Aren't you guys selling electric cars lately? Why haven't you seen any production? Li Ju asked. Oh, our factory is in transition. Electric cars have currently been outsourced out to peers for production, and we are focusing on the manufacturing of cell phones, Zhou Yang said. Oh, so this is the case. Li Ju felt that the White Emperor is so amazing, outsourcing out the products of the big fire, while going to produce a new product that has not been proved by the market. This Zhou Yang's boldness is indeed extraordinary. However, Li Ju has nothing against outsourcing factories. There is also a Deep Town City of electric car factory. If there is no White Emperor outsourcing that factory before the bankruptcy, fortunately there is an order from the White Emperor, only to stabilize the situation. It can be seen that White Emperor is not only a big taxpayer, but also drives the normal operation of other enterprises, which can be said to be a great merit. Li Ju curiously picked up an assembled cell phone from the production line, and nodded when he felt it was small in his hand, and had a good texture. White Emperor gave him a feeling, and other enterprises are completely different. Li Ju said to his subordinates, go back to White Emperor's successful experience, more publicity, modern enterprises. We must quickly transform to adapt to the changing market. The subordinates wrote down, go back to publicize the implementation. However, this trick who all know but unfortunately really do the phoenix feather, and only Zhou Yang so, there is a super factory system backing people, only have this backbone, said the transformation on the transformation. When director Li Ju finished his tour all the way through, he suddenly discovered a very amazing phenomenon that made him pay extra attention. Li Ju realized that the workers in the Baidi factory were all middle-aged and elderly people, and in the factory, apart from the factory director, there were hardly any young people in their 20s to be seen. He then curiously asked Zhou Yang what was going on. My factory only recruits workers who are over 35 years old and have been optimized by society, Zhou Yang said. Now the leaders were stunned. It was the first time they heard of a business owner who took the initiative to recruit employees over 35 years old. In the past, these middle-aged employees were the mainstay of labor arbitration. They worked for many years, and after they got older, they would be laid off by the enterprises, euphemistically called optimization. These optimized middle-aged social animals, with a generous dismissal compensation, but can no longer find a suitable job, and finally most of them are reduced to free entrepreneurs, delivering takeaways and couriers, or open a drop. Many people have a hard time. So the question arises, how come Whitey Electric can just do the opposite, specializing in recruiting employees over 35 years old? Because it's my family's ancestral tradition, Zhou Yang stated his reasoning, shocking the leaders who came to inspect. Ancestral training. This word is very new. Director Li Ju laughed. Zhou Yang said seriously, it's what my father asked for. He said that other companies are not benevolent. After using the workers, they kicked them. But Baidi can't promote the evil spirit, and middle-aged employees over 35 years old, they know more about the hard work, and their work conscientiousness is relatively higher. So in our Baidi electrical factory, there is no excessive physical labor, and it's just the right time to recruit middle-aged employees. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Not bad. Insightful. This time Li Ju all had to praise. Young Zhou Yang also left a deep impression on him. He has planned turn around to publicize the practice of White Emperor electrical appliances, set up as a typical, so that the country's enterprises have a good look, can not just focus on the interests of the recruitment of young people, but also to make some contribution to social stability. White Emperor has done a good job in this regard and deserves to be praised. When the visit was over and their leaders and their group left, Li Ju sat in the car and said to his men, such an enterprise should be properly supported. Okay, the men immediately went to do it, and soon after, Zhou Yang received a piece of good news. White Emperor Electrical Appliances was named by the city as a civilized enterprise for civilization and new style, enjoying a tax reduction quota. According to the month's revenue, it could save at least $1 million in taxes a year, quite affordable. So good. Zhou Yang was indifferent to awards and whatnot, but this tax reduction was a real reward. It seemed that he had recruited employees over the age of 35 to contribute to society, and society had returned the favor. However, that wasn't all. The system also then transmitted a reward prompt. Ding. Obtained an official reward from Deep Town, honor added, worthy of praise. This system is giving away an additional press conference. Please keep up the good work. Press conference. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up at that moment. He had grown up watching other big brands hold press conferences. He had never experienced one before. The main reason was that it took money to open a press conference, and even more so, visibility, and White Emperor's reputation wasn't big yet, and it didn't have the money to organize a press conference, so the press conference couldn't be opened. Now that the system has gifted a launch event, it couldn't be better. It just so happens that his White Emperor 1 cell phone needs a chance to be publicized. This was a sleepy person giving away a pillow, just in time to take advantage of it. So Zhou Yang on his network account published this message: White Emperor electrical appliance will be a week later. By the factory director. Zhou Yang personally held a new White Emperor 1 cell phone conference, when the whole network will be live. Please pay attention to. This published preview does not matter, immediately by a vote of netizen cynicism. Bull beep. The conference on the same product. This is called specialization, or shabby. Other people are looking for a beautiful woman to publish. White Emperor can't even afford a beautiful product manager. You want the boss to do it himself. Sell your battery car, washing machine, come to the cell phone circle to get involved in what is millet is not cheap enough, or Apple sales are not high? Buy D low-end goods, can beat which peer? Everyone is not optimistic about this launch. After all, cheap cell phones, the market above a catch, performance has no advantage. Buy to do what? The last cross-border to do cell phone electrical producers seems to be called GRI. the results of spending a lot of money to build a cell phone can only be sold to their own employees, become the laughing stock of the industry. Many netizens who praised BYD before, this time also in saying that BYD drifted, thinking that can do a good job of TV sets and washing machines, come to do cell phones, not knowing that the technological content of cell phones than other home appliances are mostly not easy to play around. It's okay. I hope BYD do not be discouraged. This failure what? Go back and continue to build cheap home appliances, we still love you. After that, there are good netizens also forwarded this launch message of Zhou Yang to Millet, Oppo, Huawei and other companies, said there is a giant enterprise in the industry to come to the cell phone circle, are you afraid? As a result, these cell phone manufacturers have not heard of BYD's name after all. BYD was only famous in the home appliance circle and electric car industry before. The cell phone world does not know his name. The official operating accounts of some well-known cell phone companies took it as spam and directly chose to ignore it. Some other companies are playing terrier, sent a "I'm so afraid" emoticon, seemingly afraid, but actually looked down on such a small factory. Because they searched on the eye of the sky, the registered capital of the White Emperor appliances is only 100,000 yuan. This money, not enough to broadcast a network advertisement, and the White Emperor's previous products, the most similar is only a 99 yuan cottage tablet. These cell phone manufacturers' operations after reading almost did not squirt with laughter. They were thinking, this group of sand sculpture netizens are really idle. A small factory said to build a cell phone, actually come to them, but where they look at it, are considered to be their loss. After all, as a cell phone company employees know, cell phone, not so good to build drops. See the White Emperor send new cell phone news. There are no manufacturer's positive response. Enough to see the White Emperor is just a small cell phone circle new, not pure attention. Netizens soon also lost the enthusiasm to pay attention to. With the launch getting closer and closer, during this time, Zhou Yang stayed in the factory every day, testing the White Emperor 1 cell phone that they had just left the factory. He had now used the White Emperor 1 cell phone, honorably becoming the world's first White Emperor cell phone user. White Emperor 1 cell phone, because of the Yuan female system to strengthen the optimization, although the processor is Snapdragon 660, but the general application run up absolutely no problem, whether it is brushing GN fast hand, or online shopping language chat, all without pressure, and even to play the fire of the original God game, after adjusting the quality of the picture, can be about 30 frames of smooth operation, and will not be seriously hot. And there are Yuan female 1.0 system support, fully mobilized hardware capacity. Zhou Yang feel very smooth, and those $1,000 or $2,000 of cell phones, and there is not much difference. The only more regrettable is the camera and sound, because of the consideration of cost issues, adhering to the principle of can be used on the line, external sound is to listen to aloud, and the camera, and only 1300 W pixels, which is years ago the level of the camera, it cannot shoot macro and wide-angle lens, inevitably some pity. But want high-quality camera and experience, can only be solved in the subsequent flagship phone, this White Emperor 1 cell phone, just go volume. Now everything is ready for the east wind. As for the White Emperor 1 cell phone in the end, will not be welcomed by the market, it depends on tomorrow's press conference. Turning the day, it finally came to the day of the press conference. Outside the door of the White Emperor company, a large number of journalists had gathered in the morning, more than 20 of them, which were well-known local and foreign media, who had come to participate in the press conference of the new White Emperor 1 cell phone. This made a lot of people who were waiting to see the joke of BYD fell down. Originally thought that a small factory like BYD, at most come to a tabloid reporter, did not expect to be able to attract so much media. It is estimated that a lot of money was spent. Anyway, they don't believe that these media were recruited by virtue of BYD's own influence. These people thought correctly, the media reporters were indeed not attracted by BYD, but were influenced by the system given launch. For this new product launch, again to save cost, didn't go to rent a hotel and conference hall, but built a shed directly in the White Emperor factory, moved some benches for media friends to sit, so a simple launch site was built. And many launch that high-tech style is different. White Emperor 1 cell phone launch is very grounded, on a huge White Emperor cell phone poster as the background, about the price of the part, but also with a red cloth covered up, full of mystery. These reporters are also whispering below. They have never seen this kind of conference, even if they have seen a lot, full of primitive feeling. They do not know why the unit leader let them come to participate. That's right. This time it is the superfactory system direct mechanical descending God. Let these media directly send people to attend the conference. As for why, are all kinds of coincidence. Some of them were the bosses happened to see the news of BuyDi. Some were recommended by their friends. Anyway, all of these media peers who were familiar with them in normal times were all concentrated here at this moment. Hurry up and get started, we still have to go and have a few drinks with our peers. After a while these reporters were urging in their hearts. Waiting until 9:30 a.m., the new BuyDi cell phone conference opened on time. Because he couldn't afford to hire a beautiful product manager, Zhou Yang personally came on stage to explain. Hello audience and media friends. Zhou Yang first said his opening remarks, then he waved his hand on the stage. The expected applause did not come, because these news reporters, who did not know Zhou Yang, had no reason to cooperate with him. This made Zhou Yang a little embarrassed. However, at this time, applause rang out from the stage, and it turned out to be Jiang Shuji, a reporter from the business newspaper, applauding. She was the first reporter to come into contact with BuyDi. To put it jokingly, she had watched BuyDi grow up, she knew BuyDi's strength, and this time he had even held a press conference, so there must be an even bigger breakthrough. The other applauders are the several big sisters and clerks in BuyDi's office. They all admire Zhou Yang very much. He can in just 2 or 3 months, BuyDi from a 5 million in arrears on the verge of closure of the electrical factory, into the present profitable net enterprise. They all feel incredibly proud. The applause was also all from the heart, so it was quite warm. The other reporters looked at the few people who were genuinely applauding, so they perfunctorily clapped a few times, which finally gave the conference a bit of a normal look. Thank you all for coming, so let's get down to business. The product we're going to release this time is BuyDi's first smartphone, the BuyDi One phone. This cell phone is equipped with the self-developed Suannu 1.0 system, a 6-inch screen, and a Snapdragon processor that can smoothly run the current mainstream mobile games. When Zhou Yang was introduced on stage, this group of reporters were shocked, because there was no other manufacturer in the country, except Huawei, that could develop its own operating system. This could be of historical significance. But the question soon came, this self-developed operating system, is it really good? Will there be adapted applications? Seemingly seeing the reporters' doubts, Zhou Yang explained to them after a brief introduction of the hardware configuration that his yuan system, compatible with Android and Hongmeng applications, could be downloaded with confidence. Compatible with Hongmeng and Android software. What is this? An Android sleeve? Or a Hongmeng sleeve? The reporters were a bit confused. However, seeing the Suannu system's operating interface and smooth sliding operation, it felt as if this phone seemed to be quite good. On the scene, Zhou Yang opened a game of King's Glory, and looking at the smooth screen inside, this phone seemed to be sloppy. I estimate that the price of this phone is between 1,000 and 2,000, nothing rare, except for a self-developed system, no features. A male reporter whispered from below. Jiang Shuji heard it, and said, "You guys are not paying attention. Before the White Emperor, one cell phone released a publicity picture. The price is a 3-digit number. According to the style of the White Emperor, this cell phone is priced at not more than 350 yuan. How much? 350. This male reporter from Capital News laughed on the spot. If this phone can be sold for less than 350, I'll eat it on the spot. The other reporters around are also laughing at this new female reporter does not know how to do. This configuration of the phone, obviously, is the configuration of 1 or 2,000 yuan price, and still self-research system. Even if it is an Android set of shells, that scientific research costs at least is also a few million level. This cell phone plus research and development costs certainly will not be less than 1,500, can say the price of 350 yuan. This Jiang Shuki is really stupid cute. Jiang Shuki was ridiculed by her peers, and at that time, her face reddened with shame and indignation. Although she was a newcomer, she had her own judgment, and she was familiar with BuyDi. Of course she knew that BuyDi couldn't possibly build such an expensive cell phone. She said at that time, "Okay, then let's make a bet. If BuyDi's cell phone doesn't exceed 350, you'll eat it, and if it exceeds 350, I'll eat it." These again made the other male reporters laugh. See Jiang Shuji quite tender, a little girl, no one and her general knowledge won't show her face, so the reporter from Capital News said, "If I win, I don't need you to eat the cell phone, you just put on silk high heels and give us seniors. Just dance, okay? bet Jiang Shuji agreed to the bet out of righteous indignation. The other male reporters were also interested. Some of them just took out their cell phones and filmed this as a fun joke. They all wanted to see this beautiful young peer dance for them. Jiang Shuqi, although confident, but after the heart cannot help but burst, she has never worn silk high heels. That is not her style of dress, so she next in her heart to pray, I hope that Zhou Yang to give a little more power. Pricing does not exceed 350 yuan, otherwise she will be disgraced to lose a lot of people. So the reporters at the scene were paying attention, the final selling price of the phone. So I'm not going to sell my secrets. How much is such a self-developed system and balanced performance phone going to sell for? Now reveal the answer. Zhou Yang pulled the red cloth in front of the poster, which fluttered down, revealing 288 at the back, 3 shocking numbers. 288 yuan. The entire network's uniform selling price of the White Emperor 1 cell phone, gripping or not. As soon as Zhou Yang shouted this, Jiang Shuji could be heard letting out a cheer from below, as she had won the bet, while the other male reporters were petrified and frozen. What? 288, Boss Zhou, you didn't miss a 1 in front of it, did you? The male reporter from Capital News said with dissatisfaction. According to his understanding, this Bai D1 cell phone, selling for 1,288, is only reasonable. How come it's only buying 288, not as expensive as a senior citizen's phone? Isn't this a joke? However, is the 288 selling price? White Emperor has not yet more than 4-digit selling price of the product, this 288, but in the super factory system under the auspices of the only made. In addition to this one, there is no other number. That's right, the White Emperor 1 cell phone is 288 yuan, and it's all fair and square. Zhou Yang confirmed again. This time, the reporters on stage all raised their hands high. They had countless questions they wanted to ask at the moment. Seeing so many reporters on stage asking questions enthusiastically, Zhou Yang designated one of them to ask a question. A male reporter got up and asked, "May I ask if this is considered false propaganda? I see you demonstrating the phone, performance is good, or self-developed system. Why is the pricing so low? Selling at a loss is not a gimmick to attract traffic." It was a bit rude to ask this, but Zhou Yang still answered seriously. It's not a gimmick. I've gone through a special manufacturing process for this cell phone, low configuration and high performance. I also have a strong parts supplier that gave me a very favorable cost price, so the cost is low. Although it sells for 288 yuan, the factory still makes a profit. It can't be more than 200 yuan cost, sell you more than 1,000 yuan for you to think it's reasonable, right? If you still feel that the White Emperor 1 cell phone is sold cheaply, then you can come to me here to buy goods, and then sell it out at $1,000 a piece. I believe it must be very profitable. When Zhou Yang finished speaking, the other reporters couldn't help but burst out laughing. Indeed, if the cost of the White Emperor cell phone is really cheap, people selling at a low price can't still pick on people's faults. Is it comfortable to be a leak and buy a cell phone at a high price? But there are still journalists do not believe, because on the market, there is no such excellent low-priced cell phone, have to doubt its authenticity. On the side there is Zhou Yang's cell phone in the live broadcast. At the moment in the live broadcast room, pop-ups fly wildly. Netizens even more do not believe that the White Emperor 1 cell phone is so cattle. They think that Zhou Yang is blowing smoke, must have gotten an engineering machine for appearance. The real phone performance is very pull crotch. On the side of the office sister is helping to manage the live broadcast room. See, these comments are very angry, and then went on stage and Zhou Yang said. Zhou Yang to the scene of the reporter, and the audience in front of the screen. A unified answer: this is not an engineering machine, is the standard model for external sales. If you do not believe it, I can hereby promise that if you normal channels to buy the White Emperor 1 cell phone and I demonstrated a large difference in the performance, I am willing to return one to compensate for 10. The male reporter from Capital News on the stage, his face became ugly. If what Zhou Yang said was true, then he had lost the bet. Wouldn't he have to eat the phone? However, he was not willing to admit defeat, because as long as it was proved that the White Emperor cell phone was not what it appeared to be, and that the demo model was not the same as the retail model, there was still hope for him to flip the game. So he stood up and asked to buy a White Emperor 1 cell phone on the spot to do the verification. No need to buy. I have prepared a White Emperor 1 cell phone for each of you media friends who came to the launch. If you don't mind, feel free to take it and use it. Zhou Yang said with a wave of his hand, and there were a few big sisters from the office, taking the new cell phone boxes and distributing them down below. Other new product launches would also give some gifts, but Zhou Yang was poorer and couldn't afford to give expensive gifts. So it was just the right time to take his own White Emperor cell phone and give it away. Anyway, the cost of a cell phone was only more than $200. So giving away these 20 or so units wouldn't be heartbreaking. Thank you bye di. These reporters were all very happy to come here to attend the launch event and still receive gifts, and seeing this exquisite cell phone box, they felt that this cell phone had a good texture. But thinking that this phone is only 288 yuan, it feels a little bit against the grain. After all, such a small amount of money, not enough to eat a hot pot, such a cheap cell phone. The function is still strong. The appearance is not ugly. This is not in line with the scientific principles. In the end, how is it built? No, it's possible that these are specially selected machines that you made on purpose. I'm going to pick them inside the warehouse at this time. The male reporter from Capital News made a slightly rude request. Zhou Yang was stunned and suddenly realized that this request was not bad, just so he could go to the warehouse and shoot his ample inventory. Well, this reporter is quite cooperative. You can add chicken legs. Zhou Yang was inwardly satisfied and smilingly agreed to the reporter's request. He then paused the conference, holding his cell phone live, and took this male reporter to the warehouse. When he came to the warehouse, he saw boxes and boxes of neatly yards of finished White Emperor cell phones, which amounted to tens of thousands of parts, which was the bottom line of Zhou Yang's dare to shout out that the inventory was sufficient. The male reporter saw so much inventory, he was satisfied. After all, the factory is to lose money again to make money. There is a limit. So many high-powered, low-priced cell phone, even if it is a big factory, cannot afford to lose money. So he was sure that this is the White Emperor ready to sell to the public retail version of the cell phone. So the male reporter went deep into the warehouse from the back, opened a large cardboard box, and picked out an intact and unopened White Emperor 1 cell phone from inside. Holding the new cell phone, the male reporter then said to Zhou Yang, "Can I exchange the cell phone I sent with the one you have in here?" Of course, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. These were all in stock and the barcode would be registered before shipment, so it didn't matter if they were casually exchanged now. The male reporter, now satisfied, returned to the scene and unwrapped it on the spot in front of everyone, ready to verify the phone's performance. Turn on the phone, activate it, and then the logo of the Yishuan Nu system appeared, and a classical cartoon beauty so beautiful that it resembles the Yishuan Nu of the 9 heavens, is the background desktop of the phone. In order to test it, the male reporter downloaded a King of Glory game in person, to see if the phone is the same as the demo. Other journalists also found this very interesting, and turned the camera on the pier. They also want to see 288 yuan of cell phones, the actual operation in the end how. As a result, after using the male reporter, he felt that it was very smooth, and the state during Zhou Yang's demonstration was no different. It seems that this cell phone is bull. 288 yuan can be used as a game console. Yeah, is the self-developed system so smooth? Snapdragon 660 processor does not heat up, but also can run software and games perfectly. The light of domestic One by one the onlooker reporters couldn't help but praise. The cold sweat on the male reporter's face came down at that time. Because the performance of the White Emperor 1 cell phone can be strong, that means that he lost in a big way. At this time the male reporter's corner of his eye fluttered and searched, and at once he saw Jiang Shuji looking at him. This beauty, just now joking, the male reporter smiled and snorted, mainly because he didn't want to eat his cell phone. Senior. A promise is a promise, a man's man, what he said can't be counted. Jiang Shuji's smiling words made all the other peers burst out laughing and coaxing from the side. Betting with a beautiful peer to eat a cell phone, this was too newsy, and the other reporters all aimed their cameras and cell phones at this peer to film the actual cell phone eating. The male reporter from Capital News was torn. If he didn't eat it, he wouldn't be able to hold his head up in the circle in the future, and he would be laughed at by his peers for the rest of his life. If he eats it, the cell phone is so hard, how can he eat it? The key is that it is not digested. At this moment, the male reporter regrets that he should have done more homework. Who is this BID factory, and why can it make such a low-priced and miraculous cell phone? This side was in a mess. Zhou Yang, who had already finished the conference, saw it and came over, so he asked what was going on. He looked down on Bai Di and lost a bet. Jiang Shuji snorted a laugh, and then told Zhou Yang what happened. So it's like this, Well done. Zhou Yang's heart stirred, and suddenly realized that this was a good publicity point, operated well, for ByDi, it was free advertising. Such a good opportunity, other manufacturers begged not to come. Zhou Yang immediately stood in front of the media's camera, said in a loud voice, "Everyone, and listen to my words." The reporters looked at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang said, "What our man said, of course it should count. The first as the host, support this reporter to eat the cell phone, this cell phone, we White Emperor to sponsor it." Hearing Zhou Yang say this, the others waited to see the show, while the male reporter looked embarrassed, and in his heart, he wanted to curse his mother. What is the point of Zhou Yang following the meddling? However, Zhou Yang secretly gave the male reporter a wink, signaling him to solve the trouble. The male reporter was overjoyed, finally someone can let him down the stage, so he cooperated with the speech, said that everything to listen to the command of Zhou Yang factory director. Zhou Yang went on to say, "I have decided that I will open another small temporary meeting place in the afternoon, and then I and this comrade reporter will eat cell phones together." The surrounding journalists froze, thinking to themselves how this factory director has to be involved in everything. Is this cell phone that tasty? The netizens in front of the screen also looked dumbfounded, thinking, could it be that this ByD cell phone also has a magical configuration with edible properties? Edible cell phone, that can be old bull beep. Because of a beautiful misunderstanding, the netizens thought that the White Emperor 1 cell phone was edible. The other reporters didn't have much to do anyway, so they decided to come and watch the cell phone eating event in the afternoon. Then Zhou Yang closed the live broadcast, and then invited the reporters to visit the factory. And at noon, they would have a casual lunch inside the factory, and then the cell phone eating ceremony would be held in the afternoon, and that was how it was arranged. It was also good news to watch, and these reporters agreed. While the reporters were filming inside the factory, Zhou Yang had already called the cake store. Of course, he did not really want to eat a hard cell phone, but asked the cake store to make a giant cell phone cake, similar in appearance to the White Emperor 1 cell phone, and he would eat it in the afternoon. At noon, Zhou Yang called to order a table of wine in the factory office, invited all the reporters. Although the place is relatively simple, but the food is still very good, are hard dishes. This table cost a few $1,000s, but value for money. These uncrowned king ate very high, the so-called eater's mouth short. They will certainly go back to give the White Emperor a few words of praise. That would be worth the price. Everyone ate this meal to their heart's content. Only there was no drinking. By the time it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yang didn't waste any more time, and launched the cell phone cake right at the place where the launch was held in the morning. It was only then that everyone realized Zhou Yang's idea, which turned out to be eating the cell phone cake, and they applauded, all praising him for his wit. Next, Zhou Yang invited the male reporter who had lost the bet to come up and cut the cell phone cake with him and share it with the crowd. A cell phone, it has to be delicious only when everyone is together. The reporters laughed continuously, and while filming, they all went up to the stage to take the cake and eat it, and while savoring the delicious cake, an interesting news was born. After eating the cake, the whole conference is over. The reporters went back to their own. The conference of today's White Emperor cell phone, together with the whole process of eating the phone after the meeting, together with the editing sent to the internet, at once triggered the netizens to discuss the craze. Amazing eyeballs. 288 yuan smartphone, you can play a variety of commonly used software, but also smooth operation of the glory of the king, on this price, is simply unprecedented. Self-developed system, 288 yuan smartphone, after the meeting with the Eat phone, and so on, a series of hot news phrases, each of which can cause concern, and these collections together, on the hot search. 288 yuan cell phone. Isn't this purely funny anyway? I don't believe it. It can be as good as the demo. Most of the netizens, who were once of the same mind as the on-site reporters, were judging a new thing based on their life experience. Quickly put it on sale. Whether it's a mule or a horse, bring it out to skate, the netizens were demanding. Putting it on sale was of course no problem. Zhou Yang had said at the conference that it would be put on sale at 1:00 a.m. sharp 2 days later, mainly because he wanted to rely on the press conference to draw a wave of heat, and then putting it on sale would have a good effect. The fact proved that the system given new product launch was successful. The netizens' appetite was hooked up. The original not famous White Emperor cell phone, this attracted attention. Everyone wants to know, this 288 yuan cell phone is not as magical as advertised. This makes the White Emperor online store cell phone link collection, straight line climb. There are 7 or 8,000 more. To know that this is only a collection, the real amount of orders must be several times the collection. Then the White Emperor 1 cell phone, it seems to be bursting single again. At the moment in a mountain village, a group of peasant women in casual conversation talked about the White Emperor 1 cell phone. Hey, his aunt, have you heard? White Emperor has come out with a cell phone. The aunt was surprised and asked, White Emperor? Is that the same White Emperor that has the same brand of washing machine and TV in your house? Yes, said the other woman, it's the same White Emperor, the stuff is cheap and works well. And this time there's a cell phone, it's only selling for $288, the aunt said. $288? That's expensive, almost as much as 2 TVs. Cell phones are different. I saw the factory manager operate it. It can do online shopping, video chatting, and even play games. The key is to be able to make phone calls. Don't you always say that you don't have a cell phone and can't chat with your husband who works outside? With a cell phone, you can video chat every day. So said the aunt, really moved. Although the family is more difficult, but 288 yuan, eat 10 pounds of meat can be saved, but to bring is able to work every day and out of the husband chat, can let the husband to see his parents and children. This a little investment, but brings considerable benefits. This deal is cost effective. That's fine, you help me buy one too, as long as I can video call, I'm willing to buy. The older woman finally made up her mind to buy a cell phone to use. It was also the cheap price of the BuyDi1 cell phone. Otherwise other smartphones, this older woman really couldn't afford it. Also in 10 Mile Village, G Bigfoot ran to Jin Qiao's house with gusto, telling her the good news that BuyDi had finally come out with a cell phone. Really? How much is it? I can't afford it if it's expensive, Jin Qiao said. Her family, already a loyal user of White Emperor. In addition to the electric car, White Emperor's flat panel TV washing machine her family bought. Although it cost a small few hundred, the standard of living has risen linearly, and White Emperor has brought a lot of convenience to Jin Qiao's family. Only, Jin Qiao, because there is no cell phone, a lot of things cannot do, but also out of touch with society, out of town friends and relatives to call, have to be relayed through G Bigfoot. If you can have a cell phone, not only can you make phone calls during the week, but you can also accomplish some things that you can't do with a flatbed, such as online shopping, applying for an online account, online payments, and going to town to apply for the special hardship low-income insurance. You need to have a cell phone as well. G Bigfoot said, 288, not expensive. My husband said, super value, he wants to buy 2 at a time, inverted with, said this than his that 2 years ago to buy more than $1,000 of cell phones or better. 288 That line, I then save up money, first buy a, and so apply for down the low-income insurance, you can offset the account. Jin Qiao finally made up her mind to buy a cell phone. She also needs to learn online shopping, always bothering G Bigfoot to send messages and online shopping for her. She is also too much. Okay, then I'll buy 3 cell phones at once. And BuyDi can even give a small gift. G Bigfoot happily agreed. Just like that, under the expectation of millions of people, it finally came to the day when the White Emperor 1 cell phone went on sale. On this day, many people opened the White Emperor store page and clicked furiously on the buy button, fearing that they wouldn't be able to grab it. In the past, White Emperor's new products had to be snatched up, and although the new product launch said that it was well stocked, customers didn't believe it, and they were going to buy it the first time. 9:59 minutes, 58 seconds, 59 seconds, 10 o'clock. 1000 to know that this is only 1 minute after the opening of the sale. There is such a horrible sales data. This White Emperor 1 cell phone is really going to burst the order. 3 minutes. White Emperor's 3 online stores almost simultaneously exceeded 1,000 orders. 10 minutes. Each store, one after another, reached about 1,500 orders. A total of 4,500 phones sold. At this rate, it is estimated that orders for 10,000 units can be reached today. To know, White Emperor is just a new cell phone circle, and the name of the small factory, a new cell phone, did not play any advertisement, but there is such a rapid first-day sales, has been a miracle. Those who bought the White Emperor's cell phone, some were there to see the self-developed system, some were looking for a bargain, and of course there were those who were thinking of compensation. Because Zhou Yang had said at the launch event that if there was a difference between the demoed and bought cell phone, then they would return 1 and compensate 10. Anyway, this phone is not expensive, buy one. If it is real, then use it as not a loss. If it is very stuck, cannot be used, then the price of a refund of 10 is still very fragrant, you can make a small profit. Of course, the most people in the customer, or some of the cell phone just need people. For 288 yuan price of smartphones, some people need. Seeing such a hot sales scene, White Emperor's employees were jubilant, each of them jumping and waving their fists in excitement, because this had created another hot product for their factory. However, Zhou Yang only smiled slightly, as this situation was within his expectations. The 288 RMB self-developed system of the phone, which he himself was using very smoothly, was no less against the phones below 2000 RMB on the market, so as long as it wasn't a user with high-end needs, there was no reason why he wouldn't buy one. Such a hot order. To the staff of the White Emperor Electric ate a dose of confidence. They are now working overtime to produce cell phones to cope with this surge in orders. At the same time, a number of courier trucks, contacted in advance, had long been waiting at the scene, because they knew that the volume of White Emperor's courier orders was particularly large, and they all drove their minivans to pull the goods. Here there are Yuantong, Zhongtong, Postal, Rime, and other couriers, because different areas require different couriers. Remote areas will use the postal EMS, Jiangsu, Jiangxi, and Shanghai, with the 3 passes to save money more quickly. With a carload of cell phones being pulled away, it was soon sent to the hands of the buyer. Tong Benshu is a young man in Guangqing, who likes to surf the internet, is an old netizen, and is also a cell phone circle of understanding brother. When he brushed the short video, he inadvertently saw the White Emperor launch, and was then amused by the news of the cell phone eating. Originally thought that 288 yuan was an April Fool's Day joke, but the result is that he watched the whole conference, and found that it is not like a joke. If this White Emperor cell phone is really as strong as it is in the conference, it is simply unscientific, and all those $1,000 or $2,000 cell phones from other cell phone manufacturers should be rebuilt. He simply does not believe that the White Emperor 1 cell phone is so strong, and also so cheap. See, netizens are saying that this self-developed Xuan new operating system is an Android shell he would like to buy to see. If the White Emperor 1 cell phone is really so good, then his Millet 6 cell phone can be replaced. If it is a scam, then you can find the manufacturer to return 1 to compensate for 10, because this is there that young factory director himself promised. So on the day of the sale, Tong Benshu grabbed a phone. Waiting for a day he has been mindful of. Finally in the afternoon, the rookie parcel shows that the courier has been signed for. After work, Tong Benshu the first time to go to the Fastbird station to pick up the courier home. Tong Benshu is very shopping experience. He opened the cell phone video, lest when the time comes the phone overturned, cannot defend the rights. With a knife cut open the cardboard shell packaging, inside is a thick foam, and then cut open the foam, inside is a beautifully packaged cell phone box, in blue and white. On it is printed a classical beauty of the 9 heavenly maidens image, and the logo of the White Emperor cell phone. Tong Benshu is still satisfied with this packaging, at least not ugly. Tearing open the film, Tong Benshu saw the body of the White Emperor 1 cell phone. He purchased a cell phone with a starry blue color scheme, a dark blue that was very much to his liking. At present, White Emperor has its own injection molding workshop, can produce a lot of colors of the shell. There are frosted and mirror, as well as pearl and gradient. So since the injection molding production line given by the system, White Emperor's products in the value of a piece, has not pulled the crotch. Then Tong Benshu will White Emperor 1 cell phone in the hand, feel more compact. After all, it is a 6-inch screen, then the mainstream cell phone is a little smaller. The screen is very smooth, the back is plastic, but the texture is very good. There is no cottage phone cheap feeling. The overall squareness of the phone, the edges are rounded corner design, quite in line with his aesthetic. Then Tong Benshu checked the accessories in the package. There is an 18W slow charger inside. There is also a pickup pin, manual, warranty card. Other than that there is nothing else. What a stingy A. Tong Benshu just wanted to spit, suddenly thought, this cell phone is only 288 yuan, if then send headphones and 120W fast charger, that really is doing charity. These 2 accessories add up, it is estimated to be $100 or $10. Seeing as the phone is so cheap, I'll forgive you. Then Tong Benshu began to press and hold the on button to turn on the phone. The screen appeared as Zhuan new logo. There is also a boot sound effect. White Emperor 1 cell phone is on. He originally thought that he would have to wait for about half a minute, but it turned out to be less than 10 seconds before the system turned on, and then there was the activation process. Booting up is pretty fast. Tong Benshu, although a Millet 6 cell phone used for many years, but he online and offline experience store, has seen a lot of cell phones, feel this boot speed, can be ranked inside the cell phone he has seen, the first few. After entering the Wi-Fi information and other steps, the activation ended, and popped up and on the box, the same Juchi and Xuan female desktop. After that there was a help program, the screen around it turned black. The help program was teaching some White Emperor 1 cell phone operation guide, suitable for people just learning to use the phone. Of course there was a skip option in the upper right corner here, so if you were a cell phone expert, you could not have to read these teachings. Tong Benshu wanted to look at this help system, so he followed the instructions step by step, and learned the specifications for the use of this yuan new operating system. The operation here, it feels better to understand, somewhat similar to the operation logic of Android. Anyway, Tong Benshu is very used to it, a few minutes to learn. But there are also surprises in the back. Here also retains some of the excellent operations of the Hongmeng system, such as large folders, one-finger drag and drop function, and screenshots. You can knuckle tap twice. You can also use a combination of keys to intercept. It's very convenient. Here there are also virtual buttons and hidden button operation mode. For some older people, may like the bottom of the standing button icon, and the child Benshu want to feel the big screen, it use the hidden button mode, just need to slide your finger along the bottom. You can realize a variety of operations, very convenient. After watching the instruction you can officially use the White Emperor 1 cell phone. Tong Benshu cannot wait to drill this domestic self-developed Swan new operating system. He wants to see, this is in the end is not an Android set of shells. Tong Benshu viewed the desktop of the phone, found a few built-in commonly used software, such as WeChat, Jitterbug, Alipay, a small game on a fruit series. The pre-installed software is just a few software. White Emperor 1 is not like other domestic cell phones, bundled with the installation of a large number of software. This is a matter of opinion anyway. Tong Benshu does not like the new phone to delete a bunch of software they do not use to save space. He prefers the style of the White Emperor 1 cell phone. There are only a few most commonly used, the rest of the on-demand download can be. In addition to some applications, the rest are the functions that come with the system. There are cameras, galleries, calculators, memos, calendars, clocks etc. All the software that other cell phones have are here. He opened the cell phone camera and took a photo, and at that time he found that the clarity of the photos taken by this camera is average, and the highest only supports 1080p shooting accuracy, and the video is also 1080p 30fps on the low side of the configuration, and the video that is taken out, there is an obvious dragging shadow. White Emperor 1 cell phone, this photo really pull crotch ah. Tong Benshu skimmed his mouth, just want to be like online ready to start spraying, Zuan's words to the mouth but cannot say out, because people White Emperor 1 cell phone on the sale of 288, if like Huawei cell phone can shoot the moon, would not it be too unsympathetic? Then you can only hold back from spraying and look at the other features first. Flashlight, a beam of bright light is emitted, this is no problem. Open the calculator, pressed 1 found equal to 2, which is normal. Check the clock and calendar, can be used normally, these basic functions of moderate. Then you have to download the application, open the software market, found that it is ordinary Android software, all kinds of software are not lacking. Tong Benshu first downloaded QQ Taobao, Cool My Music Box and other software, but found that the download is also very smooth. When the software is logged in, open is also very silky smooth, this point cannot pick what is wrong. Afterward to video with friends, to confirm the call quality, after verification or moderate, the sound is very big, here clearly, is the sound quality is not good. Next, open the music software, and sure enough, the music playback is a bit distorted, the speaker just listened to a sound. As a person who often listen to songs, the child Benjamin Tree this point cannot tolerate, later to talk about it in the evaluation of the White Emperor 1. So what to do when you need to listen to songs in high quality? Use headphones of course. Tong Benshu has a 500 yuan to buy Bluetooth headphones, intends to connect, but also convenient to see the Bluetooth link is not convenient. According to past experience, to open the cell phone Bluetooth configuration, and then automatic search adaptation. However, before opening the Bluetooth, the cell phone screen has a prompt, the signal of the Bluetooth headset is detected, please ask whether to connect. What? So smart? I haven't even turned on the Bluetooth switch yet. Tong Benshu felt incredible, this was the first time in his life he had seen such a smart cell phone, eliminating the tedious process of connecting to Bluetooth. This point must be praised, and Tong Ben-shu decided to talk about it in the comments. Next, Tong Ben-shu was going to download a game to play. He likes to play Original God, watching the White Emperor's launch, saying that this phone can play Original God. How can Tong Ben-shu be so unconvinced? He a Snapdragon 660 phone that can still play Original God. Those Snapdragon 8 are going to be laid off. Tong Ben-shu spat to himself, just waiting for the end of the download to personally verify it. And at this time he was violently stunned, because while he was downloading, listening to the song, and had a lot of software open in the background, the phone actually didn't get stuck at all. This is not scientific. Tong Ben-shu took out his own Millet 6, which is also a cell phone bought 5 years ago. The processor is Snapdragon 835, which is a little bit better than Snapdragon 660, and all aspects of the configuration, in addition to the screen, is slightly smaller. Other than the Millet 6 configuration is a little bit higher. However, Millet 6 running so much software at the same time, there has been some slight lag. Switching software, there will be a noticeable pause. On the contrary, the comprehensive configuration is a little more backward. White Emperor 1 cell phone, actually running silky smooth. This yuan female operating system, so hanging? Tong Ben-shu is now interested in the White Emperor 1 cell phone, a cell phone produced this year. The configuration of 5 years ago are not strong, but the use of experience is much stronger than Millet 6. This is the power of self-research system. Tong Ben-shu knows that the Android system itself has design problems, and the later updates are patching, resulting in the system becoming more and more bloated, so it needs more memory and higher configuration to support it, and as long as the Android system is upgraded, the original cell phone configuration will become more and more stuck. But this yuan female system, in the same situation, the use is very smooth, worthy of self-developed system, is more advanced than Android. Ding sound, the Original God downloaded. Tong Ben-shu cannot wait to start playing. Eh? It's not stuck. Tong Ben-shu was very surprised when he entered the interface. Because his Millet 6, although he can play the Original God, but it is very strenuous, card frame rate is lower, play it is very painful, and this configuration is a little lower. White Emperor 1 cell phone, into the Original God but very smooth, but with the measurement of the frame rate software test, can actually maintain in about 30 frames, which is very anticlimactic. My god, Snapdragon 660 can open the Original God at 30 FPS. This breaks through the limits of technology. Is the self-research system so powerful in adding to the phone? Tong Ben-shu was simply surprised and couldn't wait to play. When playing, in addition to certain complex scenes will occasionally drop frames, other time normal play without problems. It was well known that the game was at 30 FPS, and there was no lag when observed by the human eye. Haha. Picked up the treasure. Tong Ben-shu playing all smiled open flowers. He just joined the work of Shy, long wanted to change the phone, but has been using Millet 6. Is he not want to change the new phone? Of course not, because of the poor, cannot afford to change the phone. He looked at the phone can smoothly play the Original God, all to be in 2,000 yuan or more, and even to be effective, have to buy 5 or 6,000 flagship phone, which is the price he cannot accept. And now, he only spent 288 yuan, that was enough to treat the goddess to a meal, and bought a phone that could smoothly run the Original God, which was really an unexpected joy, picking up the treasure. Moreover, after he played for more than half an hour, the phone was only slightly warm and not hot, which was better than many cell phones, and the heat dissipation was also strong. Drip 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 drip. By D's cell phone sent a low battery warning. But soon Tong Ben-shu discovered another weak point of the White Emperor 1 cell phone, which was the power. Just after playing for less than an hour, the pre-stored power was in an emergency, so he connected the charger. This charger charging time is relatively long. Charging while playing, the power rises slowly. It is really 18W slow charging. But for the sake of his 288 yuan, let him go. Today Tong Ben-shu will play a painful. He has been playing to more than 12 o'clock. Feel the eyes are a little sour. Before the end of the game, this time to close the large game, and then go to open the video, is still not card, very smooth. This is a cow. This system has the function of automatic memory cleanup. In the end of the large-scale software, the system is still very smooth, better than the experience of Android. As for the Hongmeng system, because Tong Ben-shu has not used Huawei's phone, so it is not clear, temporarily unable to compare. His next step, he is going to spend a few days to use this cell phone. As long as it is not bad, then Tong Binshu certainly give the White Emperor 1 cell phone a good review. This cell phone is really cheap and good to use. The smoothness of the pull full, called the cost-effective God machine, even hanging red rice. Next, the child Ben Shu in his often play in the digital forum, published a simple review of the White Emperor 1 cell phone, and gave the White Emperor cell phone a very high evaluation, cost-effective God, worthy of the whole people hand a cell phone. Bai D1 hangs all the Android machines under 1,500 yuan. Bai D's cell phone really is a friend of the common people, strong and invincible. Just when Tong Binshu gave the White Emperor 1 cell phone a very high evaluation, far away in the remote rural areas of the left-behind women Li Shufan, also through the postal courier, received someone else for her to buy the White Emperor 1 cell phone. Li Shufan stayed in the countryside farming, wait for the in-laws, children in the town boarding junior high school, while her husband is far away from the city of Guangzhou to work, basically only a few days back in the Spring Festival. The husband and wife are few and far between. What couple wants to be separated? Not all are forced by life. Li Shufan's family only 2 acres of thin land, rely on farming. The family even rations are 2 enough. The children cannot afford to go to school, the elderly cannot afford to see a doctor. Her husband, Zhao Tizhu, in order to make ends meet, had to leave their homes and villages to work in big cities. In this case, Zhao Tizhu a month to save money, can remit more than $4,000 to the family, became the family's largest economic source. In order to live, the couple over the years, can only through the occasional borrowing neighbor's phone, say a few words to each other, but cannot solve the pain of lovesickness. And there is even more inconvenient, the child in school if there is something, but also can only let the teacher phone notification neighbor. The neighbor then come to convey. It is like living in the old society, even mother and child communication, but also rely on others to convey. In view of this, a few days ago in the neighbor's recommendation, Li Shufan bit the bullet and spent 288 yuan, bought a Bai D1 cell phone, is to see her husband every day, say a heartfelt words, but also can always receive the news of his son. The fact is that this is the case, the cell phone has now become a necessity of life, more than the TV, computer, air conditioning and other frequency of use of an electrical appliance. The practicality of the first, there is no one. Therefore Li Shufan would rather eat 10 pounds of pork less at home, but also to buy a cell phone. Not only she wants her husband, is the in-laws, but also miss their son. Waiting to receive the phone, Li Shufan cannot wait to go to the phone card, but not quite know how to use, or ask a neighbor to help her complete a variety of settings, and teach her how to contact her husband. You call first, ask for your husband's micro signal, you also apply for a number, so you can video the neighbor patiently taught her. Oh, so you have to rely on this green gadget to video, Li Shufan said plausibly. Never having used a cell phone before, she called the WeChat icon a little green gadget, drawing a laugh from her neighbor. But now in the afternoon cannot call, only wait until the evening, her husband off work, can video chat. During this period, Li Shufan in the neighbor's teaching, took out the phone book to her son's teacher, sent a text message, explaining that this is Li Shufan's new cell phone number, the future something can play this phone. The child's homeroom teacher also returned the message, said I know, recently her son's learning can, let her rest assured. Li Shufan moved not to mention how comfortable, as a middle-aged woman for the life of hard work, to hear that her husband and children are doing well, is the greatest comfort to her. Li Shufan then went home to cook. Cooking time. From time to look at the time of the phone, she felt like years, thinking how not even 7 o'clock in the evening, when her husband returned from work to the dormitory, they can only talk to the husband and wife. During dinner, Li Shufan talked to her in-laws about the fact that she had bought a cell phone, which would allow her to video chat with her husband. Bought a cell phone? How expensive is that, the mother-in-law said with heartache. They, the old couple, both came from a poor life, were afraid of being poor, and lived extremely frugal, and when they heard their daughter-in-law say she had bought a cell phone, they assumed that she had spent $1,000 or $2,000, and were very reluctant to part with it. Because she saw the neighbors around the neighborhood, to buy a cell phone are several thousand, usually can only sigh neighbors really rich. Why ever thought of their own daughter-in-law has always been virtuous, how to suddenly spend a lot of money. At this time my father-in-law put down his chopsticks and said, can I return the cell phone? If you can return it, then return it, a few $1,000s, stay for the eldest grandson to pay tuition fees, we do not call or not call, so many years, not also over. Li Shufan explained, Mom, This cell phone is not expensive, only 288. We have a few kilograms of bacon this year, and we can see Tiju every day. That's great. My mother-in-law said, what kind of cell phone is so cheap? I've heard before that those cheap 1 or 200 cell phones can't even video, they can only make phone calls. This is the White Emperor cell phone, that is, and the neighbor's home. That TV, washing machine is a brand, cheap and good to use, can video, Li Shufan said. Oh, that brand, things are good. The mother-in-law actually has a brand trust in Bai Di, here to rest assured. Then try it today, see if the phone can video, if not, then hurry to return it, eunuch instructed. Okay, Li Shufan agreed anyway, cannot video phone, and then cheap she does not want. Watching the time pass by, waiting until 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Shufan was the first time to call her husband. Dio. The phone came to the connecting tone. Their family of 3 people are gathered around the phone next to the heart is a little nervous. Hey, who are you? A man's voice with a rough voice came from over there. It was Li Shufan's husband, Zhao Tiju. Tiju, it's me, Li Shufan shouted excitedly. Being able to hear her husband's voice at home, her voice was trembling. Tiju, can you hear me, son? You're off work, huh? Are you tired of working today? The in-laws were talking at this time. Just now they were complaining that the cell phone was expensive and wanted to return it, but now they are all talking about how excited they are. What? Whose cell phone is this? Zhao Tiju asked curiously. This is a new cell phone bought by the family. You can use this to make phone calls in the future, Li Shufan said. Bought a cell phone, how much is it? Zhao Tiju heart some pain, he is frugal, a month only stay a few packs of money to buy cigarettes, the rest are remitted to the family. They still used 3 years ago when they came out to work, bought a second-hand Android. The screen is broken into a spider's web, also do not want to change. I did not expect his wife is at home to buy a new cell phone with a big hand. 288 grins, cheap, Li Shufan said with a slight expression of interest. 288, you are missing a number, right? Zhao Tiju did not believe. Li Shufan said, really, it is the White Emperor one. Forget it, wait, and then say in detail. Tiju, your cell phone has WeChat. If you have it, we can add friends and then we can video. Rubbing the Wi-Fi of the neighbor's house so you don't have to spend the phone bill. I have WeChat, wait, what's your name? I'll add you, Zhao Tiju said. Then the couple began a long add friends activity. Because she is not skilled, this time to add friends, it took more than half an hour of time. Li Shufan also specially went next door to ask the neighbors, and more than 2 phone calls, the couple finally added a friend. When Li Shufan initiated video chat, Zhao Tiju on the other side to connect, the couple for the first time in addition to the Spring Festival when they met. At this instant, Li Shufan's joyful gaze was unexpectedly full of hot tears, almost crying with joy. It was the White Emperor cell phone that allowed the couple, separated by thousands of miles, to finally see someone and talk face to face. Thank you, White Emperor cell phone. At this moment in Li Shufan's heart, she only had this one simple thought. Taiju, you have to take care of yourself over there. Look at how thin you are in the video, Mom was constantly urging. Listening to Zhao Tiju, who was working outside, his heart was both warm and sour. He this year has 42, in an electronics factory assembly line work more than 10 hours a day, no more than 2 days off a month will only be able to get $5,000, hard work and hard. However, this is not as bad as he left his hometown. His wife and children cannot be taken care of, elderly parents cannot stay around to do filial piety, so that he is a big man, there are tears cannot be flicked, this can only be all the burdens are carried on the shoulders. Good thing that his wife bought a cheap cell phone and he can video, which can also solve part of the pain of homesickness. This time the 2 sides chatted for more than an hour, wait until his cell phone is out of power before calling it quits. Zhao Tiju, this cell phone, the battery is already not working, cannot use a long time, have to charge. The good thing is that usually only after work to use the phone, low power does not matter, but there is no charging port around, cannot be used while charging, which makes him feel very inconvenient. There is also broken into cobwebs of the screen, so that he cannot see his family, let his heart fire, the already dead power off the cell phone, to the heavy slam on the quilt. This cell phone sucks. Zhao Tiju cursed. And he lived in the dormitory bunk beds of the roommate, then from above poked his head out, said to him, then you buy a new cell phone, it's not expensive. Then his roommate showed his newly purchased Redmi cell phone, $1,000, can play most of the games, video chat all no problem. In addition to some occasional bugs and lag, no big problem. Over $1,000? Too expensive. Zhao Tizhu is not willing to spend so much money to buy a cell phone. He thought of his wife said to buy a cell phone is only 288, called white. What is it? Zhao Tizhu immediately went to charge his broken screen phone and waited for a while before turning it on. Then he sent a message to his wife asking her the brand of the phone. It's called White Emperor 1, I asked our neighbor to buy it online, said Li Shufan on the cell phone box to shoot down. Above a beautiful 9 heavenly basilica is very eye-catching. White Emperor 1, I remember Zhao Tizhu opened the shopping software at that time, but it turned out that he didn't have an account to place an order, because his cell phone was rotten, and he didn't trust online payment for fear of being cheated, and he didn't have an online shopping account at all. So he let the upper bunk of the small Wang to help himself to order to buy one. Xiao Wang likes online shopping, and his Redmi phone was also bought in a website called Jingdong. Okay, I'll search. When Xiao Wang went on his favorite Jingdong mall and searched, the results didn't show up, and there was no Baidu store in Jingdong. This is because the deduction point of Jingdong Mall is relatively high. Baidu is to win with low price and volume. Every extra dollar in selling price has a big impact, so Baidu only opens a store in some Amoy system, Duo system, and Jian that don't draw points. Strange. Xiao Wang couldn't find a store and decided to switch to a different platform. Concubine 60 was known as a civilian god station and a low-price goods distribution center, so he searched in this platform for the second time. Don't say really found it, and saw that the monthly sales of the White Emperor 1 cell phone was horrible. There were actually more than 6,000 units, and this was just a few days after it was put on sale. A 288 cell phone? There is no mistake. Xiao Wang saw this selling price, is stunned. Then he said to Zhao Tizhu, Zhao brother, this cell phone is only 288, is certainly a cottage machine, cheating, estimated that the use of the card into the PPT. What is PPT? Zhao Tizhu on the junior high school culture. Also did not touch. The Zhao Tizhu has a junior high school education and has never touched a computer, so he doesn't know the vocabulary of such high-end software. It is very difficult to use, lagging. Oops, anyway, this kind of cheap cell phone cannot be bought, is the pit. I have to say that Xiao Wang is empiricism, still using the old eyes to judge new things, not realizing that today's electrical industry has begun to change the sky because of the addition of Baidu. I can't, my mother-in-law and I video, using this Baidu cell phone, she said it's great to use. Just buy it for me. I can't afford any other cell phone. Zhao Tizhu insisted on this White Emperor cell phone, and on the spot pulled out the pocket money hidden in the underwear bag, which inevitably has a bit of shame. Alright, you owe me this money first. Give it to me when you get paid next time. Xiao Wang couldn't stand this kind of banknotes full of manly smell, but still helped Zhao Tizhu buy this White Emperor 1 cell phone. First of all, don't blame me if you buy this and don't use it well. After Xiao Wang placed the order, he took a precaution in advance. Don't worry, it's good to use. Zhao Tizhu believed in his wife. If she said it worked well, then it must work well. Then he waited for the cell phone to arrive. Because of the close location of Guang City and Deep Town, it was only a day after placing the order that he received the courier. Xiao Wang picked up the courier when he passed by the post station and gave Zhao Tizhu the White Emperor 1 cell phone. Zhao Tizhu couldn't wait to unwrap the cell phone, after which he rustily turned it on. Let me help you. Xiao Wang couldn't stand to watch and helped him change the SIM card and said, I'm telling you, this cheap cell phone is hard to use, it'll probably take half a day to turn it on. However, before he could finish, the phone turned on after 10 seconds, leaving Xiao Wang a little stunned. Yo-ho, this runs quite smoothly. Xiao Wang was a bit surprised, took over the White Emperor 1 cell phone, fiddled with it twice, and felt that the smoothness of operation was not inferior to his 1000-plus cell phone. Yuan system? Isn't this almost the same as Android? This is a skin system. 288 cell phone still researches its own system. Really think others are fools? This is Android skinned. Brother Zhao, you log into video chat for a while, guaranteed to be stuck. Xiao Wang slightly sneered and returned the White Emperor 1 cell phone to Zhao Tizhu. Zhao Tizhu, however, felt that this new cell phone is good, immediately logged on to WeChat, and his wife's video, that site has long been eagerly awaited. Shufane, hear me after the video link, Zhao Tizhu shouted excitedly. Hear it, this time the sound and video are much clearer. Lai Shufan said happily over there. Really? Then this Baidu cell phone is really good, cheap and good. Li Tiju hemmed and hawed. Then he was chatting with his wife. The two of them were talking to each other over here about the things around them, and sincere smiles were spreading on their faces. Tiju, I'm telling you, our son got 5th place in his class in this exam, Li Shufan said happily. Zhao Tiju was immediately surprised. Is that so? Zhao Tiju immediately surprised, really? That's too good. This is the 5th place, they are key classes. The future can go to a key high school at Li Shufan said. Well, I told you that our son has a bright future. In the future, our old Zhao family will probably produce a famous university student. Good. Good. If my son gets into a good university, he won't have to suffer as much as me. Zhao Tiju happily patted his thighs. This news is better than his 1,000 bonus. This time the couple chatted for another half an hour before ending. Li Tiju put down his cell phone to charge it, and then headed out. It's so late, what are you going to do? Little Wang from the upper bunk asked. My son took the 5th place in the key class. Let's have a drink, said he. Went out to the small supermarket to buy a few bottles of ergowaru and chicken claws, ham, sausage, peanuts and other dishes, and came back to the dormitory. A few workers drink on. When drinking, he talked about the White Emperor cell phone, cheap and good. The other workers took over the phone and fiddled with it, thinking it was really good. Their cell phone or card cannot be used, or has not been replaced for many years, or the kind of old phone with buttons, have been unable to keep up with the times. Usually these migrant workers are frugal, do not want to change the cell phone. This moment to see the White Emperor 1 cell phone is so cheap and easy to use, they are also touched, and on the spot to let Wang help them to buy. Wang is also very puzzled. He has used a lot of cell phones over the years, never seen the White Emperor such a cheap, but also can have such a good experience, really strange. When he helped his workers to buy, he was still muttering in his heart that others could have such a cheap and good cell phone for 288, and when he looked at his 1800 bought Redmi cell phone, he felt like an ingrate. Damn, next time when I change my cell phone, I also want to change the White Emperor, little Wang thought with indignation in his heart. In this way, under Zhao Tiju's propaganda, dozens of workers in their entire dormitory area changed to Baidu cell phones, Baidu 1 cell phones, taking the factory dormitory area by storm. Li Shufan and Zhao Tiju are just the tip of the iceberg in the White Emperor 1 cell phone user group. Anyway, relying on the characteristics of White Emperor 1 good and cheap, it quickly occupied the low-end market of cell phones, basically encroaching on the living space of the cell phone below 1,500 yuan. Other manufacturers have obviously felt that this month, the volume of low-end cell phones suddenly sold no more, and so after investigating the reasons for this, only to find that the original is a peer called the White Emperor. Out of a 288 yuan cell phone, the people opened a week of sales, but there have been 50,000 units. This immediately let the other peers hot eyes. They immediately also go to buy White Emperor 1 cell phone, ready to see, in the end, what kind of cell phone can sell so hot. Self-developed system, can play mainstream games smoothly, sounds a little bit of bullshit, with the price of the elderly machine, but can compete with the use of the smartphone experience. This is simply a violation of the objective laws of the electronic circle. These manufacturers are also wondering. Just when the cell phone manufacturers are researching the White Emperor 1 cell phone, some of the more informed digital circle bloggers have acted. The host of the Hammer Technology, Wang Sledgehammer, is one of them. Hammer Technology is a famous digital product review column, often reviews some flat panels, cell phones, sweeping robots and other digital and home appliance products. The host of the Wang Sledgehammer Speak Funny and Humorous will be a whole living, popular with the majority of viewers, more than 2 million fans across the network. Wang Sledgehammer is doing a horizontal review of a $1,000 cell phone live today. Said that is a $1,000 machine, but includes the mainstream of the market now, more than 10 cell phones, the highest 2,999 yuan, the lowest only $100 price. Originally this planning for more than half a month, the entry of the phone are selected, the results of the day before the live broadcast. A netizen to Wang Sledgehammer recommended the White Emperor 1 cell phone, 288 yuan of self-research system, sounds bluffing. There is this kind of cell phone, this old age machine on the show. This is not funny, the program's writer and director scoffed and didn't take it seriously. However, Wang Sledgehammer felt that this self-research system is very effective for the program. He also heard before that when this phone was just released, a reporter ate the phone news is quite interesting, vaguely a little impression that this phone added in, although it is to make up the numbers. But this topic can certainly pull full, so he argued forcefully to add the White Emperor 1 cell phone to the evaluation of the session. 288 yuan can be a whole live. This material is very good. Waiting for the live broadcast to start, Wang Sledgehammer was in the live broadcast room and greeted the audience. Hello all the fans of hammer technology, I am Wang Sledgehammer. Today we're here to review the long-awaited side-by-side comparison of the $1,000 machines, and here's our leggy beauty, bringing us today's protagonist. Wang Sledgehammer reached out and pointed, and there was a pretty sister in a hay silk little short skirt, coming out holding a big cardboard box full of cell phones, appearing in front of the camera. This hammer technology is to understand the audience's preferences, of course. Know that the dry review of cell phones, attention is not enough, and add a beautiful young lady. Then the male audience, and the same as playing chicken blood, flocking to, whisked away, all whisked away. The legs and legs of the beauty is the main value of the beauty of the girl they found. Tall and long legs look pretty. The audience liked to see such a big beautiful girl. Even the attention to the legs of the legs, then Wang de hammer or higher. Netizens are sending pop-ups, saying let the man next to the obstruction go away. They want to see the legs of the legs. Of course, this is all the netizens in the whole job. The soul of hammer technology is still talking funny and humorous Wang Sledgehammer. This column can be changed by anyone, that is, the founder Wang Sledgehammer cannot be changed. Now Wang de hammer is pretending to be obsessed with the long legs of the leggy beauty. By the netizens sent pop-ups taunting him, rabbits don't eat the grass around the nest. There are also people who say they want to tell the sister-in-law of de hammer, which pop-ups brushed can't see clearly. And soon there are more than 100,000 people online in the live broadcasting room. As soon as he saw that the whole job had achieved its purpose, Wang Sledgehammer started to do the main thing. He began to unseal numerous cell phones together with the leggy sister, and introduce the brands and price points of these cell phones. Here is sorted by price. First of all, the price of the first echelon of 2002, 999 price. There are 3 of them, namely Honor, Xiaomi, and Samsung. Then comes the second price point, 1001, 999, which also has the most variety, with 8 models, namely Redmi, Vivo, Oppo, Meizu, and Huawei. The rest is the $100 price point. There are 4 models, which are Coolpad, Leico, ZTE, and BaiDi. Waiting for the introduction to the White Emperor here, Wang de hammer also deliberately mentioned this White Emperor is not simple. The price is as high as 288 yuan, but has the same self-developed operating system as Huawei. In a while, we can focus on evaluating its system, but to see what is the difference between it and Hongmeng, Android, and iOS. The netizen said at that time, people's Hongmeng layout for several years, how many talents, how many billions of dollars invested to develop Hongmeng, this never heard of the White Emperor small factory, actually also self-research system. This self-research system, if it is not Android for skin, I will eat the phone as soon as this person finished speaking. Other netizens reminded him, hey wake up, someone ate a cell phone cake right after the launch, eating a cell phone is already outdated as a stunt, but suggesting something else to eat. How about considering durian, black garlic and stinky tofu gazpacho? You're not even flavorful enough. I usually go sip at the septic tank. Just eyeing the netizens' drawing style began to become flavored, Wang de hammer hurriedly changed the topic. Today we review is divided into several items. The first is the time to enter the system. The time here is to be activated after the shutdown, and then turn on the time. Now please come out of our studio partners, each person at the same time to the 2 cell phones timing, Wang Sledgehammer shouted, and several people came out around them, and they all held a stopwatch together, pointed at the camera, and started timing. 3, 2, 1. Basically, these cell phones turned on at the same time, and soon, after 10 seconds had passed, there were cell phones entering the desktop one after another. Waiting for colleagues to report the information, Wang de hammer made a record. Basically, the higher the configuration of the phone, the faster the start. More than 2,000 phones, usually 10 seconds to start, and 1,100 yuan price. Some need 20 or 30 seconds, the difference is obvious. But here's an accident. The White Emperor 1 cell phone only takes 12 seconds to start up, and the $2,000 price difference. Do you have any timing errors here? Wang Sledgehammer asked the leggy beauty. This White Emperor 1 cell phone, it was her who was timing. There is no error yet, I see it accurately, don't believe in opening the replay, legs said. The netizens exploded upon hearing this, and condemned, "How dare you doubt our lovely legs, pull out and hit 40 big boards." Of course Wang the Hammer knew that legs did not misremember, but only said so on purpose for the live broadcast effect. Did he successfully cheat another wave of pop-ups? Of course the boot speed is fast, does not mean that the phone is good. The following there is a test of the smoothness of use. Next he and the studio partners, to the phone to download a bunch of software, ready to do something big. Hammer technology staff, to all the evaluation of the phone have downloaded a unified version of the software. There are Shake, Taobao, Alipay, WeChat, QQQ, Cool My Music Box and so on commonly used software. They open these software and turn on the phone, but do not close, and then go to open other software, until the phone has a lag phenomenon until, at the same time to record the number of open software, found that the lagging phone that is eliminated, and, ultimately to see which of these phones with the smoothest. This is the test method to test the cell phone does not lag. General cell phone lagging, R and running memory size, cell phone memory is large, at the same time can open more software is more. Of course this is also related to the system. In comparison, the Hongmeng system has a latecomer's advantage over Android. After all, Hongmeng research and development is later than Android, standing on the shoulders of giants. It also avoids some of the drawbacks of Android, so under the same configuration, the use of the Hongmeng system of smoothness, slightly better than Android. But now Huawei's low-end Enjoy model, because of the loss of its own Kirin processor, although pre-installed Hongmeng system, but limited to the configuration, compared to other Android machines, there is not much advantage. So this non-lagging test, there is still a lot of suspense. In accordance with the routine, the phone is certainly the higher the configuration, the less likely to lag. Some flagship models, and even background open more than a dozen software are still not card. This is the configuration of the advantages brought about by the netizens. No. Then according to the experience to judge, the netizens feel that it must be the price of expensive cell phone performance is good, like the kind of hundreds of dollars of the entry-level models, is to accompany the running of the tail to set off the expensive cell phone's green leaves. Soon, the testers together clicked on the first national software Taobao, clicked on the interface after clicking on several goods, all silky smooth. The following click on the second software is QQ, all phones can run smoothly. But when opening the third memory-consuming WeChat, 100 yuan machine inside, in addition to the White Emperor 1, all appeared to lag switching back and forth between the program. It will be spaced out for 1 second to 2 seconds. It seems that the low-end Android machine, because of the small memory, in the lagging aspect of the more pull crotch, cannot open multiple software at the same time. Already lagging phone, out of the evaluation ranks anyway, in order to use the feeling, it is best not to choose the ranking of the phone is right. The next phone to continue to evaluate, and then open the back of the music software, Jingdong, Alipay, etc. $1,000 machine one after another. Even Samsung's 2,000 yuan price did not hold out, switching programs lagged a little. Now, there are only 5 phones left without lagging, which is the high configuration, coupled with the good optimization of its own Android system. However, out of these 5 phones, there was actually a $100 model left, which was the White Emperor one. Fake, right? Netizens were posting question marks in their pop-ups when they saw it. People's $2,000 Samsungs were losers eating dust. This $288 cell phone, what makes it hold up? The live broadcast of the pop-up screen is frequently brushed, and now no one cares about the other few phones. Those 1 or 2,000 price range phones only open so many software, not card is supposed to be, but why the White Emperor 1 can also not card? 288 yuan, to wrestle with $1 or $2,000 of cell phones? This time even the host Wang the Hammer a little surprised now a little situation, White Emperor 1 unexpectedly insisted until now, 288 yuan plus self-research system, a little something Wang the Hammer decided that in a moment he would conduct an in-depth review of the BaiDi cell phone, so now he is going to continue to carry out the jamming evaluation. The existing cell phone should continue to add code, and open a more memory-consuming software, that is, Jitterbug. This now had 2 1,000 phones that lagged for a second or so and lost one after the other. However, at this point, the White Emperor 1 phone, and 2 other phones in the 2,000 price range, were still alive and well. Incredible. This is the King Hammer to White Emperor 1 cell phone comment. Now only 3 cell phones left, 2 of them are more than 2,000 price. The remaining one is actually the beginning of who did not expect the White Emperor 1. Just look at the White Emperor 1 configuration. The memory is 3 GB. It's smaller than the other cell phones, now basically is a 100 yuan machine 4 GB from the 1000 yuan 6 GB, 2000 yuan and even 8 GB. How are those 1000 yuan machine, even the White Emperor 1 than not? Is there a problem there? The leggy beauty also felt that this result was not normal. She tried to switch the other software of the White Emperor 1 cell phone, and when switching, it still remained silky smooth and did not lag. Or Wang Dahammer's sharp eyes, he found that now the White Emperor 1 is a little different. It seems that the small animation of the previous switching is no longer there. It should be almost to the limit of performance. And then the system automatically canceled the animation effect to save performance. Friends of the audience, now there are only 3 phones left that don't have lag, the crown of the final no lag review. Let's see who it falls to. As Wang Sledgehammer's words fell, he and Legs opened another short video software, Racer, on all 3 remaining phones. As a result, this time, the White Emperor 1 phone finally lost the battle, and there was already a slight lag when launching the software. The other 2 phones with a price tag of more than 2,000 remained firm. Whew! The many netizens in front of the screen breathed a long sigh of relief. If the White Emperor 1 continued to win, they were all going to be skeptical of life, and should have thought that this phone was not selling for 288, but 2888. The final game is still continuing. After opening the WPs, microblogging and other software, the 2 more than $2,000 of cell phones also appeared to lag, reaching the limit of performance. Of course, this is not to say that, in this state the phone software cannot be used, but in the switching of software, the beginning of a moment will be stuck for a moment, and then generally can be used normally. This no lag review is over, it's glory Millet, laughing at the end, but this test is not rigorous, the results are for reference only. Wang Sledgehammer still made a disclaimer, and then he made a small conclusion, focusing on praising the White Emperor 1 cell phone, can use such a low price and configuration, but also can hold out to the third runner-up. It is really not easy, a moment on its special review. Next, the third item is the popular score link. Generally when the phone is released, the manufacturer will run the score, in order to use the intuitive performance parameters to beat friends. The competition here is generally hardware configuration. Wang Sledgehammer chose Antirabbit and Lumaster 2 software score test. Scoring began. After waiting, the scores of the 2 software were recorded. This time everyone is concerned about whether the White Emperor 1 cell phone can continue to beat a number of $1,000 machine. The results make them disappointed. The score is very real. The White Emperor 1 cell phone scoring and other $100 models are equal, behind all the $1,000 machine, not to mention the $2,000 model. Sure enough, before the scoring software all machines are equal, or to look at the hard power, and ultimately get the highest rating, or $2,000 cell phone. Wait, suddenly a netizen sent out a pop-up screen, with a configuration with such a low rating, and still able to win the 3rd place in a lag-free competition. Doesn't this mean that the White Emperor 1 system is awesome, and strongly optimized? Saying that, everyone reacted that things were indeed like that, since the configuration was so backward, the secret that could make it lag-free was all in the system. Let's review the White Emperor 1's Yushuan new system. The audience had already been aroused by the curiosity of the White Emperor phone, and they all felt that this 288 phone was particularly demonic and indescribably magical. It was unscientific to have such a crotch-pulling configuration and still perform so well. They all wanted to know, this White Emperor 1 cell phone, to what extent can it be magical? Seeing the audience's strong request, Wang Dahammer agreed after considering it for a while. So let's adjust the order of the review session, and test this White Emperor 1 cell phone in depth first. The testers, on the other hand, were 2 people, Wang Sledgehammer and the long-legged beauty Legs, one responsible for the review and the other responsible for the leg show. Before we tested the system smoothness of the White Emperor 1 cell phone, very strong, it can be said that 2,000 yuan a little no rival. Then we now look at the specific configuration of his cell phone. The processor Snapdragon 660, the memory combination is 364 GB. Basically and other brands of the lowest end of the Android machine a configuration. The screen is 1080p 60 Hz, ordinary, camera 1200W pixels. Overall this configuration, and a few years ago released Millet 6 configuration is comparable, or even a level lower. Wang Dahammer looked at the configuration of the White Emperor 1, mediocre, and other $100 machine did not pull too big a gap, but the use really is the difference between heaven and earth. Other brands $500 or $600 of the lowest allocation of the phone, slightly open 2 software on the meat of the lagging, and low-end Android machine has an unavoidable drawback, is to use 1 or 2 years on the lagging cannot be restored to the factory settings are not good. This is a headache, mainly the configuration of the major software requirements are getting higher and higher, outdated configurations are difficult to run the increasingly huge software smoothly. Now Wang Sledgehammer sliding white Emperor 1 phone screen, silky smooth, completely feel that this is 288 yuan of cell phones. So now it is a performance limit test, with the method is the most popular run the original god. The original god of this popular game has become all cell phone manufacturers cannot get around the hurdle, cannot play the original god of smooth, is to judge whether this is a good phone standard. After downloading original god with the white Emperor 1 cell phone, it was up to the face value bearing leg-legged beauty to log into her game account, and then the live broadcast screen was aimed squarely at the cell phone screen. Yoho, not bad, actually no obvious lag when entering the initial interface. This makes Wang Sledgehammer very surprised. He knew for the first time, the original Snapdragon 660 can actually run the original god. The frame rate test was opened here, and then it was time to adjust the picture quality. First of all, Wang Sledgehammer let legs pull the picture quality to the highest, to see if it works. As a result, after going to the highest, the picture became incredibly laggy, only a few frames. It seems that the Snapdragon 660 also has a limit. Brother Wang, with a phone of more than 200, don't adjust the highest, just pull it directly to the lowest. The leggy beauty took it upon herself to pull the picture quality to the bottom, and then saw that the picture was really smooth to the point that it went to about 50 frames, but it was a muddled mess, and mosaic, and the Walnut Hall Master was muddled into a small zombie. How to play this? The picture is too bad. This is not interested in playing legs, said with dissatisfaction. Don't panic, first adjust it to medium picture quality and try. Wang Sledgehammer said. Will it work? Legs expressed that she didn't quite believe it. But when she adjusted it to medium picture quality, she found that it was actually okay, with more than 20 frames slightly lagging. This is the door. Under the command of Wang Sledgehammer, legs adjusted the other detail items a bit, most of them were in low to medium quality. The game actually had about 30 frames, which didn't have too much of a problem playing. Legs began to maneuver the walnut to brush the monsters. Surprisingly, it is also very smooth. Occasionally there are dropped frames, but most of them can play. 288 of the phone original god in the picture quality smooth running. How do I feel so fake? Yes, I 1300 bought a cell phone, cannot play the original god in the picture quality, can only open the low quality mosaic, really crying. I can now return it. I want to buy the white Emperor one. Not to mention your 1300, I bought a 1700 cell phone, the original god and the quality of the card into the dregs, really damn garbage in that case. According to the white Emperor 1, it kills all $1,000 machines. As soon as a netizen said this, everyone else was taken aback. Just kidding. If this was true, then should the other cell phone manufacturers collectively kowtow and give thanks? After spending several times the price, they couldn't even fuck up someone else's white Emperor's 288 yuan phone. What were they researching all day long when they were labeling themselves as a technology company? Many netizens have been muttering in their hearts. A moment to see the other performance of the white Emperor 1. If it is good, then with more than 1,000 cell phone people, you can sell the old phone and hurry to buy a white Emperor 1, better than $1,000 machine, and also cheap, a moment of recycling a small $1,000. Many nimble-minded netizens are already doing, because they found a huge paradox, that is, the white Emperor 1 is sure to overturn the low-end cell phone circle of the Big Brother. In the future cannot do the white Emperor $1,000 machine, there is no need to exist. Then the current players in the hands of the $1,000 machine, the second-hand price are all going to depreciate by a large amount. Basically, in addition to some of the brand's die-hard fans and the value of the party, there will be no one to spend a high price to buy the low experience of the expensive. The first time I saw $1,000 cell phone, I saw $1,000 cell phone, I saw $1,000 cell phone, I saw $1,000 cell phone. As a result of this live event, accidentally stirred the second-hand market of the cell phone circle, which has to be said to be an accidental event. Anyway, 1,000 yuan level of second-hand cell phone, the price of rapid diving. A lot of cell phone vendors lose money to Two Eyes Tile Blue, and then understand to know, the original is called the white Emperor of the cell phone manufacturers to stir up, they lose money. high-priced collection of cell phones all smashed in the hands of a large sum of money loss. So it is on the hatred of the White Emperor of the cell phone. Zhou Yang recruited a lot of small black people. Of course, this is all an afterthought. The scene of the phone review is still continuing. After trying the original God, everyone on the White Emperor 1 phone has been impressed. Netizens want to see where its limits. Large games have been tested. Here is a look at other small details. After testing, Wang Sledgehammer found that the White Emperor 1 signal can only support 4G, and Huawei is the same. It's just that people's Huawei's 4G is also high-end, and the White Emperor's 4G, it seems to make sense. After all, the price is here. 4G has what? I so far did not open the traffic through 5G. Nowadays it is also the network speed faster. 4G and 5G have no essential difference. Right, when the extra hundreds on the 5G cell phone, the result is now also did not enjoy the 5G benefits, the future to buy double not to buy a single 4G cell phone with, and so on out of 6G, and then change. Netizens have also accepted the setting that by DI is a 4G phone. There is also the external sound quality of pulling the crotch, White Emperor 1 to the loudest, the speaker mouth is a little bit slightly trembling, and the kind of poor quality big stereo put in the countryside food market is the same. Wang Sledgehammer teased that this is the legendary dust removal function. Netizens also recognized, after all, 288, to what bicycle, even if the phone does not have external playback, they can endure. Next is the Wi-Fi function. The phone does not support Wi-Fi 6 is a disadvantage, but the normal connection Wi-Fi does not affect the network speed, belongs to the middle of the road. In addition, there is a small surprise in Bluetooth, that is, intelligent connection Bluetooth. When there is a Bluetooth device in the search, the phone, even if the Bluetooth function is not open, it can also pop up the connection dialog box, eliminating the need to manually click and enter the verification code and so on, which is very advanced, and it should be a feature of the Yuan operating system. No black, no blowing, this feature should be given a favorable review, it's too convenient. Wang Hammer then measured some other features. The camera is a little bit pull crotch, belongs to the grade that will be able to use, after all, this price, don't expect to be able to shoot the moon. Screen quality medium low. In addition to a not hurt the eyes, basically no advantages, energy consumption, color slightly distorted, also even if it will be able to use. There is also the battery. Zhou Yang in order to cost considerations, only on the cheap 2800 mAh battery, which let's see the value of Wang Hammer repeatedly exclaimed impossible. In today's cell phone are leaning towards 5000 mAh, is to increase the duration, White Emperor 1 is good, the battery is only this capacity. This is trying to break the record of how many times a day to charge. Netizens began to ridicule, said their own Bluetooth mechanical keyboard battery capacity of 5000 mAh. The phone is not as durable as the keyboard. But soon Wang Hammer found the clues, because they are also considered to be used for more than an hour. This White Emperor 1's power does not seem to drop much. Of course, the battery life still needs to be fully charged to test it before it makes sense. So Wang Sledgehammer said that when the live broadcast is over, he will specifically do a little bit of the battery life of all the phones in this batch, and then make a list. In short, this used down White Emperor 1 phone, although there are many defects, but flaws, and cannot ask a 288 yuan phone can do better, and even some aspects of performance, better than the cell phone below 1999 yuan. Wang Hammer then gave the White Emperor 1 a relatively high evaluation. If the average user, limited funds, then buy White Emperor 1 cell phone, performance is enough to use, not inferior to other 1000 yuan machine. This now aroused the interest of many netizens, intends to turn back and also buy A2, to give the elderly at home or younger siblings, send out the phone also has face, after all, in the eyes of others, the phone is generally large hundreds, thousands of yuan. The general public really do not know, the cell phone world appeared $100 machine freaks, selling cheap, performance is also strong, so that people cannot understand. Waiting for the end of the live broadcast, Wang Sledgehammer gave more than a dozen cell phones to do the battery life test, together with a loop of the same movie. The results made Wang Sledgehammer shocked, because the White Emperor 1 cell phone has created another small miracle. White Emperor 1 cell phone, in a dozen cell phone range test, the results actually ranked in the middle. The battery capacity of 2800 mAh, hard than some 4000 mAh cell phone life is still long. This is very unscientific. For this reason, Wang Dahammer also specially sent the live video during the test, and after confirming that there were no other factors affecting it, he came to an astonishing conclusion that the White Emperor 1's yuan new self-research system has the advantage of strong energy saving. This self-developed system is really unexpected, actually so good. Wang Dahammer in the video gave a very high evaluation. This yuan female system in the experience, not at all worse than Android and iOS, and even has several unique advantages, but he is very optimistic about the future of the White Emperor cell phone. Developing the Yuan new system properly, in the future, the achievement may even be comparable to Hongmeng. A new manufacturer's self-developed cell phone system can actually be compared to the technology giant Huawei's Hongmeng system. This is already quite a high evaluation. It can only be said that the Yuan system, the future can be expected. At the end of this video, draw 20 White Emperor 1 cell phones for the fans. Wang Dahammer, in order to attract traffic, deliberately purchased 20 White Emperor 1 cell phone to give to the fans, so that the cost is only 5,760 yuan, equivalent to the price of a new Apple cell phone, and the effect is much better. This White Emperor 1 cell phone is really amazing to this digital blogger. Waiting for Wang Sledgehammer's review video clicks began to rise. A lot of people who pay attention to the digital circle know the White Emperor 1 cell phone, this series of experience reports. So they have to believe in the fact that the White Emperor 1 cell phone is really not lost to the other 1,000 yuan machine. 288 yuan, there are more than $1,000 of cell phone experience and performance. The phone bought absolutely super value, cost-effective network unbeatable. As a result, many urban people began to buy the White Emperor cell phone. Some of them have been using cell phones for many years, some of them just need 2 cell phones for their work, and they have not been able to buy them, and they see that the Bai one is so cheap, and they buy one for their work, and they don't even have to wait for reimbursement from the company, and the Bai D1 cell phone is very suitable for them. This makes the sales of Bai D1 cell phone once again have a small outbreak. Previously it was mountain users and people in remote areas who bought Bai D cell phones, but now the urban population is also buying them, and the user group is more even. If you have a good experience with the Bai Di1 cell phone yourself, you will recommend it to others. And this kind of spontaneous promotion makes Bai Di's fame slowly spreading in the country, and a lot of people are hearing the name of Bai Di for the first time. The original Bai Di, only in part of the population spread each other, more rural and between the workers to fight the rumor. But this time, the White Emperor cell phone is different. A company, many people are using 288 yuan cell phone, doing the thing of 1,000 yuan cell phone. Some leaders and elites will know the wonderful White Emperor cell phone. These people will feel unavoidable some incredible Bai D cell phone. This experience, not to mention selling 288, is to sell 1,288, are sold out. Why this manufacturer selling price so low is doing charity. This is also the first impression that many people have of Bai Di. Yang Yilong is a freelance writer, currently living in Mordor. Income is not good. He inadvertently look at someone talking about White Emperor 1 cell phone. His first feeling is either marketing or scam, or some kind of means of attracting financing. He felt that there are news hotspots to dig here, so he decided to find out, to see the White Emperor 1 cell phone in the end, what kind of product. He bought a White Emperor 1 test, but unexpectedly good, that negates the speculation of fraud. The next, Yang closed to check the White Emperor online store user reviews, to see how the people feel. However, at a glance Yang was shocked. He never thought that there would be a cell phone that could benefit so many people. The most highly praised user reviews of the Bai Di Concubine Duo store were able to touch the hearts of the people. White Emperor cell phone is really good, cheap and affordable. I and my husband have bought a, so that he is working outside, but also at night every day to see the people. The family will be all at ease. I can also keep track of junior high school lodging children's learning. The change of the season in a timely manner to the child to send clothes. I'm not very good at typing. And I let my neighbor help me buy the phone, and she helped me post this comment. And I just want to say to other people, the Bai Di phone is good, and it's not a bad idea to buy it, and my family uses it in a very beautiful way. This comment, which is a bit wordy, is sent by Li Shufan, and there is a picture below. In an old bungalow, a middle-aged woman with some wrinkles on her face, holding a White Emperor cell phone and rejoicing, with a sincere smile on her face. There are also screenshots of her and her husband's video, Looking at Zhao Tizhu is also a naive and honest look. It seems to be an ordinary middle-aged couple. The woman stayed at home to farm and serve the elderly. The man worked outside to maintain the household. The child is outside the boarding school. Originally this comment seems ordinary, but it is the most liked of all the comments. Yang understood at once. This is to cause everyone's resonance. How many young people after 90, in the childhood, is to experience such a life? They grew up as left behind children, mom and dad either together, or one of them go out to work, but also only the spring festival can see a side, get together less away from a lot, is a lot of rural origin of the crowd of childhood common memory. What can you do when you miss your parents? There was no way. Because the means of communication is backward, the children want to parents, only at night secretly wipe tears, in the school was bullied, but also cannot talk to the family, because most of the family only elderly grandparents, which is a generation of special people cannot look back on the past. And this buyer's show by Li Shufan ignited their memories, seeing that their own childhood's sorrowful past is now relieved with the help of Baidu cell phone. Separated couples were able to chat every day, and parents were able to take care of their school-going sons. These people who have had bitter experiences are lamenting how good it would have been if they had a Paktai cell phone when they were young. Such a cell phone is no longer a simple communication tool, but carries people's pursuit of a better life, and carries the bond of husband and wife's emotion and father and son's love. The cheap price, solid workmanship and uncommon performance of Baidu cell phone meets the most real needs of the general public, so Baidu appliances will be so popular. Everyone has a resonance, naturally will leave a comment or a like, so by the power of the masses this buyer's show pushed to the top position. After seeing it, Yang was overwhelmed with emotion. He continued to scroll down the comments. Those people are also praising the White Emperor cheap and good to use. All said that the White Emperor came out late. If it came out a few years earlier, would not have spent so much money to buy other cell phones. It is difficult to use and expensive. Yang closed think White Emperor 1 cell phone is really a strange brand. This brand seems to be doing charity, not only cell phones but also TVs, tablet computers, washing machines, electric cars and so on, and even these products, the most expensive one is not more than 400 yuan, is simply the conscience of the industry. In today's electronic products more and more expensive, a hairdryer thousands, a sweeping robot thousands of times, there are actually manufacturers to make some home appliances and digital products so cheap, it feels like it is for the benefit of the general public and exists. Yang closed could not restrain his inspiration. He immediately opened the computer, quickly struck the keyboard, wrote a review article entitled On the Spirit of Baidu so that loved ones to forget the distance, so that life is more warm. After writing thousands of words and adding the accompanying pictures he published it. Yang's fans, mostly some high-level intellectuals and workplace elites, this article of his also let many social elites know about Baidu 1 machine, and even know about Baidu Electrical Company, which is a company that produces cheap electronic products. However, White Emperor's products, cheap but not shoddy, and can also bring benefits to many people, it is really good. 99 yuan flat washing machine, 288 yuan cell phone, 299 yuan electric car. The price of each of these products is incredible. If it is the production of electronic garbage, cottage products, even so, but the White Emperor product quality is not bad, the performance is not very backward, even if the people do not know how to do, can also know, White Emperor product cost is definitely not low, many people have estimated, and even the cost of assembling one of their cost, than the White Emperor's selling price, that is to say, the White Emperor to do the product, basically not much profit margins. However, this is how White Emperor has been doing it, with more and more products, and some people have already jokingly called White Emperor a charity factory. This made Baidu instantly gain a lot of fans from the elite class, who felt that Baidu met their aspirations for the good virtues of China. Some of the elites had been thinking about how to give back to society, and as a result of seeing a company like White Emperor, it was as if it was practicing their ideals for them, and it deeply appealed to the elites. There have even been a few company owners who have purchased hundreds of White Emperor cell phones as an extra year-end gift to all the company's employees, on one hand to support White Emperor appliances, and on the other hand to give the company's employees a good deal. Even if you don't use it yourself, it's excellent to give the cell phone to your children or relatives at home. In this way, the sales of White Emperor 1 cell phone, after 20 days of sale, still remain stable. Every day there are at least a few thousand sales. the total sales of the 3 online stores in the 250,000 or so. This data is really horrible. Not only cell phones are selling like hotcakes, but also White Emperor's electric cars, televisions, washing machines, and so on are continuing to sell like hotcakes. Televisions sell between 1,000–2,000 units per day. Washing machines are selling between 5,001–000 units per day. Electric cars are also selling around 1,000 units per day. Z1 flatbed has a daily sales of about 1,00300 units. Although the profit on each electrical device was meager, it couldn't help but have a large sales volume, which also allowed Zhou Yang to make money day after day. He now had an abundant cash flow on hand, and soon had nearly $10 million in cash flow. This also made Baidi, from a small factory in debt on the verge of closure, jumped into the deep town industrial zone of the popular fried chicken. Every day to the Baidi transportation vehicles are endless, and logistics center is lively. Before, those who came to debt collection suppliers used to be blowing their beards and eyes to block the door, but now come to the White Emperor factory, are nodding and bowing and handing huazi, all in order to be able to let Zhou Yang reintroduce their goods. However, these people's goods, in addition to Liu Shuyi and a few other suppliers, is no longer in line with the White Emperor's strategy today. One is not cheap enough, and the second is not solid enough quality, so Zhou Yang gave a refusal. Before you love and ignore, today let you high up, White Emperor is also turned over. Now Zhou Yang became a famous entrepreneur in the neighborhood, and the company's employees, the salary in the peer group, is also considered very generous, and now they wear White Emperor's overalls, go out, can harvest a lot of people's envious eyes. Because Zhou Yang never stingy payroll, the factory efficiency is good. He gave his employees more wages, each person per month, than the local average, at least $1,000 higher. This makes other laborers envious, and many young workers come to ask these old employees in Baidi overalls if the Baidi factory is still hiring. At this time, the old employees would say, "Sorry, our factory only recruits employees over 35 years old. You are still too young, come back to apply for a job in 10 years. This undoubtedly hurt the young batters, and they felt for the first time that being young was also a disadvantage. It's not that Thai is ageist, but it's to give the more vulnerable older wage earners a place where they can work and receive a paycheck. Society always needs some warmth. White Emperor's employees are all beautiful in their hearts now, smiling every day, but Zhou Yang, as the factory manager, has a sad face these days, because he was again overwhelmed by calls for goods. Previously accumulated a warehouse of cell phone inventory has been consumed in the raging wave of purchases, and now the factory 24 hours a day, 3 shifts, full production, every day can only assemble 2,000 or 3,000 cell phones, far from keeping up with the demand. In fact, to solve the production problem is also simple, that is to expand production. However, before you can buy production lines and recruit workers to produce, but now cannot, because White Emperor's plant are already full of equipment, the site is not enough. You cannot sit on the ground in the compound to group cell phones, right? Now that Zhou Yang wants to expand production, he can only look for a bigger plant. The good thing is that Zhou Yang now has money in his pocket and can put the expansion of production on the agenda. He then began to focus on the information of the surrounding factory buildings, looking for a suitable location for the new factory. On the turn of the day, the office Ma big sister organized a production report and handed it to Zhou Yang. Generally, when a company organizes a report, they let the young girl clerks do it. However, Baidi rarely has young girls, mostly older old sister-in-laws. Among them, Big Sister Massachusetts knows how to use computers, and she is also firm in her work. So she is the one in charge of the general report documents. Big Sister Massachusetts then said, "Factory director, our electric car sales have dropped a bit lately, only 1,000 units a day." Big Sister Massachusetts was right. Baidi D21 electric cars sold several thousand units a day at its peak, while recently it became 1,000 units a day. Although this figure was enough to make other peers red in the eyes, it was still far from the sales peak. Zhou Yang took over the statement and read it. Then Big Sister Massachusetts added, "I've investigated, it's our biggest competitor in South China. DA has launched a sub-branded DD electric car. They are priced from more than 400. Relying on their offline stores and popularity advantage, they've seized part of our market. Do you think our electric cars should also be improved to boost sales?" "That's right, how good is our electric car? It doesn't lose to DD's electric car at all," Should we bring some freebies and grab the market with them? Yes. Improve the model again, stronger performance, knock down DD electric car at this time. The other middle-aged old sisters-in-law in the office were talking in a chorus of suggestions. Now they all ride their own D21 electric car to work. It's good to use, and it's also a free benefit from the factory. They sell it to everyone. It's not worse than those 2003 000 electric cars. So the old sisters-in-law are also confident to seize back the market belonging to their white emperor. Zhou Yang considered for a moment, slowly shook his head. Now or cell phone is more profitable. After all, manpower a cell phone, while the electric car is basically only a set of sales before the new year. Wait until the replacement of the momentum of the national standard electric car is over. Then the sales immediately atrophied. Now rather than spend a lot of energy to grab a niche market, it is better to focus on boosting the production of cell phones. When there is energy, Zhou Yang will develop an improved version of the D21 electric car to compete in the mid-range electric car market, and the low-end D21, just so slowly sell it. Zhou Yang then said, the electric car will not upgrade the model first, giveaway promotions can be engaged in. So ma big sister, you are responsible for it. Go to contact the supplier, we can enter a batch of rain ponchos, or winter windproof gloves as a giveaway, appropriate to engage in a wave of promotions. Okay, big sister Massachusetts was happy that her suggestion was adopted. She had heard many customers reacting to the fact that Baidu was too stingy, and had no giveaways. So with the giveaways this time around, there should be quite a few more sales. Sister Massachusetts diligently went to handle the giveaways. And on the side of DD Electric Vehicle, their leadership is also in a meeting. The object of study, the same as their strongest competitor, White Emperor Electric Vehicle. Dia Company, is Southern China, the largest two-wheeled electric car manufacturers. Their electric cars, half a year ago, also reigning champion of sales in Southern China. Its sales network, covering the vast area south of the Yangtze River. It is not that they do not want to open up the northern market, but because of the northern winter cold reasons, electric car low temperature power to pull crotch, range dive, and high failure rate. So the northern provinces' electric cars are not sold, even if there is, can only be ridden in the summer. So the electric car industry is to get the south to get the world. The first half of this year, Dia Company also thought to seize half of the electric car industry. The results in the last month, this plan was mercilessly broken, because they encountered the most powerful competitors ever. White D21 electric car came out of nowhere, with 299 yuan from the ultra-low price, sweeping the electric car market. This price is simply ruthless and cruel. The performance does not lag behind the D21 electric car, hit the many peers routed. They're 3,000 yuan below the electric car, no power to fight back. People only use 1/10 of the price, can have a normal riding electric car. As long as it is not, the family is not bad money. People all know how to choose. Consumers are very realistic. White Emperor's car is good, they buy, and other cars do not have a crushing advantage. The price is still expensive, then they do not buy. This to the many electric car companies suffered an existential crisis, either quickly closed down or forced to switch to the production of motorcycles and other products. In any case, were blinded by the White Emperor. It is difficult to turn around. The good thing is that DIA's leaders are flexible. They quickly responded, with a very fast time, made a reduced version of the low-end sub-brand DD electric car. Although their cost control cannot come down, in the performance is slightly inferior to the case of White Emperor D21, can only do 400 yuan a starting sale, but relying on their strong offline sales franchise, but also seized a lot of the market. Now the marketing manager was reporting the recent sales performance to the big boss. Our DD electric car gradually seized the market seized by the White Emperor electric car. The current sales performance is rising. The big boss impatiently interrupted him. I do not want to listen to these false and empty things. You just tell me, how much market share do we have for DD electric cars now? Our DD electric car, the current sales share in the South China market is 30 what? Only 30. We used to take up more than half of the market, and still those high-end models. Why are we still so far behind now that we have cheap models of DD? The big boss was very dissatisfied, with a serious expression. The marketing manager was in a difficult position. The real reason, of course, he knew, that is, it is not as cheap as BYD electric car, and the performance is also average. If not have the convenience of offline stores can test the car, it is estimated that it has been defeated by BYD. However, in the face of the big boss's questioning, The marketing manager still needed to find a higher emotional intelligence to answer. He then said, "This is because the DD electric car needs the market to recognize it. It still needs a period of time, and also did not have the time to publicize it, so it is not yet popularized, and when our advertisement is placed, the occupancy rate will be further increased." The big boss grunted. Of course he is not stupid, he knows that the following people nitpick good words. He then asked, "What is the current market share of BYD electric car?" The marketing manager brought over another document, then said, "At present, according to statistics, White Emperor D21 electric car sales in South China accounted for 40. The remaining other brands, together account for 30. White Emperor electric car actually occupied 40 of their side of the market, or in the case of no publicity, which makes the big boss very upset. So he called the management of the company to a meeting, so that they must study the countermeasures. The purpose is to exceed the White Emperor's electric car." The management spoke up and quickly discussed numerous countermeasures, and they were confident that they would be able to launch cheaper models, advertise more, and gain more customers in the coming year. "We expect that by the end of next year, we will recapture 60% of the market share in South China," the marketing manager let out a bold statement. The big boss nodded slightly. This is right. He does not believe that the two-wheeled electric car empire that he single-handedly founded will be defeated by a small, unheard-of factory. He wants to let BYD know that the electric car industry can't just run rampant with low prices. "You guys go and check for me. What are the recent movements of BYD? I reckon they won't sit back and wait for death. They will surely launch other models and fight with us. You guys must be ready to respond to the battle and step on BYD electric car completely." After the big boss finished his slogan, the crowd of henchmen were united in their determination, threatening that they must defeat BYD. However, the secretary on the side casually opened BYD's official online store, but found that the original electric car on the top of the online store page had turned into the BYD One cell phone, and a lot of space was given to the cell phone, which all indicated that BYD's recent sales and publicity center was no longer an electric car, but a cell phone. Old boss. They don't seem to be focusing on electric cars anymore, their focus is on cell phones. What once the secretary finished speaking, the big boss didn't believe it and came to check it out himself. Sure enough, the White Emperor electric car, on the homepage, was only ranked second, and the focus of the publicity had changed to cell phones. Moreover, looking at this monthly sales of more than 300,000 cell phone sales, it was far more terrifying than the electric car. After all, not everyone needs an electric car. Even if you want to buy a car, a family to buy a car is enough, while the cell phone is basically manpower, so the sales of cell phones can be more than electric cars. DI, a company that did the low-priced models, has understood that the low-priced car profits are too low, purely by volume. A car of $100 cannot earn, and like the White Emperor One cell phone, 288 yuan selling price, it is estimated that the profit will not be more than 100 yuan. Then this more than 300,000 sales, it may be millions of profits, and the sales of electric cars are not as high as that. The profit is not as good as the cell phone. No wonder the White Emperor stores would change their promotional focus to cell phones, because their cell phones were more profitable than electric cars. The big boss was grimacing now. He was pissed off. He wasn't pissed off because he couldn't match BYD's sales. He was confident that he could grab back the market through time. He was because BYD, who he regarded as his number one enemy, actually didn't even take DI seriously. The big boss felt like he was being ignored. In that case, even if the big boss recaptured the market, that would not show his face, because the center of BYD was not even in the electric car. They were defeated by this one random business that made electric cars. How could the big boss not be angry? "Bastard, will you White Emperor fight for your life? Our DI is your competitor. Don't come to build a good electric car. What kind of cell phone are you building? You're not doing your job." The big boss gave a scolding that made the henchmen dumbfounded. They were thinking, BYD's focus was not on electric cars, so wouldn't it be more favorable for them? But how could they, the senior hitmen, understand the big boss's feeling of wanting to pursue a challenge? Anyway, BYD really didn't consider electric cars as a fist product, because Zhou Yang had grander ambitions. Whether it was an electric car or a cell phone, it was just a paving stone for him to realize what he wanted. I did not expect that his paving stone, let many electric car peers greatly hurt, can only be described as a mistake. If Zhou Yang had the opportunity to face his peers, maybe he would say I'm sorry, but Zhou Yang may be aware of the mistake, and will continue to develop more affordable products. Because this is the spirit of the White Emperor. On Zhou Yang's side, he finally found a suitable plant in the neighborhood after much probing. The plant covers an area of 200 acres, since the completion of the plant has been idle. Not far from the White Emperor factory, only 2 kilometers, the most suitable for White Emperor's new plant. Zhou Yang also specially drove his factory in the second-hand van, through the fence to look inside. The steel structure of the plant are covered. The area is very large. Here, even if the construction of a White Emperor industrial park are enough to realize the turnkey move-in, that can start production. In the future, even if you want to develop other new products, the introduction of production lines on the line, here is enough space. Looking at such a magnificent plant, spacious area, are much better than the current White Emperor's factory. Zhou Yang instantly yearning, he wanted to open a new factory here. However, with such a large site, the rent must not be expensive, and who this place belongs to is not yet known, need to inquire about it. Zhou Yang then went to the Development Zone Management Office to inquire, and learned that this was a model factory built by the Development Zone Committee in the north of the city. Zhou Yang then asked, "How much is the rent for this place?" This factory building is not for rent. As a result of the staff's words, Zhou Yang was dismissed. This public official was simply too lazy to explain. Zhou Yang could not help but feel angry in his heart. There were actually public servants with this kind of attitude. Since the brats were difficult to deal with, he would look for their superiors, someone who could take care of things. Zhou Yang knows the local leaders. His Li Ju official position is the largest. He is the Deep Town Commercial Development Office Director, in charge of the city's commercial development matters. Last time he came to the factory inspection, specifically left a phone number to facilitate contact. Zhou Yang called the past. The person who answered the phone was his secretary, saying that Director Li was in a meeting. Zhou Yang then left his name, and said he was Zhou Yang of the White Emperor Company, and wanted to give feedback to Director Li on something. The secretary of course remembered Zhou Yang. At that time Director Li had a high opinion of Baidu Company. The last civilized enterprise indicator was arranged by Director Li, so the secretary agreed in one breath, and said that he would inform the leader after the meeting. Zhou Yang then returned to the factory to wait, and then received several calls for goods, all customers who came to order White Emperor 1 cell phones. Because now the daily production of cell phones is far more than the sales, it leads to spot shipments become pre-sale, and the pre-sale date, from 1 day, to now have to be 7 days later to ship. The longer the delay, which received a lot of bad reviews from customers who ordered, and there are a large number of reminder calls. Who let the White Emperor 1 cell phone performance so good, the price is so cheap, online are sold crazy, is a lot of offline cell phone stores, are rushed to the factory cash pickup, looking at the pink. With sacks of $100 bills, Zhou Yang is really hot, but cannot sell them. They want to be tens of thousands of units. The production are given to them. The online store will not be able to send goods for several days, which is not the gang of ordering pre-sale of the customers of the Lords of the So Zhou Yang can only thank these cash delivery of large customers. This is not only push off the business so simple, but also limit the sales of cell phones. Originally he sold 350,000 cell phones a month, is because of the inability to deliver, and raw less at least 100,000 sales, the loss of all the big pink money, heartbreaking. So now the matter of opening a new factory is imminent. Can open out a day earlier, then can make money a day earlier. Waiting until the afternoon, Zhou Yang really received a call from the leader. It was Li Ju who called. "Hello Director Li, this is Zhou Yang I know." The secretary told me. "What's up with you?" Li Ju asked. Zhou Yang was not polite, and directly told him about the difficulties he had encountered. White Emperor encountered a production capacity crisis, the urgent need to expand the plant, now looking at a large site. The results of the city's Northern Development Zone office side of the attitude is extremely poor. Only said not to rent to him, the specific what the reason is not to say. I think, so large area plant, idle too wasteful, but also please leadership coordination, even if that plant rent cannot, other large area of the plant I also accept. In any case, the White Emperor production capacity expanded, but also better to our city to pay taxes is not it. Zhou Yang knew that the leader would value these indicators of tax revenue, so he chose to say so. "Oh? I'll pay attention to it and let you know when I have news." Director Li Ju indicated that this was something he was aware of, and then hung up the phone. Then Zhou Yang decided to wait for a few days, while he also went to look for other leased factories, trying to find a more suitable place. But 2 days passed and there wasn't any good place. Either the asking price was too high, or the location was bad, too remote, and there were no supporting facilities around. Deep town of this place, land prices, the country famous, that is not the average enterprise can afford. At the same time, Li Ju is also concerned about this matter. He actually had an impression of this vacant plant before. There has not been rented out. The reason is to give a foreign city to stay in an enterprise. The results of that enterprise has been because the environmental protection does not meet the standards, did not approve the relocation, things have been dragging. The development zone lost 2 years of rent for nothing, while on the other hand, the powerful BID could not find a suitable site. After Li Ju understood the inside story, he found his colleagues in the development zone to solve the matter. As a result, the development zone's colleagues said, "This factory building is reserved for Xinhua paper mill, people in the local taxpayers, is the development zone to focus on the object." Li Ju said looking for paper mills to the development zone, but also do not want environmental protection indicators. 2 years. The paper mill still cannot pass the environmental review. This does not show the problem. According to the unified relationship, the development zone does not belong to Li Ju Tube, but Li Ju in the special administrative region. The title is very high, but also very much valued by several big leaders. After all, the cornerstone of the deep town is business. As the city directly under the director of the Office of Business Development, Li Ju very much the right to speak, so the development zone of the same colleagues, but also to refer to the views of Li Ju. Otherwise, Li Ju went directly to the big leaders to report, the development zone colleagues cannot eat. The contract has been signed before, the factory building reserved for Xinhua paper factory, it's not good to just give it to someone else. Development zone colleagues said with difficulty. Contract? It's been 2 years, doesn't the contract have a yearly limitation clause? Li Ju asked. The development zone colleague said, there is there, the other party is required to move over within 2 years, which after a few months, but this is not good just because of this time, just give people pigeonholed it. A few months isn't time? They defaulted on the first, how? The other party defaulted on the contract, is not to let your development zone pigeon. How come you guys are still defending them in turn? In the face of Li Ju's aggressive questioning, the development zone colleagues became a bit unable to sit still, because they were indeed unreasonable. Li Ju of course knows some things in the career, which certainly does not seem so simple. He also did not want to care so much, but he only asked a sentence. Now there is a city's new electronics factory needs to be expanded, and is the city rated civilized enterprise standard bearer? You consider development zone colleagues take a look at this situation, really cannot keep the paper mill with a cat, can only agree. This matter Li Ju then urged the development zone to deal with their own, and said that this BIDI electrical factory is very promising, can be given certain concessions, when the city North Development Zone will follow the benefit. Development Zone leaders access the White Emperor Electronics factory information. A look is really fierce, from the owed millions of small factories, a leap to become a number of products are best-selling nationally renowned enterprises, but also only with a few months' time. The most Development Zone leaders care about is the White Emperor's special place, that is, it only recruit 35 years of age or older employees. This is not to say in the development zone, even in the entire southeast coastal region, are considered a rare, because most of the factories like to recruit young people, because good management, low wages, and good physical strength, but White Emperor is the opposite. Now the development zone also has a higher placement of workers resettlement tasks, in which the young foreign workers were major factories coaxed, but it is more than 35 years old employees remaining no one wants, and ultimately only when the security guards, janitorial, into the construction site, and other places to collect. But this digestive capacity is limited. There are still a lot of older workers cannot find a job, which makes the development zone is a big headache. Now there is a BIDI electrical factory, the work is not hard, the wage is also high, does not happen to meet the requirements. Now the development zone leaders realize that the original Li Yiju director really introduced them to a good enterprise. This time their resettlement task, they can complete a large part of it, and look at the White Emperor's tax is also rising. There is no environmental protection pressure. This White Emperor can be much better than the paper mill. So the development zone immediately sent a person to personally go to the White Emperor factory to run a trip, a field inspection. At this time, Zhou Yang was outside looking around for plant rental information. He received a call from the factory. Let him hurry back, said the development zone came. Oh, Zhou Yang's heart stirred. Understanding that it might be about the factory building, he immediately drove his van back. Zhou Yang returned to his factory and saw that there were two public officials who were visiting the factory, and Song Delaware accompanied them. This is our factory director Zhou Yang. Song Delaware was introducing the two public officials. Hello Zhou Yang, we are staff from the City North Development Zone. We came to visit the factory, and by the way, discuss the issue of leasing the industrial park. The other party surprised Zhou Yang quite a bit as soon as he opened his mouth, and as expected, he then took the two of them on a tour inside the Baidu factory. When the two public officials saw a thriving scene at the Baidu factory, they couldn't stop nodding their heads. The workers in the factory were working in a tense and orderly manner, and smiles could be seen on many faces, without the dead feeling of other electronic factories. Other electronic factories used to use women as men as animals. The work is repetitive mechanical labor, not to mention, but also often scolded, deductions from wages, overtime is the norm, young and free gift a noble Mediterranean hairstyle, high-intensity work pressure, coupled with a meager income, the mood of the workers can be good on the devil. So the workers have circulated a slogan, would rather go under the bridge to ask for food, but not into the factory to play screws, is the real portrayal of today's workers. But here in White Emperor, this phenomenon cannot be seen at all. The average age of this group of employees close to 40 years old, they know that it is really rare to find White Emperor such a high wage, less overtime. They are all incomparably cherish the work position. So the work is also serious, and the leadership of the factory are all the same age, know the hardships of life, and will not scold the workers. We naturally have a good mood, so the White Emperor looks very different from other companies in spirit. The spirit of the company was very different. Now the development zone personnel believed, the original White Emperor really only recruit older employees, is a special enterprise. Since the staff had seen that there was no problem, it was time to look at White Emperor's efficiency. Development zone personnel did not go to check the accounts, they only need to look at the factory's receipts and shipments on the line. In a factory that purchased a lot of parts and shipped a lot, then business must be good. During their visit, they saw no less than 3 large trucks loading and unloading goods in the factory at the same time, as well as a variety of small delivery vehicles. Among them there are 2 trucks delivering goods, and the rest are logistics and courier vehicles delivering finished products outward, and this is just the amount of one day today. The amount of shipments is really horrible. From this it seems that the benefits of White Emperor is really good, then these 2 people will be relieved. Let White Emperor to lease the vacant factory buildings in the industrial park, is definitely a good business. So they invited Zhou Yang to go to the development zone tomorrow to discuss the matter of renting the plant with the leader personally. Wait a minute, can I take a look in that factory building first? Zhou Yang asked. He was going to rent the industrial park factory building, he always had to see what kind of inside, but don't be a silver bullet. Yes, we can take you to have a look. These 2 officers had thought that Zhou Yang might visit, and when they went to look at the grounds together, they had already notified their other colleagues to bring their keys and wait over there. When they arrived, there was a security guard that opened the gate of the industrial park. When opening the door, there was also a small hiccup. As the lock had not been opened for more than 2 years, it was a bit rusty, and it really took some effort to open it. When Zhou Yang followed the 2 staff members to enter, he saw that the area of the factory was really large, and it took a few minutes to walk to the first plant from the compound full of fallen leaves and weeds. Arriving at the first plant, laboriously pulling open a door, he saw that it was empty and a layer of dust had fallen on the ground. It didn't matter, just clean it up and it would work. The key to this plant is very high, ventilation is also good. Put what kind of large-scale equipment can be. Not only can produce cell phones, what large-scale production line can be installed in the future. After Zhou Yang visited other plants, generally are the same spacious and bright. There are many functional normal concrete buildings. This side can be used as a factory office building. There are also some obviously as the workers' dormitory, cafeteria, and living quarters. The industrial park has been planned so that a lot of workers to solve the problem of accommodation and food. In short, this is a comprehensive large-scale industrial park. Supporting has been ready to move in, start production. After seeing the place until almost dark, Zhou Yang realized that this place was really good, and he had hit it off. Okay, thank you both, tomorrow I will go to the development zone to negotiate, Zhou Yang said joyfully. So a few public officials got off work and Zhou Yang returned to his home. He estimated that the current money on hand was more than $10 million in cash, and it was still increasing, but paying the annual rent of the industrial park was still not enough to estimate such a large turnkey industrial park. The location was also good. The supporting facilities were complete. The annual rent was at least tens of millions of dollars a year. This point to see the rent of the old Bai D factory. No, so small place, a year rent, but also more than 6 million, which is so big new factory, not 10 times, are considered cheap. Of course, the industrial land area is large to a certain extent, relatively cheaper than renting a small factory building, but also limited. Zhou Yang estimates that this industrial park, at least a year's rent, will be tens of millions of dollars. At present, he does not have so much money. More worrying, renting a smaller factory building is not impossible, but there is really suitable for future development. Just like people want to buy a big flat, big villa, to improve living conditions, open the factory, no one does not like the big industrial park. Look past a glance is all their own sight, the mood of how comfortable. Zhou Yang is thinking, it seems to rent there, but also need a loan to do. Anyway, tomorrow I want to ask the leadership, rent for how much, and then make plans. Turn the day, Zhou Yang early in the morning drove to the industrial park. This parking you can see the gap, he drove an old Wuling Hongguang van, and around the lowest are more than 100,000-200,000 joint venture car, belonging to the Zhou Yang driving grade is low. However, Zhou Yang is a pragmatist. The car as this thing is used, can drive on the line, save hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a car, but also to the staff to send a little more welfare it. Zhou Yang found his way to the office of the development zone leader, and he saw the two comrades yesterday were also there. The biggest leader of the management committee of the development zone in the north of the city was Director Kong Dongfang, who warmly received Zhou Yang next. Director Kong was surprised that Zhou Yang was so young. It was not often to see such a young and talented entrepreneur. Zhou Yang also expressed his plan of wanting the industrial park to be used for development. Director Kong nodded and then took out a document. The document shows that this model industrial park covers an area of 203 acres, there are ready-made factories, and other conditions. These Zhou Yang yesterday sight to see, he is now more concerned about the rent. Director Kong said, "Rent, our City North Development Zone Management Committee collective discussion, plus your White Emperor's actual situation, decided to give you White Emperor preferential, total rent 38 million per year." Spares Zhou Yang heart prepared, but still shocked. Many enterprises a year turnover is not so high. This industrial park rent a year on the 8 figures, in here to build a factory, that the pressure is really big, the factory efficiency is slightly bad, to lose money. However, in the deep town of this inch of land, this price is not outrageous, otherwise there would not be so many manufacturing enterprises to move away from the deep town. Zhou Yang was confident that he could afford to pay the rent here, but he didn't have enough money in his pocket at the moment. So he discussed with Director Kong whether he could be a little more lenient. After all, it was a little difficult to come up with 35 million at once. As long as he was given a few months, he could easily earn the rent back. So well originally is not possible. But Li Ju director said, "Let care of your White Emperor electrical appliances. I can do the Lord, to give you 3 months of rent-free period, 3 months later, and then levy the current year's rent. You need to pay a one-time payment, can it?" Kong Dongfang put forward a program, also mentioned Li Ju's name, meaning that he completed what Director Li Ju urged. According to the rent of 38 million a year, exempting 3 months of rent, that's 9.5 million, which is quite a big offer. It's fine. Zhou Yang agreed with this program. He is now just limited by capacity. If he has this new industrial park as a site, then he can expand his production recklessly. By the time he recruits thousands of employees, this production can be doubled by more than 10 times. White Emperor electrical appliances will let all the unthinking counterparts know what is called cruelty. When no longer constrained by the production of White Emperor, can be large-scale store, and even establish their own offline experience stores, then it is the world of White Emperor. Things were basically finalized, but Director Kong Dongfang put forward a request, which was that within a year, White Emperor needed to recruit and absorb 1,000 employees over the age of 35. No problem. Zhou Yang readily agreed. Even if Director Kong didn't ask for it, he did it all the time. It was something that belonged to snatching grass and hitting rabbits, incidentally. Zhou Yang also returned the favor by promising, "When the factory opens, I will also recruit at least 100 handicapped people to work in the factory." I think this is something White Emperor should contribute to society. Yeah, factory director Zhou is really responsible. On behalf of all the members of the City North Development Zone, I would like to express my gratitude to Yukong Dongfang was very happy. Once again he got up and shook hands with Zhou Yang. It was a blessing for the workers in the development zone to have such an eclectic business owner in his district. Where, it's all about mutual benefit, Zhou Yang said modestly. Good, not arrogant, not impatient, heart of the world, I am more and more optimistic about the development of Bai Di Kong Dongfang laughed brightly. Zhou Yang then signed the lease contract for the industrial demonstration park in the director's office, with all the content he had just talked about added to it. In this way, he officially had the right to use more than 200 acres of the industrial park. This time, the birds and the bees can expand recklessly. After Zhou Yang returned to the old factory, the first thing he did was to convene a meeting with all the factory managers to lay out Bai Di's future development plans. We're going to have a new factory building. It's that empty industrial park not far away. When Zhou Yang announced the good news in public, everyone was thrilled. The boss had actually taken care of such a large park. This financial power was heavenly. Although the rent has not been paid yet, but it shows Zhou Yang's strength, to be able to ride on the upper echelons of the hierarchy and still be able to afford the rent. This is already a sign of success in today's society. Factory director, so are we ready to move the factory? A workshop supervisor asked. The old factory will not be moved for now. Zhou Yang had thought about it. If the old factory was also relocated, then it might not be able to start for many days. It would be too much of a delay in production, so the old factory would just produce as normal. He would open a new production line for cell phones in the new factory. And then the old factory would specialize in flat panels, televisions, washing machines, and other mature products. At least until the rent of the old factory expires, and then move to the new factory as a whole will be good, fully utilize every bit of resources. Now everyone is rubbing their fists and wanting to be in charge of more important positions in the new factory. Now managing dozens or hundreds of people, and managing thousands of people in the new factory, that salary treatment can be absolutely different. In this regard, Zhou Yang knows very well, he does not want to go to the external recruitment of some executives. At present, these managers are hardworking, can be cultivated, even if the ability is poorer, but as long as the loyalty and hard work, then it is not a big problem. After all, he came to take charge of the factory's development strategy and research and development, only need them to manage the production on the line. The White Emperor has him. There is not too much need for what CEO, KOO and so on, to take dozens of millions of dollars of annual salary. The company's management team is now in charge of the factory's development strategy and research and development. Zhou Yang announced on the spot, the deputy factory director Song Day. To manage the new factory, you can pick some of his trusted people. With the new factory, when the management, while the other management personnel stayed in place to rise one level, you can then pick from the employees who are qualified to be able to, when the team leader, supervisor and so on. To this end, Zhou Yang also set up a recommendation system. If they promote people, the future can be qualified for higher positions, then there is no less than 5-figure reward, so as to motivate everyone to be Bull's thoughts, for the company to discover capable people. When White Emperor Company was carrying out the activity of selecting talents in a vast manner, Zhou Yang suddenly discovered the benefits of recruiting older employees. Because many of these older workers, who were optimized out of the management of other factories, had management experience, and had no problem in being directly competent as a team leader, which solved the problem of the lack of management personnel. In addition, Song Delaware's task is more difficult. He is responsible for the first batch of recruitment of at least hundreds of employees, which can be approached with the development zone, so that the development zone to recommend a group of workers. There is also to get hygiene in the new plant. Because this time the demand for cell phone orders is more fierce, so first pack up a large plant on it, and so on the production line in place, as soon as possible to be able to start production. And the new factory employees also take the old with the new model, from the old factory to transfer over a number of old employees, help with new employees, so that the most rapid start. After getting the key to the new park, Song Delaware led the new employees, began to do health in the new park. Some people pulled weeds and leveled the ground, some people set up ladders to wipe the glass and mop up the dust on the ground. In short, the new factory has been in full swing to start the sanitation. Zhou Yang also had an urgent task, which was to buy a medium to large cell phone production line, requiring a daily output of more than 10,000 units, so as to meet the order quantity. Zhou Yang in the past few days, in the various purchasing sites, released the information of the purchase of cell phone production line. Because the new production line is so expensive, starting from $7 to $8 million, his hand funds are going to ride in. Zhou Yang, who had already tasted the sweetness of buying a second-hand production line, set his sights on the old production line so that he only needed to spend 60 to 70 off the price, or even a lower price, to buy a set of production line. Ding bell on this day. Zhou Yang's cell phone rang suddenly, and he received a call. "Hello, may I ask if it's you who's seeking to purchase a cell phone production line?" The caller was a middle-aged man. "Yes, what model of your production line?" Zhou Yang asked. The other party said the model and size. Zhou Yang was interested at that time. It was simply tailor-made for him, because the production line was huge. After matching all the employees, it was enough to produce more than 10,000 cell phones per day, with 3 shifts. The maximum production of more than 20,000, it was simply 10 times of the productivity of their old factory. Zhou Yang immediately asked for their address. He wanted to go to the door to watch it. "We are in the deep town." The other party reported the address. There is also an industrial city, but the location than the White Emperor can be much better. The factories over there are domestic and foreign famous enterprises. There is a deep town more core industrial area. Then this is clear. The other party must be some big factory. The highest production of 20,000 units in 3 shifts, simply 10 times the productivity of their old factory. The other party must be a large factory. To eliminate the old equipment, they looked for him. Sure enough, the other party then reported the name of the factory, verified Zhou Yang's guess. He is the people of Hongtu Electronics. Hongtu Group, one of the top 500 enterprises in China, was involved in a number of industries under its umbrella, including electronics, biology, energy, chemicals, and so on. Zhou Yang had used the daily chemical products produced by Hongtu before. Although the competitiveness is limited in the international arena, however, it is still relatively well known in the country, and the advertisements of its several products are often on TV. So the domestic masses are not unfamiliar with Hongtu. And Hongtu Electronics is a branch of Hongtu Group. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yang immediately searched for information about Hongtu Electronics, and saw that many years ago, they have entered the cell phone market, and once also did a good job in the top 3 domestic cell phone shipments. However, in these 3 years, because of the domestic cell phone circle of the involution, the development of Hongtu cell phone cannot keep up with the times, gradually eliminated by the market. These 2 years reduced to other cell phone foundry, did not launch a new model of cell phone. Now to contact Zhou Yang to sell the production line, it seems to be ready to throw away the business of cell phones. However, while searching for Hongtu, Zhou Yang also saw interesting news. The owner of Hongtu, Mr. Lu Hongtu, was ready to retire to the second line because of his old age, and his eldest son was already taking over Hongtu's industry. In addition, Lu Hongtu's youngest daughter, recently returned from studying abroad, also trying to take over part of the industry. So Hongtu is now in the stage of the old and new succession. No wonder it will make the move to sell the production line of cell phones. More like a child seller's heart does not hurt. This has little to do with Zhou Yang, but he also just from the news, saw a side photo of Lu Hongtu's youngest daughter, is wearing big sunglasses in foreign life photo, feel is a big beauty. Sure enough, rich and powerful families, because they can pick high-quality spouses, so the offspring are generally not too ugly. In the Hongtu little princess Lu Xiao here, there is also a good embodiment. Zhou Yang closed the webpage, and drove his own Wuling Hongguang to the location of Hongtu Electronics. When he arrived at the parking lot outside of Hongtu Electronics, Zhou Yang got off the car, and saw that what was parked here was either a big truck, or some luxury cars and BBAs, like Zhou Yang's second-hand van, which belonged to the Phoenix. However, he came to talk business, not than the car, walked calmly to the doorman. Explaining his intention, the doorman gave Zhou Yang an entry pass, and then let the person in charge of contact inside lead him in. While waiting, Zhou Yang saw a familiar salesman enter the Hongtu factory, and pondered. Not long after, a man in a suit in his 30s came over inside and led Zhou Yang in. He was the one who had spoken to Zhou Yang earlier. The 2 men shook hands and greeted each other for an introduction, and the other man said that his name was Wang Tao. Zhou Yang saw that in the Hongtu Electronics factory, it seemed that not much work was going on, and the employees were carrying some things. "Are you guys transforming?" Zhou Yang asked tentatively. Wang Tao did not explain too much. Then he came to the plant. From the slogans on the door and walls, he could still see the words Hongtu mobile phone, but now it was already shut down, and there were 2 long production lines displayed in the plant. Wang Tao introduced, "These are the 2 daily production lines for cell phones, purchased in 14 years. Together they can produce up to 30,000 cell phones a day. Can they be used normally?" Zhou Yang asked. "It can, we have been using it before," Wang Tao said. Zhou Yang then began to check, although this equipment has about 8 years old, but the maintenance is okay, foreign made although the selling price is expensive, but the materials used are not bad. Then at the request of Zhou Yang, Wang Tao will turn on the equipment, conveyor belts and other slow rotation, looking at the normal boot. However, with the naked eye, cannot see this equipment running in the end how. But Zhou Yang has a system, he took the opportunity to view the equipment, let the system to check the equipment in the end how. This is also one of the basic functions of the superfactory system. The system gave an appraisal report after checking it. Nissan K2 type cell phone production line 2, 70 new, some parts are worn out, slight malfunction, this system can repair it. This time Zhou Yang had a number in his heart. After checking it out, he asked the other party for a quote. These 2 production lines can be pulled back and start working right away. It's not much different from new ones. 5 million, Wang Tao said. 5 million. Zhou Yang heard and then laughed. Cell phone production line is not what is in short supply, now spend money can be ordered. The most advanced is only a few million a. These 2 have been backward 8 years of second-hand production line, actually dare to price 5 million. Estimated Liang Jingru did not give them less courage, perhaps to see him young and good to fool. Zhou Yang shook his head, he for the 2 production lines, offer 1.3 million, directly cut a large part of the waste. Wang Tao immediately some annoyed, what? Shook his head and said, "You can really dare to open the price, we are Nissan's equipment, you see how well maintained, there are special maintenance. So many years have not had a little failure." "Do you speak without blushing?" Zhou Yang looked at the other party and said with a smile. Wang Tao said, "Why, our Hongtu equipment, with absolutely no problem, not those domestic low-end cell phone production line, or to give you down a little, for 4.9 million. Zhou Yang then said, "Do I have to say it? The total bearing often jam downtime, right? Is this no 2 welding gun on the high side of the failure rate? If this production line wasn't bad, I'm afraid someone would have taken it over long ago, right?" He told all the flawed places that the system had told him about, and subdued Wang Tao completely. Wang Tao was slightly embarrassed, and guessed in his heart that this Zhou Yang must have come prepared and found their factory workers to find out the truth, or else how could he have said the faults so accurately? It seems to be unable to hide, cannot find the wrongdoer to take over. Then he had to say, "Then give you 4.2 million, okay? This price is already not low." Zhou Yang shook his head and turned to say, "Soon after you bought this production line, there was a new technology. Now as long as you spend 6 or 7 million, you can buy the latest type of cell phone production line. Not only is the output higher, but also saves on labor costs." Am I right? Wang Tao's mouth opened but stammered on. Because what Zhou Yang said was the truth. He really did not expect Zhou Yang, such a young man, actually knows so much, it seems impossible to fool. Zhou Yang then said, "Your equipment is not only backward, and the failure rate is quite high, not cheaper. I would rather spend double the money to buy new equipment. On your backward production line, I'll give you a maximum of 1.5 million, if not, I'll go." Zhou Yang looked at him calmly. "Anyway, this price is more affordable, it is not cost effective to ask for a higher price. That is, he has a system that can be repaired. Other people spend a lot of money to buy it back. It is estimated that there are still hundreds of thousands of dollars to be able to repair it up. He had the system to help repair it, and could save a lot of repair costs. 1.5 million is also too low. No, absolutely not." Wang Tao shook his head repeatedly. "Forget it then, I'm going to look at the new equipment." Zhou Yang made a gesture to leave. "Hey, you wait first, go up and have a cup of tea." Wang Tao called him back, and then took Zhou Yang to their office. A female employee came over to Zhou Yang, made tea, and then went out, and Wang Tao let Zhou Yang wait for a while. He had to go to ask the leader. Zhou Yang then decided to wait for him for a while and sip his tea slowly over here. Ka-da. Ka-da. After a while, the sound of high-heeled shoes could be heard coming from the corridor, so Zhou Yang was a bit curious. Hongtu actually allowed female employees to wear high-heeled shoes to work? Is this convenient? As a result, the door opened and in came a large beauty with a tall figure and fair complexion. This beauty was dressed in modern fashion. At first glance she thought she was a model. She had curved willow leaf eyebrows, a small cherry mouth, a straight nose, and her features were very atmospheric. In her 20s, her face was hung with a coldness that didn't match her age, and she was considered to be a high-cooled beauty. "Are you buying a cell phone production line?" the high-cold beauty asked, and her voice didn't carry warmth. "Yes," as Zhou Yang replied. He suddenly felt that this eye-catching beauty looked a bit familiar, as if he had just met her there. Thinking back, he abruptly remembered, she should be the youngest daughter of the owner of the Hongtu Group, Lu Xiao. With light makeup, she looked even more photogenic than in the photo. If the score was 10 points, she would have 8.5 points. It is her body, sloppy, no S-curve, belongs to the economic and practical type. Lu Xiao continued, "Which manufacturer are you from?" "I'm the factory director of Bai-Di Electric," Zhou Yang said. Bai-Di Electric. Lu Xiao frowned slightly. She felt as if she had heard this name, but could not think of it for a moment. Then forget it. She can remember the electrical companies are Samsung, Huawei, Sony and such large enterprises, cannot think of, but collectively referred to as township enterprises. Lu Xiao happens to be a little free, decided to practice a little business negotiation, and this township entrepreneur, a good cut price. Inside the Hongtu Electronics Company, a negotiation for the acquisition of a cell phone production line was underway. Seller: the little princess of Hongtu Electronics, Lu Xiao. Buyer: Zhou Yang, the new factory manager of Bai-Di Electric. The two sides began a tug of war with their lips and swords. "Isn't your asking price of 1.5 million a bit too low? We have good equipment here," Lu Xiao said. Zhou Yang returned, "Not low, this production line performance backward, and there are defects, go back to the need to repair. You cannot transfer according to the price when you buy. Now the new production line, 6 or 7 million, is very good, 4 or 5 million is not unheard of. Your second-hand elimination products, more than 1.5 million is really not attractive. Any more expensive I might as well go to buy a new one. If you can buy it for 1.5 million, Zhou Yang is definitely earning, but the other party will probably feel the loss, then you need to attack the heart." Zhou Yang speculated about Lu Xiao's situation. She just took over Hongtu Electronics. This factory is not good. There are many problems, although not to starve to death, but also cannot develop. The factory does not have the core competitiveness of the product. And there is still a cell phone production line of this chicken ribs, stay unprofitable. The equipment is sold as the best choice, just that they expect the price is in the more than 4 million, and the offer of 1.5 million of Zhou Yang is a far cry from. Thinking of Lu Xiao should be eager to prove themselves, Zhou Yang decided to throw in the towel. "This production line is really old. If I do not want to, you are very difficult to get out of the way, and now do business are fine. Dare to buy a second-hand production line is not much. But if you get rid of it as early as possible, you can save a lot of labor, but also emptied out of the plant, can be transformed to do other business, than to stay with the production line. A year and a half a year, more than selling so little. It's much more cost-effective to sell it for a year and a half." When Zhou Yang said this, Lu Xiao gave him an unexpected look and said intently, "You know my situation well." Zhou Yang then said, "I don't know. I just watched the news of Hongtu when I came here. If what this said was true, reading a bit of news before coming, and being able to know the current situation of Hongtu Electronics, then this analyzing and insightful ability of Zhou Yang was very strong." Lu Xiao could become the daughter of a business tycoon. Naturally, she was not a fool. She knew that if 1.5 million to sell the equipment is definitely a loss, but less that much money, at most she buy a car less is enough. For the childhood with a golden spoon grew up, she is not very care. Lu Xiao then said, "Then you say a reason I can accept, can let me sell you the production line at a low price." This was a test of skill. Whether or not you could save money depended on this one. Zhou Yang thought, and then said, "Your company sold the old cell phone production line, but did not purchase a new cell phone production line. It should be to give up the cell phone business. Then I guess, you want to enter the field is small home appliance industry. It's useless to keep the cell phone production line. If you sell it one day earlier, the new equipment will be ready in the morning." As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, Lu Xiao's expression had a change of surprise at that moment, although she quickly collected herself. But that moment had already revealed the fact that she had been guessed. This Lu Xiao seemed to have a city that still needed to be exercised, easily being guessed by Zhou Yang. "How did you know that I want to build small home appliances? What is my first product, do you know?" Lu Xiao asked somewhat eagerly. she was worried that their Hongtu electronics trade secrets had been leaked. Zhou Yang laughed and said, "That I don't know. I'm not Sherlock Holmes, I can guess what project you're going to do anyway. All I know is that quickly clearing out the cell phone production line and having an empty factory building is the best option for you." Lu Xiao pursed her lips for a moment, then said, "That's good. As long as you tell me how you know I'm going to make small appliances, I'll agree to dispose of the cell phone production line to you at a low price. This is simple." Zhou Yang snapped his fingers and told the story. Before he had guessed that Hongtu Electronics was going to clean up the cell phone production line, and Zhou Yang in front of Hongtu saw that acquaintance was the sales had come to Baidi to sell. Zhou Yang remembered that he was selling some small electronic parts. The cell phone production line was sold, then allow the sales of small electronic parts to enter, then basically it is going to be a small home appliance. Because air conditioners, refrigerators and other large appliances need a different accessory that sale does not provide. I see. Lu Xiao was relieved now. It turned out that it wasn't a leak from her side, then it had no effect on her future products. Good, count on you guessing right. Then this cell phone production line will be sold to you. Lu Xiao clicked her fingers and Wang Tao came over, ready to sign the transfer contract. In the end, she was the little princess of Hongtu Group. This selling of equipment didn't hurt at all. Perhaps it was because she felt that Zhou Yang was a bit of a skillful person. She didn't leave when it was time to sign the agreement, but instead was climbing into a conversation with Zhou Yang. She elaborated on her business philosophy, that is, only by doing high-end, there is profit. She wants to become a luxury product in the world of small home appliances, and catch up with Huawei and Apple in the future, so that when people buy a small home appliance, the first choice will be her ambition. Zhou Yang smiled politely and praised the other party, but inwardly he had a different view. High-end luxury goods, destined to have no relationship with the public, people's first choice to think of Hongtu, then certainly not high-end. In this world, the ordinary people are the most ordinary people. If you buy electrical appliances, consider certainly not Samsung, Sony, Apple, Huawei, but which is cheap and durable, is which. Look at the major e-commerce platforms' sales list will know. Expensive things sell less, cheap is the king. For example, the car, everyone knows Rolls-Royce, Ferrari good, but the most sold, but BYD, Volkswagen, Chang'an car these. This little princess, afraid of staying abroad for a long time, not quite in line with the national conditions, it is possible to take the consumption level of the rich areas abroad, where she lives as a reference. Of course, this does not mean that there is no future in doing high-end small appliances, or to rely on specific strategies. With the support of the group, maybe this little princess can succeed. After all, there is a rich father, the end of many people, is her starting line. When this side of the contract signed, Zhou Yang sighed back to let the accountant to play money. Just these 2 days can be the cell phone production line to transport back to his new factory. Because the conversation with Lu Xiao was quite favorable, Lu Xiao decided to help Zhou Yang transport the equipment to the factory with a wave of her hand. When Zhou Yang said his new factory address, Lu Xiao was a bit surprised. That piece of industrial park that she had favored but couldn't take down, was actually taken down by Zhu Yang. She couldn't help but to re-examine Zhu Yang. Her impression of Zhu Yao Yang added another label of background. This Zhou Yang, there is something. Lu Xiao thought in her heart. When Zhou Yang left, she looked through the office window and saw Zhou Yang getting into a Wuling Hongguang, and could not help but show a puzzled expression again. According to her understanding, such a young boss with a clear mind and background must be a successful businessman, maybe also the son of a large group, but he ended up driving a Wuling Hongguang, which was incomprehensible to her. She knew those sons, rich second generation, go out or Ferrari, Porsche, the worst is Mercedes-Benz, Audi. This Zhou Yang drive Wuling. There is a kind of indescribable strange. She then let her secretary investigate Baidi's bottom line, but after seeing the information, Lu Xiao's eyebrows were screwed together. White Emperor is actually selling 288 cell phones, 99 flat panels and washing machines, as well as 299 electric cars. This is what the God's enterprise, actually all the cottage products, and the shipments are also very large, and let her understand cannot. Lu Xiao HMPF admitted that he looked at the wrong person. The real ideal ambitious entrepreneurs will never go to do this kind of cheap goods to lower the grade. It seems that Zhou Yang and she is not all the way. The two enterprises, destined to go to the two extremes. One is the extreme cheap, and her ambitions, it will be high-end. Only high-end, is the future of an enterprise that will be remembered by the world. Lu Xiao was firm in her beliefs. She then ordered Wang Tao to hurry up and send the equipment away. The brand new small home appliance production line that she ordered was about to arrive at the dock. Thus, the first meeting between BaiDi, who focuses on cost effectiveness, and Hongtu Electronics, who focuses on high-end, was over. 2 days later, in Zhou Yang's new factory, the two newly purchased cell phone production lines were set up. Said to be the newly purchased production line, in fact, is second-hand, is Zhou Yang from the Hongtu Electronic purchase, picked up a bargain, only spent 1.5 million, which in the second-hand market price, at least 2.5 million yuan. Of course this number is not too auspicious, but Zhou Yang real save 1 million. Because BaiDi new factory area is too large, so can only first pack out a steel structure plant, the other plant, or dust everywhere. This is the disadvantage of the large plant. Health or not a few days can get good, anyway. The other plant temporarily cannot be used, but also put it first. The rest of the staff dormitory, as for the factory canteen, can be slowly, because to recruit some hands do not shake the rice ant, Chinese old master fryer etc. Not a short time can be done. These are all logistics to recruit people. Uncle Song Delaware now focus on recruiting skilled workers in the production line of cell phones, do not have time to take into account these, and only wait for some days, can slowly complete the logistical staff. Now the first priority is to let the production line open as soon as possible. With the people's thirst for the White Emperor 1 cell phone, the production line opened. That is not called the production of cell phones, can be called printing money. After Hongtu delivered the cell phone production line over, Zhou Yang activated the system's repair function when no one was around. Superfactory system mobile phone K2 production line in overhaul. The system then reported the overhaul project. The software needs to be upgraded. It was going to find the manufacturer and spend money on upgrading, but the system directly gave a refresh of the latest version of the software, which saves tens of thousands of dollars. There are also several parts that need to be replaced, which is very convenient in the deep town of this industrially developed city. Zhou Yang just make a phone call, someone sent the same type of parts. When the maintenance store master who sent the parts saw the parts installed, the production line can run normally, he was surprised, which said that within the White Emperor company, there is a maintenance master with strong business ability. This delivery master then said to Zhou Yang, "We want to meet with that maintenance master to learn." Can't meet. Zhou Yang refused. It was crucial that he couldn't hand over the system. After this little episode, the production line was finally repaired, free of defects and dark diseases, and became 2 normal working production lines. With a production line in this state, it was normal to pull it out now and sell it for $2 to $3 million. After 3 days of preparation, everything was ready for BaiDi's new factory. In terms of personnel, the new factory had already joined hands with the development zone and recruited more than 300 employees, which was enough for the 2 production lines to start working 24 hours a day. There were no banners, no firecrackers, no flower baskets. The new BaiDi factory started its work calmly. The workers in the factory began assembling the White Emperor 1 cell phone. Because most of the workers here were new, the production speed at the beginning was not fast, and quality was the main focus. After all, their White Emperor 1 cell phone profits are meager. Every bad cell phone is very hurt, so Song Delaware asked the first week is to be skillful, quality is the first place. Blindly trying to be fast, the rate of product defective came up, then the loss is the credibility of the White Emperor. So these 2 production lines, the first day's output is only more than 3,000 cell phones. Zhou Yang did not urge them. Production has been completely decentralized to Song Di. He is the use of people, not to doubt, not to use. Subsequently, after a week of refinement, the staff of the new factory of BaiDi's proficiency came up, and now can produce more than 15,000 cell phones a day, greatly relieving the pressure of rushing goods. It will probably take another 15 days to complete the previous backlog of unshipped pre-sale cell phone orders, and the rest can be supplied to brick-and-mortar stores in large quantities. Those brick-and-mortar store owners have long wanted to carry a sack of money to buy cell phones in the factory. After all, it is now difficult to sell other cell phones in the physical store. To the store guests, 6 or 7 out of 10 inside the door to ask if there is a White Emperor cell phone. Once the boss said no, people turn their heads and leave. After all, there is a 288 cell phone. The performance is not weak. We cannot be in the mood to look at those who sell more than 1,000 phones. Seeing the factory's shipments of BaiDi 1 cell phones climbing, BaiDi's income also rose. Zhou Yang experienced the horrible sales of cell phones. Now White Emperor's other products, combined sales are not as much as cell phones. See how promising the cell phone industry is. No wonder many companies want to do cell phones. Only the cell phone industry is also quite an unreal. Without some real material, it really can't be mixed. Maybe it should be the words, wood show in the forest wind will destroy. Even if the White Emperor 1 cell phone is so good, the price is so cheap. But there are still a lot of spammers on the internet. In the spray White Emperor 1 performance garbage. Purely rely on the system is good. Zhou Yang was speechless when he saw these comments. Isn't the Xuan new cell phone system part of the Baidu cell phone? Do you have to separate the operating system from the hardware? There are also spammers who say that the performance of the White Emperor 1 is too weak, and can only compete with the 1,000 yuan machine, or by Apple, Huawei's flagship cell phone to the dregs of the second. The White Emperor is a cottage transformation of the enterprise, will only do low end. Zhou Yang online to see this kind of speech is very speechless. They White Emperor to solve a lot of mountainous areas, rural people's living needs, is not for high-end business users to prepare the product. Take other people $5,000 or $6,000 of cell phones in White Emperor 1 comparison. This can also spray? Apple Huawei's products are no longer good. That is not a large number of low-income groups can consume. There is no unsuitable products, only not suitable for the people. Hard to take the White Emperor to go and high-end appliances to compare. But how to calculate are a little bit of hooliganism suspicion. However, this group of spammers said that White Emperor will only do low-end, that Zhou Yang cannot be convinced, he is just to let more people enjoy the convenience of modern electrical products, but it is not that will not do high-end. High-end generally means better materials and services, in human terms is expensive, at least more expensive than the low-end products. Then the high and the low, the user must be less, the majority of the people will not be able to benefit. However, now that White Emperor already has cell phones, TVs, washing machines, electric cars and other products that basically satisfy people's basic needs, it's time to hit the high end. Zhou Yang then went from the system and pulled out another cell phone drawing that he had previously obtained, the drawing of the flagship model. When Zhou Yang had obtained two drawings together, a normal version was made into the current White Emperor 1 cell phone, while the flagship version of the cell phone, at that time, did not have the conditions to be made, while now the conditions were met. On the one hand, there is a new production line, there is also the experience related to the White Emperor 1 cell phone, and more importantly, now have rice in their pockets, and also in order to hit a certain handful of jets in the face, then this flagship cell phone, it must be done. Zhou Yang first opened the drawing editing page. The most important and expensive parts of the phone are the processor and screen. First selected the screen size. The last time I purchased a cell phone screen, and the boss of the screen panel company, Wu Baoliang, had a friendship, this time naturally also went to him. Boss Wu, I'm here to buy goods again. Zhou Yang said on the phone. Wu Baoliang was surprised. Is your Baidu 1 cell phone so hot? Isn't it enough that I just sent you over 800,000 pieces? It's not White Emperor 1, I want to research a new model of cell phone, and I want a good screen this time, Zhou Yang said. Oh, Wu Baoliang felt very fresh. White Emperor, he also understood, is to do cheap goods, a product as if over 300 yuan to be killed like an electric car or 299 up, simply let a person cannot understand. This time, as soon as he opened his mouth, he said he wanted a good panel, and Wu Baoliang thought that Zhou Yang was joking. But the next request of Zhou Yang is not a joke. I want the top of the line cell phone screen panel. What good stuff do you have here? Seriously, Wu Baoliang asked. Of course it's true, how would I have time to joke around, Zhou Yang said. Since this was the case, then Wu Baoliang introduced him to his factory's latest scientific research achievement, the diamond glass screen. Diamond glass screen. The outer layer has passed the Swiss SGS 5-star fall resistance and drop resistance certification. There are two specifications, flat and curved, 128 microcrystalline raw materials and panel processing procedures, 24 hours of high-temperature nano-crystal growth, and it is created by 1,600 degrees of platinum precious metal melting technology. Wu Baoliang said a bunch of terminology. Zhou Yang does not understand these black words of their panel anyway. It is this glass bull, is their factory's best cell phone screen. Not only resistant to fall, there is also 120 Hz refresh rate. The display module is OLED. Color reproduction anyway. This is on the market, can buy the absolute high-end goods. Sounds good. How much, Zhou Yang asked. Depends on the size of your phone, Wu Baoliang asked. I'll take whichever size is cheaper for you. Zhou Yang's words amused Wu Baliang. Actually, there is such an entrepreneur. His own cell phone size specifications can still be casually changed. Wu Baliang said after consideration, "That's good. Give you the most convenient cutting size, 6.67-inch flat panel, as long as you can guarantee the total amount of more than 1 million pieces. You will be given the price of 600 apiece." Zhou Yang said, "Good guy. This price is more expensive than any of his current products, but as far as this parameter is concerned, this screen is good, a must for high-end cell phones." "Good, it's a deal. I'll book 1 million tablets first, and follow up to see the sales," Zhou Yang said. "No problem. The usual rules." The deposit arrived to start production. Okay, the two simply agreed. So now that the screen size is determined, the following should choose the processor. The current flagship cell phone processor is Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 and Tengui 9200 is the main, of course. Before the launch of the old model chip is cheaper. But Zhou Yang this time is to do the flagship, of course, choose the latest processor, in order to reflect the flagship of the tone. However, if you want to test the chips, you have to really order these two chips and conduct various tests. However, with the super factory system, Zhou Yang does not need to be so troublesome. The system is registered in the information of all the components currently on sale. You can directly select the processor model, and then, in the editing interface, you can simulate the run. Zhou Yang first put the other accessories that should have, all in the simulation run to check, such as under-screen fingerprints, face, advanced Leica camera, Dolby certified speakers, multi-microphone, etc. Anyway, other flagship models have the configuration. Zhou Yang this flagship have all. After all other configurations are determined, Zhou Yang chose the most commonly used Snapdragon brand 8 Gen 2 processor to give selected. This flagship configuration straight line take-off, analog running a variety of large software, original God game, etc. There is no pressure. After all, this is now the most advanced chip, as long as the market software or games certainly can run. Then the simulation interface began to work, first running scores, then a variety of basic computing and pressurized test, open several software at the same time, take turns to roast. After some tests, the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 is excellent in all aspects of performance, but the temperature is slightly higher. Under load work, there are more than 40 degrees, and it will feel warm to the touch. All in all, the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 is fully up to standard. It's up to Tengui's 9200 to perform. After the processor is checked Tengui's 9200, the process that was repeated before is repeated again. Once the two processors are compared, on top of the scores, the Tengui 9200 is slightly inferior to the Snapdragon 8 Gen 2, but the other performances, it really doesn't lag behind too much, and there are a few areas where it is ahead of the Snapdragon instead. After testing, these two processors are capable of the new flagship phone. The following depends on which price is powerful. Zhou Yang to find a dealer to inquire. This Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 is now the most popular processor, in short supply. Want to buy also need to wait for a while. After all, manufacturers are prioritized to supply before there is a cooperative relationship with the big customers. Zhou Yang this side do not want to a few million tablets. Maybe people do not pay attention to it, and the price of are running to $1,000 to go. In contrast, Tiangui 9200 because of the use of fewer manufacturers, so there is stock, a cheaper than Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 more than $100. If you want more, the price can also be negotiated, the most suitable for the pursuit of cost-effective Zhou Yang. So Zhou Yang decided to choose Tiangui 9200 as the processor of the flagship phone. Then the storage configuration. 8256 is the initial configuration, because now the WeChat QQQ not moving dozens of high-definition video and photos, is also quite space-consuming, 128 GB storage capacity, really not enough to see. And all flagships, by people have a certain economic strength, then 128 GB to double the cost of 256 GB storage capacity, is the optimal solution. Then there are 10 512 GB storage configuration. In order to cope with the special crowd, there is also a top version, 12 GB memory 1 TB storage version, but the price is going to be a lot more expensive. To this point, the storage component becomes a part of the cost cannot be ignored. Many people use Samsung, Hynix and other brand name products, and Zhou Yang is not superstitious about foreign products. The domestic Chungkong storage is good, or domestic assured that it will not be strangled. Zhou Yang on the simulation table test. the performance of the Yangtze River storage, not much behind than the big foreign brands, completely enough. The most critical is cheap. Zhou Yang immediately called the Yangtze River storage, said their own needs. The other party's sales staff attaches great importance to hearing that he is the director of the White Emperor factory, actually know the name of the White Emperor, not only sent Zhou Yang commodity information, but also will send professional technicians to the White Emperor factory to detailed interviews, and even according to the configuration of the cell phone, to provide customized solutions. With this kind of service attitude, Zhou Yang feels very comfortable, then no surprise, then choose the Yangtze River storage products. Fixed the 3 big pieces. The cost of the phone also soared to more than 1,000, this flagship phone, destined not to be the previous kind of cheap price. The next important configuration is the battery. The previous Di1 phone, for cost considerations, used a small 2800 mAh battery, which was criticized by many people. Then this flagship phone ready to raise eyebrows, the battery will have to be extravagant, at least 4500 mAh starting. When the other configurations are determined, the remaining space, all piled into the battery, so that the range a little longer. But this will face a problem, since the ancient thin and light, and life is like a fish, and the bear's paw cannot be both. Want to phone thin and light, it is necessary to small batteries. Want to life, the battery capacity to get up, then the phone is naturally thick and heavy. Zhou Yang is thinking, his flagship cell phone, in the end the audience is what kind? Is catering to the female group, or high-end business crowd? First of all, the target is set in the high-end business crowd, certainly not. Baidu's flagship cell phone was definitely cheaper than other brands' flagship cell phones by at least half, which did not have the slightest attraction to the part of the population that pursued brand names. Even if White Emperor is cheaper, most fruit fans will still buy Apple, Huawei fans will still buy thousands, or even tens of thousands of dollars of Huawei cell phone. These people need thin and light, fashion-oriented, and supporting the ecological. These people are not White Emperor's customers. As for the female group, a little straight male Zhou Yang really do not understand, then you need to do a little research. There are many female workers in the old factory office. Zhou Yang asked them, for the demand for high-end cell phones. Office Massachusetts' big sister said high-end machine is too expensive, she does not buy. Some other big sisters in their 40s basically said that they don't buy. They are all models of thrift and frugality. The White Emperor 1 cell phone is enough. They don't have any demand for high-end cell phones after all. The flagships can't make them concubinage one less cut. I like to look good. This is the answer of the beauty worker Zhang Yixin. She for the phone, the first focus on the appearance, and then the system is smooth. She is now using the Apple 13. Zhou Yang looked around his own office. There is no flagship phone target group, then automatically ignored. Zhou Yang also in various groups, ask female compatriots their needs to buy a cell phone. Their answers are varied, but the most preferred is Apple, that all other phones are miscellaneous brands. This part of the people accounted for more than half. The rest were similar to Jiang, asking for good looking, thin and light, as well as a system that is not laggy and can play games, and so on. After such a survey, Zhou Yang found out, it seems that his White Emperor flagship, destined to have no relationship with the female group, then simply ignore their needs, and focus on doing straight men's special machine. After a day of research, Zhou Yang figured out that the people who can buy his White Emperor flagship is the pursuit of the ultimate cost-effective, and do not care about the brand, or high-performance cell phone is just a need, but the shy crowd, they need is to be good performance, cheap. Then in these 2 points to do articles. Zhou Yang decided to give up the lightness and fashion, and give the battery a bigger size. When all the other accessories were finalized, there was an L-shaped vacancy left in the internal space of the phone, then it could all be turned into a battery. This would require customization with the battery factory. Contacted a few battery manufacturers, which knew Oxy. To Zhou Yang's best impression, they are professional enough, but also enthusiastic, and provide a full set of lithium battery solutions. There are special charging head, the highest support 120W fast charging, and the same configuration. The battery is the most thin and light. Zhou Yang found them, said their demands, they were assessed, can be completely solved, and can make the phone battery capacity of 5200 mAh, which is higher than many flagships. Just customize the battery, the price is a little more expensive. This is no problem. Zhou Yang this flagship phone, the price was already over, and it is not bad. In addition, Nosh also promised that as long as the order quantity is enough, they will give the matching transparent cell phone case for free. So Zhou Yang will not have to order a separate factory gift phone case and save a sum of money. So Zhou Yang placed an order for $1 million on the spot, and the subsequent order will be renewed at the discretion of the order volume. Just like that, Zhou Yang took a more favorable price. The rest is some small parts and shell. This time the shell will be made of glass, because this is cheaper, and it is the mainstream of the flagship. If made into vegetarian leather or ceramic, then the price is very high, and high-end models are more suitable, and BhaiDi main cost-effective models on the ceramic shell, that's a bit top-heavy, so ordinary glass material is enough. This shell, with reference to the design of the iPhone, the frame is aluminum alloy, while the back is glass, looks a little square, with the high-end diamond glass screen, the overall sense of thickness, in line with the industrial aesthetics. As for the disadvantage of slightly heavy weight, that is for the duration of the consideration, and can only sacrifice a little. Zhou Yang thought that this would be fine, at least in line with his straight man's aesthetics, so he tapped the confirmation button. System flagship cell phone design successful. Please name it. Zhou Yang thought about it. Before, the normal version was called White Emperor 1, so the flagship phone would add a suffix and be called White Emperor 1 Pro, so it would be easy to remember. System White Emperor 1 Pro phone named successfully. Triggered a lucky strike. Rewarded with one set of shell molds. I didn't expect another blitz. This time I can still save some money. Zhou Yang immediately handed over the drawings to Uncle Song Di. The injection molding process will be opened first, the small accessories will be produced, and when the battery, processor and screen arrive, the assembly can begin. Good. This is another new product. Uncle Song Delaware was very happy. This side of the White Emperor 1 cell phone was still in full swing. This came with another flagship cell phone that must have sold like hemp as well. How much is this cell phone selling? Song Delaware had some questions. Zhou Yang was also considering, after accounting, the cost of this cell phone alone would be $1,900, making it the first expensive product of BhaiDi Electric. According to normal profit margins, this phone selling for $2,499 or $2,999 would be an absolute killer. Flagship models of other brands on the market, with similar configurations, are from $5,000, and even some can be sold to $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, so White Emperor, as long as the price is low enough, in the market, there is enough competitiveness. Zhou Yang thought about it, or decided to make profits to consumers, to carry out the route that White Emperor Electric has always been, that is, affordable. In the end, he decided to earn a little less. White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, starting at 1999 yuan, 8256G configuration. The other configurations were 10512G for 2599 yuan, 121TB version for 3299 yuan. Price growth is all the money of storage, cost price to consumers. Zhou Yang that a cell phone to earn 100 or so is enough. White Emperor is not to make money, just for consumers to use a good phone. Song Delaware took a look at such a good configuration, only buy from 1999, said good boy, this is enough for other enterprises to drink a pot. The future of high-priced, low-powered cell phones will not be able to sell. Subsequently, the White Emperor new factory, in addition to the production of White Emperor 1 cell phone, is in the brewing production of White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone production. This time Zhou Yang did not publicize the new phone too early. The purpose is to give everyone a surprise. At the same time, the domestic cell phone Pineapple Research Institute, a group of technicians are discussing with the boss, and their discussion topic is only one, that is, the White Emperor 1 cell phone. Pineapple is a domestic low-end cell phone brand. The most expensive cell phone only sells 3,000 yuan, rely on cheap to seize the market, although the workmanship and quality is a little worse, but the Pineapple cell phone is cheap, the sales are not bad. Not only in the domestic and the red rice and other low-end brands to grab the market, also has a certain amount of sales in foreign countries. Pineapple, because of the frequent quality problems of cell phones, known as return to the factory, meaning that their phones are often returned to the factory for repair. There are netizens who tease that there are apples in foreign countries and pineapples in China, but it's hard to hide the fact that Pineapple cell phones sell well, and their top-selling model is the low-end model of Pineapple 10, a cell phone of 499 yuan, which used to be the main choice of many people with small budgets. However, since a month ago, the Pineapple has suddenly met a formidable enemy in the form of the BhaiDi 1 cell phone. Originally, no one thought that this 288 yuan cell phone could create much of a storm, but the result is out of everyone's expectation. the White Emperor 1 quickly seized the low-end cell phone market, becoming the first choice of models under 1,500 yuan. Pineapple's cell phone sales have been greatly affected. This month basically did not sell much, the warehouse is full of dealer returns, the backlog is serious. Now they are to study the White Emperor 1 cell phone, strive for a reverse crack, build a cell phone as cheap and good as the White Emperor 1, to reclaim the market. However, when unwrapping the White Emperor 1 cell phone, they were a bit dumbfounded. It was decidedly different from the cottage cell phone they had imagined. In front of the technicians of the Pineapple cell phone company, it was a cell phone with a precise internal structure, a reasonable layout, and with accessories that were seriously behind the times. White Emperor 1 cell phone is so weird. The internal structure is very unique. It can be seen after the precision design. Must have invested a lot of research and development costs, however, with the accessories are cheap and outdated, kind of cheap and outdated, which is like a Lamborghini engine. Set a 3 bungee casing, so that people cannot understand. These complex and delicate circuits, say understand Emperor 1 cell phone can be completely high-end cell phone. Why do you have to make 288 yuan cell phone? To stir up the low-end market. What a shit stirrer, the boss of Pineapple then cursed bitterly, because BYD 1 cell phone has seriously affected companies like them that specialize in low-end cell phones. Looking at the rising sales of the BYD 1 cell phone, if they didn't make a timely response, they were afraid that this was going to be a big blow to their vitality, and they might be finished in half a year. Nothing made could be sold, there was no return or cash flow. This was the precursor of the company's collapse. Hurry up, according to BYD 1, build me a better than them and cheaper cell phone. The boss of the Pineapple company issued an order. This boss didn't know anything about technology. He was a big spender who started out selling electronic components. Then he made BB machines, small smartphones and DVDs, and now he was entering the cell phone industry. He just smashed the money and let the technicians under him to do it. And generally imitated his peers. When they saw whose cell phone was good, they plagiarized over the advantages and made their own cell phone. In a way, Pineapple Mobile is a cottage cell phone manufacturer. But according to the words of the boss, the domestic crowd is greedy for cheap, so the phone has to be made cheap enough for people to buy it, and that's what they've been doing. And although they've been caught in the plagiarism fiasco time and time again, they sell their phones cheaply enough. And the benefits are okay, so they've survived in the competitive marketplace. But not since last month. The White Emperor 1 phone came out of nowhere, selling cheaper than the Pineapple phone and crushing the performance by a large margin. Their lowest-end phone sells 499, but only 32 GB of storage. A little load a few software on the space, and run a software or two will start to card. Basically cannot perform a variety of applications. Open a Taobao or more than 10 seconds. Belong to the passive quit net god. Some parents want to give their children to quit the net, give them to buy Pineapple cell phone. Basically a little bit of the game to play not, and even by the children dislike, are cursing the Pineapple cell phone as garbage. Even the brick is not as good. But the children, after all, do not have the money to spend, although offended the next generation, but the Pineapple phone sells okay, got some of the parents' recognition. But now no longer, with the White Emperor 1 cell phone, Pineapple cell phone sales are chopped from the ankle and neck. Even those who want to buy quit the net gods of parents, but also do not want to spend a waste of money, because the White Emperor 1 cell phone system comes with a parental mode set up. The child can only be used to learn to look up the information, cannot play the game, which cuts off the Pineapple cell phone, the last one of the advantages. In the Pineapple boss gave a death order. The technician this time crazy overtime research. This circuit layout can be referred to imitate, spare parts with the same or worse, but the price is still 300 yuan. The cost price is higher than the other's selling price. The score is still at a disadvantage, which is still how to get. When this result was reported to the Pineapple boss, the boss was furious. Others can do well. Why can't you do well? The technician trembled and said, even with the same configuration, it is still far worse than the White Emperor 1 phone, because the other party's system is better than Android, and optimized for performance. Unless we also use the Yuan new system, the performance is just going to be more than 20 behind. Then, how did they research the system? A small factory has a self-developed system. Can't you guys research a system out? The big boss was slapping the table and cursing. The technician's expression was helpless, thinking that they were hardware engineers. If they had the ability to write software, would they still need to stay in the Pineapple phone? they would have been poached by Apple and Huawei long ago. Anyway, but the fact is in front of us, even with the same configuration as the White Emperor one, the performance is to be fully backward, and the price is also higher by at least $50, that is basically equivalent to not making money. That group of hangers-on users, one more dollar they won't buy. You guys go and change it again, make sure to keep the cost below 200, so we can sell about 260, we have a chance to bounce back. Don't look at only more than $20 cheaper. But it is enough to attract others to order. After all, the pineapple boss thinks he understands human nature the most. The people will certainly covet this more than $20 cheaper, and choose his pineapple cell phone. In this way, the pineapple cell phone engineering staff, continuous overnight for many days, finally designed a castrated version of the phone. The performance is very monstrous, with a short period of time will be lagging, then the White Emperor 1 cell phone can be much worse. But the pineapple cell phone personnel speculation, in order to let the user do not refund the time of the 7 days, they made a few special versions of the software, which are extremely fast version, that is, more than the White Emperor 1 cell phone edition, that is, less than the normal software, a lot of features, the configuration requirements are not high, use up fast, also seems to be smooth. But once the normal software is downloaded, the pineapple phone will be the original form. But it cannot be helped, so the big boss set up a simply impossible to complete the task. The following employees, in order to keep their jobs, they can only think of crooked ways, and therefore created this Pineapple Cyclone cell phone, meaning that this is called the Pineapple Cyclone series of cell phones that will be like a whirlwind, swept across the country. Pineapple has high hopes for the Cyclone series of cell phones, so it has advertised a lot and spent a lot of money. They were a little bit blindsided by the White Emperor 1, so they threw their weight behind it and decided to grab the low-end market. Pineapple's cell phone Face by D, such a strong opponent, chose to speculate on the method of hard, while other cell phone brands, Face by D, has a different way to deal with it. For example, also take the cost-effective route of the Red Rice brand, also encountered the dilemma of low-end machine cannot be sold by D1 phone price than they are lower than a few hundred, or even more than 1,000. The use of the experience is more or less the same, with resulting in a sharp decline in the sales of the Red Rice phone. In order to get out of the dilemma, Red Rice decided to cut off the models below 1,000 yuan, and then at the same time of a substantial price reduction, only to retain more than 2,000 yuan a few models. These models can be high quality to play some large games, but also with their own brand of other machines, the formation of linkage, such as smart home and so on. This is the White Emperor of a separate cell phone does not have the advantage, so there is still a certain market for the time being. In addition, Glory, Oppo and other brands are temporarily stopped the development of low-end models, focusing on high-end cell phones. Because they also disassembled the White Emperor 1 cell phone and found that the low-end really can't be rolled, they can only shift the battle line, first observe and then say. After all, the analysts of these phones believe that a phone with the same performance and price as the Di1 phone must be losing money to make money for them to do the simulation. Even if they make the same phone as the Di1, the cost of that will also have to go to more than 300 yuan. After all, they are a large company, to be added to the RD and give the franchisee share of the cost, but also need a lot of advertising costs. And they don't believe that Baidu has been selling at close to cost, and will definitely raise the price afterward. They just need to lower the price to sell out the low-end models, and when Baidu can't hold on, they will turn around and make the low-end machines again. As for Huawei, they don't have any influence. After all, the price of their cell phones and accessories are the highest level in the country. The customer base and the White Emperor completely staggered. The White Emperor 1 cell phone, even if it's a free gift, but also does not delay them to sell their products. Hongmeng's Internet of Everything is too powerful. The current summary is that most of the cell phone companies, in the contraction of the battle line to maintain wait and see, and only the Pineapple cell phone, chose to positively release a new model hard. Now cell phone companies are watching the results of this direct confrontation, which will affect the decision-making of manufacturers in the entire cell phone world. Pineapple cell phone, in order to harden against Baidu, put down blood money, using its own production line, started production of the Cyclone model cell phone with full force, and just after it was produced, it was advertised heavily all over the internet, causing a certain impact. Well-known cell phone manufacturer Pineapple, another main affordable whirlwind smartphone, the lowest with the price of only a shocking 268 yuan, which can be compared to a while ago. A small Fire White Emperor 1 cell phone is also cheaper than a whole 20 yuan money. This has really opened up a new era of cell phone in the volume pineapple cell phone. Unexpectedly good, ah. Now it's really the times have changed. Consecutively there are Pineapple and White Emperor have launched an extreme cheap cell phone model to meet people's basic communication needs, but the comprehensive use down, I still first Pineapple cell phone, after all. Pineapple company focus on cell phones has a history of 8 years. There is a heritage at the same time. The internet is almost entirely in the Pineapple's new Cyclone series of cell phones have how good, discerning people know that these professional digital review bloggers, or a personal user, are recharged, that is, receive the benefits of the Pineapple fee. Of course, fierce praise Pineapple cell phones. Smart people will not be fooled, but inevitably some people who do not know much about cell phones saw these promotional videos and then chose the lower price of the Pineapple phone. Then they fell for it. The Pineapple Cyclone phone with a variety of small problems. The use of inexplicably hot, stuck reboot, small memory, unstable signal and so on endless. This is all because the Pineapple Cyclone phone, with poorer parts. In order to reduce the cost of the quality of their neglect. What a piece of crap cell phone, it's far worse than the White Emperor one. These first batch of users who were fooled into buying the Pineapple cell phone, one by one, they all yelled to return the product, but some people returned successfully, more people were unpacked, activated and other reasons, was refused to return the product, and became an ingrate. The Pineapple cell phone can only be thrown to the elderly to use at home. Online began to criticize the Pineapple phone one after another, but the Pineapple phone does not think about improving the quality, but use the old ways, spend money to hire a group of water army, said online that those who say the Pineapple phone is not good are small black people. Are the White Emperor hired water army, really backward? This makes the internet true and false, no one cannot figure out which is better or worse. So the real technology bloggers appeared. Hammer Technology is at least a big account, they also advertise, but has always been the truth. If the product is not good, then they do not accept advertising, so as not to overturn the car. Online bloggers sell their conscience for a little money. Bring goods to sell fake wine, Black said White. This kind of thing is not uncommon, gain short-term interests, at the expense of their own reputation. So although Hammer Technology also received a Pineapple phone promoter list, but after they reviewed the phone, found that this phone does not work. A lot of places in the design defects, glitches, thieves, they refused to promote. Later the internet made more and more intense. Hammer Technology was also urged by the fans more. Let them do a side-by-side comparison. Just choose White Emperor 1 and Pineapple Cyclone, these two cell phones. The person in charge of Hammer Technology, Wang Sledgehammer, felt that this is a good issue of content. In the past they do high-end products, this time involving low-end models, but also can try. After all, he has a good impression of the White Emperor cell phone. It refreshed his perception of low-end cell phones. The original 288 yuan of cell phones can also be done so strong. Both cell phones are now in stock online, and Wang Sledgehammer purchased a new one for both. Now since BYD has a new plant, production has been pulled to full capacity, producing more than 20,000 cell phones a day, reaching an all-time high. Because of the product's good quality and cost-effective, it was welcomed by the market, and the sales of this second month on the market were even more rapid than the first month, basically selling more than 10,000 units a day. And this is still in the 3 online stores. To check the sales data, there are some offline entity store owners, directly purchase the White Emperor cell phone offline store. This offline sales how much, there is no information to check. So analysts conservatively estimate that the sales of BYD 1 cell phone this month should be able to break through more than 600,000. Think about it, is terrible. In addition to some of the top international cell phone manufacturers, such as Apple, Huawei, etc. There are almost no few cell phones than the sales of the BYD i higher model. Some people on the internet are also guessing, how long can BYD i actually last? Because people generally feel that by making the smartphone 288 yuan, BYD i is losing money and earning money, which is unlikely to last, and will definitely raise the price in the future. It was under this argument that Hammer Technology launched their review video. Hello viewers, I'm Wang de Hammer. Today we're here to review 2 special cell phones, because both of these phones combined are not more than $600. Wang Sledgehammer then takes out both phones and compares them. Cooperating with his partner, it was still Hammer Technology's leading leg model, Leggy Beauty. Today she wore meat silk, which looked even more charming, and a lot of viewers started licking their screens. "This White Emperor cell phone I remember. It's very good," Legs said. "Yes." Then this time its opponent is the newly launched Pineapple Cyclone cell phone. Wang Sledgehammer took out the two kinds of cell phones and started to unseal them together with Legs. Judging from the shell, it was still the White Emperor's design that looked a bit better, and the 9 heavenly yuan on it was very durable. After unpacking, both cell phones had the same giveaway, only a charger, but after testing, the charger power of the Pineapple cell phone was only 5 volts and 1 amp, making Wang Sledgehammer spit out a sentence: "This is the old charger from Apple that was appropriated over." This charger charging is definitely not as fast as the 18W White Emperor. Then there is the boot up speed. The Pineapple again defeat, slower than the White Emperor phone about 10 seconds. However, it was the smoothness of use that was tested. At first glance, sliding the screen back and forth, both are more or less the same, but you can clearly see that the system animation of the White Emperor 1 phone is smoother, so it looks and feels a little better. But after the in-depth evaluation, the problem is found: the two phones first in the configuration is the White Emperor 1 phone is better. This Pineapple Cyclone cell phone, in the details of the purchase page on the introduction, are ambiguous, did not explicitly say what accessories. The results of the Wang Sledgehammer with a professional software test found that the Pineapple cell phone are 6 or 7 years ago eliminated pieces. This kind of pieces are surely no new goods. Don't know where the Pineapple company from the exchange. Running scores, but also the White Emperor 1 win. Then the screen, 2 cell phones at the same time to play a Blu-ray movie. White Emperor 1 normal playback. However, the Pineapple cell phone actually occasionally stuck. The screen refresh rate of only 45 Hz is very outrageous. Actually, even the movie cannot be normal viewing. If you see a long time, the eyes are not comfortable. This Pineapple phone is too bad, right? Legs can't even look at it anymore. She wants to download the original God to try it out, but she remembers that with the White Emperor 1 cell phone, the original God is able to turn on low to medium picture quality. Wang Sledgehammer then had no hope for the Pineapple phone. Because of its weak configuration, it was doomed to not be able to play the original God, and none of it met the minimum requirements of the original God. Sure enough, after downloading the original God, the login interface is stuck like a rock. Only a few frames, can't play at all, even with the lowest image quality. Still only a few frames, even directly stuck, need to reboot. It can be said that the Pineapple Cyclone cell phone cannot play the original God, including medium and large games. It would only be able to play some small games like Connect, Zuma, and so on. Brother Hammer, this Pineapple phone really doesn't work. Legs threw the Pineapple phone on the table in disgust. Wang Sledgehammer smiled bitterly and said that this Pineapple cell phone was indeed quite a crotch puller, and the range was not as good as the White Emperor, and the signal was also weak. Then Wang Sledgehammer gave a pertinent evaluation. Pineapple Cyclone cell phone, in addition to the price, are behind the White Emperor 1. There is no need to save 20 yuan and destroy the experience of use. As a result, as soon as this video was posted, everyone went side to side to spray the Pineapple cell phone, making the Pineapple cell phone very passive. Because the Pineapple cell phone really does not work, there are numerous hard injuries, so that the Pineapple's water army, wash cannot wash, word of mouth and sales double collapse. Launched the Pineapple Whirlwind cell phone is intended to grab the market. The result is sold a few thousand. It is not sold. Many people bought and used not work on the return. The Key and the White Emperor 1 cell phone. Then there is a very obvious gap. We all know which one to choose. This makes the Pineapple cell phone boss blood pressure soared. Looking at a pile of backlog products in the warehouse, their Pineapple company cannot think of a way to change the status quo. It is estimated that 2 months after the closure, because the staff will not be able to pay wages, can't let the boss sell his car and house in order to pay wages. Just as Pineapple was thinking of all sorts of ways to break the situation, the official White Emperor cell phone suddenly sent out a message that they were going to open a new cell phone conference online over the weekend. They're going to send out new products. This gave Pineapple boss hope. White Emperor must have lost money and can't sell anymore. They want to release more expensive phones so that they can use the opportunity to discontinue the White Emperor 1 phone, so that everyone can only go and buy the expensive phones, so that they can achieve the goal of making money. Pineapple boss felt that he saw through everything. He even sent people to inquire about the situation nearby D's factory building. Maybe this time was their hope to turn around. As long as Baidu made an overpriced cell phone and raised the price of the Baidu One cell phone or took it off the shelves, then the Pineapple cell phone would still be the cheapest cell phone on the market. So Pineapple's salesman quietly set off to go around the White Emperor factory to scout for information. The Pineapple's salesman, like a secret agent, came outside the Baidu factory, and when he saw the huge factory inside, he wanted to go in and probe the reality. So he came to the entrance and got close to a 40-something security uncle inside. Big Brother, inquiring about something, this 30-year-old salesman skillfully handed over a likun. You say the security uncle was happy, but the cigarettes he didn't want, because the factory had rules. White Emperor Company treats everyone equally, and the security guards' wages are higher than those issued elsewhere, but a high wage means high requirements, and the rules here are strict. You can't play with your cell phone at work, and you can't accept other people's favors. And you have to be fired for violating them. At such an old age, it's rare to find this job with a good salary, so the security uncles treasure their positions and refuse to accept favors, even if it's just a cigarette. I want to come and work here. Do you think it's okay? The salesman asked. As long as he could blend into the factory and work for a few days, then he would be able to figure out Baidu's intelligence. He was playing the infernal path here. How old are you? Seeing as you're only 30, right? The security uncle asked. Yeah, I'm just 30, and I've worked in a cell phone factory before, skilled laborer. The salesman grinned, looking like he was honest and loyal. This time he was recruited instead. That won't work, we only recruit those over 35 here, go ask elsewhere, the security uncle said. This salesman was dismayed because he only knew that Baidu's cell phones were sold cheaply, but he didn't know their recruitment rules. When he learned that White Emperor only recruited employees over the age of 35, the salesman said in his heart, oddball, there was actually such a company in the world, picking up workers that other people didn't want. But then he thought, could this be the secret of the low price of Baidu's cell phone? The salesman was as happy as Isaac Newton discovering the law of gravity. He was happy all of a sudden, put this insight in his heart, and went back to suggest to his boss that their Pineapple company also recruit more older employees. The wages of the older employees are low, the young workers pay $5,000 or too much. Those old men give them $3,000, it is estimated that they are going to grab the job. Wages are low, the cost of cell phones is low. I guess this is how Whitey saves costs. I have to say, this salesman piped up and came to a smug conclusion. He then sidestepped and asked for news about Baidu's new cell phone. As a result, the security guard was instantly alerted and asked him what he was doing, so he notified their security chief. The salesman, seeing that he was exposed, rushed away. Then he stared outside the factory, saw an employee off duty. He went around, stuffed a few $100s, to buy each other's information. People over 100, all shapes and sizes, White Emperor's employees, not all moral standard bearers. Some people resisted the temptation, but some workers were itching for these few large bills, so they quietly collected them, and then told the secret he knew. We are producing a new kind of cell phone, looks quite advanced, said to be the flagship, said a certain eaten-up employee of the White Emperor. The Pineapple Company salesman was instantly interested and asked him to tell him in detail what the configuration and selling price was. White Emperor inside ghost employee then said, I do not road these I do not understand, I am the back road, the front of the phone has been installed, I am in the back of the shell, I do not know what configuration, also do not know how much money. Cell phones are assembly lines, so some employees with a lower level of culture only know to do their own work, but do not know the specific configuration. You go back and ask around, know the configuration and other intelligence, I'll give you this amount, said the salesman holding up 2 fingers. The White Emperor employee was moved, so he decided to go back and check. When he went to work the next day, this White Emperor employee, in addition to assembling, went to ask the veteran employees of the other processes, what configuration was used in this cell phone. What are you asking for? Older employees are more alert, they are all signed confidentiality agreements, some confidentiality cannot talk nonsense. Nothing, just asking, this mole asked. It's a high-end cell phone anyway. The old employee didn't refuse to say, and made a vague remark. This mole employee did not die, under the heart, but also really by him to find out some news. From the top of some material packaging, he saw the names of the main accessories, such as the Tengui 9200 and the diamond glass screen. He was like a treasure, and then he told the pineapple company salesman. What about the selling price? Is there any idea? The salesman asked excitedly. I don't know, the pricing is only known to the factory manager, he doesn't announce it until the end, the mole said. Although there was no more news, but the salesman still sent the approximate configuration of the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone back to the factory. When the pineapple boss heard that BYD's new cell phone actually took the high-end route, but after using the Tianguy 9200, then guessing that the price would not be lower than 3,500, even if BYD's cell phone was cheaper, then it would still be more than 3,000, which happened to be perfectly staggered with their pineapple's low-end product line, he was relieved. White Emperor belongs to the self-defeating martial arts. Do not go to do a good job of low-end cell phone, prefer to go in big manufacturers to roll high-end, sooner or later by the big manufacturers rolled to death. Now the pineapple boss rest easy, slowly sell his pineapple cyclone cell phone, wait until the White Emperor self-destruction on the line. Just when the pineapple cell phone relaxes its vigilance, Zhou Yang's side is also ready for the new product launch. Relying on the fame that BYD 1 cell phone had recently achieved, recap.high had already gained popularity in the industry, and now that Zhou Yang had said online that he was going to hold a new product launch, there were already offline media making reservations. They were going to come to the interviews and be the first to go to the news. Anyone who has paid attention to BYD's media knows that every one of BYD's products is astonishingly cheap, and the quality is not bad. Not to mention the nationwide best-selling White Emperor cell phone, even a simple washing machine has been sought after in the mountain villages, and some people even buy 2 units for one family. Because winter is coming, the water is too cold hands, and with the White Emperor washing machine, those who do farm work women comrades no longer need to dip in the cold water, hurt hands frostbite, 2 washing machines, a washing clothes, a dishwashing dishes all around, the quality of life all of a sudden up. Whitey became one of the favorite appliances for housewives in the mountains, and Whitey became famous for it. Now in the mouth of mountain residents, White Emperor is the first Tide brand, and brand loyalty is very high, as long as they can use the White Emperor products, first buy and then use it is correct. So this makes the fame of White Emperor, without realizing it, start to spread. BYD in the rural market, that is a unique existence, some local residents only recognize BYD. When the people are after BYD, that means popularity, and the media will naturally go after it. Jiang Shuji, as the first media to come to BYD to interview, and Zhou Yang's friendship is good, this time, BYD to send a new cell phone, she was the first to sign up to participate. However, this time the cell phone, Zhou Yang has been kept secret, even Jiang Shuki did not tell the inside story, so that everyone only knows that this is a flagship with superior performance, but how much the price is still unknown. Until the day of the launch, Zhou Yang organized the launch in the office building of the new factory. The new factory's factory building is just a lot. Just pack out a room, can be used as an auditorium, so in this newly arranged auditorium, Zhou Yang held a launch event. This time there was only one cell phone at the conference. Various media reporters had already set up their cameras and camcorders, waiting for Zhou Yang to announce the information. At this time the office elder sister had already set up the cell phone for live broadcasting, and this time, the White Emperor cell phone conference would be broadcast live on the entire network. When Zhou Yang walked out and waved his hand, in the live broadcast room, there were surprisingly a lot of people calling to send gifts. Without realizing it, White Emperor already had a group of fans online. Everyone was staring at the screen at the moment, waiting for Zhou Yang to announce the parameters of the new phone. They believed that this new cell phone from White Emperor would definitely cause the industry to shake once again. Hello friends, hello media comrades, thank you for coming to the new White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone conference. I'm the host Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang started to make his opening remarks. Then he didn't ink. In order to save money, he didn't even make a short promotional video directly on the parameters. Although the White Emperor 1 cell phone sales are not bad, last month there were hundreds of thousands of sales, but its ordinary configuration, for everyone to criticize, then this company learned from the bitter experience, decided to develop the White Emperor 1 Pro flagship cell phone with the latest configuration, to create the Yishuan new machine king haha. As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, the reporters at the scene and the audience in front of the screen all laughed. Maybe people outside the circle didn't understand this laugh, but those who paid attention to the cell phone circle knew that the bosses of certain cell phone manufacturers like to call their flagship cell phones Android machine emperors. Then White Emperor cell phone self-developed a Xuan female operating system, currently only White Emperor cell phone in use, so no matter what the configuration, called it Xuan female emperor have no problem. This is a bit of flirting with the meaning of friendly business. Then Zhou Yang announced the processor configuration, Tiangui 9200. The following reporter exchanged words: I did not expect the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone as a Tiangui party. Now the general flagship cell phone is a Snapdragon processor, the flagship of the White Emperor with a Tiangui. Then it is ruled out of the ranks of the mainstream cell phone, and some customers recognize the Snapdragon, thinking that the other brand processor is a miscellany, so it will be a part of the customer loss. Now the audience of the live broadcast also cannot help but worry about the new White Emperor cell phone, worried that no one to buy. Then Zhou Yang announced the glass of the White Emperor 1 Pro, diamond glass screen. In addition to having 1440 Hz PWM dimming, it also comes with the ability to resist falling. In order to verify, Zhou Yang put the cell phone screen down, on the normal standing, and then let go of the phone, which has a height of 1 meter. The phone snapped sound, fell to the ground and popped up. Oh, everyone let out a gasp. This time the screen is expected to turn into a spider's web. As a result, Zhou Yang picked it up and turned the screen towards everyone, and the crowd once again exclaimed in unison. Only to see the screen is intact. Zhou Yang started the phone. The screen is not leaking liquid or dark line, so actually did not break. This cell phone screen is really awesome. To know that here is a concrete floor, positive collision are not bad, enough to prove the hardness of this screen. Some people often have accidents. The phone fell to the ground, not used for a long time. The phone has to change the screen, spend hundreds, even some curved screen replacement screen or several $1,000s, so that the customer's heart is broken more than the screen. Then buy the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone. You can greatly improve this situation. A lot of small bumps, you do not have to worry about the worries brought about by the broken screen. Now high-end cell phones, also equipped with anti-wrestling glass one after another. But the price is also quite beautiful. Basically no less than 5,000 yuan configuration. Now netizens directly in the live broadcast room guessed the price of the new phone. With the Tiangui 9200 and the diamond screen, this BaiDi flagship phone, it won't be less than 4,000 yuan. My god, when have you guys ever seen BaiD ever come out with an item above 400? How is 4,000 possible? I'll blindly guess 999. This one price was agreed upon by many netizens. Right, White Emperor A is shockingly low price. This time is also estimated, such a top flagship configuration, if sold 999, then in the future still buy what Apple, buy what Huawei, everyone is a loyal user of White Emperor. The thought of 999 yuan can buy other brands of $4, $5 or $6,000 of configuration. The netizen's heart cannot stop beating wildly. This is also too crazy. Hey, you guys are drunk, sober up. At this time there are netizens who know what they are talking about. White Emperor, how cheap it is. That also has to comply with the objective law. The light of the Tiangui 9200 and this piece of fall-resistant OLED, at least $1,000 from the White Emperor's things are cheap, is not false. That is on the basis of concessions. But MediaTek and the Screen Factory will not be less than a penny. So this cell phone, coupled with other accessories, is bound to be in the more than 1,500. As for the specific how much, on the look at BaiDi's conscience. Anyway, this phone sells below 3,000 have cost effective, or the industry's first cheap flagship. OMG, 3,000, then we can't afford it. Netizens were defeated. In this era, basically those who can afford to buy a flagship have bought it, and the rest who can't afford it can only look forward to it. Even at 3,000 yuan, it's not a price that the public can generally accept. Zhou Yang continued to announce the parameters, such as the emergency can make a satellite phone call, and 120W fast charging, 5,000 mAh large capacity battery, which allows the phone life can reach the degree of 2 days of charging, and 5 minutes can be charged 60 of the electricity. Even if you forget to charge at night, in the morning, brushing your teeth and washing your face can be filled with enough electricity to use for a day of use, which solves the problem of power anxiety to a certain extent. After that, there are features such as the ability to send and receive Baidu satellite messages, and after being hit, it will automatically alarm for help, which are real life-saving features. Buying a BaiD 1 Pro is equivalent to buying an insurance policy. Suddenly, A reporter interrupted Zhou Yang. Wait a minute, Mr. Zhou Yang, your phone seems a bit strange to me. Why haven't we seen a front camera? Nowadays, whether it's Huawei or Apple, it's either a hole-digging screen or a bang screen. How come you don't have a hole in this phone? Zhou Yang laughed. Then even said sorry. This he really forgot to introduce, because the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone is the underscreen camera, completely said goodbye to the bang screen looks good or dug hole screen looks good debate. This next front camera are hidden, beautiful at the same time, but also can be convenient to treat some obsessive-compulsive disorder patients. It's actually an underscreen camera. Reporters and viewers watching the live broadcast were shocked, because there just isn't a flagship phone right now that comes with an underscreen camera feature. The entire piece of screen, without blemishes, was a return to the beauty of cell phones. Now no one will laugh at the BYD 1 Pro for being a straight screen, compared to the curved screen that is more ornamental than practical. This underscreen camera is really more aesthetically pleasing. People would rather have a flat screen with no cutouts than a curved screen with cutouts. This one improvement alone has made the White Emperor flagship rapidly increase in popularity, and reporters are already frantically writing underneath to take this explosive news and quickly release it, as the White Emperor 1 Pro is the first flagship with an underscreen camera on the entire network. As for Zhou Yang's subsequent announcement that this machine was equipped with a Leica 50-megapixel light variable ultra-high-definition wide-angle lens, it didn't cause much of a ripple anymore, because the camera functions of flagships were all pretty much the same. Lastly, there are some unique features of the Yuan new operating system. Previously, limited to the performance of the BYD 1 phone, Yuan Nu's many features were not fully released, but now that it's on the flagship, it's firing on all cylinders. In the White Emperor 1 Pro's top configuration support, Yuan female system equipped with voice AI assistant Small Emperor, as long as the call Small Emperor can start the intelligent assistant, guide the user to complete a series of operations and ask questions, analogous to the Small Love Classmates and Small Art. In addition, the system also has a variety of modes to add. There are work mode, parental mode, pure mode, power saving mode and so on. There is always a suitable for customers. Finally, others such as face unlock, dual card dual standby, super night view, microvision mode and other conventional features. Zhou Yang just a word over. This is all standard, nothing to say. Seeing such a luxurious, not lose friends configuration, everyone's curiosity was raised to the top. They all want to know such an innovative and top configuration of the flagship phone in the end, how much to sell. Other netizens have already looked numb. They like the White Emperor 1 Pro phone too much. As long as it doesn't exceed 3,000, buying it is earning. I'll say a number. Zhou Yang looked at the eagerly awaiting reporters under the stage, so he smiled slightly, decided not to tease everyone anymore and directly said, White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, with a standard configuration of 8256G, priced from 1999 yuan. Wow, after this, the reporters on stage were all shocked and let out exclamations of surprise. The moment Zhou Yang announced the price of his flagship phone, pop-ups flew all over the live broadcast room. White Emperor has drifted, actually coming out with a 4-digit item without the initial heart. It's no longer called White Emperor, it should be called Black Heart Emperor. Goodbye. I won't see you in the jungle from now on. I don't know if it's a whole job anyway. Some of the netizens are criticizing that the price of BYD's phone is so expensive that it's not worth buying. Maybe this is the inertia of thinking, always buy BYD below $300. Now the 4-digit does not want to buy. Crap, do you guys understand? This phone smells great, okay? You look at the flagship models of each family, most of the configuration is exactly the same, and this also has an underscreen camera. The price is only 1/3 of others, but also what bicycle That is, if it is really as publicized so gripping, I must buy okay, would have wanted to change a high-end machine, this time with the price of the mid-range machine, bought the top flagship configuration, or independent system, simply blood money. The netizens who understand the industry have been cheering, who said that the White Emperor will only make cheap products, is a cottage company. White Emperor this time the power, actually can challenge the high-end, and all of a sudden the price of high-end cell phones, to a waist chopping. No, I should say it is a knee chopping. Chopping from the knee there, after all, don't sell 6,000 or 7,000 years of cell phones. White Emperor only need 1999 yuan. The netizens are again in the drama, White Emperor to do charity. Don't look at this price is not cheap, but the products are to compare goods. Just look at this configuration, it can't be cheap. Compare the flagship of Apple, Huawei, Samsung, we know that the White Emperor 1 Pro is very conscientious. Netizens can't wait, they want to see a live demo of the White Emperor 1 Pro. Let Zhou Yang hurry to drop. When Zhou Yang saw the pop-ups were so raging, he smiled and said, "Okay, then let's measure the running score." Then he opened an rabbit, and the live running score reached a staggering 1,260,000 points. The GPU's running score was raised to 550,000, and the MEM score was also significantly improved, 246,000. This is the strength of the Tiangui 9200. Realistically, let everyone see the processor is really off the charts. The following is still a game test of the reserved program. Play the original God. This time the most obvious comparison, before the White Emperor 1 cell phone, can only run in low and medium special effects 30 frames, and the White Emperor 1 Pro raised eyebrows, open the highest special effects in 60 frames of stable operation, long time play, then, Tenget 9200 has a greater advantage. 9200 power consumption than the previous generation of Tiangui 9000 drop 41, so Tiangui 9200 long time play the original God without pressure. After 10 minutes of driving, Zhou Yang used a temperature gun to test the surface temperature of the phone, only 40.5, that is, up. It slightly feels a little bit warm feeling, but it is not hot. Wow, the netizens couldn't help but let out a gasp. This achievement seems to be lower than the temperature of other Tiangui, or even Snapdragon flagship models, and everyone realized that the original White Emperor 1 Pro phone has such a strong heat dissipation ability. In fact, this is due to the excellent design of this cell phone drawings, which is conducive to heat dissipation, and the area that needs to dissipate heat, in the position of the hands do not often take, so it is not easy to feel the temperature. And there is also the Xuanu self-developed system for the regulation of the temperature effect. Xuan female system has a variety of functions, can significantly reduce the standby application of energy consumption, and optimize the processor call, which makes the processor of the big user of heat. The temperature is significantly reduced, to the extent that basically cannot be felt. This way, after the performance test, there are more people who want to buy it. There is also a moderate Leica camera, fast charging, battery life and other configurations, also demonstrated, battery life because the launch did not have time to measure. It is given directly to the laboratory data. Now the heavy users of cell phones basically 2 or 3 times a day to charge the electricity. It is very annoying, according to the data of the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, basically can be a day a charge, or even 2 days a charge, which has surpassed the other flagships on the market. This kind of endurance degree, only in the original straight-plate Nokia old age body, can be seen. I want to buy, on this range I love, do not have to carry a charging treasure. White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, this poked the pain point of many people, they are not bad money, just no long-range flagship on the market, this finally makes up for the blank. There are also those who like the White Emperor 1 Pro's underscreen camera, think this is so aesthetically pleasing. In the midst of a bunch of nasty dug hole and bang screen, there is finally one that can be seen. By the time the launch came to an end, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were already all urging Zhou Yang to hurry up and put the link. Alright, so this new product launch is over, everyone can go to the official White Emperor store to place their orders for reservations. Our company will officially open retail sales 2 days later at 10:00 a.m. As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, the netizens all opened their mobile shopping apps, picking their most commonly used software, and found BaiDi's merchandise page, and saw that the BaiDi 1 Pro cell phone, the basic model, only cost 19,999 yuan. The rest of the large capacity models are 2,599 and 3,299 yuan, are acceptable. After all, the capacity is large, the cost is high, and this increase is much more conscientious than Apple and other cell phones. Apple expanding twice the capacity, do not add a $1,000 are not finished. And the White Emperor 1 Pro, high capacity price increase of only half of other brands, which is enough to see the White Emperor 1 Pro are sticking to the cost in the sale, did not earn everyone's money. In the words of Zhou Yang at the launch, it is not profitable, we make a friend. I'll make a friend out of you. The netizens who participated in the pre-order nodded their approval, and they were waiting for the arrival. If the White Emperor 1 Pro really had such an awesome configuration, then they would have made a profit. With only less than 2,000 yuan, they could enjoy other big brands' 5,000 or 6,000 yuan high-end phones, a net saving of 4,000 yuan. Zhou Yang ended the live broadcast, but the reporters on the scene, but one by one raised their hands, wanting to ask questions. Zhou Yang reached out and pointed, the first to let the best relationship with Jiang Shuji up to ask questions. Jiang Shuqi asked, "Hello Zhou Yang, I would like to ask, is White Emperor going to completely enter the cell phone market? Will it produce other types of cell phones in the future?" Zhou Yang said. BaiDi's full name is BaiDi Electrical Appliance Factory, not BaiDi Cell Phone Factory, and the next product shouldn't be a cell phone anymore. Our aim at BaiDi is to build whatever the people need, and never limit ourselves to any single category of products. What the people need, White Emperor will build. This is a good sentence. Jiang Shuji knew what her news title should be called, and happily ended the questioning. There was also a reporter from a deep town TV station who was allowed to ask questions. The TV reporter said, "May I ask you why such a high-end configuration of your cell phone, which is comparable to the configuration of flagship products such as Apple and Samsung, is achieved at such a low price? Is it that the profits of cell phones are too high?" That's a good question. Zhou Yang was waiting for someone to ask it, and he answered next with a smile. Zhou Yang faced the reporter's question and spoke eloquently. First of all, the conclusion, the profits of the cell phone industry is high. For example, the industry is aware of the situation. Each sold an Apple cell phone, net profit of more than 1,400 yuan. But this is not all. Cell phone manufacturing costs. There are publicity, logistics, warehousing, franchisee subsidies, R&D and other expenditures, so that every user to buy an Apple phone, in fact, also paid the phone manufacturer's cost mentioned above, and we White Emperor cell phone, eliminating the cost of publicity and advertising, because only the online store, but also less construction of directly managed stores, franchises, less middlemen, the cost is low, the selling price of the natural also low. Whitey is just the cost of unnecessary links, are back to the user just. A reporter cannot help but have questions, so that the White Emperor's approach is right, the people by the benefit of other companies are taking a detour. See, the reporters began to discuss privately. Zhou Yang continued, "Of course not that. We White Emperor is the world's best cell phone, and cell phone, this thing is a commodity. As long as it is a commodity, are purchased on demand, you need Apple, Samsung, Huawei's high-quality ancillary services, the need for their internal smooth connection. It is necessary to go to buy a big brand of cell phones, but if you just want a cheap flagship phone for calls, or office entertainment, then it's right to buy BaiDi." Zhou Yang then also made a figurative analogy. The high-end brand cell phone is equivalent to a 5-star restaurant. His consumption is high, but it includes service, and the customer also enjoys good service and dining environment, while the BaiDi cell phone is like a roadside stall. Although the conditions are simple, but very little money can make a person eat, so you can't say that the high-end cell phone are all leak-cutting because of this, and it is mainly to look at the customer's own what is the financial strength and pursuit. Zhou Yang said this pertinent. The reporters applauded. If nothing else, Zhou Yang these words, and will set off a wave of discussion on the internet. Afterwards, the reporter from Guangzhou Observatory, without permission, stood up and asked a question. Your BaiDi cell phone has formed a titanic momentum on the domestic low-end cell phones, and other cell phone brands have temporarily shelved their 1,000 yuan cell phones, and Pineapple cell phone has even launched cheaper cell phones to compete with BaiDi. So this is a good idea for you, White Emperor, to fight. Then this White Emperor 1 Pro is bound to have a huge impact on the high-end models. So will it destroy the environment of domestic cell phone manufacturers, so that the domestic cell phone, into the low price, the price war of internal conflict. Zhou Yang looked at the man and smiled meaningfully. He nonchalantly replied, "You say that makes me have to doubt your position and perception. The market is fair and balanced. It has always been the survival of the fittest. A big market never collapses because of a cheap commodity." You are discrediting BaiDi and looking down on the other cell phone manufacturers. Zhou Yang did not like this reporter with ulterior motives. He turned his head to others and said, "First of all, the purpose of BaiDi is just to allow people to use the cheapest price, with the highest performance of the cell phone. In addition, the other cell phone manufacturers are not a mallet. They are not the only one to reduce the price to fight a price war as a way to cope with the situation. They have BaiDi's hard to reach the scale of the advantages of the big manufacturers, as long as a portion of the advertising the big manufacturers, as long as part of the advertising money, invested in research and development. I believe that the cell phone industry, there will be more new technology, like when the IPA4 is epoch-making innovation, then, they will have no fear of the challenge of the White Emperor 1 Pro. Zhou Yang finished. the reporters whispered, said also really is this reason. Today's BYD flagship cell phone, not to destroy the market, more like a catfish effect, forcing many peers to take action, the funds to advertise, please stars, used to invest in research and development, otherwise not by the BYD rolled to death, that also be eliminated by the market. Zhou Yang went on to say today's cell phone industry has been a long time no big technological innovation, the release of the new machine speed is a faster than a fast. Zhou Yang also hoped that those manufacturers can focus on RD above, rather than marketing. His White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone is to friends in the alarm bell. If they even White Emperor 1 Pro cannot beat, then hurry up to roll the cover and go. Zhou Yang was giving all his peers a reminder to maintain a sense of crisis, which would be beneficial to the development of the entire cell phone industry. Reporters heard here all shouted good. Zhou Yang's heart is really broad, actually not thinking about their own money, but for the whole industry to consider. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zhou Yang brought up a bunch of cell phone packaging boxes from the stage, and then said, well, everyone, today's conference is here. You have all traveled a long way to come here. I have prepared a small gift, I hope you will smile. These cell phones were the official product of this launch, the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone. It was a cell phone worth $19.99. The participating reporters were surprised, not expecting Zhou Yang to be so generous. They then went up to the stage one by one to collect it. Zhou Yang then said, before the White Emperor cell phone is officially on sale, please don't release videos of the cell phone's parameters and usage. Well, the rest of us wish you all good luck with your careers, we'll see you at the next conference. The reporters were all incredibly happy one by one, fiddling with their new flagship phones. As the saying goes, taking a hand is short, they received the favor, and when they turned around in the news, of course they had to say a few nice words. In addition, when the next White Emperor's conference was held, these reporters would definitely come to support the event, and they might be able to get a new product to use. In this way, BYD's new conference ended successfully. Not surprisingly, BYD 1 Pro flagship cell phone caused a huge uproar on the internet. Everyone did not expect White Emperor suddenly said goodbye to the cottage, cheap label, will produce a 4-digit price of high-end cell phones. Customers were shocked. But the one who was most shocked was the owner of Pineapple cell phone, who almost lost his breath when he saw the news. What? White Emperor's flagship phone, how come the price is so low? How much of a loss does it have to be? The Pineapple boss had a heart attack, the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, equivalent to a muffled hammer on his heart, because the White Emperor cell phone this configuration, this price, cheaper than the mid-range machine they are selling. How can they still sell their products? If you ask the domestic cell phone manufacturers, that by the White Emperor's influence is the biggest, that is undoubtedly the Pineapple. White Emperor 1 ordinary version of the phone, the perfect sniper Pineapple from 499 yuan 2000 yuan of cell phones, and White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, and hit the Pineapple 2003. 000 yuan price level of the mid-range machine. People ahead of their flagship machine are cheaper than their mid-range machine. How to play? If Pineapple doesn't transform immediately, I'm afraid it will go bankrupt next month. Anyway, the White Emperor cell phone was still on sale. Their Pineapple's existing products would basically be unsellable. There were no consumers stupid enough to put aside the White Emperor cell phone and not buy it, but to buy those high-priced, low-powered cell phones from Pineapple. It's over. This BYD must have come to mess with me on purpose, asshole. Asshole. The Pineapple boss suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, and then he was sent to the hospital. Just one day before the White Emperor 1 Pro was launched, Pineapple Mobile carried out a comprehensive clearance activity. All models were sold at half price, and at the same time, they announced the transition. As for what industry they were turning to, the notice didn't say that. Anyway, they were no longer producing cell phones. In this way, with only 2 models of cell phones, BYD led a domestic sales ranking of the top 5 cell phone manufacturers lost and was forced to transform. As for the other cell phone manufacturers, all of them didn't dare to ignore BYD this time, and one by one, they all opened emergency meetings to discuss countermeasures, while they all waited for the BYD 1 Pro cell phone to go on sale, and they were going to buy it for research. Now the cell phone industry has begun to change under the influence of BYD. It is estimated that the kind of scene in which no new technology has appeared for 2 years will soon be broken. 2 days later, at 9:40 a.m. The day when the entire network of the BYD 1 Pro cell phone goes on sale is almost here, and a lot of people have picked up their cell phones and waited for the red buy button to light up. Unlike in the past, most of the people who used to look forward to buy these products were low-income groups such as some mountain villages or migrant workers. However, this time BYD's first flagship cell phone is not the same, and those who buy it are some young people in the city, who are wage earners and are not rich in capital, or some middle-aged men, who have long wanted to change their cell phones but have not been able to do so, and this will be able to spend the price of a normal mobile phone to buy a top flagship phone. The price of the phone, buy a top flagship phone. The other is no source of income of the student party. They are the most favorite cost-effective products. White Emperor flagship phone is simply tailor-made for them. This time, the main purchasing crowd turned into the urban population, while the country people, most of them have already chosen the cheaper BYD cell phone, which can already satisfy their daily needs, so very few people will rush to buy the BYD flagship phone. At exactly 10:00 a.m., the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone sale started, and so many people clicked on the purchase link at the same time. Everyone's energy to purchase the White Emperor cell phone was horrible as hell. Ding dong 15000, and this data has been rapidly increasing. It seems that today will definitely break through 10,000 sales, and even rush a little higher. Factory Zhou, we did it. Uncle Song Delaware waved his fist happily after seeing this achievement. This deputy factory director with gray hair and temples was as happy as a child at the moment. Yes, success. Yu Yang just smiled as he knew that his White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone would definitely succeed. It wasn't worse than other big factory phones on the market, yet it was a third cheaper. Even he himself was now in love with the White Emperor 1 Pro phone before it became a staple for daily use, not to mention others. However, this kind of sales boom right now was not only due to Zhou Yang, but was also the result of the joint efforts of all the employees of BYD. Factory Zhou. With this kind of sales, our inventory of 400,000 units won't last more than a few days. Why don't we see about adding another set of production lines? Song Delaware suggested. Zhou Yang shook his head. Currently 2 cell phone production lines were enough, any more would be a waste of resources. This was because any high-end cell phone produced would be outdated for up to a year. At that time, the White Emperor cell phone production line would be idle, and producing new cell phones all the time was not his style. His goal was the same as the superfactory system, which was to produce more industrial and electronic goods that would benefit all of mankind. The cycle of people replacing their cell phones is now starting from 2 years on average, so in order not to fall into the same kind of publicity as other cell phone manufacturers, launching a few new cell phones every year in a state of implosion, Zhou Yang did not want to make cell phones again for nearly a year, and there are still more novelty product drawings in the system, waiting for him to make and deliver the gospel to the majority of the people. Therefore, under Zhou Yang's decision, the BYD factory will not add production lines for the time being, and the new factory will fully produce the BYD 1 Pro cell phone, and a small amount of BYD 1 cell phone can be produced. Even if there is a brief shortage of stock, users will have it if they wait a little. After all, the phone will be used for a few more days, and a few days late will not have much impact. As for the old factory, it went all out to produce the various products of the previous White Emperor, which could currently meet the user's demand under the 24-hour production throughout the day. By the time it was 24:00 in the evening, the day's sales of the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phone came out, and it actually reached 62,587. This sales, although it was far less than the first day's sales of the new products of the big companies such as Apple, Huawei, etc. It was no longer worse than some second-tier cell phone manufacturers, and it was even quite a bit stronger. To know other manufacturers, every new product that our advertisements pull full, hate to let the beautiful product manager skirt to the root of the thigh. In order to attract eyeballs, their cell phone sales, there are a lot of marketing and water within. And White Emperor 1 Pro, without any advertising promotion, all the media or users of word of mouth, there is this sales, fully demonstrates that the phone has been recognized by the market. The next day was the second day, although not as much as the first day's sales, but also sold more than 50,000, sold 110,000 in 2 days, proving that this flagship cell phone designed by Zhou Yang has succeeded in solving people's needs. Soon the White Emperor 1 Pro cell phones in the warehouse were mailed to thousands of households through express delivery. Wan Ning is a sophomore. Last year when the freshman enrolled, working-class parents, in order to save money, gave him their used old cell phone to use. But this iPhone 6's has completely failed to keep up with the times, are afraid to update the system, for fear of card death, and many big software cannot run, some simply system version does not support, storage is also small, usually do not dare to take pictures, for fear that the phone space is full. It can be said that this backward cell phone has seriously affected the life and learning of Wanting after all. Now many scenes have to use the cell phone scanning code. He pulled out his cell phone to call out the scanning code, are a few beats slower than others, but also by a lot of classmates' ridicule. And as a normal needs of the boys, also eager to come to a campus love, but just met a female classmate, others see him with the 6's cell phone, are not following. Indeed, in general, because there is no income yet, a student used a cell phone, on behalf of his family situation, Wanting with 6's cell phone, certainly not as good as those who use Huawei Porsche version of the boys on campus, is equivalent to the automatic loss of the right to choose a spouse. However, a few days ago he inadvertently saw the white Emperor 1 Pro cell phone, this super high configuration, not at all worse than Apple, Samsung's big name cell phone. He was moved, biting his teeth, intending to eat more times of noodles, but also with the chanting installment to buy down. The good thing is that the white Emperor 1 Pro cell phone is not expensive, and he can afford it even if he bites his teeth. On this very day his courier arrived, Wanting took the first time, and opened the box in the dormitory. This time, the roommates all gathered around. Wan Ning finally changed the phone. They also want to see, what is this big brand phone? One by one, the roommates' gazes all gathered on this unseen box, curiously sizing it up.